soul. Lately I'm skinny bones, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Feel it's hopeless when you think that you lost. Oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing, standing up. Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing, standing up. Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away.
All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away.
We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in the stretch on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you.
can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
Let's get it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Right. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
Show them how we move.
to switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. What's up, babe? And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll.
Let's take it.
Round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know.
We'll take it.
Round and round again.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll awaken. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll awaken.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome, everybody. Today, the 28th of April, day number 6 to be exact, of the ESL 1 Road to Rio. My name being Trey Stunnis. I'm here with you earlier than you're used to seeing me and my crew, and that's for good reason. We have swapped things around. We're going to keep this show rolling, so don't you worry. That has absolutely no bearing on the amount of Counter-Strike that we're going to be getting today. And of course, with the Counter-Strike that we're getting today, we've got some hot and heavy banging matchups. To speak of which, we do have that first matchup being Dignitas and Fnatic. Swedes going back-to-back, toe-to-toe, in an all-out battle for who is number one other than Fnatic. We obviously know that they're the best. So Astralis Vitality will be our Super Series. That's going to be the matchup thereafter. And of course, we're going to be closing the stream out a little bit of Cloud9 versus the Evil Geniuses. Let's catch you up to everything that is the ESL 1 Road to Rio.
With as many as 56 teams split among 6 regions, the Road to Rio competition would not only provide qualification points for the November Major Championship, but also bless the fans across the world with some quality Counter-Strike. So let's see what happened during the first week by first taking a look at the South American division. 4 teams stepped up to the challenge, but as it quickly turned out, one of them was doing particularly well.
Outside the end of the scaffolding, sees one, takes him down, sees a second for a third frag in Showtime. He might win it on his own! Cello doing massive stuff, and there's nothing that ZQK can do!
Boom Esports basically plowed through the group stage while losing just 1 map in the process, easily claiming their grand final spot. They were soon joined by Isurus, the group stage's runners-up who managed to beat Imperial Esports earlier in the semifinal. It was time to see who would be crowned the Road to Rio South American champion, and after the first map, it would seem that the guys from Boom had it all under control, securing Nuke 16-6. However, on Mirage, the tides turned, and it was Isurus' time to shine.
Cello needed a ramp, sprays, does take down the first, and the bomb defuse gets denied, but it's only briefly. Isurus gonna grab that one.
At least during the first half, as later Boom Esports managed to earn as much as 5 rounds in a row, which brought the game into a double overtime until finally Phelps and his crew claimed a 22-19 victory, together with 1,600 qualification points. Up in the North American division, boredom was also never an option. Starting in Group A, the winners of DreamHack Open Anaheim, Gen G, were really at it, and in their initial match took down 100 Thieves 2-0, only to follow it up with a 2-1 victory over Triumph, which already provided them with a decent lead over their rivals. And as for Group B, it looks like the recent winners of the North American Pro League, Team Liquid, have retained some steam and managed to secure 2 initial victories.
And Nap has to do it all on his own. A player inside of the site, been spotted. Nap has a chance, and he's got 2 more to find.
You see the plant. Naf, can he do it? Can he secure an 8? He's going to be holding, finds the first one on the fur, and now he's going to try to buy himself some time. Let that bomb tick down a little bit. KNG on the AWP. Naf likely knows this. A lot of noise being made, and there you have it.
But the first week of the NA duels actually saw Furia claim the top spot, thanks to their strong leads against both Team Envy and Bad News Bears. Last but certainly not least, we have the European division, which could be best described as lacking. At least when you take a look at the juggernauts of the scene, as first Fnatic, the European Pro League champions, were defeated 0-2 by ENCE, a team that recently lost their #1 spot in Finland. And then the legends from Dignitas got gobbled up by their former organization, Ninjas in Pajamas.
And Rez is hitting everything. Good grief.
Yeah, that's the difference right there. Very nice aim. Freiburg, not quite the same, but still gave it a good go.
Even Astralis barely escaped Complexity Gaming and then had to succumb to Fnatic in a match that sparked a lot of attention.
JW rotates back now, but the bomb will be planted momentarily. And they've done a good job here. It's down before he can even arrive, but he nails the first one. Device now in a lot of trouble. Spams off some bullets towards CT steps, and the USP has been drawn. JW thinks he can close out the round with just a pistol here, take 2 brilliant headshots, and now brings out the AWP. I think this might be enough. And of course it is.
In Group B, the situation was more or less the same. FaZe Clan almost lost to North in their initial duel, and then barely squeezed through their battle with G2, winning the series after 2 overtimes against the amazing Kenny S.
And Kenny, he can see the arm. Another frag, Brokey boosted. It means he knows where they're coming. The commitment's on its way. And Kenny, he is playing a sublime game of Counter-Strike today. Holding the line, misses his first, but won't make the same mistake again. Looking for the ace. It's Kenny, yes, baby!
And as for the runners-up of the European Pro League, Mouse Sports, let's just say that they scored a false start and were so far not able to score any points.
Welcome, everybody, to the ESL1 Road to Rio. We hope that you enjoyed the show here, and we hope that you will continue to do so. And my name being Trace, alongside me is Harry and Hugo. I finally get to show you their faces. In case you're just now seeing us for the first time, we're usually on the later games, but here we are, switching it up, flipping the script, and watching a little bit of Counter-Strike. Of course, guys, there's been a ton of it already. What are your takeaways from the ESL1 Road to Rio thus far?
I mean, things have been exciting, Trace. They've been non-stop. We've been having games every single day of the week across every region, and that's great, right? We're in our first qualifier of 3 to find out who's going to the major, and boy, things are heating up. The groups are turning topsy-turvy. We got Dignitas Fnatic. It's the matchup from ESL1 Cologne 2014. We've been waiting 6 years for this game, and it's finally here.
6 years. Harry, would you say 6 years? Have you been waiting on this game for 6 years?
Not like this exact game, but yeah, like something to this.
It's the rematch,
right?
guys. Come on, we've all been waiting for it.
This is like a real old school matchup. You know, it's the Swedes v the other Swedes. And in this instance, you know, it's a bit rare because when we did look, you know, years ago, Hugo, it used to be the old NIP squad that used to feel like the favorites heading into these. Now, obviously, I say NIP, now they fall under that Dignitas banner. They haven't exactly impressed us massively just yet in the road to Rio, right? Having a pretty rough time of things thus far. Same really cannot be said for Fnatic, who have looked real damn good. They've moved up to that #1 in the world for the time being. They tried to sneak that one in there. And yeah, I mean, I think for the Fnatic guys heading into this matchup, I just want to see how many knife kills we get, Trace.
Yeah, it's always been a spectacle with them as of late. And of course, the spectacle would be that we already have closed out the South American region. We got to cast that one ourselves. We saw a little bit about how South America came together, and Boom Esports really put the pain on just about everybody in their way. They faced off against Isris in that grand final, and while Isris gave it their all, it simply was not enough.
Yeah, of course, you know, still going to be a chance for those teams to fight back. Isris really impressed us throughout the South American side of things, so we're going to see more of them moving forward in the road to Rio, but Boom, man, they have been a real talking point in this division. Obviously, an upcoming Brazilian team filled with many names that many people will know, players who have been in the majors before. So, of course, gunning for a fight to take it to the major in their home country as well. We'll see if that continues moving forward.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. Like, we also got to see this Isris squad, right? The Argentinian and Chilean side, right? And they impressed us. Yeah, I mean,
I got you.
Yeah,
cool.
You nailed it. They impressed us quite a bit, right? And it felt like a bit of a shame that they weren't able to take this series the distance. If you remember, it was them to reach map point there in that one, and Boom started to claw their way back in towards the very end. I was very impressed with what we got to see from South America, but now we move into this European division, and we can see the standings here.
We can see the standings here, and it's very important to note that 3 of these teams are pretty neck and neck with each other. Now, let's point out the fact that Mouse Sports, well, not necessarily having the best go of it, but they are staying afloat.
Yeah, 0-2 in Group B, but as you can see, they sit 4th place, and that's the legend status paying off, right? Teams obviously have points if they've held, you know, good results in previous majors, and you know, current roster obviously having some say in it. If you do change a player, you lose 20% of the points. Pretty standard, makes sense, right? Maths is there, and so Mouse Sports, of course, not going to be looking to make any roster changes. Instead, just going to be looking to grind their way back up the scoreboard.
Well, you talk about roster changes, and there's one side that has found some. However, they're not quite effective yet. They're not in operation just yet. That would be from this Astralis side. We begin to take a look at who they are, how they brought in a 6th, and really where they find themselves in the ESL1 Road to Rio.
Yeah, things are so exciting. I can't wait for when that first game with S-Tag is going to be, right? Because I think the big question on so many people's minds is who for Astralis is going to step down? Who's going to take the game off or the event off, right? Is it coming down to lackluster performance? Is it coming down to the players, you know, having internal differences? Is it coming down to, you know, someone being too exhausted and needing a break off for an event? There's so many options. There's so many availabilities for Astralis. And so we're excited to see S-Tag finally take that mold. Who knows when it will be, Trace?
Who knows? We will keep our eyes on it, our ears to it, and our fingers on the pulse as we do kick off another day of the ESL1 Road to Rio. That being the 28th of April, this is a great day for some counter. We'll be right back after this break with our first matchup of the day.
get my knee. Where's it gone? Gotta hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. But you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not been fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it.
Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Welcome back, everybody. The ESL 1 Road to Rio is ready to kick off for the day with a little bit of Dignitas taking on Fnatic, a server filled with all-stars that have all seen and played against each other several times. My name being Trace, alongside of me is Harry and Hugo, and alongside of us are some of the names such as Forrest, Freiberg, Exist, Crims, JW, Flusha, hell, even Get Right. Like, we look at this is a vintage server if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's been 5 years, Trace. We've been waiting all the way since Katowice Grand Final for these two teams to face each other again since. Now,
of course joking, but yeah, it's the same cause. It's going back old school. It's the beginning of CS:GO, and even further back with some of these Fnatic and of course I almost said NIP, but Dignitas players in the other side of the Swedish brand. So exciting times, Trace.
That they are, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait, man. Like, I love this Dignitas project, right? Regardless of whether or not they're going to go on to be, like, you know, the best team in the world, which, you know, I feel like is a bit of a reach at this point in time. You got to love what they're doing, right? And what they've set out to do. It almost feels like, you know, maybe drawing some inspiration from a team like Vitality, where you have, like, a mixture of all, like, these, I say a mixture, like, you know, the standard set piece of legends from the old NIP squad, all involved in this project. And then you've got, like, you know, you're kind of like young Orpa in the former Halzerg, the less experience on him, looking to bring the heat and set up the old boys of NIP in this Dig squad.
Yeah, speaking of this Dig squad, I think we take a time to dig right into them. We actually do have the opportunity to catch up with them on top of things, talking a little bit about Get Right. What do we know about Get Right, fellas?
I mean, legend of the game, right? You know, I don't need to tell you that. Anyone who's watched Counter-Strike in its form over the last few years knows that. And hey, we got him on the sidelines now to talk.
Yeah, does he know that? Hey, Get Right, are you with us, buddy?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Sounds really good, too. It's really clean. This is good quality.
Yeah, right. We've
impressive.
had everyone that's called in, Get Right, has somehow had their webcam mic attached to the call instead of their headset mic. So we respect you for really, you know, doing the work there.
But you already know the reason, right, for it. It's because I'm beautiful, handsome.
And
You said it, not me.
That's what we were going for, really, there. And also, beautiful and handsome is this Dignitas project. Can you talk to us a little bit about where you guys are currently, some of the goals you have going forward?
Right now, we're kind of a weird, I don't know, not a slump because it's too early to say, but we're in a kind of a weird phase at the moment, mostly because we were going to Flashpoint 1. We had to play with the Guardian there instead of Halzerg because of these issues. And then the Corona breaks out and just makes everything more difficult there. We can't play any, I think we played one LAN game in total there. And then everything was at the apartment, and then everything was scary. And it was like a very weird time, if you ask me. And I think it was for every team who was playing that tournament. So, and then we coming back here. We got Halzerg back in the team. Everyone is like, you know, trying to get back the momentum we already had before when we played really well against Fnatic. In the minor close qualified there, we almost beat them there, at least in the two first maps. The last one, we were kind of a big stomp. But we showed, like, you know, promises. That was the thing. And then we come back here, and now we've been trying to get back into the form we had before. So we'll just, you know, grind more and more like we're doing right now and get back into it.
So, Chris, when we look at this whole thing, right, and, you know, just kind of putting the COVID stuff aside, when we talk about the teams and their current stature and how these teams are, you know, be playing online, how do you think that's affecting most teams? How do you think that's affecting your team?
I think for our team, I think it affects us both negative and positive. Negative is because we prefer to play on LAN. We're a little bit more experienced team. We want to get Halzerg up to the level as an experience, you know, because he's such a great player already. So you can't take anything away from him, but he needs a little bit more experience, for example.
Right.
So it would be good to get an experience on playing on LAN. The positive thing that we're home, and for most of us has been doing this for such a long time, it's actually nice to be home.
Yeah.
But it's been getting a little bit frustrated to sit here. I mean, 1 month in being in an apartment in LA, which doing nothing, and especially for me being in a high-risk group, I can't really do anything. And then going back home when I feel like no one, like the Swedish, like, citizens, they don't really give a fuck. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then you're like trying your best to just relax and just stay at home and try to game as much as possible. But it gets, you know, a little bit boring in the end because when I go sleep in the other room next door here, and then I go to this room, sit here, you know, it's like, that's basically where I'm going. And then I'm ordering food all the time. So, and I'm trying to take walks though, but it's like, I want to meet my family. I want to meet my friends. I want to meet everyone, you know, like, I even miss you guys. I mean, I miss seeing everyone in the scene. Like, that's the thing. It's going to be weird when things are going to get back into normal and seeing everyone again. I think I'm going to be a little bit, you know, tearing up a little bit.
Yeah. Get a little stir crazy sitting there at home. Hugo, what do you got for the man?
Christopher, I wanted to ask a question about the people that we don't necessarily see on the server, more specifically Fifth Flower and Halvor, who recently joined your team as an analyst. You know, what kind of changes have these guys been helping with the team? Obviously, in the Road to Rio, we see coaches can talk during the matches live, so that obviously brings in some help. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Fifth Flower and Halvor.
I mean, going a little bit back with Fiflaren, especially when he comes back as a coach now, and which he hasn't done before, I'm very impressed and very happy that he's taking up this role and actually doing it, because you have to also remember we're based in Europe and playing, and he's in LA still and coaching us. So he lives in that time zone, but during the night. So he goes up 2 in the morning to be ready and playing with us. And then I don't know how it really works for him, but he says it actually goes well for him. So that's pretty cool. And then putting in Vendetta, which is, an analyst, he's been playing before, and that kind of stuff, which is like a wild card into the mix. But he's been giving us a lot of good feedback. He's helping us out on that front. And I'm happy with having both of them on the side. I just want us to perform a little bit better than we've been doing last week, for example. That's the issue I'm seeing just right now. But you have to remember we're a little bit older, we're old timers, and we want to get back into the game. We're grinding our asses off. We're playing more and more. I mean, I haven't had a session like we had a couple of days ago where we sit 4 hours plus just sitting and rewatching everything we're doing the past couple of months. It's fun and it's interesting, but it's gonna take a while to get back into where we want to be, and people have to just remember that with us. We're gonna give everything, and we're fighting, and we want to be better, and we're doing everything in our powers to do it. We're putting up even more time than people may think, but we're going to come there eventually. Just give us a little bit patience sometimes. That's the thing.
Yeah, and Chris, we could probably sit here and chit-chat all day. We could, but we have to do this thing where you guys play Fnatic, so I'm going to have to let you go at this point. So thank you for your time, Chris. We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Take it easy, boys.
See ya. All right, speaking of Fnatic, let's go ahead and just start talking about them right off the top. I already identified Crims, JW, Flusha, and obviously to the side of them is going to be young Brolin, and then Golden, who isn't necessarily one of the youngest players anymore, but certainly this is a lineup that's packing the most punch, I think, globally right now.
Yeah, I mean, number one, as of today, that's the news Astralis woke up to, and I'm sure they weren't happy to see it, but it's so cool to have Fnatic back in the limelight, right? Obviously, this matchup is awesome anyway, with all the history behind it, but Fnatic, it's such a crazy time that these guys have been able to resurge in the way that maybe Dignitas haven't as of late and reach that tier 1 level. Obviously, changes being made, and I think bringing in a different in-game leader certainly does hold its weight there, and it's showing in the server.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? Because when you look at it, it is almost like Dignitas are trying to go through this Fnatic process, right? You look at this squad, and when they did originally, move some of the boys back over, you think about when Golden came back in alongside Flusha, there was kind of some mixed reactions to all of that, and people not really expecting much from this Fnatic squad on the back of it, because at the time, Golden, he'd had a stint in Fnatic already. He'd gone over to NA to play in Cloud9. He'd kind of been all over the place and hadn't really built up much of a kind of repertoire to kind of, put some respect by his name for. But then rejoins this Fnatic squad and you immediately start to see some results, right? And I think you got to give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to bring to the table here. And, reeling in these legends of the game and getting them to play under his style. And I think that's one of the most interesting things when you look at it. You got the kind of the old guard of Fnatic. They have their ways to play. And I think, you look at someone like Golden, he's done a great job of adapting his playbook to kind of suit the needs and tailor it towards his team, and they're all on board now with this kind of high-octane, very entertaining brand of Counter-Strike. I think it was Brolin who they had on in an interview, the other guys, and he was saying the knives and stuff, they actually make me very nervous. But the other guys do that, and I tell you what, that's such an interesting thing, he's the young gun, the guy who's meant to be all hungry for it, and even he's my word, when I see them going for knives,
a knife and Astralis, for Christ's sake.
It's wild, man. Fnatic are the most entertaining team to watch in Counter-Strike right now.
They certainly are, and you can imagine that they're going to want to bring some of that out here. If Astralis isn't going to stop them from going from knives, well, Dignitas damn sure are not, especially when we talk about what maps we're going into. We got our first one, it's going to be Train, then it's going to be a little bit of Overpass, followed by Dust 2, and some really loud noises. But here we are getting ready for the battle itself, so it's only appropriate that we bring in the gun sounds just a little early.
Yeah, just a prelude, it's letting us know what we're missing out on.
The Vios here are a bit of an interesting one. I know you already said the maps, Trace, but yeah, for Dignitas, they don't really play Mirage, they don't really play Overpass, and that represents a bit of a vulnerability here when you come up against Fnatic. The only map that they kind of, I say don't play, but they do still play it every now and again, would be Vertigo, right? So they remove that straight away. We have the map pool decided, and I do think that because of having those two maps that you kind of steer away from a little bit as the Dig squad, that's something that maybe could punish them here in this series.
That being said, it goes both ways, right? Of all the maps Fnatic play, Train, the map that Dignitas pick in this series is Fnatic's least played map. So even less than Vertigo, of course, that being their instant ban, but they shuffle between both these two maps here. And it's a map that Dignitas have led to play quite a lot here in the Road to Rio.
Yes, and speaking of playing, we do have our own little bit of a game going on over here. A small-sided game at that. It's going to be predictions. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Hugo for his. Let's start with those.
Yeah, Fnatic. I think it's just such a safe bet. Best in the world right now. No one can rival.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with Hugo, right? You can put me down for Fnatic. I think as well, the fact that these are two Swedish teams going head-to-head, right? Two that used to be kind of vying for that top spot in the world, even at one point, and the top in Sweden. There's going to be some history. There's going to be maybe even more knives than usual. I'm looking at Fnatic in this one.
It's a crazy timeline, and honestly, for all intents and purposes, I look at this and I'm thinking, well, how can Dignitas do this? You know, what's it going to take? How do we balance this out and level it out so that it makes sense? And then I just realized, why don't I just pick Fnatic? So I did. And then there we have it. Fnatic are going to be the ones that I'm going with as well. There's absolutely no way on earth you can convince me otherwise. But perhaps Dignitas can if they show up in the server in spades. We're talking about Train, Overpass, Dust 2 first. And that's what's going to be kicking this one off right here for the ESL 1 Road to Rio.
Yeah! Woo! We did that in sync, baby. We got Chase Dunner surround us over here dancing. We got Dig versus Fnatic in the server. And it's going to be Train to kickstart this series. I love the new music. I love the new look. And I'm ready to get in to some great Counter-Strike. Let's get this one underway. Pistol round about to begin. And it's Fnatic on the CT side here of Dig's map pick. Obviously, they get to choose. They get to play around it. And they're going to stack the majority of players here towards outside. JW opening this round up. Crims alongside him. And already, we've got kills going in favor of Fnatic. Crims actually dealing with another. And this leaves just Exist in the hot seat. He does manage to remove JW, but a 1-on-3 required. This is a very tall order indeed. He's at least got the P250. That's going to make these long-range engagements a little more approachable for Exist. But you will note the lack of armor as a result of dropping this and picking this gun up into the round. He gets tagged under the train. The lack of armor really hurting him there in that fight, and he'll get put down. So Fnatic, they find the pistol. They lose JW and Brolin, but that's not the end of the world.
No, it is not. Dancing on screen, though, might just be.
You recover that really well, Trace, I gotta say.
You know, in that moment, what else can you do?
Dance, baby, dance. You know, me and Harry, we've busted some moves out here on the Road to Rio. I don't think I've seen you quite enter the dance floor, so it's nice to have you, you know, swinging your hips from time to time. But Fnatic, they are swinging all kinds of limbs as they take the pistol round, showing off against Dig on the CT side. Now, this is Train. This is the map pick of Dig. But Fnatic, with their favored start, are going to be finding a favored start. 1-0 and full Glocks for Dignitas in the second round. We got a Deagle out on Exist, but that's really all they're relying on in this one. Get Right showing face down towards ramp. JW picking up the first on Ivy, and he does just quite get out of the position as well. Can look to find more and more kills from this backed up spot. Ooh, nice trade. Forrest finds the Deagle on the body of Exist, and he puts it to good use.
Oh dear. Flusher wrapping in through main. Forrest and Halzerk, they are trapped here. Look at this, man. Look at the minimap. It's terrifying. They are just surrounded. Crims is even going to start to move up. I imagine he's going to join Flusher, right, just in case they had to trade. And that's not ever going to come through. They've got Halzerk trapped. And they should have him dead to rights. And indeed they do. Fnatic going to take that second round. They get the conversion, only losing one man in the process. Now, it was just pistols for Dig, right? They didn't go for a force buy there. They're going to bring the AKs out into this round here and now. Nice little dig from Forrest, but that's pretty much the only thing that comes in that round.
Well, now these weapons are going to come out for the side of Dig in the form of 5 AKs, a few smokes, and a couple flashes there. But they know what they're up against. They know that any sort of weakness they show towards this Fnatic side can be capitalized on. Right now, the Dig side's set up for an inside push. They're going to find Flusha playing close to lower. He drops a smoke in an attempt to get out of dodge, but it exists. It's too quick. on the trigger.
Yeah, talking quick, look at Brolin. He came up the ladder as soon as that B play came in, but he only gets good for one. Forest will trade, reversing back from the ramp side, and Dig have taken deep control. That's exactly what you want to do with a post-plant on train, and to good use exist. We'll find JW in the spawn. Crim's here also, but is yet to be seen by Dig. A chance maybe to make things interesting. Or, I was going to say, you know, even with the setup for Dig, he could have ninja'd this one, but they're going to spot him out and they will deal with him. Exist trading, powerful round from him, 4 kills from Exist, and Dig get on the board nice and early.
One of the things I really liked about that Get Right interview before we headed into this is that, like, you know, whenever you're talking to him, that you're going to get, like, something very honest and very raw, right? Like I want to say. And he seems to be, you know, like, pretty aware of kind of, like, Dig and their path to try and become a contender again, right? And I don't think he's in, like, the... You know, like, a lot of the time with kind of these teams that are looking to rise up with lesser kind of known names, less experience, or more inexperience rather, it feels like they try and kid themselves that they are in a better spot than they're actually at. And, you know, with Get Right, he just kind of said that having to play over in Flashpoint with Guardian in the mix obviously wasn't ideal for kind of building much of this team up. And it's still going to take a while before this project, you know, properly kind of gets some wind in the sails. But they are working towards something good. And in this round, it is just the anti-eco. So this is one that Dig should have dead to rights. Obviously Exist getting Dig down earlier on wasn't the most ideal of starts, but it shouldn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, especially not with Main and Ivy taken. Pop Dog getting smoked. That leaves Flusher locked out of this round. And that means just Golden now inside of the site to try and hold the fort all alone. He does still have this Deagle looking to do some damage, but he gets wrapped onto by Forest, who seems very aware of Flusher's position here in the Pop Dog.
Don't nade yourself here.
Yeah, don't do it to yourself,
He's considering it. Ooh. On the ladder? Come on, come on. No, gonna give up with that one. Not tall enough either. There we go, Flusher. A little late to the party, but he'll get it done. Not really making any difference, but he's waiting with his grenade, see if anyone will offer anything up. That won't be the case. I like that round from Dig. You know, very important one for Halzerg. Him and Freiburg entry Ivy, they deal with this off angle that JW's running. Of course, this is in a 4-on-5 for Dig, right? The pressure's already on with Brolin finding an early Dig. Here we go. But Halzerg does a good job of not only finding an entry, but getting that smoke down and Pop Dog. That gives the room for Forest to go wide, and he's able to just do so much work on the site, killing the bomb train player, re-smoking the pop, and sending Flusher out of there. So good stuff from Halzerg, making sure that, you know, Dig are given the room to move inside of A. Without clearing Pop, that angle for Flusher could have definitely caused some problems for Dig leaving the yard. 2-2 though, buys back in for Fnatic, a quick eco followed by Guns, and Dig, they are full of them as well. Max util, no AWPs yet in this game, but we'll wait to see. The money is low to start things off.
Flusher dumping a grenade off into this upper brown halls, and now Exist will be there on the front of the push. Here we go, we're off the races. Flusher playing real close. He's gonna find some kills here with this SMG, causing quite the ruckus, and at least keeps him pinned back there within the ramp, while the rest of the team shows up here for Fnatic. Pretty easily, Get Right can't even find a fight, but Crims finds him with his M4, and that's a 4 or 3K on the round for him.
That's one of the dangers of going for a late B play with no lurk early on in the round, right? A lot of teams, especially at this kind of level, Fnatic are going to read that. If you don't throw any grenades A and you don't show any face on that outer site in the first 20, 30 seconds, and then you hear grenades B, Fnatic know what's going on. They know the Digger stack tools, and you could see by the time the close ramp play has been traded, I think it was Flush with the SMG, Fnatic have 4 players on the B bomb site. They are so ready for that execute from Dig. So, yeah, that's one of the dangers, and Dig want to keep things fast instead. That might be the solution, but Forest loses his head. Halzerg's going to trade with the AWP at least, keeping things in a 4-on-4, and he'll switch up his position, going from T-Con to Ivy.
Ooh. Brolin almost sees Get Right there. Golden, in the meantime, going to try and aggress. Timing's not great there for Golden. Just as he goes to drop his utility into it. Oh my word, that there is ballsy from Halzerg, and he gets tagged on the molly, trying to get away. Flusher has dealt with Exist, the one man who got out through the Ivy side. Now, in amongst all of this, Get Right has found a timing in towards B. Man, this is like a vintage Get Right lurk right now. They don't know that he could be here, but in response to this, Fnatic, they've got an idea of the ground that they've given up and the timings that could be caught, and Crim's aggressed into main. Now knowing that there's players towards Ivy. Oh, he just about gets away. Freiburg not able to find him, and now they know that they've got Crim's trapped. Freiburg just wins that fight out, and this leaves Flusher all alone, far away, far removed from this A bomb site, and that's where Dig are going to start to move into now.
Of course they would. Get Right's clear B, right? And the fact of the matter is they kill a player pushing A. Dig know that Fnatic are going to be split 1-1, so the fact that Get Right gets through B without seeing anyone means that he probably just hit a timing to Flusher. That wasn't the case. Fnatic actually left B open, but yeah, Get Right doesn't know that. Either way, he is right in his assumption. Flusher coming late from B and going the long way round as well. It's probably just about damage here, which is a shame considering the low HP on Dignitas. Freiburg getting tagged by Crims coming out of T-Spawn. Hauser as well. Molly and Ivy burnt him to 10. This is more than a winnable round, but Flusher does not know that, and so he'll have to save his AK. I mean, that round is a round of timings, right? Not just the lurk that Get Right gets out connector that gives him so much room on that A site, but also Crims coming back in from spawn. Just a second's difference could have been a round for Fnatic. Even Golden up on Ivy, pulls out a grenade as he gets peeked. Fnatic really did get unlucky in that round, and they'll at least save the AK to go forward into new pastures.
That is the case. And also is the case that we have multiple other matches going on. And by that, I mean Nip and Ints are going on. Over on the other side of things, over there on the B stream, that would be ESL CSGO B. Currently Nip, well, they're winning 4-1 on the map train, go figure. Now, we also have Copenhagen Flames versus Godsent. That one's going over on the C stream. And up by 1 on Inferno is Godsent with Makalele.
Well, more pistols for Fnatic. They've got to take a breather here. And Dig, they're in a very good position right now. And maybe they're map pick, maybe T side, but they are showing up in control. Really just relying on Flusher in this round to get anything done.
Oh, yeah, Brolin trying to jiggle peek Ivy, and he knows he's pretty lucky to still be alive. And now Dig just completely move away from Ivy. I like that, right? They show the AWP's presence there, and now that has got Fnatic's attention down towards this Ivy side. It also keeps the 4-man stack over here at the A side of the map, with Flusher playing that one saved AK over towards the B site alone. And that's at least allowing to kind of have this decision to save if the A site falls with very little resistance. Dig making a lot of noise. They're not really secretive about these players in main, and Forrest gonna show exactly why, helped out by Exist. Oh dear, JW with the USP has opened up with 2 and is still alive, still a bit of a nuisance, but he shouldn't serve as more than a small problem that Get Right is able to overcome. Flusher now 1v3, and while JW has certainly made this round costly for Dig, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Flusher to find the 1-on-3.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of these rotators. Dig keep hitting out a Flusher, playing in a wrong place, wrong time. Of course, you want, you know, a player like Flusher on that inner bomb site, because while it can be very difficult in those rushes to get multi-kills, you know, what it is going to leave him in is a lot of clutches, and he is the clutch player for Fnatic, one of them. So typically, you'd expect a little bit more from Flusher in these positions, but again, another 1-on-3, this time with 10 health. Not really up for debate. He's just looking for exits. He will die from the bomb here, so he's got to move. Actually, I say that. It's a deep side plant for T-Con, so he should be fine in the corner, and that is the case. Any deeper for a bomb plant, and he could have been in trouble there. Luckily, he lets Dig go past him, save their guns down Ivy, and this AK, it's already survived through the war, through the last 3 rounds. Dig with a nice late outer exec. They deal with the anti-eco very well. Not had any problems getting these pistols you know, out of the server for Fnatic, but now is where the big guns come back in. Now is where the AWP makes its appearance for the CT side.
That's right. It's going to have to match up with Hall Zerk over on the T side. And he looks to get a mid-pick here. Towards Ivy. He's posted up. He's going to get flashed off. JW is going to be there. And Brolin pushed up ever so close. This could be quite the grinder should Dignitas have committed there.
Yeah, the thing that's huge about this is he hears the footsteps moving away as well and going up into the upper halls above him. And so that's allowed Brolin to aggress and get this foothold in main. Now, maybe not going to have any huge implications if there isn't a fight given to him, but it looks like there might be with Forest starting to creep forward. But also, it allows these two players back inside of the site to kind of get away with things like that, right? And focus their attention elsewhere. Now, though, this push from Brolin turns into a bit of a vulnerability.
Yeah.
And suddenly, Crims and JW have got to start looking towards this main position again.
It felt almost like a bait for Dig. They see not only a player back green, but they see someone Olaf, and instead of Halzak fighting with that with the orb, Dig just go, nah, let's just leave, let's just run out and let Fnatic take T-Con, only to strip it back. Forest didn't fall far away, and even though his teammates went towards those halls in that Ivy position, he always made sure he had an eye on it. So does clear that kill out, does put things back into a 4-on-4, and Dig, with the 35 seconds on the clock and the bomb above pop, they've got to make their decision. Forest is bringing the bomb down the ladder, and they look to take the outside control here with a split coming in from Ivy in the form of Halzak, and of course Forest in main. Dig, they are running out of time though.
Yeah, they've really left this one down to the wire. They've got to hit their shots if they want to get into this bomb site now. Golden holding the line into PopDog. 10 seconds. This bomb has got to get into the site, and it's got to go down now. JW removes Halzak and actually doubles up, and they haven't cleared the players in the site. There's just not enough time for Dig in that round there. They try and play cute with the timings, and Fnatic are not a fan of that. They're going to actually take it into their own advantage as they shut down those players having to just run the gauntlet into the bomb site there.
In that round, you know, they play it right, except for, you know, right here. Obviously, it's not every day you see Crims just one-tapping people through the wall right there. But it's the idea that they got Brolin in main, like you're saying. They gave it up. They basically trapped him in there like a fish in a net and then killed him and then moved forward. So, other than that, what they forgot to realize was that time is not on their side.
And Dig, they've got a taste of their own medicine here. Down to pistols now for a change. Get right on the Tech Nina.
Yeah.
Like to see that, but one of the few upgrades in play. Deagle and Frybug Glocks are the rest. And double inner, Fnatic are poised well for a pistol round. Crims is going to get the first kill. That was on the A site. Dealing with the Deagle in main, but now Dig, 4 men, no util. May as well run the gauntlet down ramp. Get right looking to trade with the Tech 9, but Golden doesn't want to make it easy on them.
He's not going to let it be either. He finds one from the top of trades, makes it 2, and ultimately mopping up the eco frags. He's only good for 3, and Flush will be there to finish out the job. A 5th round on the board for Fnatic. Only pistols in the round for Dig, and now they're going to have money to buy up again.
Yeah, Flush wanted that Tech 9 very badly. Nothing like picking up weapons of your opponent's side that you can't secure. Always feels nice.
Said every Krieg user ever.
Not anymore. I'd rather an AK over a Krieg every day of the week.
Well, now, yeah, of course. I'd rather AK over...
Very noble of you.
Yeah. Big statement there.
Well, let's see, as PopDog looks to be the focal point in this round for Dig. Exist, set up above it. Has a teammate to try and drop down with him if needed. Flashes, and I like that. Flashbang pops over to the right, allows him to drop as it pops. And that will secure the aforementioned control for Dig. They now have the PopDog area under lock and key, but JW, good for one. Golden actually burns down from 100 in that molly. So back into a 3-on-3 courtesy of Halzak. However, all 3 players of Fnatic are here at this A side of the map, and Crims through the smoke has dealt with Frybug. Get right tries to swing on out and gets away with a lot of damage, but not the kill. Halzak now is the last man remaining for this Dignitas squad, and he's got to do a hell of a lot. They're not going to give him the fights needed. Fnatic, they'll put a 6th up on the board.
Yeah, while Fnatic deal with that really well, I want to talk about how nice of an idea that is for Dig, right? And what they do to start that round, like you said, is take PopDog. But the way they do it is by throwing the E-Box and Sandwich, smoke out straight away. No one commits with them, and that almost feels like a fake. Then they double drop Pop, knowing a player's there. There are 2 options. 1, they kill him. 2, they don't. If they don't, Forest, he swings out main with the cover, with the safety of the smokes that Dignitas threw from spawn, so he can swing the PopDog player and catching that man leaving the position. So really good way of forcing an early fight and forcing an advantage in the form of Dig. They know how keen Fnatic have been up this PopDog, even flanking it in the opening couple of rounds. So Dig, they make a good call. They try and commit to A off the back of it, but the shots just don't connect, and Fnatic have the players in position. So not their round, but still a nice attempt at it. It's Eco in this one. Fnatic look to take a even bigger lead on the CT side. This is where things start to get difficult for Dig.
Gonna get a run boost here from Ivy. JW will actually unscope and not see any of that. Now he's got some indication. He's had to take a shot. Brolin's gonna find that of get right. And again, just around with pistols here for Dig, so not too much in the expectation department.
Oh, JW dropping the Molotov, and Crims is here for the shutdown. Yeah, they deal with this danger well, and Exist, he kind of knows that his odds of finding much are out the window. JW, what's he doing there, mate? Trying to do something gross, but Exist, not in the mood today to get knifed. Yeah. And there goes the AWP.
That's what you get.
JW, yeah, you want to try and do something gross to my man Exist? Well, he'll throw your AWP out the map.
Yeah, well, don't worry, though. My boy Crims, he's got some money, and he's going to drop me an AWP next round. Ooh, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a waste of $5 grand at the end of the day, right? Like, that's a good decision from Exist. Of course, you know, you can feel very keen to go for frags here, and I'm sure in Pugs, you know, I wouldn't throw the AWP out the map. I go for kills, but Flushing knows what's up.
He knows where it is to a T as well.
At this level, you're looking to cripple your opponent's economy, and that is a great way of doing so. JW, very cheeky little play. He knew that he wanted to re-aggress towards the server side of Ivy, and that is not going to get allowed by Fnatic, or by Dig, rather. As said, the gun's dropped over, you would imagine. No, JW goes for a shotgun. He looks to sense of disrespect the way of Dignitas. And let's see if he can get that done.
When's he bringing the R8 out? That's what I want to know.
That's when you know that things have gone the Fnatic way in the server.
Ooh.
Well, JW with that shotgun's going to get himself knocked down to about half health. Goes for the pop dog play, but is ultimately backed out of there too. And we'll continue with the march onward.
Yeah, with that smoke and pop, it's a little bit awkward for JW. He's hanging around on the other side of it now. He's pretty safe for the time being. Dig have luckily enough moved away from the pop dog and instead started to focus elsewhere. Golden's going to hear that smoke connect onto Exist. And so he knows that there's players in Ivy. Dignitas trying to go back towards this A site late in the round. Yeah, right, made some noise above pop, but he is now retreating, likely going to move over towards main. He's got players moving back to try and join him.
Yeah, everybody just kind of minding their own at this point. Nobody wants to stick their neck too far out there. You can tell as Dignitas look to pressure Ivy with the bomb.
This would be, like, kind of the perfect play in this situation here and now if you go towards the A site. Admittedly, not so much anymore, and that's because Flusher has just cleared out the upper tunnels at B. So now Fnatic know that this has to be the A play, and JW is wrapped all the way through Pop Dog and is even coming behind these players for Dig. Now, all the kills have gone in favor of the Dig squad to open this round up. So even though these flanks are coming in, oh, JW's going to try and get a knife. Oh, instead he goes with the max 7.
Oh,
and he shuts down 2. It's only JW left, but what a clutch this would be. A lot of work on his plate. He was denied the knives, and that's only made JW angry. Spots Hauser and deals with him. Now just Freiburg left to beat, but he's wrapping around behind JW. He almost has the read. And just about Freiburg holds on. A 5th on the board for Dig. And Fnatic sent packing in that round there. Reinvestment coming back in. Money is not a problem. You know, you might have seen JW playing with a shotgun and thinking, well, yeah, they probably don't have a lot of money. No, they have plenty of money. He just...
he had a pop spawn in that round. That's why he took it.
Yeah.
And he takes about half health getting there, too. But it's like, what, you know, he's pushed all the way through T-Con, and he's standing there with his crosshairs of the shotgun on the guy's head, and you're thinking, okay, definitely he's formulating something in his mind to make this a statement.
What you're doing, you're calculating, like, can I pull out the USP, double ding key box, and then shotgun the guy close? And you're like, probably not.
Or you jump on the guy's head close to T-Con.
Knife him.
Really, he has no idea why he can't stand up. He thinks his control button's broken. Next thing you know, boom, it's JW.
Well, Golden, he's burning the connector. He's been up for the chopping block in this position before, thanks to the utility of Dig, and this one is no exception. Get right, pushing the site with Forest as well. There's still a player here, and they know about it. They're going to try and clear him out. JW caught scoping sandwich, and Exist will drive the knife into his back. It's Flusher alone. Again, often on these late lurks out of B, and unfortunately in this round, an even tougher task to deal with. 4 players alive, even with Forest low. This one's a lot.
Oh dear. Flusher gets away with a lot of damage, but whether or not that's going to convert to... Oh, did he just see Get Right? Oh, he did. He did see Get Right. And he even gets the tag, the dink,
How low they
Get
are.
Right there.
24, 12, 17,
yeah,
super low.
That was very, very doable. Yeah. And, you know, you can see why Flusher's so deadly in the clutches like that. Just doing everything he can to give himself, you know, little tidbits of information to work off of. And, you know, if Get Right goes down there, that becomes a very, very doable round for Flusher. But thankfully, Dig are able to hold on. They'll put a 6th up on the board. And, you know, this is a good T-side from the Dig squad. You know, this is one that they can't be disappointed with. And it stands a chance of getting even stronger if they're able to overcome this kind of partial investment from Fnatic in this round, right? Flusher and Golden carrying the bulk of the money, bulk of the investment. Get Right has just missed the timing there, but thankfully Flusher does give up the information that he's gone aggressive. And so now Get Right is looking for this man. Flusher's hanging around. And if he's allowed to take this control, then that's actually huge for Fnatic because it locks off this entire B bomb site and allows you to keep these 4 pistols, now 3 pistols over here at A, now 2 pistols over here at A.
JW hears the grenades go out and he tries to time the peek by going, oh, I can peek a player with grenades in his hands. But no, Freiburg was covering it. Halzerk, ooh, doesn't get there in time to stop the gun, but Freiburg does, denies the weapon pickup for Golden, and Brolin now on the site has to hold his own. Flusher's on a late rotate, Brolin's got 1, but again, Flusher, another 1-on-3. I've never seen this man in more undoable clutches than this game. Constantly coming in on these late rotates, but is he going to be able to put up another round of the ball for Fnatic?
Yeah, they don't know where he is right now, and he's worked his way through Ivy. Eyes set towards T-Con. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, so he'll continue to hold that shift key or the walk button. Looks like he's going to hold on to this P9 for the time being. Perhaps he can salvage one on the top of the connector here. There might be a gun down in there.
He should be dead. Halzerk's watching this with an AWP, so as long as Halzerk doesn't get hit by a timing, which he just did, luckily Get Right's going to pick up that position instead. So for a second that was unwatched, but Dignitas will not let Flusher find a gap, an opening, an opportunity. And Dig, this is quite the T-side on Train, right? We know that it's a strong map for them, far more so than Fnatic, who tend to stay away from it. But this is excellent. 7 rounds, potential 8th on the board. Will Fnatic have an answer?
Yeah, last round of the half has been a good half for the Dignitas side. All eyes on this, though. Brolin with the opening pick in the round onto Forest. A driving force for this side of Dignitas. He's not going to be the only one to fall. Halzerk is going to join him in waiting for the second half.
Yeah, so already Halzerk and Forest do just have to sit from beyond the grave as they watch and see where they Get Right exist, and Freiburg can keep the dream alive in this round. Fnatic pretty even split here, 2-3 across either bomb site. Reasonably comfortable, you know, being in a 3-on-3 at the best case scenario and a 2-on-3 at the B site in the worst case. Likely not going to see any of this kind of signature Fnatic aggression come through. They don't need to in this round. They will just hold and wait for these gunfights to come to them. Dig. It's a misnade from Exist. Gives up his position in main and also doesn't find any damage, unsurprisingly. Brolin now knows. And knows he's trapped on the left-hand side as well. So Brolin's just allowed to hold this angle pretty much for free. Flashbang is good, and that leaves him blind. Exist almost dealing with him. Brolin spotting Get Right, but not enough to get the kill. However, it is now just Get Right standing. They know where he is, and Golden is going to remove him. Fnatic, they narrowly win out this first half, 8-7. They're looking good, but as are Dignitas, this really does feel like it has the energy to go all 3 maps if Dig can keep this up. Moving in to the second half. Join us after a quick break to see how this first map of this series finishes out.
Cause you bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. Cause I'm out here staying, it's last of my soul. Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up.
Welcome back, everybody, to Dignitas versus Fnatic. You can take a look at these numbers. They're not going to lie. However, what is a lie is thinking that Fnatic ran away with the first half, because if someone told you that, they were definitely fibbing. My name being Trace, and of course with me is Harry and Hugo. We're going to tell you a little bit about this game that has left us in the second half where Dignitas only trailed by 1 round. However, Fnatic on a T-sided train. What are we looking for, Hugo B. Byron?
A lot of fast plays here. Dig, they were quite the contrary on the T side. They were setting up for a lot of late A executes, you know, splitting pop, getting control of Ivy, walking back late T-con with smokes. I feel like Fnatic are going to want to abuse their spawns when they hit these rifle rounds, get out into Dignitas's business, and hopefully a lot more towards that B bomb site. It was a site we didn't really get to see in the first half. Opening kills go the way of Fnatic, 9-6. That certainly shows how well Dig have been doing at pulling back these early disadvantages. But let's see how this pistol round goes. T-side for Fnatic. Flusher is out and about in the yard already, but he's going to leave after getting spotted and tagged. Golden on the utility with the bomb. And Exist smoking off the Ivy. That's where all of Fnatic, apart from Flusher, are coming from. So they're going to reroute and go back.
Yeah, holding outside of this B site early on. Fnatic now setting up with JW down here towards Ivy. He can come in late, but this B site is gone with the win. JW opening things up. Flusher gets on in. And as do the rest of Fnatic in tow. That bomb can now go down. Hauser does shut down Flusher, but he's got a lot more to worry about, and he will get overwhelmed there. Get right, all alone. 1v3 has retrieved this kit from the body down in Ivy, but there's a very, very slim chance he's able to find much, especially with Crims being aggressive in the connector. Get right kind of knows at this point, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to win this round. Crims is doing a great job of buying time, and you know, even as okay,
on,
now
surely.
1v1, Golden,
No
yeah,
time.
there's no time. Get right would have to get on the bomb immediately upon getting into the bomb site, and there's just not a world in which that happens. Golden even runs down the ramp and finishes him off. So Fnatic, they'll take the pistol, they go up 9-7. A nice try from Get Right, but not enough to win them the pistol round. And now Fnatic looking to reach double digits nice and fast.
Yeah, really good shots from Get Right, but it's the fact that he's late, right? It's the fact that he's playing Ivy, he's getting the kill, and he's so late into the bomb site. By the time he gets kills, it's a done deal anyway. Fnatic may not be their map pick, but they are now well and truly in the lead. This should really elevate them if they can get the anti-force. Dignitas, pretty decent buy. Get Right's on the UMP thanks to those kills. Got 2 scouts in play as well. So let's see what Dignitas have to show us in this one. Right now, heavy rifles for Fnatic, who look to play it safe. Oh, the one position that isn't being accounted for is Ivy. Dig should realize soon, and they're going to put one of the scouts on it in the form of Freiburg, but he adjusts, and Dig are being caught in transition right now. Fnatic could definitely get through this position. The smoke is down, and Dig can't really do anything about it but worry. Drop into the pop, gets spotted. Get Right, going close. There's grenades to deal with him, and Flush are going to throw one out. Nothing too significant. JW's crept through this smoke as well. Oh, Golden's found the kill for him, and now Fnatic, they can flood the outer yard.
Oh, Freiburg not able to beat Halzerk to that kill onto Golden. The scouts do manage to remove one. Fnatic still have JW very, very deep within this A bomb site, and he has caught every timing needed to wrap up close to Halzerk and deal with him accordingly.
They've lost Get Right.
Yeah, he's just trapped in Pop Dog. That smoke has cordoned him off and kept him out of the round. He's not able to have any impact here and now. Freiburg trying to deliver with the scout over towards Ivy's side. He is getting pressured, lands the tag onto JW. Has softened him up, but it's not going to be a round for Dig as they fall off. They look to save. They might be able to get away with some parting words onto the Fnatic squad. And Freiburg is eyeing up this AK. Now, we know it, he doesn't. Fnatic might not be too keen on giving it away, and Flusher certainly isn't. Sees the rest of the gang here. And it's a good old reunion for the Swedes, where Flusher shuts down the majority. Exist able to hold on to the scout and armor, but that is all Dig are going to have riding into this round.
Yeah, some nice scout shots coming out from Freiburg and Halzerk, even getting headshots on tagged players. Smooth stuff. Some damage at least for Dig, but nothing to write home about as Fnatic go 10-7 up with a similar buy coming through. Grenade on Exist going towards T-Con early. Dig just trying to put pressure on with the pistols, but USPs can be made such quick work on by Fnatic. JW going to look to show us how and why. Halzerk with a scout on Ivy. Gonna get smoked off. He wraps around instead. Get Right pushes T-Con, and Dig, really no fear in this round. You can afford to take risks, make gambles. Fnatic are going in, and I think Dig might know it. Get Right is on this long flank, and he is in such a good position to do damage here. He knows everything that's going on. He's combing that information. Exists with armor, does have a chance, but he's flashed out, and Brolin will find him. Get Right on the flank, drops one, but again, getting that gun can be so difficult against Fnatic, who are gonna look after it. Forrest also finding a kill. This is getting scary. Flusher is the one man, the one consistency between Fnatic in this round. On his second kill of the SMG, Crittens finally will join him, and it's gonna be Get Right again on a flank. This time not from B. He's gone back down the pump through the connector, and he almost had the drop on Flusher, but Flusher too quick, man. Fnatic up to 11.
And now we've got this buy on the cards for Dig. The most important thing is that heading into this first buy round, they don't allow this bonus round from Fnatic to best them, right? That is too, like, very, you know, it's like a double negative, but it doesn't make a positive in this instance.
No.
Your maths teacher was wrong. Sometimes two bad things, I mean, to be fair, it's not like they're bad numbers, they're just negative
just numbers.
Yeah, man, numbers are just numbers. But you know what I mean? You got the metaphor I was going for. And this round is very, very important for Dig because they don't want to be in one of these, you know, just losing back-to-back CT rounds, never having a proper buy. And they've already found boatloads of success in this round. Brolin tagged down low, finished off by Get Right, and it is just Golden left. Oh, double Molotov. He runs on through it, and he does survive for the time being, hidden in this smoke. And emerging, deals with Exist on the initial peak. but still a lot of bodies left to contend with. Knows that Get Right is in Pop Dog. That flash has given it away. But look up here on top of the trains. Freiburg is going to try and be the hero. And he goes up and over. An 8th round on the board for Dig. And a key one to pick up. Now, you know, you look over at Fnatic, they ran the bonus round in that one. They have money on JW and Flusher, but the rest of the gang certainly don't. And so, likely, you know, I wouldn't put it past Fnatic to go for some sort of investment in this round, right? It's not normal that you kind of see teams lose this first rifle round and then immediately just cave in. And, you know, I think the fact that you've got Flusher with some more money, there's going to be like at least a hero AK purchased up into this round. But, you know, like there's a world in which you can have 3 AKs here, 4 AKs even, if Flusher drops a gun over Crim's buys. And yeah, so, you know, they will go for the investment. You're going to have enough weaponry here for the Fnatic squad to do some damage.
Yeah, a bit of prioritization of utility for Crims and JW here, who will be taking hits for the team, but someone's got to do it. So Fnatic still pretty well armed, and Dignitas getting off to a good start, finding their first CT side round. The question is, how many more of them do they have in the pipeline? That was a bonus for Fnatic, who just kind of ran through smokes a lot of the case. So now's where Fnatic got to pull out something a little bit. Flusher running out, gonna get shot in the head. Gordon still waits. He's hoping for regression. He will get given it, and a free kill right back in the hands of Fnatic. They will take that every day of the week. Get Right is gone on this round, and 4-on-4 for Fnatic to group where they want. They have the Pop Dog with a player down Ivy as well, still looking to be an outer split, but that's not how Dig have read into things. Double B setup, smoke on down on the ramp, and not even a rotation off the back of that. They're instead going to push Hauser deeper to watch upper lane. So Dignitas with 2 on the outer yard right now have 3 positions to watch, with definitely not enough players, but they have set up perfectly for the triple Ivy take.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes here you just got to get a rally down, and you really got to get out there with your forward operating bases and push forward through the turmoil. And in this notion, that's what Fnatic look to do with Golden and company set up here at Ivy. They're going to try to push here on the extremity of the map and maybe make some leeway towards one of these sites. Diving off into the spawn smoke, Crims is now going to hard clear. I say that he didn't quite. Forrest would not have been suspecting that, and that's going to prove to be a fatal error for Golden, who went in the back lines.
Oh no, they haven't checked. Forrest plays the trigger discipline and shuts down both Crims and JW. This attempted investment from Fnatic has been overcome and dealt with. Forrest delivering 3 and Dig onto a 9th round.
Yes, Dig onto a 9th round, and us onto the B stream. Just to take a quick look, that's ESL_CSGO B. You see Nip and Ints going toe-to-toe. Right now, Alu stacking some bodies. 4-1 in opening duels, 8 multi-kill rounds, 116 ADR, and Ints currently with the lead, 10-9 on their CT side, also on Train. So if you are interested in watching that, if you are interested in catching up on all the Ints Nip action, that's ESL_CSGO B on the Twitch.tv network.
Easy for Ents, man. They've had quite the resurgence, right, in the road to Rio. They went 1-on-1 so far. So doing better than that of Pro League, who, there at least, were unable to pick up a win until their last matchup. At that point, it didn't matter anyway. They defeated VP in a game that didn't hold any consequence for the standings of Ents. I think Heretics have been a very interesting team in this side of things as well. 2-0 in their group alongside NIP, even above Astralis for the time being. But we'll see if that holds for the long term. Right now, it's a quick shot from Brolin. He's been very good at these opening D kills on both halves. Fnatic even playing with a ladder as well. Get Right knows they are near abouts, and Fnatic are going to walk back towards B, group for this inner site with no utility. There's not really a lot for them to you know, make happen here. You're hoping for the Deagles to get more kills, but now in this 4-on-5, Dignitas are split 2-2 once again, and this time it is the right call to make.
How's with this AWP looking to lay down the pain, and he's just decided to move away just briefly to re-smoke the ramp, and in that time Flusher has taken up a position over towards Heaven. Brolin deeks down another here at the ramp side, and Halzak misses another shot here. That would have been pivotal. He could have caught the bomb crossing, but now on the back of that shot missing, bomb plant found for Fnatic. The nades rain in and find a measly bit of damage into these players at this site. Flusher lurking around through the connector, and this lurk has got to do a hell of a lot. For it to even play into the round, though, Crim's had to buy time, and he's not managed to do that. They get into the site, and Flusher sees them both. He's thinking, how can I get as many knife kills as possible?
Not like this.
Well, he decides against that. They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. And Hauser gets the defuse. Flusher has outbrained himself there.
Wow.
And he timed that to perfection. The first shot he took was on the diffuser. He was trying to kill Hauser before he got that stick off, but it's a spin that causes a tag. He has to kill Get Right at that point. He has to take the man off the bomb. And at that point, the defuser's already come in. So Flusher, incredible attempt, but a millisecond too slow. That is such an unfortunate round. But remember, that was an eco for Fnatic, and Brolin finds 3 with a Deeg, so they should have never have made it that close anyway.
You can tell that Halzerg's like some 800 EDPI gamer with the speed of that rotation. And I do actually think the fact that he was spinning slow kind of saved him, because his head was out of view for so long. The Flusher, once he'd like completed his first rotation around the bomb.
What's up, my fellow 1.4 sensitivity gamers?
Hello, my fellow kids.
Over here in main, and he is looking to continue to lay down the pain, but he does get killed almost immediately, so never mind. It's a man advantage for Dig. Get Right to pick that up. Brolin was able to work some magic with the Deagle, but in this round with the AK, not so much. Forest aggresses into the upper halls, and now has a tremendous amount of control over here towards the B side of the map, and that is the very, very least. One by one, Dig are just pushing, and they're just taking fights.
And they're winning them.
This is great, man. This is what you wanted to see. I feel like I've gone back in time. Because this is a matchup that's actually stacking up on paper. And I tell you what, like, there will be a fair share of mind games in a way, right? Because Fnatic, this is like their first time in that #1 spot in a good while. And this is a squad that on paper they should be able to beat. There's also a lot of history, a lot of knowledge between all the guys in the server. And as things start to stack up more and more in favor of Dig, you got to imagine that that's going to get to Fnatic in some way. That round's flawless for Dig, by the way. They keep all 5 players alive. Get Right gets 3 kills, and now we tie it up 11-11. A tactical timeout called in for Fnatic. Oh, I'm so glad that this series isn't just a dominant Fnatic, right? Like, we wanted Dig to show up, and we want them to be a team that we take seriously, and we certainly are right now. Tying this up, 11-11, a chance to pick up their map pick and go 1-0 in this series to kickstart it. I mean, that there sets us up for a great series, and one that I think would go all 3 maps on the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams played, it went all 3 maps, right? Remember, it was back at the EU closed qualifier for the Minor. Miners, never heard of them, as now we have the Road to Rio instead, they get to play in both.
One of the things that's so cool about this is I think, like, for a lot of people, these are like the names that got you into Counter-Strike, right? And they are just all here in this server. Like, years ago when I was watching these guys play, and I could only dream of casting games when they were in the server, and here they are, just duking it out in 2020.
And it's not even players, you know, just in this server. We're talking about guys like Sean Gares, who are sitting at home now. You know, he's got his whole family together. He's raising children and whatnot, but that's also a guy that can really, really influence you to get involved with the scene. Either way, back into the action we go. And for what it's worth, we're looking at pistols. One Galil over here for the side of Fnatic. Fellow kids.
Yeah, Sean Gares, bit of a misfit.
That he is.
But right now, the Misfits, they are in the side of Fnatic and trying to make these eco rounds work round after round. They almost won the last half buy on that B bomb site with Flusher. A lot of that heavy lifting done by Brolin, who isn't deeging in this round. He's instead got a Galil. If anything, I think that's a downgrade for this young man. But we'll see what he can make work with it. Fnatic moving up Ivy. Freiburg smoked off. He does have Exist to support, and the Molotov coming in just after the smoke blooms will buy a good bit of time. That smoke is going to be near about fading when this Molotov ends, so Fnatic need to keep things fast.
This is a very, very cool idea. They throw the CT smoke first, and then Brolin drops a deeper smoke, right? And so now they can like play with the timings on the smoke grenades. Now we don't actually get to see it, but of course, you know, the one that you throw last is going to be the last one to fade. And so you can kind of use them like a door almost, right? You put up two walls, one of them dissipates, and then you have an open entryway to try and find something. Brolin weren't expecting much from him in this round. He's gotten himself 2 and now leaves JW in the clutch, but he's been spotted and dealt with by Exist. Dignitas going to take the lead, 12-11.
And just like that, goes the Dignitas. 12-11. That's just not how we saw this one going. Even though it is the map pick of Dig, they are certainly showing up and showing spades here. I mean, we talked to Get Right before the game. He said they're doing everything in their power to get on top.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you got to love about this Dig squad, right? Like, if there's one thing you have to say about these guys, it's that they still very much have, like, the passion for Counter-Strike, right? We all remember those very emotional interviews with Get Right when he was on the stage. I can't even remember what event it was now, but...
Last Cologne.
Yeah, I think it was, right? And he's, like, there, and there were the questions about retirement floating around, and he was, like, welling up in front of the crowd. He really is someone who just lives and breathes Counter-Strike and always has. And that's pretty true for everyone in this Dig squad.
Well, the thing, too, about that, right? That was, what, last Cologne?
Yeah.
And he says, like, you know, this will pretty much be my last time playing on this stage as a NIP player. But I think that this gets read into as, like, the last I'm going to play on the stage overall.
Well, I remember, I think, you know, OJ was asking, is this the last time we're going to see you? And Get Right just responds, F no, you know, like, this isn't. And, well, with how Dig are playing right now, you know, this is you know, we're early days. This is one map, but they're putting Fnatic, the best team in the world right now, to their knees. So this is really, really impressive. Let's see if they can keep it up, though, because Fnatic, we know they like a long game. We know they like a 30-rounder, and sometimes even more. Golden and Brolin, the two young boys on the block, and Brolin, he's pushed up. He's going to take a kill onto Freiberg. Forrest has found a timing down oil towards the site, but his position not given away. It will be caught by Brolin, who's still deep, saving his teammate's life, who wasn't to know. Get Right now on the ramp flank, and they read it well as well. No one bombed on planted for them, but Brolin is in the upper rail, and he won't even let Get Right get across. 12 rounds to Fnatic. Disadvantage in the B-bomb site, but they hold their own in the 2-on-4 and put Dig to the floor. Remember when we did have these two teams last face, as I mentioned, back in the EU qualifier for the Minor, it was Fnatic to take that series, but we had a double overtime victory on Vertigo for Dig, we had a single overtime victory on Inferno for Fnatic, and then Fnatic stomped Dig on Overpass to close it out. And that is our second map of the series. So Dig, a lot of pressure on them to really pick up train here. They can't afford to drop the ball right when they have it in the palm of their hand.
On the palm of their hand. Halzark playing up real close.
Yeah, this could get dangerous, though. The flash is going over it. He's close enough to dodge them. Lands a timing shot onto Brolin, despite being blinded. And now backs away. Dig are pretty comfortable sitting a man up. They don't need to force any more fights, but this does allow Fnatic to flood out through main. Halzark is here to try and plug these holes, but Golden and Crims getting 2 kills between them continue to leave Halzark in the hot seat, and it does get a little too hot for Halzark. Forrest almost in with the kill, but Flusher bests him, and now it's Exist in this 1v2. Bomb over towards main, does get retrieved by Crims, and he's able to just catch the timing into Olaf. Flusher continues to lock down the bomb site, and a 13th on the board for Fnatic. They had the choice to pick up the AWP. They've decided against it. Flusher really sending a message, giving it a little knife there at the end, showing us, you know, we could take this.
Yeah.
We don't need this.
And I think a part of the AWP is that Fnatic are going against an eco now, and so they don't want that to bring that AWP into play. They know it. And Halzark has really been a bit of an X factor for this team. Obviously, we didn't get to see him play back at Flashpoint with visa issues being a problem for Dig. But, you know, from the online games, at least for Dig, that of which they play many, you know, Halzark's been really, really good. So it doesn't surprise me not wanting, or Fnatic not wanting to, you know, bring in a weapon that he could steal back from them. Quick trade down on Ivy, though. They get an AK for their troubles, and Exist playing solo inner can't do much with the USP. It's going to be Fnatic all over the bomb site. They spot the Ivy take, and they react accordingly. This should be their round. It's all about making it expensive or just saving this AK for Get Right. Oh, dear. Look at him go. He's always hunting. Looking for them ecos. Oh, stolen though. Swiped from the palm of his hand. Brolin gets a double, and Get Right might want to run.
Yeah, Get Right trying to hold on to this AK, but the aim punch plays into that there. Brolin delivering 3 in this round. And we've just had these back-to-back multi-kill rounds for individuals on Fnatic. That is one thing you have to remember with this Fnatic squad, right? Is that any moment in time, it feels like they can have someone just step up and get 3. And not to mention that, they also are usually behind you. So that's that's something to bear in mind if you're Dig. You know, we do see like they're very, very cautious of these flanks.
Yeah.
And you know, you imagine that not only comes because of all the knife kills that Fnatic have been getting recently, but just because of the history between these teams. You know, Dig know you got to watch your back when you got Flusher, Crims, and JW in the server. This is a very, very close affair, and it is the kind of old boys in the server leading the way right now, all bar the exception of Brolin. He's up there tied first over on Fnatic, along with JW and Flusher. Crim's coming in just behind, and over on Dig, it's Forest and Get Right delivering a big performance. These two, by the way, like when they were in NIP, Forest was like always good, and Get Right would have like hit and miss games. But since moving into this Dig squad with Forest alongside him and the band being back together, as it were, this little duo is looking deadly again, and I love that. I'm a huge fan that we see Get Right and Forest, you know, reliving these big moments. This round, Get Right's going to try and get set up over towards Pop Dog. Nades exchange down Ivy side, and Golden does escape, get out through main, and now is a position. Oh, Get Right tries to go on.
No, he should have gone up.
Yeah, there was no right decision there for Get Right. It's more getting wrong. Forest dropped as well, and Brolin delivering the kill to put Fnatic a man up, trying to secure them the A-bomb site. JW alongside him, Halzerk missing that shot, and it all falls onto Exist in a 1v4 to try and deny Map Point the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, it's so unlucky for Get Right, right? Not only as he comes down was a player, you know, mollying from the top, but a player mollied from the yard as well. So he's walking into a double Molotov and nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's just cooking instead as Dignitas. They're going to drop this round. Exist does save the gun. That's something here moving forward for the CT side. But, well, hey, I say that. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Fnatic are hunting. Brolin wants to take these weapons out of play. But this is a nice off angle for Exist, and Brolin's checking everything. Will show up some shoulder, Exist with a kill, and an AK at his feet if he does so, please. It's going to be 15 for Fnatic regardless on the map pick of Dig. And yeah, just keep the M4 instead. Don't walk into the firing line.
Well, there are no Nucky Thompsons around here, but we do have quite a few gangsters over on the Fnatic side who are not afraid to get the job done in the most dirty of ways. They have certainly been pushed around here on the side of Train, but right now currently sit on Map Point. And we're gonna look at the next map of Overpass. That is Fnatic's pick, and Dust 2, should we need to go there? Should Dignitas have a fighting chance on the second map? That's where we're gonna decide this series.
Yeah, it's not the best money situation for Dig either. Halzerk has not really had a lot of chances to run this AWP in this map. And this will be no exception to that curse. Brolin, though, full flash coming out main, and he will go down.
Yeah, I almost wonder if on the back of seeing, you know, and hearing at least so many weapons firing at him from main, if we see these two players at B try and make a bit of a move, and Exist would have to break them down. Oh, the timing, the weapon switch.
No.
And he gets caught out. Halzerk does respond with one. The rotation of this bomb on the back of Golden is looking to come in, but he's got to get down the ramp, and he does manage to best Halzerk in the head-to-head. 3-on-2 retake of the B bomb site now required from this Dig squad. Golden and Crims going aggressive, trying to get into the front line, trying to take the fight to Dig, and Crims bested after the first, now leaves the pressure onto Golden. All alone, tucks himself in, spots Get Right, but now they know that Golden's here, and he can't find this shot, still alive and ducking down, but Freiburg delivering 3, gets all the kills required, and puts a 13th on the board for Dig. They're trying to take us to overtime.
That they are.
But it's going to be a grind to get there if you're Dig. The money is good for Fnatic into the future.
And you have to look at that last round. You have to say, wow, what a big play. Even, you know, a Dig big play if you think about it. It's a really good play here from the side of Dignitas. They shut that down, push us ever so close to the brink.
Got away with words, Trace.
Yeah, I've been trying to wait for the big Dig moment, or like the big Dig play.
The big moment?
The big
Dig play.
That's like just a big lighter, right? Like
The old BDP. Well, let's see if it comes through in this one as Fnatic, as you said, Harry, armed to the teeth. They got money for days, and they will be putting all their eggs into this little basket here.
Well, Easter is over.
Where are your parents?
Where are your parents? It's time to start again on the outside site. It's going to be that of Dignitas with the first kill. Brolin falls. That's not a good look.
Oh.
There you go. There's a little bit of an equalizer on the side of Golden. However, shots flying all around this place. Dignitas, they have really put it to Fnatic here. Just Crimson a 1-on-4. He's got one. Still 3 players alive. And on half health. Doesn't have the bomb. It's probably down in one of the worst places it could possibly be on the outside of the yard. And he's got nowhere to go. What's he going to do? Like, what really does he have in his tool bag at this point?
He's got to hope that Dig makes some mistakes, but look at them. They ain't budging. They got the bomb in their sight, and they're not looking to fight. This is rough for Crims, because the money for Fnatic, while it's good on some players, it's pretty bad on the others. A bomb plant would have really made things lovely for what could be round 30. Or what will be round 30 at this rate. He got spotted, and Exist has him on the cross. Even if he didn't, there was Freiburg in the sandwich watching the same angle. So Dignitas doing the dirty.
That they are. Speaking of dirty, we look over here at Godsent versus Copenhagen Flames. Now, there have been quite a few hitters over there on the side of Copenhagen Flames, but one that's sticking out here in this series is Nodios. 25-14. Just a quick peek in to the other side of things. That's going to be going on over on the C stream. ESL_CSGO C is where you can find the Copenhagen Flames taking on Godsent. But for here, though, this has gotten a little dicey.
Why would you switch off? We're about to hit OT if Fnatic don't find this follow-up round. And even if they do, it's a 30-round barn burner. The heads to Overpass is a second. You can't not be happy with the result you're getting. But maybe Fnatic aren't the ones too pleased with themselves. They had this one in the bag, it felt. And 3 in a row for Dignitas is going to be required if they want to bring this to overtime. Pistols in the hands of Fnatic, not where they want to be.
And the nuts thing is, we had back-to-back 3Ks from Freiburg to get Dig here, right? He's really stepped it up in these last 2 rounds. So let's see if that is set to continue here. Overtime or bust for Dig. Fnatic, not much money to try and make a victory here a reality. They're relying on these 2 AKs spread between Flusher and Brolin and the Deegs to get the job done. Setting up above Pop Dog early are Fnatic. Players back in main and JW waiting in Ivy. That Molotov is going to force Get Right out into the open.
Yeah, but look at this. It is overtime for Nifins. That's a totally different ball game altogether. Still 10 alive in the server for us. We are on the precipice of an OT.
What's cool about OT for Dig is they're finally going to get the money, and on the CT side as well, which is where they'll start. So Halzak will be able to run the AWP. They could even get 2 if they please. I don't think they'll lean that way, but it's an option, and it gives a lot more availability to Dignitas, who are certainly going to be favored in overtime considering the CT-sided start, but doesn't mean it's undoable for Fnatic.
Doesn't even mean that we're going overtime just yet.
Look at this round. There's a triple B setup for Dig, and you're more than right, Trace, because Fnatic, they want to come down Pop. They've got an A split on their mind right now. They could bail into B if needed, but that would be a bit of a mistake. Double IV conversion as well. Halzak going to molly that one off. Brolin moving up, and Fnatic are going to walk into this absolute stack from Dig. One player has just left, but it's still a double man setup.
Yeah, Freiburg holding this angle is generally not going to go well for the T side of things, and with the time ticking down, just 20 seconds left on the clock, Halzak finds the first kill of the round. It's been quite some time since we've seen some frags, but now they're going to start to come in at a Fury's pace. Freiburg only good for 1. There's a trade for Exist, and they keep on delivering. That's going to be a bomb plant and a 2v2 for Fnatic.
Oh, Halzak, he's throwing caution to the wind. He's running into the site. He's looking to take this one to overtime on his own, but he's missed the timing. Crims is coming on the wrap, and Halzak does about find him. The bomb not planted for JW, and no Molotov to burn them out. They've spotted him. They can just stick the defuse. We're going to overtime. There's nothing JW can do.
You say that, and you're right. 15-15. OT has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. All 100 billion of you watching out there, thank you for joining us. It's just an estimate, you know, if I had to guess.
Close enough, you know. Right. Viewing records have been pretty good. Pro League went up, I think I read 230% in viewing this season. That ain't bad.
It's pretty good.
Who doesn't love a bit of Counter-Strike? Well, these 10 players certainly do, because they're playing another 6 rounds. Bonus rounds are out and about here as we head into the train yard. Dig keeping things on the CT side. Holzer got that AWP. It's 10k MR3 as our major Valve rules. And so money is certainly going to be a problem for long-term Dig, but not for the short term. Those grenades are pretty penny, and they turn quite the return on investment.
Yeah, you love to see that, right? Using the utility to strip a man away early on, and a key player at that, right? Brolin already removed. Halzerk almost there with the shot through the smoke. Molotov to force Get Right out of the Pop Dog once again. But he's pretty content with it. Re-smokes down. Flusher now looking to move into Pop, and ooh. Time in. Everything here. Get Right, flashed off, and now knows that Flusher has moved in to the Pop position. Forest is fully blinded and does get mopped up, but it's still an advantage lying with Dig. And amongst all this madness, Exist is pushing the extremities of the B site. He's going to be available to come in on a flank. Flusher, sure he deals with Get Right, but now he is the only man remaining. And this is where this flank from Exist is like the fail-safe in this round, right? Even if Flusher is able to get deep and throw a bit of a spanner in the works, Exist should have it dead to rights. Halzer gets bested, and there it is. Exist flank comes on in. Dig gonna take the first in OT. 16-15 now.
And that is a sigh of relief, right? When you're playing MR3 10k OT and you're on the CT side, if you don't win that first round, you're in such a tough spot, because it means regardless of how that second one goes, you're still going to be potentially lacking the AWPs if you want multiple, etc. So Dig winning the first gives him that buffer. Will Fnatic close the buffer? We'll have to wait and see. They have not been keen to give Jesper his AWP this game. Just going for flat rifles throughout. And this one, no exception. Again, a default for Fnatic, spread thin across the map. Utility to Ivy early. They will leave that position, so there's a chance this ends in B, but everyone's sitting outside of T-Com right now, so late smokes here for Fnatic. And again, Dig with the double B setup. That's been their mainstay, often leaving outside to 3, but you can get it done with 3. Ooh. Phew, Forest almost left, but he's back.
Volley of nades go into this A-bomb site. Flashes to allow Fnatic this path out from main. Freiburg pressured from too many angles at once, and Brolin, he just deep dives in through the smoke, catches Get Right and Forest unaware inside of the site, and now Halzer can Exist on for what would have been a 2-on-5, now turned 2v4, but the bomb ticking away already, and Dig know this is not going to be a round that they have much of a chance in. As well as that, being over on the CT side, they might just consider the save, and that looks to be the decision, right? They hold on to the AWP, they keep an AK over on Exist, but Fnatic, they're going to go hunting. They've got no reason not to in this instance. They've got money into the next round. They can afford to throw some bodies and try and take these guns away. Exist might be on a bit of a timer here as they're about to come out through the connector. Flusher gets dealt with, but Exist, oh, he does manage to escape. He just eludes the guys out from connector, so he is able to hold on to that rifle. Fnatic tying it up 16-16, and a reinvestment back in for Dig. Should get to see exactly why it's important that they hold on to these guns, as now that money is jiggled around. And
what a heroic play for Brolin as well, right? Like running through the bomb train smoke and flanking 2 CTs there, getting both of them off the site. That just wins a round for Fnatic single-handedly. And that's what Brolin can be so good at doing. 25 kills for him, same story for Flusher. Oh dear, talking of which, he gets burnt out of the Pop Dog, but there are trades.
A little ambitious for Flusher, but don't worry, Brolin here is going to try to even up the score a little bit, and that's what we have at 3 versus 3. Well, he's on down to 70 HP. He's still firmly in control of this Olaf area.
Look at Exist again, by the way, aggressing in through the B halls, taking full advantage of the fact that Fnatic have not been playing this position. Exist, he could deal with one of the prongs of this split, and now JW is forced to try and take gunfights inside of the site. That's where Exist comes in to save the day. Crim's left up alone in a 1v3. A lot of work to do. Does have this bomb on his back and a flashbang to try and assist him at the very, very least. Dig, knowing that they've given up this upper control and not knowing where Crims resides, they've had to rotate Forest around to the B bomb site just as a bit of a precaution. And this is going to give Crims a little bit more room to work with, but emphasis on little bit, because Halzerk is holding all these long angles from Ivy. He'll put a 17th up for Dig. Now just 2 away. They only need 2 here in the second half of OT to take this first map. 19, of course, being the magic number that we're looking for.
And let's remember regulation now. Dig, 70 rounds initially, split right down the middle at the end of the first half. They had a pretty good showing, so there's definitely a world where they can get 2 out of 3 here. Fnatic have got to feel worried of that. JW not been keen on the AWP this, or at least this T side, but going to be pulling it into the CT side once again. It's been a long time coming. Could it be the solution? Org up for Brolin. He misses the Krieg. This one will have to do. Oh dear, get right. Not ready for someone to be pushed so close either. And there's going to be more where that came from. Dig want to barrel into this A bomb site, but Molotovs have cut them off. The plan has been given away by Get Right's death, and now Fnatic are more than ready for this one. 4 on the outer site, still utility in the face of Dig. They're going to try and push round it rather, and Brolin is holding the Olaf side. Golden close to main. This is a slaughter, and Brolin on his 3rd. JW fires one through the smoke, and Forest, he is all that stands here for Dignitas.
Yeah. They were just 2 away. Now that's looking merely impossible. JW with the last kill of the round using his AWP. Brolin for 3, JW for 2 in that round, albeit good stuff from both of them, and for Fnatic to keep this one close. Again, 1st to 19.
Yeah, Brolin's been monstrous here in overtime, right? Really just stepping up time and time again for Fnatic. This round, of course, absolutely no exception. And now double AWP. Golden going to be bringing one out alongside JW. He's got his over here towards the B site. He's going to try a fast Halls peek. Meanwhile, Brolin clears the pop dog, deals with the first man in, and continues to hold this position. Get Right does actually drop down into the smoke. Brolin's going to throw a nade in.
Surprise.
Ooh.
Ooh, this is an interesting one.
It's about to get sweaty, everybody. Hold your horses. Here we go.
Oh, Get Right.
And Get Right loses.
Yeah, not up to the task. Crims even rotated in to help Brolin out there, so Get Right up against 2 guns emerging from that smoke. JW even spots Freiburg down in Ivy. So Fnatic have a great idea where these Dig players reside right now.
But the double peek. Oh, he was not ready for that. He was done for either way. And it's Freiburg with the AK headshot on to JW. Drops that AWP there. That's going to be a bit of a vulnerability.
Yeah, JW has often been caught in this game, going down Ivy, you know, expecting one player there on a lurk and getting, you know, given double peeks or trades. You know, he plays off of audio of grenades, and then turns out there's Freiburg there waiting. More often than not, Dig have had a lot of control towards Ivy, but in this round it's just left to 1 man, because that's all they've got. Freiburg on the corner. He's got a kill already in this round. They should know it, and they do. Flusher will deal with the problem at hand, and Fnatic will get 18 first. Map point here for the pick of Dignitas. It could slip through their fingers after all.
Yeah, and with a team full of veterans, normally we would say something like, oh man, you know, they're going to run out of gas. They've lost an OT here in the first map of the series. But I don't necessarily see that being the case for a team like Dignitas, where it's not just that they have the veterancy and the experience and the time spent in the server. They're also playing against some former foes in Fnatic. So they're going to have to turn it around, turn it back up if they can't win it right here.
Former teammates as well.
I think as well, right? This is where Dig are in like a pretty unique position, right? Because you look at other teams where they have like these like veteran hard-hitting players. I think that like FaZe is a good example of teams where you have like legends from many different eras, and expectations for that team are very, very high as a result, right? Whereas for this Dig squad, it is like, you know, you've got the band back together. You were never expecting them to be world beaters out the gates. It's all about what they can build. And so I think for Dig, they can look at the positives of this regardless. But,
you saying it's over?
Well,
no, I'm not saying over.
You know, and let's just go a little bit further with that, right? You're talking about the band getting back together. Well, they've got their first album out now. And of course, it's still settling in with the, you know, the people reviewing it. You know, we really haven't seen enough of Dignitas, I think, to either buy into the program or berate the album. We don't know just yet. Either way, Get Right finding a kill onto JW, and we're back into it.
Hey, I mean, if Dig drop this round and lose this map, they might just be going back to selling their mixtape in the street trays.
Hey, man, you got to start somewhere. You guys are my street team, so I don't know what the big problem is. How many album sales are we up to?
Sales?
10 million.
Yeah.
Sales, but we're giving away all the CDs I've heard.
Yeah. Donations, I think, is the word we should use.
Nice, yeah.
Donations to the bin.
Okay, rude.
No, I'm kidding, Trace. Your second album, way better than your first.
Yeah. And if you liked my first, you want me to do more of my old stuff, go buy it.
Sure.
Because I'm kidding, dude. I don't have any mixtapes. You guys are crazy. Brolin peeking out here into T-Con, finds a kill into exist, and this could be the very beginning of the end for Dignitas. A little less is a minute, and they are still locked out of both sites. They don't have any control in Ivy. They don't have any control inside. The Brown Halls are just now being explored by them.
Beginning, the end. Also, the end of the beginning. This is the first of a potential 3-map series, but with Overpass coming up, a map that has been very, very favorable to Fnatic. They are looking to 2-0.
Yep, and over on the other stream, as we are in overtime, so is Int and Nip. It's almost as if they're all on the same wavelength, same map, different teams.
Yeah, let's see if we can run it back again, right? Dig 3-on-4. They need to outdo Fnatic in a very big way in this round here and now. They do get that trade onto Flusher. Freiburg trying to turn the heat up, and he brings the fight to Crims in a way that he was not ready for. Freiburg continuing with this aggression. Golden and Brolin team up for that kill. They just about get it. Freiburg has to deliver a stellar clutch here. He knows where both players are, but Golden swinging out, secures the round and secures the victory here on Train for Fnatic. 19-17, they get it done in overtime. They go 1-0 up in this series, taking Dig's map pick away. And with Overpass loaded in the chamber, ready to come up next, Fnatic are looking to make this one a 2-0. Can Dig bounce back, or will it be the Fnatic story? Join us after a quick break to find out.
Is this thing on? Can the audience hear me?
Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love it. What's up, babe? And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. Bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round.
Dignitas and Fnatic, a battle between former friends and even some co-workers here. If you take a look at it, Fnatic do pick it up in overtime, 19-17. We did go the full distance, and as the Glock rings out, that also lets us know that it's almost time for that next map of Overpass. We can begin to discuss what happened on Train, though. When I say we, I'm talking about Harry, Hugo, and myself. We're going to talk a little bit about what Dignitas showed us right now, because it was a little bit of face.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas were looking really good in the server. I think that's fair to say, right? Like, especially the old guard, which was like refreshing to see, you know, everyone there stepping up in spades. Forest and Get Right delivering some stellar moments. Freiburg as well, I think, was instrumental in that game, even reaching overtime in the first place, right? He gets back-to-back 3K rounds. Forest, though, is such a good talking point, such a good place to kind of start this discussion, because he was the man who back in NIP, even towards the end of him and Get Right's tenure in that squad, it felt like he was always consistent, you know, he was always stepping up in the server. And so seeing him carry that forward into Dig and seeming like, you know, the rest of the squad are kind of energized around it is a real good look. And Dignitas, I feel like they kind of blindsided Fnatic with just how well they were able to take to this map and bring the heat here in this matchup.
And the thing about Force is it's not only he's a gamer, but there's definitely, and you can reference back to just the old time when this lineup was together, there's chemistry here that's going to happen naturally no matter what. So Force slots right into here. It's just as if it's home for these guys. Here you go.
Yeah, and it's certainly nice having Halzuk in the mix as well, right? Bit of a rough one for him with the AWP, but more often than not, he's holding the line for Dig, and he's looking really good while doing so. Train, great map for him in the past, but right now, Fnatic just, again, proving why we have them in this #1 spot.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the Fnatic side, and let's kind of really hone in on some players here for the side. I personally want to talk a little bit about Krems, what he was able to bring to the table in this best of 3 so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Krims was looking great just throughout. Like, he's another one of these guys who just became like a staple within Fnatic thanks to his consistency, right? And even when this Fnatic squad was going through the trials and tribulations of splitting between the Godset mix, you know, it was looking at Krims as being that kind of staple figure within the team. And now that he's back and he's got the rest of the guys around him, he's continuing that, putting up great numbers. I think another guy who was instrumental here for Fnatic was Brolin. You know, he had such a good game, especially in a similar vein to Freiburg, as we ended up in those overtimes, as the games went the distance, the man that we were looking towards was Brolin to turn a lot of those fights around.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting talking points about Brolin was when the Kree got nerfed recently coming into the end of Pro League and the start of Road to Rio, we're wondering like, okay, is this going to affect Brolin? Is he going to drop off? Is he going to be struggling? Well, no, 35 kills, 25 deaths, top of the entire server, looking really, really good. And it was so pivotal for Fnatic on those eco rounds. He was just getting D kills left, right, good night.
Left, right, good night. But we're not ready to go to bed yet. In fact, we got another map on the docket between that of Fnatic and Dignitas. A little bit of Overpass is on the cards. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will return with the second map of the series, and we will hope that you are joining us there.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
Well, Overpass now on the cards. That's what we're looking to in front of us between Dignitas and Fnatic. Plenty of questions, though, as Dignitas did push Fnatic to overtime in the first map of Train, and Train does go in the way of Fnatic. So after all of that, we get to pick back up, start over here on the map of Overpass. And just a couple of questions coming in here. I'm going to start to direct them towards you, Hugo. But before we do that, I just want to give some breaking news that has broke in the middle of that last game. Actually, it is that Kassad is no longer with the 100 Thieves, and that is a very interesting talking point by itself. After extensive discussions, we've mutually agreed to part ways with our CSGO head coach, Kassad. We appreciate his work with the squad over the past few years and wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think that's quite the blow for 100 Thieves. And I think for Kassad, if you're an org, right, you got to be eyeing him up because you look at what he was able to do with that 100 Thieves squad, right, in both of his tenures there. And he is a remarkable coach. So, I imagine we're not going to see him orgless for very long.
Yeah, and we definitely won't be seeing, well, we'll talk about that later. That's orgless. For this matchup, at least, I want to start to talk a little bit about the T sides of Dignitas. What do we think in terms of them strategically speaking, Hugo?
For Overpass, I actually don't know because we've only seen them play this map twice.
Well,
one of them was versus Fnatic. They got blown out of the water. They weren't able to put up rounds there at all. They got 3 in the entire map. And so really, I'm not holding out for this. I was impressed by Dig on the first map. They look really good again on the least play. The least played one for Fnatic, obviously. One less map played on Train than Vertigo. Now they're level-headed. But either way, yeah, I'm really holding out for a 2-0 here. If Dig managed to put up a 10-round fight, I'll be impressed on Overpass.
Do we think that Dignitas has a stronger CT side than their T side overall?
I mean, I really couldn't, like, especially not in, like, within the realm of Overpass.
Well, not just Overpass, okay. I'm talking, like, overall.
As a whole, I don't know, like, because CS meta is kind of dictated in a way now where, like, maps have started to feel a bit more T-sided, right? I think one thing that lends itself well to the likes of Dig, I almost called them NIP, that's still something I'm trying to get myself out of the mindset of, is that, you know, like, even if you think about when they, like, made their historic runs with this squad back in the day, you know, like, when they had that 87-0, the CS meta has changed a hell of a lot. And you look at what teams like Astralis have done and how there's even more of an emphasis on things like utility. Well, I feel like we've been seeing more and more of that from Dig as we've seen them play. You know, their utility usage has been great. And I think over on CT sides, they've utilized things like nade stacks, flash pushes really, really well. So I would like to think that heading into Overpass, they can bring the heat. I like to think that they can step it up here in the server. I want to see a good fight, and we don't have to wait long before we get to see it. Dig starting on the CT side of Overpass.
I think if anything, that's a worry. Fnatic's T side is so good, and they have such a pace. But letting them start where they can dictate said pace on this half is going to work out very well for Fnatic. You would think that Get Right has other ideas.
And there's a shiner of a shot, even a sapphire of a shot onto Flusha. But now it's going to be up to Fnatic. They're going to gain complete connector control. Maybe try to pressure some on this A site. Waiting and lie and wait, at least, exist. Now he finds himself pretty close up here, but already a rotation's come in.
Yeah, 3 on this top site. Once that third player does make it up from heaven, Brolin is going to be leading the charge here. Always good for those opening kills, but right now it's Exist to find the first on this site. Fnatic down by 2 in the round, and they've got 3 to deal with. It's a fair fight on the A site. That's not what you want as a T, but Crims is making the best of a bad situation. JW hits a flick, and now he's in a clutch. Now he's in a very winnable clutch. A single bullet will connect, and it's on to Get Right on the flank.
Holy smokes, what a shot there to keep this round alive. JW, 1v1 with Get Right. He's going to try to grab this bomb right around the dice box, and he's going to grab a USP in the process. Finds out that Get Right is just not that far away. And on his egress, he's trying to get out of sight. He wants to get this bomb planted at the very minimum, but can't win the fight with Get Right. Decides to stick around in the A site, and that's going to prove to be a big problem. Dignitas pick up a pistol.
Yeah, B was an option there, but the way JW throws that smoke is so that Get Right can only see the cross towards CT. He can't see the cross back towards Truck. So JW, he tries to double fake it. He tries to bait Get Right into thinking he's dropped lower. But Get Right quick on the trigger, and 3 kills in the round off the USP. Excellent work. JW, honestly, this shot, bang. I mean, you don't even realize he got it. And with 1 bullet left, even closes out the kill as well. Not the round, however. It's Dignitas to start things off strong.
Yeah, and he sticks around for that fight, which is, you know, kind of a curious thing. He drops the smoke. You think maybe he's going to get away, but that's just not how it works out. Now Halzert with an SMG is going to push up close. He's going to make Fnatic pay for it.
Yeah, actually, they want nothing to do with it. They'd rather just leave, and that's probably a good decision. Mid being lost by the side of Fnatic, JW holding on to it. But it's only Glocks. Fnatic already probably talking about that follow-up round. And, well, it will come sooner than maybe they desire with a spray down monster. Get right, throwing his gun out, trying to make sure nothing is given to Fnatic. And that is still going to be the case. JW is late from middle, and there is no one here. Dig will hear him from the connector, and Exist should have the drop.
Yeah, B hopping around on burst. Probably would have felt a lot better in 1.6, but here, I think it's still a work in progress for a lot of people. Bursting Glock shots. It does feel very satisfying when you land it. I will admit that.
Yeah, the one in like 90 shots with the burst Glock you get to take. Maybe when it connects, it feels good. I wouldn't know. I haven't had that happen. So, yeah, you know, it's not something that we see used a hell of a lot. Molotov to try and stop this fast park play, but Brolin just goes right through it and now looks to extend a bit of control into mid. Already we're seeing some of this nice utility coming out from the Dig side to find some early damage and chip away from Fnatic. Fnatic setting up with a very, very heavy presence down here towards B. Brolin is the only man up towards the A side of the map. And he does start to have Crims peeling on back, looking to join him over here in mid. Even seeing Golden move away. And so, yeah, it looks like they faked B early on in this round. And I don't think we're going to see them commit to this, right? That bomb's starting to rotate away. They've seen so many smokes. They've seen so much utility coming out of this B site that they're pretty happy with the attention they've drawn down towards it. And they do leave players here. Now, a bit of a spanner in the works is Halzerk, who's gone aggressive and caught a great timing on this monster push. Golden not going to be ready for that, offers himself up. And right now, all the kills going in favor of Dig. This was a bonus round attempt from this CT side, and they might be about to go flawless.
Yeah, Fnatic are running a very loose first rifle round here where everyone's kind of split up, and that's why things aren't going their way. Trades have not been found, and Dignitas's off angles and positions have netted them a lot of kills. The toilets, the monster push, all very helpful here for Dig to get in position.
But still, in a 2v4, odds are stacked against Fnatic. Brolin's going to work his way up to sandbags, and he's there by his lonesome. However, with the bomb, it's going to be that a flush joining in from Monster. Brolin good for one, but doesn't matter. Big Bad Freiburg comes through with a double. And that's going to be a round up on the board for Dignitas. And for the money situation of Fnatic, it's grown a bit weary.
Yeah, we should see a 4-0 here, and that's really impressive, right? When we look at the last games that Fnatic have played on this map, I mean, their last 3 matches, they beat Astralis, they beat Mousesports, they beat FaZe, you know, all 16-11 or 16-12 wins. So not exactly super competitive either, which is so impressive for Fnatic. So Dig have got their work cut out for them, but right now, they're doing a good job. Looking like the 4-0 lead potentially, and Fnatic yet to get around on the board. JW beats one Molotov mid, but not the other. And how's that going to need it as well just to keep them back and find some damage? It's flushing, mainly getting tagged actually on B. So that grenade really offers up nothing for Dignitas, and they're going to fall back passively to the site, giving Fnatic the room in middle, but again, it's only an eco after all.
That is the case. So far, Dignitas are really not trying to venture out of their comfort zone too much. They want to apply pressure to Fnatic, knowing that Fnatic could swarm and really just steal a round away. Going to smoke out Halzerk, who had a pretty good spot, and he's only able to shift a little to the right, and that gives him a bit of a one-way here. That smoke's going to fade.
Oh, they try and boost over, and JW did get tagged there. It goes through both pieces of wall at the divider. That was almost a connection from Halzerk the second time around, but these pistols have gotten close over towards the toilet side. That's something that Fnatic are going to be feeling happy about, but now they've got to try and break through this defense, and that one flashbang that they had gets thrown in. They don't find any kills on the back of it. In fact, they all come up in favor of the Dig squad. Flusher now brought down, and Halzerk there to solidify the round victory for Dig. It is a flawless round, money made here for the CT squad. They're feeling happy about how these last 3 have gone down. And now the reinvestment in from Fnatic again. And I don't think we're going to see that kind of loose style coming on in. Hugo mentioned it, right? Heading into that first rifle round, it was very, very loose. They had like a bit of a default attempted to get taken. And then it kind of felt like, you know, there was a bit of like I don't want to say indecisiveness, because I don't really think there was ever much of a plan from the offset, right? I think it was just to hold the default, and as they get caught trying to rotate away from B, Halzerk catches that great timing. And so that's something that Fnatic can't afford to have happen again, and they know it. So it will just be spreading out early on, taking this default once more, and this time they get a good result from it. They catch Halzerk on his aggression down towards short side. At this point, Fnatic now sitting a man up. They can kind of go back to the drawing board and reevaluate how they want to approach this round in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, and you can already see the change, right? Right there is Fnatic. Instead of focusing on just spreading out and looking for kills, great shot from Crims firstly, but Fnatic focus on taking an area of the map and using a lot of players to do so. Flashes up for Crims, lets him get into B short, a point of contention, a point where Dig want to fight back, and they will be as well, inside of the B bomb site with their first kill. Friberg holding his own on his own, and he needs to get more done, but Golden gets a quick trade, and Exist is left in a clutch. Grenade could kill the in-game leader of Fnatic, and he's the one going for the plant as well. So if Exist considers it, that could certainly spice things up, but it's going to come in a bit late. Bomb planted already. Even with that grenade kill, Exist might be considering saving.
Yeah, you have to applaud what Fnatic was able to pull off there. They draw so much attention towards that water side and, you know, the bottom of connector that, well, before they know it, it's Fnatic running all the way out Monster and shooting them bit in the side and off guard. Either way, yes, this is a save round for Exist and Dignitas. Have that AK going in the next round. Plenty of money too. They'll be able to buy again. But for Fnatic rather, will have their first round on the board. 4-1.
Very accurate sound effects there.
Yeah. I'm loving what we're seeing out of Friberg in these games. Like, he's really looking quite good, right? Like, that round there, it felt like there was a moment where he could have got it back under control. He just lands that, like, phenomenal one tap onto the player in Monster. I was thinking, like, is this where he just locks it all down? But no, he does get bested. I absolutely love, like, the kind of, like, Dig players in the sense that I'm with the Fnatic guys. Like, these are all people who do just love Counter-Strike. Like, you think about Friberg as an individual, he actually had a chance where he could have gone into, like, an analyst role at one point. You'll remember, like, back in Katowice, he was doing a lot of analyst work there.
I think he did a Malma and a Clone, actually.
Yeah, so, you know, he had the chance to kind of do that, and he's someone who's very eloquent and can talk about Counter-Strike, but he is just someone who loves the nature of competitive CS, right? So much that he wants to be involved playing it, not standing on the sidelines. And that's kind of true for a good few of the Dig guys. Like, you know, you can bet that, like, you know, they could have just streamed. They could have just, you know, taken up, like, a managerial role. They could have done anything. That's the thing, right? There's a lot that they could have done, and yet they still dedicate their time to honing their craft in the server and trying to become a competitive squad with this new Dig lineup.
Oh, who would
say new? Yeah. It's actually like an old lineup, but you know, a new look for these guys being back together again. And in this round, they've taken an advantage. Get Right opening up with a kill onto Brolin. Now Fnatic setting up outside of the B bomb site, but Dig have got 4 players here. They've read this to a T, and it's going to be hard for Fnatic to put up the numbers to get them in. But Flusher and Golden do feel up to the task. Exist is just going to hide for the time being, waiting for Halzerk to get into position to help him out.
Now, Halzerk with his AWP is going to have to go for this fight through Heaven. In the meantime, Exist falls. They don't exactly know where Halzerk is, but a probably good indication that he has that AWP. So Heaven, certainly a nerve-wracking point. They're going to hear him drop for sure. That's going to bring Flusha back from the sandbags. Now, Halzerk's going to walk right in here. If he finds one, that would go a long way. Don't think that he saw the barrel of the guy at Monster, and he didn't. It was Golden. And gets the last frag of the round. 2 on the board for Fnatic.
Yeah, I like that drop from Halzerk. You more often than not see players go into the water, but he safely drops with no damage on the right side by just shifting off the rating a little bit. And that, you know, you can see Golden react right on the site. He goes wide, he looks for a player on the right. He's very attentive towards a pit, because that is the common point you drop out of. But Halzerk wraps left instead, and, well, he's only going to get 1, so... Good round nonetheless from Fnatic, especially considering Halzerk cleared mid, right? You talk about that 4-man stack for Dig. That's because Halzerk pushed long with the AWP and he got all that info that mid was clear. So Fnatic walk into a stack and they still get out alive. And now there's another stack.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of stacks, look at this. 5 players for Dignitas outside of Long here, posted up between the tree and the rocks. Meanwhile, not a player from Fnatic in sight. The closest one is going to be that of Brolin, and he's still back on the other side of the fountain. Everybody just lying in wait.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they are throwing grenades into B. It's a fake, but the issue is, well, it goes both ways. Dig, they hear utility, so they know that Fnatic likely are figuring this one out very soon. But also, Fnatic are hearing no response, and that may tempt an SMG player like Flusher just to go walking in, go, okay, guys, the site might be empty. I can risk my life and just, you know, go in, get that information. If it is, we win the round. If it isn't, okay, you can divert, you can go elsewhere. But Fnatic, they're just going to group. They're just going to go in as a unit, and boom, they reap the rewards. Empty bomb site, free anti-eco, and a third round on this board.
Bomb has been planted. 10 alive in the server and with the bomb planted. I wouldn't expect this one to go any other way, but JW
what's
could
he
be
gonna
lined
do?
up here. Let's see how many he grabs for himself.
Yeah, he didn't do something gross. It's JW, like, he only deals in the nastiest of plays. And how many knives? Oh, they turned around. They know. They figured it out. Jump scare from JW. And he's still a threat, still laying down the pain. I mean, that could have been like a 3-knife round, you know? I'm a bit sad that he gets checked. JW is licking his lips at the thought. He still kills literally everyone, but that could have been a lot more rewarding for JW. Fnatic putting a third round on the board. And just slimy. Just a slimy little play. Look at that. Look, he was like, oh dear.
Yeah, good reaction. The fact that he recovers with 4 kills is enough, right? Like, that's sick. Just tip-tapping down these CTs.
Yeah, I think 3 would have been definitely a record of some sorts.
Yeah, there's no way he gets away with 3. If you hear your
Just
teammate get
could you
knifed,
imagine
yeah,
quad knife?
you're 180. Very
Some
quick.
Altair level backstabs from JW.
Yeah. Batman falling in from the rafters. Oh, Exist, he has had enough. He is getting aggressive. Halzak found great success from doing this the other round. Brolin is so ready for it, and he's going to get the bit of damage off. Send Exist flying back. JW coming up connector, making sure mid is not a point of contest for Dig, but again, these monster pushes that have been very, very, aware for Dig. Halzak's done it, Get Right's done it, and he's found himself a kill from it. Fnatic, they don't want to commit here until Brolin's joined them. And they're getting grouped outside of Monster, walking through the smoke. Get Right missed the timing. He's just pushed up on short, but there's a rotate down. Digger stacked on lower with 3. And Golden's found himself a good gap as well. He needs to check the sandbags. He hasn't. He's been killed. Get Right flashed off, though. It's down to the 2 remaining Monster men who look to make this a reality. Another 2-on-4 attempt for Fnatic, and it started off well.
Yeah, can they make it even better, though? Brolin and Flusher, certainly quite the duo to go head-to-head with, but Get Right not phased by the names in the server. And that's what you might expect from this man, given his tenure and experience. He's up 11-3 right now, with 4 kills getting delivered from him in that round there. Him and Freiburg were kind of vying neck and neck for top spot here for the Dig squad. And Get Right has solidified it in a very big way, picking up 4 in a key round for this Dig team. This aggression in through Monster, catching Fnatic once again. You touched upon that already, Hugo. And I kind of imagine that up until Fnatic do something about it and actually start holding Monster, we can just see that continue for this Dig squad. But in this round, Brolin picks up the pace over towards middle and catches Halzak unaware. There is an equalizer thanks to Exist down in the connector, but this is going to come with its fair share of limitations because you get the kill in con, but you know you've lost top mid, and so you can't rotate up. Exist is trapped down in connector until one of his teammates secure him a way out, or he tries to just run the gauntlet blind, and he makes that decision. He gets out over towards short side, the one area of the map that isn't occupied by Fnatic right now. Flusher and Get Right on the other side of this smoke from one another, and Get Right jiggle peeks the angle, does spot Flusher, and this has given Dig a bit of an idea where this play looks to end up. Obviously, there's still a minute on the clock. There is still time for Fnatic to change their minds, but it doesn't look like they're going to, not yet anyway.
Yeah, but it's only one player, so like you said, this it's not full guarantee for Dig. And while they gamble with 2, they can't gamble the 3rd. Forest is a long way from home. Fnatic looking to commit. The Molotov forces Get Right out, and Golden's going to take the kill. I love that bit of utility from Fnatic. More flashes to be avoided. Exist knows as a solo short player, but he can't win the fight. And Fnatic, they've made this one happen. It's all down to Forest. He's got to clutch it out, faking the drop with a pistol as well. Fnatic surely not going to fall for that. Oh dear, they are. They've gone wide. Crims has, and Golden's going to be able to trade, but they were both looking at the pit at one point there. Fnatic just about winning that round.
Yeah, and I guess now's the time to tell you and remind you all that Forrest is quite the gamer. This is a guy that not only has gone professional and played Counter-Strike at the highest levels for years on years on years. There's even speculation, rumors, or even just, you know, kind of a what-if scenario of, like, what if this guy goes and plays Dota professionally? You know, like, this guy is a gamer, complete gamer. And if the beard isn't telling of that, then I don't really know what you all are watching.
Well, the money's broke now. Dignitas down to Felico.
I wonder how Forrest is looking, you know, like being in isolation right now, how growing out his beard even longer. Oh,
don't want to slide. That's the issue. You slide if you
yeah.
look to the left. And so Forrest, he can't accurately aim up a shot without falling off a millisecond later. Fnatic know there's a boost up, and therefore they know there's no one in the side of the site. They can go aggressively and fast. That's a good reaction for Fnatic. With that kind of call, if you spot that deep CT boost, you either insta-push or you don't push at all. Because while it does mean there are 3 players there, it means you have the chance. If you have a close master player, someone near short, you can get into the site and you can take those long-range fights. And so Fnatic, good reaction, but it needs to be instant, and, you know, it is.
And if you're Fnatic, you get out Monster Tunnel, you get that call that there's 3 players trapped in graffiti, drop a Molotov, drop some grenades, and that's pretty much a done deal for whoever's stuck there still.
Yeah, Dig tried to, you know, beat them to the punch after they got spotted. They ran into the site, but at that point, Fnatic are already out and about. Golden lining up some crazy smokes towards middle. That's going to land in the toilets, or in front of them, rather.
Nice smoke.
Actually connect. Oh, yeah, missed. It's not that nice of a smoke. Unless it's trying to bait Halzuk into fight, so Flush can move up, possibly, but more likely than not meant for the divider or in front of the toilets, and just missed. He looked like he was taking a second to line that one up anyway. Existers come back up con, but Flush is in long. And the entry is in. It's a full commitment for Fnatic here. There's still a lurk with an AWP just to make matters worse, and Flusher might be able to find these kills on the saving players. Uh-oh.
Well, it won't be Freiburg, and it won't be Flusher getting any kills. Freiburg can salvage this AWP, and they can take it in the next round because, well, this B-bomb site, it's fallen. So yeah, 6th one on the board for Fnatic. Again, a map that's proving to be neck and neck and very close. We got that same sort of treatment on Train, and should somehow Fnatic drop this map after winning the first, we'll go to Dust 2 to decide the whole series. And after that, guess what happens, guys? Any guesses?
Well, then we would probably have another exciting series of Counter-Strike coming up.
We will. And you know what? It's not just an exciting series, Harry.
No,
it's not a hot
actually
match.
even more.
It's not a hot match. It's a super series.
Whoa.
And I'm talking about Astralis with Vitality.
Well done.
In a best of 3. So that one's going to pack a punch. Of course, after that is Cloud9 EG. But, yeah, you get the message.
Well, that's all for later. It's all for the future. Right now, Fnatic holding a lead on the T side of Overpass. 2nd map in the series. He did find Trade in an overtime situation as well. Dig went 4-0 up on this map. Fnatic have had quite the recovery since, and the money still ain't there for Dig. It's on a half buy. It's on the AWP secured in the hands of Halzuk, and Exist on a gun as well. JW coming up connected, but Exist has been here every round. So JW is patient. Fnatic have had a lot of success towards a B-bomb site, so leaning that way as well to start things off. Bolan holding for the long push. It's been pretty common for Dignitas. Oh, that's again the monster pusher does a really, really good job for Dig. They find a free kill, they get an AK, and unfortunately that was bad timing for Fnatic. They just left this position, so that leaves them not being able to trade, and also with Dig knowing that this area is clear, so they're going to rotate a man up, and that's why Fnatic, while they were leaving the bomb and sending it towards A, they're going to reconsider. They know that Dig will over-rotate off of this misinformation, and in fact they've left the B site completely open.
Yeah, but important to note, Halzuk gets boosted over the top of this long smoke, and he can actually see that long is clear. So there's a bit of a kind of early red flag here for Dig that this is going to be a fake play. And you see the response. They start to push short side just to really drive that point home. And now that they realize there's no one at short, there's no one at long, well, then there's only one place that this play could be coming in at, and that is the B bomb site. Forrest has got to try and lock it down from heaven. There's no one from Dig in the bomb site itself, so they try and get down fast. They try and get into this site. JW just like to exist, and we got our first one in this series coming in this round now. Freiburg shut down And Fnatic get control of that round. JW, where did you get that?
He was
money?
hiding in con, and Exist was top con at the start of the round, so I bet Exist ran down the stairs, and JW, he didn't check the corner, and JW just shing.
I'm going to be honest, Fnatic, a little underwhelming. I thought you would have had like 3 knives by now.
Yeah, but you know why they only have one? I'll tell you why.
Close.
I'll tell you why we only have one so far.
Yeah.
Because it's the 1-year anniversary of Arya Stark knifing the Night King. And that means that paying homage to that in this game would be getting the most knife kills. And 1 is, you know, enough.
Not the most.
The Lannisters send their regards. I don't know if that's actually a relevant quote.
Nah, it's... No.
Because I don't watch Game of Thrones, but...
Well, Lannister always pays his debts. Now let's see if Dignitas can pay up right here. They do have the man advantage currently. They have the rifles they need. But still wary of where Fnatic want to place their main attack, their main assault, onto their objective.
JW's little lurk might find him something here. Hauser, oh, just missed. But still the long player as well, not ready for someone to be so deep. Now JW, does he expect a second man here? Hauser's on the big wrap round, and he's got the drop on him. Free kill. Another man up on long, though, and Brolin is going to hear all of this repositioning. A rotate is not coming, thanks to Hauser's, secure of the A site. But now he's got to get a little bit more, and he does. Brolin gone, and Fnatic are falling short in this round. The AWP making things very annoying.
Yeah, Golden had actually left the B site completely and tried to rotate up with this bomb to rejoin the rest of his team. Now, he's where he's meant to be, but the rest of the team have fallen around him. Crims making noise at the B bomb site, but that's all he'll be remembered as in this round, a noisemaker. Golden is the man who has to try and deliver, and instead it's Hauser to put a 6th round on the board for Dig, delivering an important hat trick in that round there, not just dealing with JW on his aggression up through short, but even then longing it out, dealing with the man back at long side in the form of Brolin, shutting down Golden to solidify the round, and a huge one here from Hauser, who was sitting down at the bottom of the board for this Dig squad up until this round.
Yeah, JW really had the open door right there. And unfortunately, just didn't really thoroughly check to see if there's somebody else in the bathrooms. And that was Hauser. Now we're going to see him go for a quick connector play. He's going to get hit with the Molotov and then hit with a couple 7.62 rounds from JW's AK.
Nothing worse than getting impacted by a grenade. Completely stops your movement and really screws you over. Crims is going to capitalize and push through the Molotov with a smoke in front of it. Exist and the long toilets. Again, this timing play of Fnatic of who beats who up in the toilets play. And with Dig not playing heavy middle, it's Brolin walking up long. This is going to come back, but again, the timing is so good for Fnatic as it often is. Brolin tucking, and there we go. Exist has walked away. He's coming back for a second chance, but Brolin's already posted, and it doesn't get much better than that for Fnatic. A 5-on-3 with further damage done from the toilets. They know Freiburg is here, and that might send them B-side.
I absolutely love the way Brolin plays that, right? Just ducks behind the rock, because the rest of his team are clearing middle. And so either, they're going to kill Exist, or Exist tries to rotate in through the long... Ooh! And...
See ya.
I completely lost my train of thought, in which case, then Brolin could have delivered the kill, and he did. Now, Forrest lands that remarkable little shot there, but it shouldn't transpire to much. Him and Get Right in a 2-on-4, a duo that goes back as old as time itself here, to try and overcome these 4 players still remaining. Now turn 3 for Fnatic. But you understand why they're hesitating here on the Dig side. A 2-on-3, you're still a man down, even though you've been delivered that 1 kill, and there's certainly a chance you could find something. The odds are stacked against you, and the money isn't there for Dig heading into the last round of the first half.
Fnatic continue to make excellent reads. They often keep bringing the bomb to the quote-unquote wrong site, and then changing it as Dig rotate. Not that they're to know that, but the information Dig get is, okay, there's, Brolin up long, there's players in mid, and then they see someone come out top con, and they kill Freiburg. So Fnatic doing everything that looks like an A take. The bomb was even leaving spawn and going to A on Golden as well. And then Fnatic make the decision after they kill Freiburg, back down to B, bomb goes T-spawn, players go connector, and they walk into the empty site. Dig a double stack day, as they should be, because of the information Fnatic had given them. But it's misinformation, it's illusion, and it's an 8th T round. Really nice half from Fnatic, as we expected on Overpass here. Reiterating, 3 last games on Overpass for Fnatic have been wins versus Astralis, Mousesports, and FaZe. So, quite the scalps. And they're looking to add another. Where do you keep your scalps, Harry?
On my head, mate. All three of them. And, well, let's see JW in this round. Opening things up with a kill onto Freiburg, but a lot of damage done back in response. And Dig, with 3 players grouped up in mid, I think they're about to try push the extremities here, and indeed they do. They catch Crims down in middle. Critically, that's not a kill onto either of the 2 low HP players, so they're still in this round. But, you know, the walking wounded heading down towards this B bomb site, and Dig seemingly have the read, and that's thanks to this mid aggression. Exist is cleared out the top of middle. JW gets bested down in connector, and at this point in time, you look at the minimap, Fnatic are trapped. They've got to go towards B. They've got to win these fights, and that's not a problem with the first one onto Get Right, but Forest still alive, still kicking here at the B side of the map. They actually molly him out. So now a bomb plant found, and a 3-on-3 with rotations arriving for Dig. Fnatic, they just might make something of this round yet.
Yeah, JW looks like he got time looking at the mini-map or you know, the time, the kill feed, something like that, because it doesn't really react to Hul's like pushing connector. And now Dig have an even man retake, but they are taking a lot of time to get into the site. And Fnatic are extremely passive. Golden on the AWP, low HP. It's Brolin rather. Waits for the contact, does take that kill. Forest is tagged as well. The time is ticking away from Dig. They've got to get on that bomb here and now, but they don't expect a second player. And Flusher and Golden combine for the last 2. Fnatic with 9 at the end of the half. It's a great T-side to start things off. Will they finish the series here and now? Well, let's wait and see. Let's find out after the break.
I fed up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now, what I do right now for you, for you. Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane, always told, stay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the matchup at hand of Dignitas versus Fnatic in our ESL 1 Road to Rio. 9-6 first half showing from Fnatic. We're going to further skew those GG.bet odds in their favor. 1-11. My name is Trace. I have Harry. I also have Hugo. And we're ready to get this party started.
Oh yeah, Golden certainly is. He's found man advantage. He's got the first pick of the half as Halzak is dead in mid. It's Dig crawling connector instead. Trying to come in on this wrap round. It would have been hopefully faster if Halzak had found that kill, but now they're scared of middle. They're scared of what lies and lurks in between them.
What you are hoping is that you can, you know, fight that guy in top mid, slow it down, like keep him there just for an extra second on the rotation back short side, and then the comm players can try and overwhelm him. However, the strategy does not go as planned because they get Halzak stripped away immediately. And this has given Golden a safety net to get back into the A side of the map. Although, Get Right there, delivering that kill, has now secured the A bomb site for Dig. A plant coming on in. Fnatic, they'd stacked B to begin this pistol round. Forest going aggressive, looking to turn up the heat. And he does tap down Brolin. No jiggle peeking in that little fight. No AD, and that felt like I was watching one from a few years ago there. But ooh, Krim slipping, sliding around. Does deal with Freiburg. Get Right coming in on a lurk. In from behind, Exist holding the rotation of Flusher. And timing was everything, and it still could be. Flusher tried to play the trigger discipline and is rewarded with one, but the time is very, very low, and Get Right's going to finish him off from the short side. Dig, they find that pistol round. 2 kills for Get Right, 2 for Forest, and a 7th on the board.
Yeah, and that's not the only action that we have going on around here. As you can see in the right side of your screen, Copenhagen Flames taking on Godsent. First map having gone the way of the Flames. Now, well, we're looking at Godsent picking up a second one. Zen over there with 22 and 17, not far behind him. Maiden 21 and 12. So Makalele and crew are looking to take it to a third, which will be decided on Nuke. And that's again over there on the C stream. Twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOC.
What's so great is how well Get Right has been performing inside of this Dig roster, and especially in this series. He was the only positive player for Dig, back on train, 26-25, just about. And right now he's top of the server, despite being on the losing end of things for the time being. But Dig are looking to change that and close the gap with this anti-eco. It's only a single one for Fnatic as they take full USPs. Going to be pop flashing from Flusher into middle from the toilet's position. I like this idea, or long, vice versa, either or, we can see. But as that toilet smoke fades, Dig can push them from the sidelines. So Fnatic need to be aware of that. But right now it's B play. Dig show early A presence. They go back with the bomb through T-spawn. Should I say that? It's going to reconsider. Dig going A after all. They grab the bomb and move back in through middle. Players throwing a B fake right now, but they get spotted in the toilets. Crims gets a kill. Will Flusher flash them into middle, or are they still waiting for this long play? Because right now it isn't coming through. And that pick, that kill from Crims has sent Dig down connected to B. If anything, they were walking into Fnatic's stack, and now they're avoiding it.
Yeah, great read, great decisions in this round, and now our bomb plant found at B. Fnatic, they know the odds of doing much in this round. They're pretty much out the window with that plant coming in. Flusher gonna line up a flashbang to help get these guys out from the connector side, but it doesn't actually blind Freiburg over it short. Flashing into his peak, and he does get cut down by Golden. Still a man advantage here for Fnatic, but so much time ticked off of this bomb. They'll be content with getting out of this round with a couple of rifles, and that's what they stand to do here and now, as both of them make a quick exit in through the connector. Dig 8-9 as they do find the conversion. Marlon's trying to get into the little hidey hole by the ladder that you can do, or at least he was by the looks, but he didn't.
The way you do it is a tip. You crouch, firstly, on the ladder. You have to look at the light, and then you look at the center of the light. You line yourself up with that, the middle of it, and then you press space.
Basti, you want to take us over there quickly before this round starts?
No. I don't want everyone to know. I don't want to leak it all.
That's fine.
If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
All right.
Tough.
I like that.
Bastion, do the right thing, man.
And that's all we'll say about the matter. You can decide on your own moral compass what the right thing is. They're going to start this round off over towards middle. And JW's had the same idea. Wow. He gets bested immediately, as does Brolin alongside him. Those two Galils are immediately spat out and churned up by Dig.
And really not as much damage as you would think by Fnatic on the dig.
Yeah, JW had a great grenade, and he was pulling out the Galil, but you know, it can take a second for you to pull out a gun before you can fire, and in that millisecond, he gets shot. But I think, you know, you give him half a second more, and he probably gets a kill there before he falls. So he was on the face of a player coming out of middle. But unfortunately, it's not all about the face. Sometimes it's about the pace, and Dig have slowed it right down in this round. A 5-on-3, it's where they have to wait for Fnatic to make mistakes, and if anything is given away, Dig can commit in a 5-on-2. Right now, Fnatic are playing safe with a double A setup and a third on rotation. It's a gamble, but it might pay off because Dig are walking up long.
Yeah, they're not being quiet about it either. Get Right's way up here. Flusher couldn't figure out if he wanted to turn for a flash or not, and it doesn't matter. Get Right beats him to the trigger. Just Crims and Golden, they have M4s on themselves. No kits. And no planted bomb either.
Ooh, and now they see Golden dropping into B. That's only going to solidify this A hit, right, in a very, very big way. Crims is still here towards this side of the map, and they might discount that. Golden on the rotation up has been spotted, and that gives Crims a bit of a timing. But they know he's here, and they're wrapping short side already to try and deal with him. Now, try is the operative word there. It's Get Right to step up, delivering 3, tying this up now 9-9. And leaving us on even footing. Dig trying to bring the heat here on a map that's been very, very kind to Fnatic as of late. And I think it would be quite the statement if they do, you know, because then suddenly there's like a world in which Dig could have 2-0'd this series. Like, you know, you'll see on the top right how close Train was in case you are just joining in. It finished 19-17 in favor of Fnatic. Of course, it ended up being an overtime affair.
Wow, broken are Fnatic in this one. This is quite the situation to be in, and they are going to be put to the test in this series, after all. I thought Overpass would be a bit of a blowout, but Dignitas always got a little bit more up their sleeve than you think.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, this dog is doing barrel rolls so far. Maybe even a cartwheel. We don't know.
Yeah, standing on their hands and kicking Fnatic in the face. Quite stylish, but let's see if it gets them over the line. Right now, 5-on-4, and an eco for Fnatic should be a double-digit round for Dig. This big Dig squad looking to get on the board.
No one there on the other side of that grenade. Dig very apprehensive to showing face here just yet. The timing for Crims could have been worse. He only has a scalp, but it can be lethal when in the right hands.
Ooh, Brolin with a deagle. Hello.
Okay.
Well, that's more like it.
Okay.
Oh my!
What?
What's that all about, Brolin?
Yeah, Brolin, you want to give us a bit more of that? You want to go again? Or is Crims going to steal the limelight? He actually takes one down with the scout. Dig are not going to be happy with this.
What?
Brolin's onto a third. Forest is left in the hot seat now. A very, very tall order as he's got to try and clutch this one out in a 1v4. This was an anti-eco round for the Dig side, and it's damn near flawless from Fnatic. They only lose Golden. Brolin landing some phenomenal shots in that round there. The second one,
yeah,
I don't even think he knows how that one connected. Like this one, it's like fair enough, you know, get right through the wall. But that.
It's the fadeaway, man.
Yeah,
oh,
but through the wall as well, and it's a headshot. I mean, Freiburg just got so deleted. It's almost inconceivable.
We saw so much of that back on Train from Brolin. I mean, maybe not as stylish, but he was often on ecos, getting an opening kill, getting a 5-on-4, and finding D picks on either side. So, like that is something else entirely.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, good grenades as well.
Yeah, All Zerk is going to start this round off with 16 points of health. All Exist does control the connector. And the crossfire was there, but now JW is left out here on an island all by himself. He's only good as Brolin will hold on to this honor to be.
Oh, that's not the player Crims wanted. Both coming around the corner. One low, and the other finished off by the grenade. Crims takes him from 100 to 0 with that bit of utility and the scout shot, but Get Right has cleared out B again. Classic Get Right luck. This time it's working wonders for Dig, as there's no way Fnatic are to know he's this deep inside of the site. They think they're rotating down from short side. Get Right has got a nasty surprise to gift away at Fnatic if he wants to take this fight. We'll see. Because it rotates it down and the player's already in. Get Right sprays and he gets golden. Flusher looking to trade, getting taken down from the site, and this has fallen out of the hands of Fnatic. It looked like it was their round to take, and instead it's Crims just trying to take any liberties he can with this scout. That is not going to be allowed, and Dig get 10 after all. So the round that Dig is supposed to win, Fnatic win. And then the round that Fnatic is supposed to win, Dig win. So
Counter-Strike 101.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to know where CS is at right now, that's about it.
And if you want to know where we are in the series, this map, well, let's call it Overpass. And that's going to leave Dust 2 afterwards if Dignitas want to take us there. Currently neck and neck, and then with a rifle round on both sides.
Ooh,
JW's
okay.
Push through. A double molly short side. 2 Molotovs, not 1, but 2. Takes so much damage in doing so, and still delivers the opening kill for Fnatic in this round. Dig, no one was looking at short, and with very good reason. Why would you be looking at short? There's 2 mollies there. Yeah. And now another kill comes in from Crims, further extending this advantage in favor of the Fnatic squad. Dig is sent packing from this B site, and it wouldn't surprise me in a moment's time, you know, once the hail of bullets from Forest comes to a close, we maybe see some aggression from Fnatic. You know, still keeping these 3 players here because they've just seen Dig fully stacked outside of the site. But as that's kind of drawn to a close, they might get curious as to what lies elsewhere on the map. And it doesn't have to be a B push. They can push extremities anywhere. And that's what Brolin is maybe looking to do here with his long hold. This is a lot of information for Fnatic to work with at the very, very least. So as Dig try and work this connector side, we're going to be looking at JW to shut them down as they try and get up towards the top. And he rotates away. That's because Brolin has pushed top mid. But this could be misinformation for Fnatic. As now Dig rear their head out from connector, there is a timing where they can plant this bomb at A, and no one from Fnatic can do anything about it.
Yeah, JW though, realizing, coming back up to the top site and making sure things are okay. 20 seconds and Dig are going to go down lower to B. That's where Fnatic have been waiting all around long. And Flusher there with a double, dropping the bomb, winning the round for Fnatic. It's all about dying before the time for Forest. But that doesn't help. He's got a kill. And at this point, he's looking for someone to take him out. And they can do it off time if they want. So he needs to be very, very cautious here. Time has expired. They are running. They are gunning. He's got 1, but the trade is in, and that's what matters most. JW with 2.
The trade is in, and also is a look from the other side of the league. We're looking at Ints taking on the Ninjas Pajamas currently on Overpass. That is the second map of the series. Nip won the first one. 22-19 for Nip. Now,
are they copying us?
I think they are. I think that they might actually be. Either way, I can sit here and tell you exactly who's on top. Alu continuing his tear, continuing his form from the previous map. And Ariel, 4-1 in opening duels. That goes a long way. But at least here, it's Get Right that is certainly shining bright like a diamond. Yeah. Shout out Rihanna.
I want to talk about how JW plays that round. Like, that's what I would call like stubborn commitment, right? The double Molotov, and because his teammate has thrown this molly in front of him here to deny Dig the position, he just goes, I'm committing. I'm taking this kill. I don't care what Dig threw out my way. If they wall-banged alongside that spam, it would have killed him. But instead, it's just, you know, a bit of fire. And JW, he ain't scared of fire. He even tags exist on that kill. He doesn't just take the advantage. He does 86 damage to the second, and that holds strong for the round. Fnatic take it on that B bomb site, 11-10. Look where this has left Dig.
That's an infuriating round as well, because Dig actually do everything right? Like they double molly short, they nade stack the boost, they set up all this crafty utility, and Fnatic just go, nah, and just go pushing through it and take every gunfight that they can. And Dig, well, now with short control, looking like they want to try and assemble a boost here to get them some vision. It's actually going to be a nade stack instead. Not finding a kill this time, but I'm liking the amount of nade stacks we see from the Dig squad. However, all the kills right now coming up in favor of Fnatic. Although, as I say that, Halzerk, Exist, and Freiburg have had a little say in how this round might pan out. JW Oh, is he going to wallbang it? Oh, he might. Freiburg has to be careful, and he does get caught out by Brolin. Exist is in the clutch. 1v2. And some ex-friendos on the other side. Let's see if he can muster up the courage to close this one out for Dig. Smoke goes down, and there is still a smoke on JW. That could even get dropped on the bomb or just be used to re-smoke the short side. They've cleared out Monster preemptively, so now they know that Exist has to be here at short. He sprays, but not able to find the connection. Fnatic, they'll grab the defuse. They take a 12th round. And there's still no money in those Dig bank accounts.
And you know, for us, we have X-Ray. So if you are watching CSGO for the first time, if this is your first time ever watching a match, then no, the players cannot see that. I do know that we have new viewers joining us day in and day out, given the current situation and this importance of this ESL 1 Road to Rio, and obviously all that's powered by Intel.
I always think that's such a fun talking point, because I remember when I tried to show this to my dad, and
a boomer,
and yeah, and you know, like he doesn't touch video games, but he was like because the players have such a good read on where the enemies are coming from.
Yeah.
He just assumed that they could see what we see, right? The outlines through the walls, because they're always looking in the right spot. But no, like they get a very like naked view of the map in that sense, right? And it is all just about, look, this is what they're seeing. So you imagine there's the peak from JW. You see how quick Halzerk had to be ready for that? Had to be instant, and it wasn't instant. I wish that we could play around with no X-ray more.
I was going to say the same thing. Let's do it.
If you want to start, if you think you're up to the challenge, which I think he thinks he's up to the challenge, Bastion's great. So
now assumptions, of course.
Yeah. Forcing him now to make his job harder than it has to be. But that's the fun here at the Road to Rio. Yeah, let's do it. Let's check out how how terrifying it can be holding a site and then seeing 3 players come out of nowhere. It may not seem like nowhere to us, but it really is nowhere. And just a corner can be the difference between 5 players. So
yeah, well, look at this. Here we go. Dignitas going to get right up in their face. There's no way that Fnatic can know about this. Brolin on the back of a JW flash going to get several frags. This one's certainly in the hands of Fnatic so far. Just Freiburg and Get Right alive, in the year is 2020. What a time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty perfect example of what we were talking about. 2 players come around the corner out of nowhere, and, well, Brolin deals with them. JW even gets one before he is traded by Freiburg, who sits on this top site with the bomb, still under his control, at least. That's all Dig really have in this round. Some map control down on lower as well. Get Right's there, but Golden won't let him push through the monster from this off position, and Get Right is going to have to regroup with his teammate. No matter where you go, you want to do it as a pair. Try and trade your way to a win here. But right now, you're relying on heavy carrying from either one of these 2 Ts. Some multi-kills are required for Dig.
Yeah, and with that said, Get Right has been having a phenomenal map. So I think if anyone, you could rely on to do some damage here in this 2-on-4, we're going to be looking at him. And if you remember, Freiburg was instrumental to clawing Train back in favor of the Dig squad. So both these guys have stepped up in the history of this series, and now more than ever, they have to try and deliver that in the 2-on-4. Flusher jump peaks there, gets the information that they are over here towards short side. That smoke gets dropped. Get Right going on a lengthy wrap in through long, and he could catch a timing to deal with these players here and now. Freiburg draws the attention away. Flash goes over. Get Right holding down the angle, but still Crimson Golden left alive inside of the bomb site, and he's trying to navigate over the top of these smokes, looking for the kills. Get Right, another one, and now just Crims, but he's hidden, tucked himself in at the truck, plays the bait and switch, and as we saw, thanks to the no X-ray, Get Right never even knew that there was a second man at the truck. Try as he might, he almost gets that 1v3 in there, and it would have been incredible to put him up at 27 kills in this game, but not quite. 14 on the board for Fnatic.
Craziness.
Some nice shots from Get Right, but yeah, not going to be able to close it out. Almost doesn't look like there's a second player there. Crims plays that to perfection. Really just not even trying to trade, because trading there is a risk. Get Right had his gun out, but the time was low. There were 10 seconds on the clock, and Crims knew that Get Right had to either fake or stick at the plant. Either one of them is enough for him to put his weapon down and give Crims the means to an end, the way to shut down the round and guarantee 14 for Fnatic. That's where they find themselves 2 away from a 2-0. Dignitas not with the money to contend either. This is not a pretty situation for Dig, but they're at least putting up a fight on a map that they have been banning since their build of this roster, I guess, and one that has been very good for Fnatic as of late. So add another kill to the tally for Fnatic if they take this one. Dig, any answers here with the MAC-10s? Some pistols in play. Bit of utility for this boost spot. Crims needs to be careful. See them lining him up right now.
We're going to turn the X-ray back on. We're going to run into the site with that of Dignitas, and they're going to run right into some barrels. Crims and Golden make it look easy. Now, again, no weapons here for the side of Dignitas. It's just Freiburg, who's going to get tapped away by Mr. Crims. Map point, series point. Fnatic and this Swedish side looking to close it out here, 16-10. But now it's up to Dignitas to use every bit of penny that they saved. All the pence, all the shillings. Maybe you guys know what those are.
Yeah, man, they got a couple of quid lying around.
Quids. How much is a shilling?
Shilling? I don't even know.
Is that a thing
That's
anymore?
an old thing.
No, that's a real old thing.
Well, shout out Scrooge. We'll get back to it in a second. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, this is Dig's nightmare before Christmas, perhaps, as now they look to keep the dream alive. And Halzerk, speaking of Christmas, has gifted that kill onto JW there. Park control still attempted by Brolin as he trickles in late, and he's going to get the information that Dig have rotated away. Fnatic at this point have made the read that it's going to be a B play, thanks to Brolin's early warning from this mid push. That allows Flusher to join up with Crims here at the B side of the map. 2-on-3 though, now 1-on-3 for Crims effectively. Brolin is a long way from the action, and that is set to continue. He's got to try and deliver here in a 1v3 for Fnatic. He does spot Exist, but Exist spots him back and does all that and a little bit more. 11 on the board for Dig as they try and force another map to overtime here. They need 4 in a row if they want to send us there on Overpass.
Yeah, last time was 3. This is, well, 5 if you include the round they just got, up against 15. So not an easy comeback by any means. But Fnatic, they do have the money. They're actually not going to fully commit, and this is a really good decision from Fnatic, right? You have the round buffer, give some leeway the way of Dig, and come in with everything. The AWPs, the utility, and the kits. If Fnatic fully forced here, they would have been lacking somewhat of the util, and so this allows for the best of both worlds. But right now, get right, pushing the smoke. Oh dear, he's neck and neck. He's touching Crims, and he doesn't know it. Crims is going to wrap the back, and he almost gets a double off of it. Forest finished with the smoke, and oh no, Fnatic proving why they don't need guns, they don't need buys. They might get it done with an eco.
Yeah, not a knife kill in this round. Certainly some style points given the equipment that they had over on the side of Fnatic. This has gone horribly wrong for Dignitas, back against the wall, truly. It's just Freiburg and Halzerk. They're going to posture towards this B side. They have their eyes and their targets, their crosshairs, that all set this way in a round that could potentially decide the series.
Yeah, it's all or nothing. And Dig, they're hoping for the first option. They start to get in towards this B site. One of these AKs over at Graffiti, another one over in Heaven, and Golden hidden down here in the pit. Halzerk going to be his first point of contact and one to remember him by. Does shut down Flusher, leaving us into a 2-on-2. Brolin dropping a Molotov into the site, but now he is alone again. 1 point of health on Halzerk, and Brolin trying to deliver here. Time ticking off this bomb, but it's only just been planted, so he knows he still has a decent bit of time to work with here. No fights getting given up. He spots Halzerk, and there's the double peek, the swing from Freiburg.
How does Halzerk stay alive right there?
I
1
don't
HP
know.
even with the spam through the wall. I mean, the trajectory of those bullets, it all made sense.
Coming off of the landing, you know, maybe shooting too early.
Maybe.
There's a whole world of reasons.
That is the lesson to be learned here. Don't shoot your shot too early.
Yeah. Because you could miss.
Good.
Never fun. Halzerk, big round, though, resurges and recovers it for Dignitas there. Freiburg double peeking off the back of that last fight from Brolin as well. So good setup from Dig. They knew where he was coming from, and they cut out any chance of him winning that round. Getting the Molotovs down for Fnatic. Dig don't care, and they will smoke them off to get control towards the playground. JW, we've seen him many a time with the shotgun in connector. We'll get flashed off early, but still looking to see him on later. Gerright's taking B water as well, so he's essentially trapped in this position, and he's going to tuck in accordingly.
Brolin gets smoked out from the toilets. That's going to force him now to peek from the short side. Dig, they'll at least know that thanks to their smoke, they will have forced him towards this side of the toilets. JW's Mag 7 is about to come to life. Exist doesn't know it yet, but it all might be about to go very, very wrong. And indeed it is. JW gets away with that kill, now starts to rotate up through Con, and this means he's available at the A site pretty quickly. Although I say that, he's now gone back down the connector because Get Right was making noise at B. Brolin is alone at the A side of the map and has to try and hold down this long push single-handedly. He spots the first and Halzerg bests him. A site now belongs to Dig. Fnatic on for the retake. JW, though, is he going to be ready for Get Right, who, let's not forget, was faking the B play. He was the lurk, and he arrives late into mid. Deals with JW. Flusher now up from the B site. Does drop Forest. Halzerg playing with timings and playing with fire as Flusher removes him. Freiburg gonna try and get the trade, and he does. Better late than never, as now this leaves Crims 1v2 to try and deny a 13th to Dig and stop this comeback in the tracks. Half the time ticked off of this bomb, and Freiburg holds the line. 13 rounds for Dig to play with. No money for Fnatic. Likely gonna be a 14th on the board for Dig, and this one could go the way of Train. We could see another overtime here, back to back.
And Fnatic, you know, they're going to be kicking themselves they didn't close in that 3-on-2 eco round, right? Because now they've got another one of them. Of course, 2 more opportunities pre-overtime. One of them will be a rifle round, but Dig, they are making this happen. 3 in a row. Here's that half buy. I say half buy, it's not even that. Fnatic just get pistols in this round. They're waiting for loss bonus, and it's a long time coming. Dig going back towards the long. It's been good to them in the past, but there's a player here to fight back. They deal with JW in party. Crims is next, and he is no task. Dig don't even take a point of damage, but they take a 5-on-3.
Yeah, Fnatic's so close, but that gap has really closed down here. Dignitas almost about to put their 4th on the board in a 3v5. Still, Fnatic can do some weird stuff with these pistols. We've seen it. We've seen Brolin hit some ridiculous shots through the bathroom walls. You can't bank on that, and that's the lesson.
Ooh, Forest dealing with flush up this A site, looking ripe for the taking. Oh, Brolin, I'm sorry, bud. Molotov goes in, and that offers him up to Halzerg. He was hoping to get away with a couple of cheeky frags hidden in the long corner, but not today. Dig are not missing a beat. They are leaving no stone unturned. And while Golden... Yeah, he's just going to slip away. I'm good.
You know what? I'm cool, guys.
Yeah,
I'm going to take this 5-7. I'm going to head out.
Okay.
Jinx. You know, Dig, they're panning for gold at this point. They're looking for him. Unsurprisingly, all the gold is in the bank right now. And come on, Dig. They got to be able to put two and two together. They know it. They find him. Exist gets the round. 14 now for Dig. And this would be another comeback to overtime. They weren't able to get it across the line over on Train, where they did a similar thing. They go ahead, they get 3 rounds consecutively to force an overtime, and then it falls apart. But here, where they needed 5 in a row to get to that point, it feels like the momentum is leaning in their favor. And this final buy from Fnatic is their chance to put a stop to that before it goes to another OT. Dig, they've played well, they've fought hard to get to this point now, and they don't want it to all be in vain.
JW an aggressive stance with that AWP and what could very well be the last round of the game, or we look at OT. JW is staying out in front of the fight, on the front lines, pressing the envelope. Right now he's got top connector held. Meanwhile, most of the fight going on over here at the B site. Forest, Crims just gonna have a field day trying to tag each other through the wall.
I think Forest's bullets are hitting the sandbags because they look dead on to Crims, but nothing is coming through. Those sandbags really tank bullets, as you know. But yeah, 5-on-5, minute on the clock. Dig back to mid. They've got connector. They've got the the rotate point between the two sites, and that's the most important part. JW's got nowhere to back off. Long is about to be taken. He does get that kill, but look at his retreat path. Look at the options that lie ahead of him. Oh, great play from Dig. They hide behind the rock, and JW goes wide, thinking he's safe. Dig peek off the back of that. It's a really smart play instead of just going wide themselves, and JW getting the option to stay alive longer. That's not the case. Brolin has to tank the flash and can't shoot. He's waiting for the contact, but it goes the way of Halzerg. Hello, overtime. We're only 3 kills away from it. It's an A commitment. We've not seen many of these, and Flusher, oh dear, this is a play and a half.
Interesting.
Will it be enough? He's hiding inside of the smoke. He's letting them pass. 20 seconds. He can stop this bomb from getting planted, but he's dead. He's spammed through the smoke. Dig don't fall for it. They won't fall for anything. 4 on 2. Overtime surely happening here. The spray can't connect enough, and it's all on Crims.
He does offer up the first. Any more left in the tank? No, Get Right shuts him down, and we're heading to overtime. 15-15, and we run it back again. Dig. They just refuse to go down without a fight, and I absolutely love it. You know, asking resilience of a squad that have had a pretty tough time thus far here at the road to Rio seemed like it would be a big ask, but Dig, you know, team of veterans, and that really goes without saying. You know, you look at the Knaves, they've certainly got that ability, and they're showing it now. Get Right, keeping up appearances, and really in this second half, it feels like we've had Halzerg start to explode onto our screens in a pretty big way as well, right? Coming in just behind that of Freiburg and Get Right, who occupy the top of the board right now. Fnatic, it's OT again. That one spot they didn't want to be in has now reared its head once more. Investment going to come on through. And I'm curious if we see any orbs purchased up. We can also see what's going down over here on the B stream as their game's heating up and getting close as well, Trace.
We absolutely can, Harry Russell. That's right, 13-12 currently. And esports, the Finnish esports organization from Finland, obviously, looking to push this one around a little bit more. In the first map of that series, it went in the way of NIP. They went to overtime, 22-19. And we'll be jumping out of a pause here in a second, but we might as well update you as well on the C stream. Now, Copenhagen Flames, they pick up the first map, 16-13. That's Inferno. Dust 2 goes to Godsent. Now they're trying to settle the score over here on Nuke, and that's going to leave the Copenhagen Flames up 6-1 currently on their CT side. Copenhagen Flames consisting of players of caliber such as Refresh, which is a name that is refreshing. We haven't seen that around in a while, but good to see him back in the server. A player that showed a lot of promise. Now finding himself over there at the Copenhagen Flames. Meanwhile, we go to OT, overtime.
Yeah, I mean, there's never much love when we go OT.
Mate, I tell you what, like, the thing with Dig is, I hope that they look at this, you know, like, say this series doesn't go in their favor.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that, you know, if you're Dig, I mean, like, it's going to suck because you certainly had the chances to win this series. But if you look at, like, the team that you've been able to not just take to overtime back on train, but now to do it again on Overpass, and to have your individuals matching the firepower of the team that has become the team to beat at the minute in the form of Fnatic, you know, that's got to be a feel-good feeling for Dig, especially when we had Get Right on just before this game. And he was kind of saying, you know, it's going to be a lengthy process. It's going to take time. We're trying to build this up. We're investing so much time, so much hours into the game right now, more than we have in recent memory. And it is showing already, right? And that is a great sign of things to come for this Dig squad. A roster that I think, you know, while everyone was very much kind of happy with the reunion of the old NIP squad under this Dig banner, at the same time, I think it was met with a fair share of, you know, like, apprehension from the overall community, right?
Realism.
Like, how good can this team that were once legends back in the day become once again? Because as we've seen, it's getting back to the top of the hill that you've already climbed that is the hardest feat in Counter-Strike, it feels like.
And for these guys to have committed to this project, you also have to note on the fact that they're doing it, and they're doing it where they have to show here. They have to show face. You know, for some of these players, they've been playing for a decade. More than a decade, and this is it. This is their time to leave their mark.
You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself on your way out, right? Like, not to say that these guys are going to do that at all. They're clearly not, but it would be a real shame for such a legendary team to form and then just be, you know, like a feeding squad, like just getting beaten up. So
they have something to prove here.
Yes, and it's great to see Dig really just bringing the fight, bringing the heat against, right now, the best team in the world. Obviously up for debate, but Fnatic, no doubt, in that top 3 for everyone who watches CS. Now, it's back to the A take. Dig, this is what got them into overtime. Will it do them any more than that? JW above, he's not falling. He will eventually, not down to his own decision. Brolin lets a man pass and get right kills a player on the site, but he doubles up as a response. Caught in the smoke, surely no more than that. 7 seconds, there's no time for a plant. Brolin's dropped the bomb, and Forest, he's on his own. He can't even get the kills. Crims gets a trade, and Fnatic find the first in overtime. What a mad round that was from Brolin.
Yeah, that was a little wild. He stays alive for so long. And you see JW drop the smoke there. That gives him a little bit of freedom of movement too, as JW got on dice box, tried to find some maybe WP kills. He's only good for 1. That's that. And look at that. Just all over it. Just so mobile around that smoke, and that's such a nuisance for the side of Dig. Fnatic, after sitting on 15 for so long, win the first round of overtime.
JW, he's repositioned back on A with this AWP. The overtime has granted the money to Fnatic, and right now that's proving to be a blessing. Or a curse, for Dignitas at least. JW waiting for that contact, and he's about to get it. 2 players ready to swing, but it's JW to push first. Trade not there. Halzak looking for something on the toilets, but JW is pivoting like a turret with a little bit of movement to room. Brolin going to help him out, and there's 2 left for Dig already. Oh, missed shot. That might give them a chance back in.
Yeah, only a slim chance though. Forest and Freiburg to try and deliver in this 2-on-4. Freiburg now out from the toilets. Does start to aggress up towards the short side. Flusher still making noise, but the boost got spotted there by Forest. He saw that. He sees a man up on top of the dumpster. I say boost. It's not really a boost. Crims.
Just some positioning.
Yeah, standing atop the dumpster. Brolin falling all the way back through long. And I think Fnatic are anticipating that Dig maybe move away from this. And at the very, very least, Brolin can come in late to pincer up through the short side. Now, Freiburg is holding because he's very wary about a connector flank. But that's not where they need to be worried about. Freiburg puts up the entry to get 1 over here at the A side of the map. But Flusher, hats off to him. He's done such a good job of just denying this site control and buying time for the flank from Brolin. And there it is, pouncing into the back line. Flusher and Brolin get the kills they deserve. A 17th on the board for Fnatic. And one final hurrah for Dig as they head in to the last tier of the first half of OT on Overpass.
Yeah, you can understand why Dig slowed down there, and it does a really good job of you know, freeing up Brolin. His rotation is only coming through because Fnatic have lost sight of Dig, but after they get that kill on the site, I would love to see them elevate the pace and just try and trade the player on dice. Instead, sitting around waiting, when Fnatic know you're there for the second time around, they're just going to rotate accordingly, and Brolin comes in on the back line. Not that Dig were to know, but there was a chance for them to win that round, maybe trade and plant the bomb. But right now, Fnatic, once again, as soon as we hit overtime, you know, the pressure really coming on. And, well, diamonds in the rough, Fnatic have once again found a 2-round lead. Looking for a flawless CT half here. That would be quite the performance, considering it's Dig to bring a 5-round comeback to get us to overtime. Look how keen Brolin is to fight as well. He wants anything to come his way. He is desperate for kills.
Even though he's got a few in his pocket already.
Well, sometimes you get the taste, Trace. You get the taste for blood. You want more.
Well, maybe you should talk to somebody about that. In the meantime, it's JW with AWP very, very close. He's going to drop the bomb and try to get away before they trade him. And I say that he's going to repeat. Finds an excellent shot onto Exist. Couldn't have been much better placed than that.
How is he alive? How is he out? Oh, no. Oh, dear.
That is the case. Get right close to this B site. Like a moth to the flame, he's attracted to try to get into the site itself, and he will cross over. Krems is spotted towards Graffiti, takes considerable damage on that cross. And they're going to bring this bomb over here to the B site. It's going to turn into a retake scenario for Fnatic real quick.
Yeah, but they were ready for this, right? Not only a 5-on-3, but they were playing retake positions. And, well, that's because they're ready for it. JW boosted up with 1, and now Get Right in the pit has to hold his own. He is stuck out on an island, and 2 kills to his name is not going to be enough here. Halzug left in a clutch, but they're not ready for the flank. They don't expect it. The miss spray recovers well. They're on the bomb, though, and JW has the cover. 4 kills off the AWP in that round. He comes alive in overtime, and Fnatic go flawless on the CT side.
I just don't get it, man. Fnatic, it's like, yeah, they just kind of stop when they hit 15, and then they wait for the overtime if it rolls around, and then they go, yeah, all right, boys, so JW, just go get 4, and then we'll win the round on the back of it. That's cool. And that's exactly what happens here.
This is second shot right here. And see ya.
Cowabunga.
Decapitated is exist.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, letting it go to OT and then winning it 4-0 to make those HLTV ratings look really nice.
Style points.
Yeah. Halzug, he's even had to take a hit. He's even had to save his util.
I also think as well, like, you know, with Fnatic, once the stress, the burden of the economy gets removed, right, they're freed up a lot more to kind of go for these audacious plays in the very, like, signature Fnatic style, right? And, like, you know, even if you think about JW, it's not like we've seen him AWPing, like, massively, and that has been the trend with him as an individual. You know, he doesn't need to bring it out in every round. But as you hit the overtimes, he can, just on a whim, decide to bring out the big green gun. And here, the B-play attempted being the keyword. Freiburg answers back with a double through the smoke. Forest shuts down Flusher, and it's chaos all coming up in favor of Dig. Only 1 man falls. A 16th now on the board, and they would need to go flawless here to take us to a double overtime on Overpass.
Yeah, and you notice the difference there for Fnatic, right? Obviously going into the T side, going back to what they relied on in the regulation, which was 5 rifles, no AWP, all AKs, flat B hits. Util wasn't great on those monster players either. They were the last 2, so just kind of contacting into the site. Dig, very stacked down on lower and very ready for that rush. Fnatic, well, they go back to just taking positions and defaulting once they've done so. Flusher going to take his spawn, out B short, he gets spammed, and the Molotov does some damage, but he's out and about. He exists in the connector as well. Had a lot of battles against JW in that first half, who is also down the bottom of ladder. And him and Flusher looking to pinch this position. It's almost a bait for JW, trying to get Halzug to come down the stairs to walk into Flusher, holding for this, but instead it's a boost up to watch Party, and that's a good timing on said boost because Halzug's found Crims on the mid-cross, double setup there, and I think Fnatic might have a bit of an idea, but knowing may not make any difference because Halzug's got 2, Flusher trading as he tries to exit the connector, but it's still an advantage for Dig.
And now I question whether or not they're going to be ready for Exist, also moving out from this position, right? He might be able to catch the timing. Nice. Golden is ready for Exist, but the bomb was spotted there on that peak. Now they also see Brolin over towards the long side. Freiburg gets the info there. And I like this decision to re-aggress into the toilets. He knows, right? He's either going to get a gunfight here that can maybe turn the tide, or he catches them leaving this A side of the map and can rotate down to B. And that's kind of what was hinted there with that from Brolin.
No.
But Dig.
They rotate up.
Yeah, they've gone for the rotation.
And the reason being is because he was trying to take the fight, right? So Digger going, okay, there's someone working A right now. Really, that was just, you know, him trying to clear the angle so he could go down lower. But yeah, Dig, misinformation. However, it's not the end of the world, right? You'd much rather play retake B than retake A because when you plant in B, you often have to skulk off to those choke points of Monster and Short. You can't really play the bomb safely from the site. And so Dignitas are in a good position. But Flusher is in a great position. He's pushed up towards CT. Golden playing the timing on Monster as well. Open plant for Flusher, and Golden's found the first. Doubles it? No. Freiburg trades him. Now Flusher, his time to shine. Will get a bit of damage off. The spray isn't there, and Forest will quick kill him as Dig get the defuse. Oh my, that's a killer for Fnatic.
That it is. But still, Fnatic could close the door right here. And what has been a very Valorant effort from the side of Dig.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the part that can be really bittersweet, though, right? Because if they do all of this and then Fnatic still take it anyway, then that is a little bit sad, right? Because you've got like these huge performances, these huge rounds, making these rounds that shouldn't ever be doable happen. The comeback, once again, on the cards for Dig. Doing it twice in 2 maps wasn't enough. They want to do it a third here in the overtime of this one. And, by the way, we accused the Ents versus NIP game of copying us. Well, they are. They're into an overtime as well. So, yeah, NIP leant over to Dig and said, you know, like, can we copy your homework? And Dig said, sure, just don't make it too obvious. And
just change it up a little bit.
That's why they're a few rounds behind.
Well, at least their third map is different from ours. Ours being Dust 2, that one being Inferno. But will we get there is the big question on everyone's mind. If Fnatic can find just this one round, well, it's done. It's all in vain, it's all over. And if not, we go again, a second overtime for Dignitas to try and fight their way to a third. Halzerk in the toilets, timing is everything here. It's cleared out close positions, but Fnatic are starting to move up. And it could be missed time for them. Halzerk spots an arm and a leg, and he takes Golden right out of this round. Big advantage for Dig to find, and what is the response from Fnatic? Do they just overcommit into A, where 3 CT sit?
Looks like they want to drop some nades over here towards this A site. Exist waiting a smoke out. He's got some friends on the other side of it. I doubt they're going to come knocking, though. They might just kick the door down. Krems, JW, and Flush, a trio that stand the test of time. So far Exist as well, and he's only good for one, so the trades there from Flusha. And so far, the battles have gone in the way of Dignitas. Just JW left, excuse me, I say that, it's Flusha left by himself.
Yeah, he would need to ace this.
That might be an indicator.
No way. Almost needs to get this kill if he wants to get the bomb planted as well. And there's not enough time.
So
Try
close.
as he might, by staying alive, Get Right has done enough. Flusha with 4, and he needed the ace to secure a victory for Fnatic. He gets it so close, but not close enough. Double overtime now.
The crazy thing is Fnatic, as they're setting up for that A play, right? Not only are there 3 players there, but they throw a Molotov, a really nice Molotov as well, that forces Exist off of that bins position close to toilets, and then Exist just swings, as you would, and gets a kill. Like, Fnatic, they need that frag. They need to be holding for that. If you throw utility and you don't wait for a reaction, then, yeah, you're going to be in trouble.
Man, we are deep in the time tunnel at this point, right? Dig making a comeback versus Fnatic happen. What year is it? Let's find out. Exist looking down here towards the short tunnel. Molotov doesn't do any damage, but it is a bit of a warning sign for Dig to get the hell out of connector. They turn away, they leave, they rejoin up with Halzerk and a little conga line of Swedes and co in towards this A site. Obviously barring Halzerk from that, right?
Yeah, talking of him, he's rotated down B with this orb, so falling into a more standard setup with 3 on lower. Flusha has been selling a fake down towards B to start the round. He did some spam damage, he threw some grenades. So he's trying to keep players in the wrong place. Right now it's a double setup on long. Dangerous decision from Dig. If they lose both these fights and they lose his sight, and the rotates are a long way out, but they're ready for it. Exist getting 1. They don't expect the second, and that's when Freiburg comes in clutch with a kill. They are going to try and take some long controls. They know he's stuck in this position, and he's not even going to back off as well. Tries to fake a reload for a fight. That's a nice little trick there. The audio will play if you start the track. Flash is even better though, and Fnatic, good response. They deal with Freiburg deep on long. They get a pick back, and with 25, they may as well just commit towards A. Right now, there's only one man here. Get Right's beginning a rotation up, and Digger about to figure it all out. Oh dear. Was it worth it?
Forest fire lit by Krems. Now in a 2v2. Halzerk and Get Right trying to stop this bomb from being planted. Get Right looking for it through the smoke. He's going to have to do a little bit of a dancing maneuver there, but ultimately loses the battle with JW. Here's Halzerk, though, coming in from the side of the dumpster. And with this bomb planted, JW's going to reposition himself. He's looking for that AWP. So now we can unlock JW's full potential.
Oh, the kid's bank as well. And yeah, Halzerk doesn't know where JW disappeared to. JW holds down the fort with the orb. And a bit of BM at the end, you know, trying to get in the heads of Dig. Classic JW move.
Halzerk, what are you doing here? You're not part of the NIP roster. But no, that's right. I mean, nice try from Freiburg there on long. I like the idea for Dig, the double setup that fakes Fnatic, but Freiburg, he's not able to get out. That's the worry, right? He actually had a timing. He could have escaped, but if you don't instantly run away after that second kill, you're not getting out. And Fnatic just traded with a flashbang. So they will take the first of double OT, but Halzerg will take the first of the second round, finding Brolin deep down in the playground. Flusher flashed out on Monster, Get Right peeking off the back of it. He doesn't see the bomb, but he does get some information. Dignitas are going to be poised outside of B, ready for a commitment here from Fnatic. Dig's info gathering has been really good this game on the CT side.
Oh,
wow, that's a great
just
grenade.
An absolute stinger of a missile. Golden catches it. Force is going to catch one for himself inside the site, make that 2. He's brought down to 46. But so far, the battle has gone the way of Dignitas. Brolin's out. Now the hit looks to stick to B. Fnatic want to give it hell.
Forest, lots of damage through that smoke at JW. Oh, a little sigh of relief there as he's still alive. And in the meantime, Golden gets out through Monster. Provides a kill on a Get Right, but a great flash allows Forest to take that peek there. It is still traded and dealt with courtesy of Crims. And now Freiburg fragging from down here in the pit. Halzerg pushes up close and drops the bomb with Golden. Now, Crims and JW to try and pick up while the rest of the team left off. Halzerg is fully blind, has Exist here to help him out if needed, but Halzerg might not need assistance. Actually, he might now. It's AWP on AWP. Clash of the Titans. JW playing around the pillar, tagged down low earlier on. One shot is all that's needed. Even with the pistol for Halzerg, but he does it with the AWP, takes on JW and lives to tell the tale. There's some revenge. JW,
back to him,
not so fun when it's you getting shot at after the round ends, huh? 19-19, and Dig immediately respond with a round of their own. I like that Halzerg's, you know, like responding with a bit himself, you know, because that's the thing, like when JW's memeing you, he does that every
really
game. That's just how he is.
Side. Oh, that's not me. Wow, that's great. That is a great grenade.
That is a great grenade.
I love that caster.
You did with your voice there, man.
I love that caster.
That was probably my favorite Henry G clip, honestly.
Yeah. Wow. God, I was really scared. For
I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear what the casting sounds like when it's slowed down.
Well, we heard it in Fast Forward yesterday. Well, maybe not the casting, but the intro at least. The sponsors. But we're not trying to wrangle past them. We're not trying to forget the people that make this happen. Listed at the bottom of your screen.
All these matches powered on Intel. And also Freiburg empowering the FAMAS. Finds a kill on the JW. That's going to help them in this round immensely.
Yeah.
JW 32-27, but he is going to have to wait another round to see if he can get more than that.
Fnatic, they're just going to straight up commit. They're just going to run through. What else have they got? And luckily, B isn't stacked. There's only 2 men here. Make that 1. Forest holding his own. He's now got rotations, but they're flashed out, and Forest is deep in the site. Oh my, he's found some damage. Crims is hidden behind this smoke, but that ain't a wall. It's about to disappear, and so will his life behind it. Crims, anything here. Can you find it? No, Halzerg shut it down, and Dig, they win this half of overtime. It's double OT, and it's 20-19, 2-1 in the second OT on their CT side. We now flip the script once again. Are we going to Dust 2 is the question in our mind.
Oh man, I want to see Dig on Dust. Like, I used to love watching the Nip of old on Dust 2, right? Like, you'd have like these ridiculous clips of Freiburg, you know, doing like the catwalk to CT drop down and things like that. I don't know, man. There's so much nostalgia.
I didn't know you digged Dust, Harry. But,
I don't normally like Dust, but Dig can make me dig Dust. Digging myself out of this hole now as I try and make that one come full circle, but sometimes it's best to just let sleeping metaphors lie. Crims down here, spraying through the wall, not able to find any damage as Get Right comes out late. Short water control taken now by Get Right. And there are players over here inside of the site who might look to push this extremity, so he's just going to hang around for the time being. Smokes go up towards A in the meantime. One of those falling at toilets, and that's going to cut JW off. Dig setting up for a B play, and that smoke has kept 2 players up towards the A site. Golden spotted, sees the first player rearing his head from Monster. That smoke extinguishes the molly just in the nick of time. Dig, I mean, they're in. They've got to commit, right? They are right in the firing line of Fnatic, and they're trying to close the distance. Golden gets dealt with by Halzerk, and he doubles up. He's been a little bit quiet within regulation, but here in OT, Halzerk is here to stay. JW missed shot, and that could have made all the difference at changing the outcome of this round. Brolin and JW left in a 2-on-4 to deny map point up against Dig.
Ooh, missed shot, but very close. Halzerk deep in the monster, and JW swapping out guns. The bomb has been dropped on the site, and there's 30 seconds for him to make things interesting. Smoke forward. They actually go through it. JW back to back. Oh, he turns at the worst possible moment, and Golden, Brolin, sorry, trades for 2, but Halzerk's going to get him quick with the AWP. 1 HP left, 3 kills on the round. It's Halzerk to make it happen. I keep mixing up Brolin and Golden. I don't mean to.
How dare you?
Yeah.
One thing not to be mixed with is the fact that Dignitas have brought this back from the brink of disaster.
Yeah.
And potentially losing an entire series to now just about pushing us into a 3rd map of Dust 2. So let's see if they can do it right here in this round.
Such an impressive comeback for Dig, right? The 5 rounds in a row to get overtime, and now even surfing through to a 2nd OT, they're finally on match point.
The thing that's even more impressive is this has been such a good map for Fnatic, and one that Dig have barely played. And as you mentioned, Hugo, before we headed into this, the last time they met Fnatic on this map, they got 16-3.
Yeah.
This is an incredible game from Dig to step up and match the Titans that are Fnatic right now. Crims trying to hold short, Get Right pressures it, and a bit of spam goes the way of Crims. He gets caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Exist has found an opener in this round. Man advantage for Dig, and map point on the line. 4 kills is all that separates them from locking in Dust 2.
And we're going to have to wait around and find out. Don't sleep on Fnatic. Halzerk's going to have his AWP out, and the rest of his team's going to be joining him over here towards the side of Fountain. Looks like they want to press the long A issue, or at least split it between that and bathrooms.
Yeah, Exist is still trying to sell B-Fake as well, hanging around quite late, but it's just making sure Fnatic haven't regressed, and that is the case. Very off angle for Brolin on top of the site, and he won't hang around there long, just smoking off the front of it. Now they're coming up long, he's going to go back above the smoke. Nice one-way, and the bomb dropped as well. Brolin might be bringing us to another overtime. Flusher's going to try and assist as well. He's got a kill on the site. Halzerk's pushed up. He's been the hero of overtime at 20 seconds. Might not be enough time for Dignitas in this round. Halzerk trying to flank, and his teammate's already gone. Get Right dropping the bomb on the site, and Halzerk up on the chopping block. 10 seconds for them to find him, or him to find them. It doesn't really matter at this rate. It's a done deal. It's a 20th round for Fnatic. Again, Brolin just looking so good on these scoped weapons. Doesn't matter what's in his hands. He gets it done. Fnatic, one more round to a 3rd overtime. It would certainly do this game justice.
Tit for tat, back and forth we go. Brolin with some individual heroics there to really keep Fnatic in this ballgame. But I say that, and the other overtime over of Ince and Ninjas of Pajamas has concluded. Ince picked up that 2nd map. That means they're going to a 3rd of Inferno. Ooh. Didn't copy us there, did you guys?
Well, we can still go to a 3rd trace. Remember, this round...
We can't go to Inferno, though.
No, sadly not. Just a bigger version of it, you know? Dust.
Yeah, and I mean, if the sticky notes tell us anything, it's that Dust 2 is just a larger or smaller Inferno. I really don't even know. Larger? Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, it tells us that, I guess.
Well, JW, he sat in heaven and he killed Get Right jumping short to spot. Like, that's mental. Holding for a boost potentially, or the connector, but he'll take the kill when he gets it. Advantage for Fnatic. They've been good at closing these ones out, but Dig, hey, more rounds to their name. They can't be messed with either. Brolin's pushed up in the toilets. He's going to hear these flashes go over, spotting the gap. He won't be able to kill anyone through this gap. It's not the Deagle headshot wallbang. 35 seconds. Freiburg selling a fake, but it seems obvious at this point. He's dropping down lower, and Fnatic are ready for it. 3 players here. Crims has a spray. He's dropped the bomb. Full rotate can come through now, but it might not be needed. They might be going to a third overtime. Freiburg trading, but they haven't even seen Golden in the corner, and he's there to drop the bomb the second time around. It's done. It's over. It's a third overtime as we get going with more Counter-Strike here on Overpass.
Man, I wanted to see something great from this Dig Fnatic squad, and this is exactly.
Look at this.
Well, I mean, this isn't how I imagined it going down. I was hoping for 3 maps, but if we just get 3 maps worth of Counter-Strike in 2, and then move on to a 4th map, essentially, that would be incredible. Dig on the back foot now, as Fnatic are the ones to grind their way back into an OT this time around, and that there could be a bit of a momentum switch in this game. Let's see if Dig have what it takes to keep this action coming. Smoke gets thrown. That's pretty cool. That's a smoke that goes over to extinguish the mid-molly thrown from T-spawn, and that's going to give the illusion that Dig have crossed thanks to that molly getting put out. You know, if you're Fnatic and you throw that Molotov and you see no one going in behind it, then you know that it's probably going to be a B play. But with the smoke falling, these players have to stay at the A side of the map, and that leaves B with just 3 players defending, now turned into 1. Flusher can sometimes feel like he hits with the force of 3. Let's see, though, if that's enough in this round. Forest gets the trade, and the B site now belongs to Dig.
Yeah, look how deep they are as well, right? Get right, pushed up below heaven, clearing CT, making sure Fnatic haven't got any foothold in this round, in this site. Not at all. Halzerk holding the molly as well. And I think he's been seen. Broden spotted a leg, but the AWP is faster, and an instant kill has left JW alone. Might want to save this AWP once again. 10K MR3 in the major cycle, in the major circuit. So JW, he doesn't have money for days. Instead, he's just going to have to hold on to this AWP. And Dig, once again, taking the first, getting on the board nice and early. Nice little B rush.
I'm telling you, that's generally the way it goes. I mean, it's what we saw get us into overtime. Fnatic sat on 15 for the longest amount of time, and then, of course, win the first one of OT. So that puts them up to 16. And you just really start to look at things like, you know, the money system, the economy of the teams, and resetting all of that. But now we look to see who the first to 25 is in OT number 3. That's the magic number. It's not very often that we've covered, I think, triple overtimes on our end here.
No, I tell you what, man, out of all this series is to go to 3 OTs, I'm very glad it's this one, right? Like, there's so much history in the server that I'm just kind of nerding out, I'll be honest. Like, that's all this has really been, because I love both of these teams, and the fact that, you know, Dig are giving this such a good go, and even more than that, you know, that feels like,
yeah, good go feels like an understatement.
Yeah, like a real understatement of just what it's taking to match up against a Fnatic that is in a damn near unstoppable form at the minute, it feels like, right? And now a B play coming on through, back on the cards. The bomb goes in first and gets gifted over to Fnatic. Dig, they might be kicking themselves here as it all falls onto Freiburg. He's not able to deliver. Flusher answers back with 3 of his own, 2 for Golden, and a 22nd round now on the chart for Fnatic.
That's one of the worries of throwing that nade stack. Dig have done it a lot this game, and it's never really netted them anything. They throw the triple nades outside the monster, the Astralis nades that land on the boost spot. Crims was next to it. He gets hit for 40 by 3 grenades. That's not a lot. But what that does do for Fnatic is immediately tell them, guys, Dig are about to rush 3 monster. And so everyone's just ready, right? They mow them down on short. They get the mollies in play, and Fnatic are prepared for the rush this time. So their round on the B site. Dig now, last one of the half, wanting to take the lead again going into CT. But will Fnatic make it that easy? Triple B setup, and Dig moving towards middle for a change. We've got JW again in the toilets, but he lets him go down con. He's holding for the short cross. Sees nothing, but does hear them. So he knows that Dig are hanging around the stairwell. And that's maybe where the bomb goes as well. Get right, waiting for this aggression, and that's a free kill. Crims doesn't check it, and now Dig can just commit, not only with the advantage, but with where the bomb is going. This is perfect. Golden aggressed in with a flashbang, finds Get Right. Exist trades him though, and leaves Flusher alone.
Yeah, the horrible thing about this is that you haven't really had too many tells that it's going to be the B play, right? Exist emerges from the connector, but that could have very easily been a player swinging for the trade on his way up towards the A bomb site. And so that delayed the rotation from Brolin and JW. That bit of uncertainty with the man advantage in favor of Dig. Now Brolin delivering one, has JW here to back him up if needed, and it will be needed if this round looks to go in favor of Fnatic. Another kill for Brolin. Forest tries to come through the smoke, but Brolin is on a tear. And now just Exist left to beat. Locked into a 1v1 and Exist at the sandbags. The bomb is so open that Exist could be anywhere. There's no hints in the bomb plant, and Exist swings out from behind the sandbags. 23 on the board for Big Dig. 22 on the board for Fnatic.
You're right, Harry.
And now, you know, we're looking for first to 25. It's another one of these ones where Fnatic, they would need to go flawless if they want to pick that up. It really does feel like that this game could just keep going to OTs till one team goes flawless in the half. And at that point, it's like a war of attrition, you know? It's like a battle of fatigue. It's who tires out first.
A marathon. And we actually have somebody in the house who has ran a marathon. That would be Hugo Byron.
Hi.
What does it take to topple that stamina, that endurance, Hugo?
Lots and lots of running, Trace. Not really much else I can give you there.
Fair enough.
Wow. Believe in yourself.
Hydration is important too. Halzerk's going to keep it wet in the server, and so is Exist.
Yeah, swimming with the fishes are the bodies of Fnatic in this round, and they're burning in the embers as well. 3 dead to begin this one. Dig looking for 24, and Golden trying to deny it. Big entries on the in-game leader for Fnatic. B has been swept under and over. Fnatic are all over this site, and they can get the plant as well. These post plants can be so difficult to hold on to. Halzer looking for the advantage back. He won't hit his shot. Flush is stuck in the site, dead to Exist, and no HP left on some of these players, but Golden can't capitalize for the ace. It will be 24 to Dig, 1 round away from that number 3. Or in this case, number 2, Dust 2, the 3rd map of the series.
Well, I'm not confused.
If you're confused, Trace, I don't know, maybe you're in the wrong seat.
Maybe I am. That would be the number 25 that we're looking for, and also that second or 3rd map. God, see, you got me, man.
Yeah, that 2nd map, Dust 3.
Good grief.
Coming
Source
to
2.
cinema near you.
Already out. Check hltv.org. Source 2 released.
Flush a band.
And JW backed. All of these things are not real. Anytime you read those things, they're not real, people.
Until they are. That's very hard.
One day.
Halzerk towards Party. Tries to find a kill on a man getting across. JW just runs the gauntlet through Con. I actually don't... Oh, he might not be alive much longer. Go. It dodges it. JW still alive. Still kicking over here towards short side. But it's a measly bit of control at quite the cost for Fnatic, right? JW bought down low, and Dig fall back into a passive hold all across the map. The only man who's out on a bit of a limb right now is Halzerk over here at the long side. How much longer is he going to commit to this angle for? Because he is on a timer, and he knows that. They can come through the toilets, and that's what he's got to worry about. He doesn't actually fall off. Instead, he gets peckish and decides to go in. See if he can pad these stats. Big kill onto Brolin. That's a man at long dealt with, and that opens up an avenue for Halzerk to fall back into the A site.
Man.
Golden, another big kill on the entry from him. Bests Exist back inside of A, and at the very, very least, that's forced a rotation up from the B site.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. A second's difference could have been a round win for Fnatic, but instead it's Golden getting dropped on the A site with 2 players there. That's info enough, but what can Fnatic do with this info? They're losing bodies. Flusher entries B. Forest is alone here, they know it, but the rotate is so quick. Freiburg has come down, and another man coming in from the backline as well. Bomb planted for Forest here. Flusher covers, and it's all up to the Orb. Quick kill. Flusher needs them all, and he can't do it at all. Halzerk shuts down the series. And he will send it packing. Let's go to a 3rd. Dust 2, round the corner.
No, but I love this from Halzerk. They were DMing him. They were shooting his body in the first OT when they killed him, and since then Halzerk has been on a tear. Dig, they get this 2nd map locked in on the back of Halzerk with a phenomenal 1v2 to get the job done. And now we're going to Dust 2, the 3rd and final map in this series. To say you don't want to miss it is an understatement, because what a series it's been. Dig versus Fnatic coming up after the break.
my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
Well, you wanted a show, so we're going to give you one, and so are Dignitas. 25-22 on the second map of Overpass. Train going the way of Fnatic, and that was even a close affair, too. All the overtimes and just a few extra rounds here at the ESL 1 Road to Rio. My name is Trace. Alongside of me is Harry and Hugo. And going forward, we need to talk a little bit about the map of Dust 2, but not before we put an end to Overpass. This is a map. They're everywhere. Dignitas have answers for just about everything.
And a lot of those answers come in overtime, and that's thanks to Halzuk, right? We saw the first round of OT. It was a clutch on the A-bomb side. It was JW versus Halzuk, AWP on AWP. JW wins it. He starts spamming the body, starts going full BM mode. Follow up, the next round, same situation, one-on-one, Halzuk JW. Halzuk wins it, he BMs back, and then he just comes alive in overtime, finding 3 or 4 kills around with the AWP, slaughtering them on the CT side. We had more than enough overtimes, and so more than enough opportunities for Halzuk to frag, and boy, did he do that.
Yeah, and so did Get Right. He was all over the place. We saw vintage Get Right that was really finding himself behind enemy lines and cutting off rotations that we know Get Right to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one, right? Because like that, for the longest time when he was with these guys in NIP, that was what he was known for. And then we kind of saw, you know, as that NIP squad fell apart piece by piece, we saw him kind of moving away from that lurk role, right? And here, back with the boys, back in Dig, he is looking more present in the server than ever, man. Like the amount of times he found himself behind enemy lines or just securing key areas of the map, right? And then you kind of factor into that, the fact that he has a great individual performance in terms of the numbers as well. He was just a treat to watch. He really was. And, you know, we credit a lot of the ending of that to Halzerg, but I think the reason it was so close to begin with was because of Get Right in the server. He was head and shoulders above anyone else on the team in regulation in this map.
In the first half, he was a top player in the server, despite Dig not even winning out the half, right? And that was T-side start. That wasn't, oh sorry, CT start. It wasn't super comfortable. Fnatic were bringing the heat, and still he was, you know, the guy to look out for. Even on the T-side, like in this round, it would find entries into B, or like find timings. We saw that back on Train, where he would get out B, he'd walk through the connector and find really good lurks and get information for Dig. He did the same on the T-side here. When he was left alone to his own devices, that's when he seemed to find all these gaps, all these holes, all these opportunities. And boy, oh boy, has it taken us a distance. Dust 2, third map of this series. It's everything we wanted and more.
It really is a crazy turn of events, but that also leads me to turn us right into a break. There's not a minute to be wasted as we look towards that third map of Dust 2. Dignitas, Fnatic, squaring it up, trying to settle the score. We'll be right back after this. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Son intelligence de jeu, enfin, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
All of the rounds, baby. Turn up the rounds in here. I want you guys to see all of this. Extra rounds. Extra rounds. I want the full buys. I want the OTs. I want all of the rounds, and I want all of the lights. Turn up that digital vibrance so you don't miss a damn thing. This is the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Shout out to both Sean Gares, my ghostwriter, and the original writer of that being Rihanna. I have Harry and Hugo here to help me decipher this and tell me how this one could go the complete distance on Dust 2. We've had a full series thus far, and I don't expect it to be any different now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Dignitas had just come into this firing on all cylinders. Yeah. Everyone is looking great. And so I think, you know, we can't look at this through like the usual lenses. I think we have to work with what we've seen thus far in this series. And that is a dig that is really bringing the heat to Fnatic, currently ranked #1 in the world. They are giving them a run for their money. I think that's fair to say. We've had 2 overtime maps to start the day. Not just 1 overtime. Not actually just 2. We've had, what, 3?
3 on the second, 1 on the first.
Total. So there's always a chance for more here heading to Dust 2.
So the strange part for me is this, right? We look at this match and we see Dignitas versus Fnatic, and we think to ourselves, okay, like these guys have obviously played each other before, and in a weird way, there's a little bit of a rivalry sense, even though both of these teams are stacked differently throughout rankings. But from my experiences, growing up in a southerner state and watching American football, these rivalry games can go anywhere. And so far, that's what's being delivered right in front of us.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot here on the Road to Rio, but familiarity, and it plays a part. It plays a part with teams, you know, playing against their ex-teammates. I guess in the case of Exist, that is the case here. But, you know, it's been some time since that very situation. Looking to Dust 2 here, I think it's interesting because Fnatic, we just talked about how back on Overpass, that's been such a good map for them. They've been picking up win after win. They're on a 3-win streak prior to that game. They've beaten Astralis on it. They've beaten FaZe on it. They looked really good. Well, right now we go to Dust 2. Not quite the pretty picture for Fnatic, at least. Last 3 games, all losses to OG, Mousesports, and End. So just to look at that at the surface level, that certainly doesn't bode well. And considering, you know, Dignitas have proven that previous results don't tell us who they are because, you know, last time they played Overpass, they got 3 rounds versus Fnatic. So the same could be said for Dust 2. And I think they're in a very good position to win this series.
Yeah, they certainly are. And one thing we need to remind you all is that a knife round does determine who starts on what side. We are privy to watch this, so slice and dice, if you will. A little bit of Zorro action in the server. JW gets a kill on a Brolin, of course, his teammate, but also the last one. So
yeah, JW wants as many knives as he can get. And
exactly.
If that means cutting down a few of your own, then, you know, it all just pads the stats along the way. So, yeah.
It's pretty much the case.
6K ace, you know. We saw that from NIP at least the other day here on the Road to Rio as well.
We saw Stewie do that a long time ago. But you know what? Don't let any of those things be bygones because Stewie 2K did it first. Anyway, we're looking at the last map of Dust 2, and I kind of want to know what strengths we should be looking for here on both sides. And we talk about there being some weaknesses here for Fnatic on the map of Dust 2. What about strengths, though? What are we looking for them to play into?
Well, you know, I think something you have to look at immediately is going to be this AWP head-to-head, right? Because we already had that battle between JW and Halzek heating up back on Overpass. It got a little bit personal there towards the very end. And I'm sure that's set to continue here, moving into the realm of Dust, right? I think Halzek is going to prove to be an instrumental piece of the puzzle here as to whether or not it kind of makes or breaks this this dig run in this series. On top of that as well, right? I think I would love to see Dig start over on the T side. I know that we saw Fnatic pick up the knife round there, so we're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, I think it would be great for them to come into Dust with a T-side start and keep this momentum high, right? Keep this in-your-face style of Counter-Strike and just keep bringing the heat to Fnatic.
Yeah, and they're pushing them. And we talk about knife kills here, there, and the other for Fnatic. Well, there's a reason that we don't see a lot of that right now. And I would honestly just bank on it, the fact that Fnatic are getting pushed around. Yeah. And it's Dignitas that are doing it to them. And this is us doing it proper. For us to get into this pistol round, we've got to let the beat drop a little. And we've got to bring the ruckus. We got to bring the noise. And we're going to be doing it on Dust 2, the third and final map of this series. Can Forest or can Crims? Can they put up those excellent performances we know they're capable of doing? Or will this one slide right out of Dignitas' hands? They're so close to the finish line. And here we are on the pistol round.
Yeah, Fnatic on the CT side start, Harry. So you get your dream, you get what you wanted. Dig now, getting to direct the pace of this matchup. At least to begin. I'm sure there's many, many overtimes in the future where we can see even more of this madness, but let's at least get through regulation before we do so. Fast cap play. Freiburg is up and about, and Crims is going to get pushed towards the spawn. Oh dear, nice shot on the Freiburg cross. Goes back to Long, and he's got JW alongside him as well. Get Right is late lurking this position, but right now his entire team are falling like flies. The bomb plant may be allowed for the catwalk, but Fnatic, they have an inkling, and Crims also take the fight to him. They won't expect a second player, you would think, and JW trades it. All well and good for Fnatic. The flashbang sets him up towards catwalk, and there's a double flash that exists, does burst someone with. Halzek trading, and things are getting messy, but Fnatic will secure that pistol round. Woo! Quite the start to this game, though. I'm already excited.
Is JW going just to BM? Yeah, I thought that was the case. He got off the defuse, and it's like Flusher has a kit, so they could do it, right? And it makes sense in that POV, but that is just for JW. Oh, to go and BM Halzek. I love it. Let's keep this heat turned up. Halzek versus JW. Who knew that that would be the rivalry that we get today? Surprise. I absolutely love it.
JW's like, you're not a Swede. What are you doing here?
Well,
get him out.
I guess.
Yeah, those ragdolls can be different. Well, it looked like he was shooting with his hand in the, server. The replay shows otherwise. Body on the ground, face in the floor.
Message there regardless.
Yeah, I think they worked it out. I think they knew what he was trying to convey with the bullet shots, but...
Why is this guy just shooting the ground way over there? Anyway, the message is clear. Fnatic and Dig. This one, I don't think would be getting too personal, but it's definitely heating up. The buffer is running out. A little bit of the scrappiness from Dig. They're going to have some weapons go right out of mid doors. No one has spotted them yet. In fact, no one's even really aware that that's a possibility. Golden now has realized that error. He's going to drop a Molotov. He knows that they could be out. They're going to run out, pretty much Zerg rush Golden right into oblivion.
Brolin alone, and SMG is not the fight you want to take towards middle versus those AKs. He will get a quick work of an example. And only one kill coming through for Fnatic in this round. They're still getting lurked on Cat as well. Get Right can come in late and really be a problem for Fnatic if they want to look at this retake. And the fact they're hanging around so long surprises me. But they know that this is a force for Dig. They know they shouldn't have a lot to play with. No armor on Get Right. How's it going to scout? It's worth peering into, poking and prodding. JW does both, and he will find Halzek in the sight. Knows there's a player at the back as well. Get Right on this late drop. It's being held. Flusher is very aware, and he's found himself a 2-on-2, but the time ticking out of the hands of Fnatic. Kills need to come through, and JW almost has them all. Freiburg trading, and I think he's won the round just by staying alive. 3 to his name. He knows Flusher's off it, and he can try and chase the kill as well. Man. 1 HP the difference. Even if Flusher doesn't die to the bomb, which he will, it's going to be a round for Dig regardless. Great work from Freiburg. And I think, was it Flusher running away? Thinks that Freiburg's hanging around. That's not the case.
Yeah, he knows he was dead to bomb anyway, right? So I think he just wanted to try and get that one kill onto old mate Freiburg. And obviously Freiburg has gotten the hell out of there. Didn't want to hang around when that bomb was exploding. And we learn why. Flusher falls in amongst the explosion. And that there has left Fnatic in with a force buy here as these force buy wars start on Dust 2. We wanted a close third map, and we are delivering just 3 rounds into play.
And I would have to say that's probably ultimately due to most of the chat spamming a Bass to help Dignitas or something like that anyway. Flusher, though, he has nothing to say about these copy passes. He wants nothing to do with any of it. He's going to be holding the line, but Exist has such a tighter angle. That's going to be 2 big kills for him. Krim's trying to hold on to the control of this B site, but it's gone. They have no vision there anymore. And just JW with a deagle. 1v2 against Get Right and Forest. The bomb is down. And it's not down far from him. His play there is to go through the smoke, and, well, that proves to be a fatal one.
Yeah, good decision for Dignitas there, right? They just stop in their tracks. They know the bomb's been dropped. They know he's likely going to make a hero play in the 1-on-2, and they just hold the smoke. Yeah, offers himself up to them.
Yeah, some big dig energy here.
Yeah, that's what you like, the BDE in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fnatic eco, though. Just a smoke for the cross, but nothing really going behind it. They're heavy towards the A site instead. So Exist taking his spawn with the Mach 10. And they're actually not going to peer the corner. They're going to wait for contact. They'll get it. Exist sees one on the car. Oh, more than he bargained for on this A site. And dinks through the wall. Finally, one will do damage. Freiburg takes the kill. But Dig actually didn't spot all those players. They know there's more. Get Right's going to start to clean house.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Luckily enough, Freiburg is here to help mop this up, I was going to say. But oh no, it's gotten messy. Freiburg is still hanging around. Brolin's retrieved an AK though. This was a full USP round from Fnatic, and we're into a 2-on-2. Forest and Exist, they don't want to get embarrassed like this. They smoke off mid, and Forest posts himself up in the window. About to come through this is Flusher. Forest hopping on down, gives Flusher a bit of a timing now where he can try and get out into this middle area. He's waiting for Brolin to do a lap and come and join him. Secure a foothold in mid because they don't want to risk just losing a man to the push. There's still very much a chance for Fnatic here.
Well, that's not ideal now, is it? Little Richard's going to get burnt out of the back of the site, and that's going to leave him to reposition himself.
That there is devastating. Luckily enough, Exist gets a kill from this position, but yeah, this isn't where he wanted to be. And shout out to Forest for making this round. Fnatic's defuse comes in, and Brolin delivering 4 kills,
Good
2 of
grief.
which with a USP in a full eco round from Fnatic. They find a second and they put it on the board. Forest, he mustn't like Exist that much. Mollied him out of position. I hope that's something Dig are laughing about. That's the thing, they're a pretty cheery group of guys. But still, like, this isn't the round you want to be giving over. You know, like, no matter how much you try and laugh that off, oh, that is devastating that that's how it falls apart.
You lost to a $300 investment at the end of the day, and that was that smoke on the mid-cross. So Fnatic, wow, what a round. Not one you can bank on, but they will certainly take it. And JW's taken a man out of middle. We quickly responded, though. Halzerk. No more shots at the bodies this time, but it will be an early trade to put things in a 4-on-4. And with the less players alive for Dig, the more those guns can spread over. So at least we have 3 rifles in play, armed and dangerous. Halzerk waiting for the repeat, and he might just get it.
He might. Golden a little bit wiser, though. So far, Get Right trying to lead the charge out here on the catwalk, but Flush Up, well, he's not going to just give it up without at least taking down Exist. This turned into a 2v3. Golden very, very low. 22 HP. He does have the kit. Brolin's going to be there trying to look at the site from CT spawn. This smoke on catwalk, they are well entrenched. Taps are not going the way either one of them want to. So they're going to back out. This looks like a round for Dignitas.
Yeah, Brolin needs to be careful with the bomb here. I mean, he's looking for cross players, and he will get right, but there's going to be more where that came from. His legs shown. He can't see a player here, but he will go wide and get the job done. Nice shots from Brolin. He's definitely dead to the bomb on this health, so he needs to run. Oh, he dodges the orb. Brolin, get out of there, buddy. It's going to be a round regardless for Dig, and the AK does get saved. So that's decent for Fnatic. They get out with guns alive, but they do lose the round, and that's not what they had in mind. Halzerk was big trading as well into JW early on, not letting that orb get off to a good start. And Get Right again, just crucial double entry into the site as well. Continuing his performance across this entire series.
That almost felt like a kind of like long-range bait and switch from Dig, right? They have the AK firing down mid, and that leaves JW feeling confident enough to take the peak. And when he deals with the first guy, he sees a bunch more players down towards Suicide, so he thinks, well, they're dueling me with AKs, I can take this fight. And as he peeks out, that's when Halzerk deals with him. So kind of a cool little idea, but this round has not gotten off to a swimming start here for Dig. They've lost 3 players in the blink of an eye. The bomb is a part of that. And it's only Forest left. 1v5 required. 1 minute and 30 on the clock.
And likely he's already turning towards saving this up. But the problem is that Fnatic are going to be all over you. They are already back here in T-Spawn.
Oh my God, look at Flusher.
Who is going to check for flushes?
Knife?
No one's going to check for flushes. Surely, right? This isn't a position you're ready for. And this could be a knife in the third map of the series. Come on.
This is a knife, 110%.
He's ducking underneath the flusher. Ooh, no. Forrest, turn around. He's behind you. Oh, no. Flusher gets it. And we knew it was coming. It was only a matter of when. Not so much if. And there it is.
Yeah. Pulls out his katana, slices and dices him.
Flusher studies the blade, okay? While you were out there, you know, retiring, he was studying the blade. And for good reason. That's a big round for Fnatic. No AWP saved here for Dig, and Get Right on a Hero AK in a force buy round, just looking to hit that B bomb site nice and quickly. Fnatic throwing a Molotov. It could make Dig go for a contact play late. They don't have the utility to smoke this off. One smoke. Oh, wow, they go for it. I was going to say, they might rather save that for the door, but they'll just go fast into the site. Brolin is waiting, and Golden's gone. Get Right with the kills to make things happen, and Dig are in B. This could be their round on Eco, because we know it. We've said it. Dust 2, very hard to retake that B site.
Damn near impossible in some instances.
Man, this series is great. Like, this series is stellar. This is a force buy from Dig, where they only really have pistols and a rifle on Get Right to try and get the job done, and they might manage it. Fnatic looking to come in for this retake. The mollies they hope can burn players out, and it does. Burn Halzerk down to the grave, 3-on-3. As this retake tries to kick up a notch, and out from the window, it's Flusher dealing with one. Get Right still alive! And how's he managed that? 4 kills in the round for Get Right, and Dig put a 4th on the board on the back of it. We are well and truly in the time vortex now. Dig sit in the lead, 4-3 up with a stellar clutch from Get Right.
JW, man, he comes through the door here. Get Right just, after this, Get Right turns around. He should be dead. He's getting dinged. You can see the blood on the wall. And JW, I don't know what happens, but he puts him down to sub 10 HP and doesn't finish the job. Maybe ran out of ammo, maybe with the shots. But whatever it was a great spray from Get Right. An excellent conversion as Dig get rid of more pistols.
Yeah, absolutely the best time for you to tell everybody you know. Go ahead and open your Steam friends. Go ahead and get on Discord. Tell them all about what you're watching here. Fnatic and Dig, this is a special matchup. And even on the outset of that, we're going to have Astralis Vitality coming up next in a best of 3, which is certainly something you could set in for the long haul for as well. Here in this ESL 1 Road to Rio, the group stages will carry on. 25-22 in the second map, 19-17 in Train. I'd say we're on the path to something repeated here in the map of Dust 2.
Yeah, maybe a quad overtime trace. We've only had 3 in the previous map. That doesn't feel like enough, so...
Mate, the longer, the more we can get out of this series, the better. And
yeah, Astralis Vitality, by the way, is going to get delayed heavily because of this game, which is our next matchup, obviously.
And by delayed heavily, I mean, it should start, you know, pretty much at the conclusion of this. Obviously, there's some formalities that have to be taken care of.
That game was scheduled for 10 minutes ago, though. So that you know, shows you where we're at right now.
It's true.
This one really has been a barn burner and gone longer than any series we've done here so far. And I still want more. My hunger is yet to be satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You think about the OTs, what? We've had 4 of them in total. 4 times 6 is what? 28? 24? 24? Nailed 24. That one.
Wait, what did you just say?
24. I don't know, mate.
You said 24.
Yeah, I said 24 the whole time. And, you know, that's basically a whole extra map. So this has been like a 4-map best of 3, and I'm very, very happy about it. The more I get to see Get Right, wrecking fools in the server, the better. And, well, this round could be more of the same. It's another pistol investment from Fnatic. However, we've seen them do pretty well in the past. I thought it was Freiburg who got that kill. That's why I just paused for a moment. I was like, what? But no, it was it was Get Right delivering right when we wanted him to over towards the long doors. He catches JW trying to aggress. In response to that, Dig just blindside this A site knowing they can get in. They've carved a bit of a path. And in this round, the pistols aren't going to find anything for Fnatic. It will be that 5th round, that coveted 5th round on the board for the Dig squad.
Yeah, easy does it on the anti-eco. Not a single death. Forrest gets very close. He pokes his head through, but he will come out unscathed relatively. 5-3 to Dignitas with 5 alive in the previous, and that Mag 10 gets insta upgraded or traded over. Exist. If he takes that off spawn, he could hit the B-bomb site with his spawn. So we'll see what the decision is to be made here for Dig.
I think you put the AWP into Halzerk's hand. Force is going to elect to go towards B.
Yeah, I mean, not using the Mac 10 for what I thought, but it is going down suicide very fast. So let's see how quickly Dignitas can get through these doors if that is their plan. Exist toying with the idea, but just spotting for Fnatic right now. Nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard. It's a very passive, safe round for Fnatic. They don't have the AWP, and so they're kind of just locking in, hoping for Dig to commit into the stack. 3 on A side, 1 in the spawn, and 1 on B. Mid to be boost as well coming through. So Brolin is in, or Golden is in very good position, thanks to Crims. And this looks like it could end B, right? It's a standard default with Dig taking cap, but once they throw that cross smoke on the A site, that's when you decide, like, you can go back to lower, you can drop into mid, but right now with a man out long as well, seems like Dig want to take this A site.
Well, these smokes go down to try and allow the cross from Catwalk, and this is where we're going to see Get Right and Forest now start to pick up the pace over at long. Exist dives to his demise over here in CT, and oh no, Get Right hasn't checked for JW. Oh dear, there's a kill, and there is still Forest floating around towards the long side. He can come in and deal with JW, so they do get revenge for the man down in the pit. But a 3-on-3 retake, not impossible for the Fnatic squad. Setting up over towards Catwalk, all 3 players here. Molotov on Forest could stand to make things very difficult, and that's even if you can get past Halzerk, which apparently Fnatic cannot. Golden, now alone, offers himself up as well, and it's Halzerk delivering 3 kills to put a 6th on the board for Dig. Stepping back into the shoes from Overpass, he's looking to bring the heat here now with that AWP in hand.
Yeah, again, Fnatic on Eco as well. Dig are really sending it to them on this T side. It's a great showing from all of them, really, and Halzerk especially. The one Norwegian and a server of Swedes.
Surrounded almost.
Yeah. In every direction. Wow. Little grenade on long. Exist is going to go ahead of it, though. No fear as he takes down Brolin, and Dig, again, on this long position, can just commit to the A site up against Eco. This is a really safe way of playing around Ecos, the longest avenue in the map. I guess apart from middle, but this is very open as well. No doors in the way. Just got to worry about the car, and that's already been Molotov. So Dig have cleared out that close position, and they can begin whenever they want to move up. Right now, they're hoping to see a Fnatic go for anything with control still towards tunnels and lower. Forest is watching for any shenanigans. But there are the flashes on the long cross, and Dig can make their way to the site.
Oh, Get Right opening up. Halzerk helping out. It's still hidden over at Gandalf as JW, but not for long. That Molotov forces him into the open. And it's only Golden left in the blink of an eye. He does dig down Forest, and that is now an AK that can be retrieved and held onto. And that's actually pretty important for Fnatic. They're going to duck out of here. It's going to allow this next buy to have all the utility they need. You're not going to see any players limited. You know, Flusher certainly could have fallen under that category, having a lot less money than the rest of the team in this round. But will he get away with the AK?
I don't know. He's a very sneaky little fella here, isn't he? Oh. Not quite that sneaky.
Yeah, you can see that. Even if they're looking at the ground, if you focus and you're above window, you can always see it. It's just about, you know, like, if you're not looking for it, you're not going to see it. So Get Right, very aware, very attentive to that position, and not letting anyone get away with guns today. He was just waiting for Golden to stand back up anyway, just to guarantee the shot, solidify the kill, and keep Dig on the T side looking good. 7-3. When will Fnatic break this? It's been 4 in a row on the rifles. 2 of them eco rounds, of course. Halzerk's taking his ult B for a pick, but no one offering anything up right now. He might have to just go through this molly. Late, smoke on it. Golden alone. It's a perfect round to rush B. No one's close. Fnatic have 4 on the A site right now. They didn't even have mid control. So the fact that Golden goes down without a kill to his name means this round, again, might be done in an instant. There's no kits for Fnatic, and they don't want to give away a glass cannon AWP in a retake such as this.
Yeah, a volatile retake, right? We talked a little bit about retaking that B site and just how hard it can be. And in this instance, it's not even worth it. Fnatic try to hold on to the AWP, get right. Having a quick stroll around. He's going to run into a formidable foe of Brolin, drop his own rifle. So doesn't matter at the end of the day. Dignitas will pick up an 8th round. And so far, a good showing for him here on their T side.
So something else that I think is pretty intriguing about this Dig squad, right, is like you think, right, when you think about legends of the game, these are probably the names that kind of spring to mind, you know? And I think when we saw them approaching the end of like the NIP project in the form where it was this squad, they'd kind of been stuck in like a bit of an echo chamber, you know? Like no one had really seen life outside of NIP. And now, upon returning to this Dig squad, obviously you've got Get Right and Forest coming over from the NIP squad most recently. So they did stay together. But obviously playing with a whole host of new teammates in there, having to get used to new styles of Counter-Strike, adapting to the new meta. And then you look at, you know, the IGL of Exist. He moved around, he was on FaZe, he was on Fnatic, he was here, there, and everywhere. So for every one of these guys, even though it felt like they'd kind of reach like their peak, they went out and they very much expanded their horizons. Yeah. You know, you think about Freiburg as well playing in Heroic. They've all done it. They've all seen other sides of the coin. And now they join back up together years later with all that knowledge, all that experience gained from playing with other teammates. And I feel like that's why we're seeing this Dig squad looking so re-energized and so new in the server. JW here, over towards short side, does best. Forest on the entry, now going to try and batten down the hatches. He holds down for the long haul as he gets off towards ramp. Crim's taking up his position inside of the site, and JW nails Halzerk now. Freiburg has dropped down, and he comes in, but he's saved, bailed out by Golden. JW still alive. Exist hops on down and goes down as well. Get Right is dropped. And Fnatic will put a 4th round on the board, keeping it damn near flawless in the process.
What a legend Golden was in that round, right? I thought the big story was going to be Crims. He swapped position with JW inside of the site, and that could have been awful for Dig if they didn't realize it, and why would they with the smokes down? But Golden covers the cross. JW's on ramp, about to die from the side, and then Golden just kills him from CT. Even follows up with 3 in the round. I'm sure we'll see them here and now. Just really nice stuff from Golden. So
yeah, that switch inside of the site, I was really hoping to see how that one played out, but it didn't quite matter. Here we go. Halzerk, straight aggression out the mid doors. He's going to check face there towards Game Helper, Car, whatever you want to call it. But it's Get Right with the opening kill in the round towards Long.
Yeah, just kills everywhere. Forest got one on B, Get Right on A. Wherever Fnatic look, they see corpses of their teammates, and they've got to gamble. Leaning towards B right now. That's the idea here for Fnatic, and it might be the right one. Oh, big kill for Halzerk. If JW gets that and crosses towards B without without Dig realizing, they could have been triple stacked inside of the site. Flusher is an absolute madman, and he's going to knife Halzerk in the back as Dig set up for a B take. They're going to bail. That's a good decision. They realize with a man in middle, there's often going to be a dude in the site as well, and Dig don't want to walk into the stack.
That's 2 knives for Flusher now.
3 in the series.
Dig are not being discreet about this rotation, so Golden and Flusher gonna try and get ahead of it. However, that's a pretty tall order. Flusher, let's see what he can bring to the table in this one. First kill onto Get Right found from Golden. Flusher gets cut down. Freiburg inside of the site solidifies that 9th on the board for Dig and digs them out of the hole that Fnatic were looking to put them in. Reinvestment going to come back through from Fnatic, but it's a bit of a troublesome time. Thankfully, Daddy Flusher has plenty of pocket money for Brolin. He can drop a gun over. You get a replay of the knife as well. And that's so ballsy from Flusher to go for that, because, you know, there could have been more players waiting in mid. He could have just got shot in the back and not had any say in that round. But it's a nice little confidence booster. Speaking of confidence boosters, Halzerk has dealt with a man trying to cross to B. And now we likely just see a B play, and that looks to be the decision. Forest runs through the Molotov. Brolin tries to help out. but doesn't find anything, and this should just be the save. You don't even attempt this if you're Fnatic. If Dig don't give away a kill, boom. Nope. Then yeah, you don't even give this a look in.
And you can see Fnatic trying to patch this problem, right? They're adjusting setups and changing players around. That round is Brolin and B, not Golden. And like, no matter what they do, these B rushes have been so good for Dignitas. Obviously, it helps that Hauser gets that cross down, down from spawn. But yeah, you can't rely on that. And Dig still go for the B rush. Really, really good stuff. Yeah. 10 rounds on this T side. And it feels like, the more you bully Halzerg, the better he is. I'm thinking back to Overpass in that OT. I'm thinking back to last round, getting knifed and then getting the cross shot. Like, this dude, relatively inexperienced at the top level, and he is looking so comfortable right now in this roster.
Certainly, as it stands, one of Norway's finest. Now as a decider here, of course, we did kind of show you there a round or two back as to the next game that started over on the C stream phase in Movistar Riders, just getting underway. And after this matchup, Nip and Fnatic, or excuse me, Dig and Fnatic. Damn it, I did it, didn't I?
It's happened to all of us now.
Well, I was going to say after that it's a Strauss vitality, but all the wind's out of my sails now, so.
Also, I love, man, we could get right on before this, and he was seeming really positive, like, seemed like he was feeling good, even though, like, he was being very honest with us about where Dig are at. Man, he is showing up in the server. Back on Overpass, he was the guy who kickstarted it for Dig. And the same can be said even back on Train. Here on Dust, he's leading the way by a huge margin. And this has been the case for Dig. Normally, Get Right is the guy to get the ball rolling. And then you've got the rest of the team picking it up, showing up to close out these rounds. Forest down here in mid, spots Brolin over in the window. But this isn't a fight to be won by Dig just yet. Looking like they want to try and ease into a mid to B play. And with no one holding CT, this is a potential vulnerability for Fnatic.
Yeah, the old crunch. But Fnatic want double B, right? They don't want to weaken their A defense, but they also don't want to lose B because of one gunfight and then the round be over. So they've double set up inside of the site. Of course, yes, you say it, mid is open. But Fnatic should realize soon that this is going to be a B play, right? They've seen nothing anywhere else on the map. And JW can flank Catwalk aggressively if he wants to take risks. 40 seconds as Dig enter the site. Brolin sprays, he gets one. If he doubles it, that's excellent work. He can afford to go down now, but he's not looking to do so. Just stalling inside of the site, letting contact be made by his teammate, and Flusher finds another double as well. 1 by 1, Dignitas fall in this round. It's all on Freiburg for the 11 rounds in the half. That's what he's looking for, but it might not be realistic.
Oh, he's given up his position. He heard the footsteps back in CT, and Freiburg is looking more antsy than ever. Flash to try and get him in. He spots Brolin, and Brolin deals with him. 5 on the board for Fnatic, but Dig still on double digits here. 10-5 in our third and final map. Dig leading the way. Can Fnatic pull it back, or will Dig be causing a bit of an upset today? Join us after a quick break to find out. You don't want to miss this.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to kickstart this second half of play. 10-5, currently in the way of Dignitas. And of course, this is the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Tons of Counter-Strike being played globally in an effort to get to that rescheduled major. Now, what I'm hoping we can do here is get this pistol round underway, and perhaps if we're lucky, sooner rather than later, Bastion could shut off the X-Ray, and we're going to take a look at just how skillful it takes to play in this game.
Yeah, this is a fast B play. We're going to get to see what Exist sees, and there you go. You see how little he gets to see. Freiburg now barreling in for his turn, and he's shot out of the round. For Forest, Get Right, and Halzerg, they've got to wait and try and retake this site in a 3-on-4. Crim's going to set up down beneath the window. The rest of Dig backing out. Maybe going to try and reroute through the tunnels, or maybe...
Yeah, they're looking for a bit of a two-pronged attack here, but the time is starting to tick away. JW's onto it. The jig is up for Get Right, who tried to go through lower. He's still going to battle it out. A little bit of damage done on both sides, but it's not going to be enough. This bomb has ticked down ever so far. JW winning the duel in tunnels certainly helps to make a case with Fnatic winning a pistol here. Couple of trades, but overall it does not matter. Fnatic pick it up and put a 6th one on the board. They are still down by 4.
I barely gauged who killed who in that one. Like, without X-Ray, it is so hard.
And that is just how fast the reactions are. And that's one of the things, like as observers watching this game, we can't help but be biased to the few extra bits of, I say few, like we get all the information,
Right.
And even the outlines kind of hide like how hard a lot of these shots are to hit. You might think they're a pretty small change in like the grand scheme because it is just a little yellow or blue outline. But my word, does it actually make a hell of a difference.
It makes a viewer, I would think, respect and appreciate some of the shots that we see moreover, because I think sometimes people tune in and just watch this and think we're playing some sort of, like astronauts fighting astronauts game, people glowing through the wall. Maybe not astronauts fighting each other, but, Space
like
Force
wizards.
stuff.
I mean, that's
wizards
why,
and pixies.
That's why, and that's another thing that doesn't necessarily translate to someone who hasn't played this game. It's not a point-and-click simulator. It's not a game where movement doesn't, isn't held into account. You have to be standing still to be accurate. So there's just so many, jiggling, ADing, going wide, like so many different ways to take fights, and it's not as simple as just aiming at the enemy. You have to combine it with good movement. And you can see that's what Halzerg's doing here on the A site, jiggling, going in for picks with the scout. Does find some damage, but won't find much more. Fnatic now setting up those cross smokes to commit. And Halzerg, he is on his own here right now. There are players coming in through CT, but they are going to get smoked off.
Whew. Lands a shot on the Brolin. They're very low on this Fnatic side. They're going to try to cross in. That Molotov going to site's going to prove to be a little bit of a problem. Halzerg is stuck. And now just looking to land anything that'll stick. Get Right, pushes through the smoke, gets 2 with a deagle, and that bodes well going forward. Forest in a 1v2. They're going to smoke off Catwalk, but I don't see that slowing the man down. Here comes the tree himself. Takes down Flusha. Now in a 1v1. JW offering it up to him, and he grabs it. He's going to grab a round here for Dignitas, and that, my friends, is a good look.
Wow. That was the anti-eco. That was supposed to be Fnatic's. This is their comeback, and Forest has just laid that to rest. On top of that, we talk about how Fnatic have low HP players. It doesn't really matter. Forest just comes in and digs them both down, shoots them in the face. Double nade towards a spawn. That was great work from Get Right as well. And you look at Forest go here. Even like not the first shot, and that's more impressive than hitting the first shot, because once you've whiffed it, your gun's going to get more inaccurate anyway. And Forest, he does not care. He has brought the heat here. Maybe having a slower game for him, but in the round that matters, he steps up. JW drops Halzuk in middle, shooting the dead body just to make it really obvious. Advantage for Fnatic in this round, but this round is already a rough spot to be in with CZs in play.
I love that they're even BMing from top mid. You know, you think that's, you think you're safe if you're Halzuk? Nah, man. JW still shooting at the body.
Or he was trying to shoot that rifle away. I mean, either way, still looks cool from our perspective. Double nades on the catwalk. Brolin's going to be there on the other end of it. It's not going to do any damage to him. And now Fnatic are going to back out, trying to split a little bit of mid control here with a little bit of an upper B presence. It's going to be Get Right that answers the call in middle, and Forrest is going to have to hold his own, hitting some ridiculous taps from the back of the platform. Good grief. Just Crims, 1v3. Nets himself a pretty cool scout, but all things considered, even with the bomb in his hands, he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and this is, you know, this is Fnatic after losing that anti-eco, right? This is what they were left with. This was their best gun. So, not exactly a good situation to be in, and Dig, assuming they get 12 rounds here, they're going to go up 13-6 without... Ooh, okay, maybe I'm speaking too soon.
See ya.
Maybe I am, because Crims, he's got not only a one-on-one that he wins, but the site for free. They're going to have to play retake here.
Yeah, Freiburg got all that information because Crims did not shy away from the fact that he's there. He knows that with this time he has to clear out a little bit of the site before he goes for a plant. He gets it down, but now a little bit of a pincer here.
Oh, he spots Freiburg, trying to take the peak, and Freiburg holds the line, not going to miss that shot. And that's a key duel for Freiburg to win out, because if that goes one-on-one and Crims is given a moment, right, to regain some composure in the site after separating two 1v1s, then there's a chance that can go awry for Dig. But Freiburg keeps it under control. Forest with 3. And a 12th round on the board for Dig. You bang on, Hugo. This is going to leave Fnatic with not much to work with in this round. They can invest in some pistols thanks to getting that bomb planted. But it should be a 13th round for Dig before all is said and done, and that buy comes in for the Fnatic squad.
Yeah, Forrest, one of these, you know, really exciting up-and-coming Swedish players. We haven't really seen any play styles quite. I'm kidding. Forrest has been around, I think Harry said, since the beginning of time, and no one can refute that. Moreover, the history books are going to note it too. Dignitas, well in control currently, 12-6, and they have the rifles.
Yeah, talking of the age as well, right? Like, Dig, these guys, if we look at their aggregate age, like average age across the team, these guys have the, obviously, unsurprisingly, pretty high one in comparison to the rest of the top 10. Theirs is 27.9. The next closest team in the top 10 is Vitality, and I think they're at 25. I'll just double check, 24.5.
So Boomer Esports.
Boomer Esports, yeah. But, you know, like, it's impressive that Dig are doing this well when, you know, there's always that question that gets brought up, like, how long can you play this game? When do reaction timings fall off? And the answer to these questions, we don't know, because there are still these players hanging around 20 years later and performing, you know, not at their peak, but performing excellently. And, I mean, the score is enough. 12-6, beating Fnatic, who certainly have some young guns on their side. Halzuk, though, a big weapon. And a big kill to find. Brolin going down on the site. And he's going to back off to long. Give Fnatic A. This is very common on these decos to just let the Ds get control, give them the plant, and play retake. It's a safe way of doing it. And you have the round lead to give away the money. You're not worried about that if you're Dig. So grouping up in a 5-on-4 and playing together. Limited utility is always a problem, though.
How's that going to throw this cat molly that we've seen a hell of a lot? And with the bomb planted for Catwalk, that's great because it keeps two of these players locked out of the retake momentarily. Golden has to answer for a hell of a lot as he's left in the site alone. And he gets shut down. Flusher wrapping in through CT. Crims deeks down another. This could still get out of hand. That bomb ticking away. They've got to get on it. Flusher trying to deny it, but Get Right holds the angle. And just about a 13th on the board for Dig up against the Pistols. It still gets very, very close. And if you're Fnatic, you're kind of happy with that at the least, because you're going to force rebuys across the board and keep yourself in this spot where you're 1 round win away from bringing Dig's economy down to its knees. And from then on in, you can look to make this comeback happen. So that's pretty important that they're able to get that pistol round so close heading into this first investment over on the T side.
And for Dig, they look at this. They're only 3 rounds for picking up the whole series. They've got a little bit to work with here in terms of a cushion, but they do not want to let Fnatic get back into this. There shall be no more knife casualties, according to Dig.
Slow and steady wins a race. So Fnatic will hold off into this round. Slow default, taking that catwalk, making sure tunnels is also covered. And a lot of pressure on B being put by Flusher as he throws all of his grenades into that site. We'll find nothing from it, but what that does often do is force out utility from the defensive side. Dignitas don't have a lot though, so they'll be holding on to what they can here, which is no grenades inside of B. Get Right has a nade and a flash in the doors, but other than that, it's not really going to matter because Fnatic aren't going B anyway. Dig have leaned over towards that site. Right now the cat play is coming through. Halzerg, last Molotov in play, throws his out on catwalk, and a fall back again. It's a similar situation to last, except this time Flusher's run out mid, and he's traded 1-for-1. Halzerg's double scope, and they walked in below his shot. He misses it. How is he still alive? Golden will find him. Halzerg's 2 shots go to the wind, and Freiburg has to give them the A site. Forest can try and deny things, but the grenade is not good. It's not for catwalk. Doesn't matter. Forest and Freiburg clean it up in the retake, and Dignitas are looking so crisp individually. Forest has had a great CT side, Dignitas were on 14.
That's something special right there. Even the double zoom, you think, okay, surely Halzerg falls, the site falls, the bomb goes down, and it all kind of unravels for Dig. That veteran C is not going to be letting up anytime soon. They hold fast. They hold the line. Now just 2 rounds away from what I want to call just a flat-out, straight-up upset.
Yeah. And that's the thing that's so impressive is, like, now when you contextualize that first OT on Train, you realize that this A could have been closer, and B, like, Dig have kept this up throughout, and that is what is so impressive here. Going toe-to-toe with Fnatic, the best team in the world right now, and they might be about to run away with this series. Fnatic, though, want to have a bit more to say before all is said and done. They get out towards long, they start to make their way over towards the A side of the map. Halzerg missed shot, and he's not going to get many more opportunities to connect these as they get up through the ramp. Get Right barrels through the smoke, and that's a little too fast, a little too overzealous, with Brolin lying in wait on the other side. For Exist and Forest, the only decision might be to save, and it's a bit of a shame because Brolin and Crims are both tagged up. However, you know, they're not going to be the guys looking for contact first, and Dig are never to know this. They back out of the round, they hold on to these AKs, and so Fnatic will salvage a 7th round on the board.
Yeah, this Swedish party has delivered in spades. Now with a 7th round for Fnatic, we're going to see if they want to run it all the way back. We've gotten 2 games with overtimes thus far. And yes, that pushes us a little behind schedule, but that's okay. Astral's vitality after this.
Does Flusher see Forest? I think he does. Yeah, he did. Oh, he saw the barrel sticking out. I noticed on the minimap, he was just hard fixed on that cubby. And his hunch was perfect. Now, can the plucky Swedish underdogs of Fnatic rise up and beat NIP? Wait, hang on. No, it's not.
That's not the narrative.
Wrong year, actually. Wait, no. Fnatic, best team in the world right now, have to try and make this comeback happen versus Dig. And, well, they do get 1 on the way to it. Halzerg trying to take this fight down through mid. JW on the other side with an AWP. You don't envy Halzerg in that one. And so he's just going for a few chance wallbangs with the scout. Doesn't find anything from it. Flusher opens this round up with a kill onto Freiburg. Man advantage taken. Damage done onto Halzerg as well. The second time around, JW hits it. And as
he often does. He'll send a few more through the doors after. Don't necessarily, this is BM, he'd say he's just trying to make sure that if they go to retrieve that scout, there's a chance he can just wallbang them. Forest is close in mid.
Nice.
Blows that nade.
Oh, what?
That's some
classic nades and Counter-Strike. Just clip the corners.
He wanted
nothing.
to blow the AK towards him, for anyone wondering. That should be pretty obvious, but nades don't work the way that you think they would.
Look at all this information. Exist has pushed all the way around the back along A. He knows that it's full of T-sided players. Brolin laid out mid's going to cause a problem for Get Right. Either way, Exist still on the fast flank. The last one left alive. Takes the shot onto Crims. Looks for the second one. It's JW with the op in the sight. And he's going to be able to get that bomb plant. This nade should land decently. I say that doesn't do a single point of damage, of course. And now it's Richard on the ramp. He's got to battle both Brolin and JW. That flash is going to come out, and the swing from JW over in quad is going to give him the kill with the deagle. We're going to see another round for Fnatic.
Yeah, big flash there because Exist had read that really well. You saw him looking at both positions. He was working it out. He realized the planter couldn't have run away to Cat. He didn't have time, and so he had to be Gandalf, and that was a Cat plant. So, you know, the rest is pretty clear to Exist. Not given a chance to make that 1 or 2 look interesting.
So, just out of curiosity, since we have a second or two, the Gandalf name, where did that come from? Does anyone know?
I think it's
sorry? I think in North America we call it quad, right?
Or
I
mean,
don't know where it came from.
I don't know. I feel like it's just because, you know, like you sit there and you shall not pass kind of thing, right? Like, you know, you can hold that corner. Maybe it's got some ties into the whole
I think you're reaching.
Look, man.
Let's just call it quad. What do you guys think?
Nah.
No.
Oh, okay.
I like Gandalf.
Yeah.
You know, deserved a bit more of a shout out, really. Yeah, shout out Gandalf if he's watching.
Big fan.
I hope he's watching, man. I know he's a big fan of Counter-Strike.
Okay.
His favorite player is Hobbit.
Nice. Well, on that note, we're going to bail out, hit the bail switch, and see a Molotov get dropped there. Halzerk wants to play around in it. Trying to roast some marshmallows, it would appear.
Look at the nades. They're setting up nades towards tunnels from B, but the issue is Flusher is walking up mid right now, and no one's watching, no one's aware, no one's considering it. He has got potential 3K inside of this site. Oh dear, they just spotted. Oh no, got to burn him out.
They got a little one in there. They got the Flusher one, and the Flusher radar's going off. Beep, beep, here he is. And it doesn't matter, he's still tearing them apart. It's only the pistols, right? And there it is. Flusher shuts it down. 9th on the board for Fnatic. They're trying to make this comeback happen now. Yeah. Dig. First time they've really been in the position where it's them leading in a very big way over towards map point. Usually they've been the ones to begin the comebacks. And I know that's been different within the relative kind of, you know, OTs that we've had. Back on Overpass, it was them to reach it first in OT. But here, it's an entirely different ball game because this decides the series. And so that pressure could be a bit different now for Dig. This is a game that they would have to be the ones to fumble to let Fnatic get back in.
Yeah, sometimes those last 2 rounds can be the hardest rounds around when you know Fnatic are trying their damnedest to keep this series going on. They do not want to lose this game because they want to go to Rio. And of course, the pride that stands alongside winning this matchup is huge for these Swedish guys. So right now, they might not have a choice. Bomb's been dropped in B. Forest with a grenade to make sure no one follows up. Fnatic might have to abandon this position, but they could get the grenade out before, you know, this smoke fades. But Dig have pushed ahead of it, and that's a really heads-up play, holding onto the package, re-smoking things as well. Halzerk's come from lower, and that's such a confident play to make when you have the bomb down. You have no need to force gunfights, and Halzerk goes right behind Fnatic. They do not expect it. Crims, a clutch, a 1-on-3, often been the pillar of consistency for this team and the man to look towards even when things aren't going right. Will that continue today?
Yeah, Crims first going to look for Halzerk, who's gone missing down in the lower tunnels. Crims clearing this portion of the map, and that there will kind of solidify this knowledge that they are just holding down the bomb. Now, the odds of him finding anything in this round very much relies on Dig dropping the ball a bit and giving him some 1v1 fights. And so the thing here is Forest, or Freiburg rather, he's just tucked. He doesn't have to stand up. Forest will be the first point of contact, and then a triple peek will come through. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Halzerk just beats them to the punchline. It's match and series point for Dig versus Fnatic. You heard that correctly, 15-9. Dig may be about to run away with this series with the newly crowned best in the world on the other side. Fnatic maybe about to have this one slip through the net. And what a story it would be, especially because it's been Get Right and Forest, two of the names that we've been looking to step up and make these rounds look like a possibility. Exist gets tagged on the cross, but Fnatic aren't to know that. They do set up outside of the B site early on. And this is where that earlier damage onto Exist could prove paramount.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of overtimes in this series thus far, so you cannot discount that going into what could be the last round. Dig sit on 15. Well, Fnatic, they sit on the B halls. Not out just yet. JW still spotting middle with his AWP. Now they're going to go for it. 4 is good for 1. And another frag to be had on Exist in the back of the platform. So this bomb, well, it's going to get planted. And you can already see Dignitas. They're going to save here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Dignitas finally getting what happened to them. So what they did often to Fnatic in the first half, which is these annoying B crunches. Pretty continual for Fnatic. And one thing that Dig have been doing well, right, on the CT side is, you know, they've not necessarily been like out-aiming Fnatic, but they've been out-braining them. They've been playing really, really smart, in often giving away bomb plants. Look at those 4 rounds Dig have won, all of them being retakes. Dig often just peeling off long with the AWP on Halzerk, taking the long doors, giving Catwalk away, letting Fnatic plant A, and then retaking with an advantage. And that's been how a lot of these rounds have gone for Dig. And so that's put them in a very good position. So B, not the most retakeable, and Dig won't even consider it. They lose those 2 players, and they instantly throw in the towel. And now a 15-10 comeback for Fnatic. We saw Dig come back from 15-10 on Overpass, only to win it out in triple overtime. So you'd be a fool to think that this series is over because Dignitas have 15 rounds. So let's see where Fnatic can take this one.
Yeah, as I said, this series has taught us quite a bit. And we're learning more and more about Dignitas. And right now, Fnatic are learning a little bit more than they care to. Might even have a little homework on the outset of this one. They try to brute force their way out of long A. It's going to be a flurry of flashes. Everybody's blind from here and back again. Now a little bit of a waiting game. They do have a player in pit in the form of Brolin. He's going to try to creep up. Maybe someone will give him a cheeky headshot to just run away with. But he's going to get out of the pit. They're going to give up this position. And for all Dignitas knows, they're not in the B tunnels. They could certainly be out long. That's going to pose to be a little bit of a problem. Flusha finds the push from Exist. Richard is going to have to wait out another round. And well, that gives Flusha the opportunity to try to recontain these halls, recontrol them.
Oh, JW, though, he's going to extend things here. Now, there is a man to watch out for in middle still after that kill, but AWP firing off here has put Fnatic in a 5-on-3. Reaction from Freiburg is to aggress Catwalk. He's found a good timing to do so. Bomb drop, doesn't want to hang around for too long. Forrest tries to help him out, but instead he will be taken down. Freiburg, how on earth is he alive? Dropping another man yet. Fnatic should just split B. They've got the information. They spotted both players, and they know exactly where Dig are contained. Bomb plant can be allowed, and Dig gonna go for the boost here. Oh, Flusha spamming it. Not ready for the second player up top, but Get Right. One trade and a 1-on-2 with Brolin cutting off middle.
Yeah, he has no idea about Brolin. He's assuming that both these players are in the site. Now he's wondering, where the heck did I get shot from? I guess it was middle. Yeah. Oh, they're both so low, both on 16 HP as well.
It's
not that he knows
so doable, but Get Right doesn't know, and so he just has to back away. And, you know, I think as well, he kind of realizes it. Like, there were 2 ways, once learning Brolin was in mid, that could have gone down, right? Either Brolin, after missing that spray, Get Right immediately turns and is able to find that fight, or he just hard commits B from the offset.
Right.
And so that kind of indecisiveness where he kind of weighed up his options and then looks back to hear mid, and he hears Brolin running through the lower tunnels. He knows Brolin's already gotten away, right? So suddenly that B site does become a 1v2 again. And so Get Right just plays it safe, plays it by the numbers. Will allow Fnatic to put another round up on the board, edging us ever closer to another overtime in this series. Now just 4 between them and Dig.
Dig with no money left, going to be relying on Get Right to deliver with this AWP in this round. He's got the long spawn, so he runs towards there early. However, Fnatic are not going to be found at long. It's an all-out B play. They know the money isn't there for Dig. They know that at the worst case scenario, right, even if there's a full-on stack at this B site, you're only going to be up against the pistols, and that doesn't happen, especially not with Golden holding mid. He spotted that, you know, there wasn't just a bunch of dudes running across, so they felt pretty safe in all of that.
What's that smell? Is someone cooking overtime in the kitchen?
Oh, someone burned the overtime again.
Ah.
JW dropping a big old grenade, but unfortunately, for him at least, it's not good for any kills. They're going to pull some fights here and spawn.
Ooh.
Try to recover some weapons. $15 to 12. Fnatic keep the pressure on Dignitas.
Golden, gotta be careful here. There's an AWP on the other side. But he's gonna get away. Actually, I say that. Smoke down, playing inside of it. Does have cover from Crims, luckily enough. But Brolin's dead. That's a gun lost. Luckily for Fnatic, they're against 15. So money is but an object at this point. They can just continue to buy with no worry about, you know, running low. Maybe 5 auto snipers would be crossing the line, but other than that, they can pretty much go however they want. Fnatic, they like an auto sniper or 2 in T-spawn.
There is a very heavy B spawn in this round as well for Fnatic, right? They have no one long side, so I imagine we're at least going to have to test the waters with a few players towards this B site, and they run the gauntlet down through mid as well. Dig might get blindsided by the pace of this. Brolin's already out in mid. They're splitting B, and this has been telegraphed now. There's some level of understanding from Dig, but there's only so much they can do in response. They try and get through the mid smoke, and to their demise, Forest does win a duel onto Brolin, and that's going to stop Fnatic in their tracks, because suddenly this B site isn't a guarantee anymore. And there's another for Forest. He drops Golden.
Oh, man.
Man advantage now in favor of Dig, in a round that was looking to be fast and ferocious from Fnatic. It's now slowed right down as they sit in a 3-on-4, no control. Whatever they did have earlier on has been rescinded, and they've now got to try and spread out to retake this map. But that kill from Crims onto Halzerg has opened up a world of opportunity once again. They try and get up towards short, and they've got Freiburg trapped. The A site has been gifted over on a silver platter to Fnatic. Exist is flanking down through the lower tunnels. Freiburg up from CT has to do it all as he stands here alone. He does deal with JW, leaving them in a 2-on-2, and he just hides, waiting for Exist to join the fray.
Exist can flash his teammate into a fight if he wants to. It goes both ways. Utility on either side of Dig as they set up for this retake, but contact being made and damage traded in the favor of Fnatic. Flash is bad. It doesn't do a thing. They dodge it. Flusher can fight ahead of it. Crims will join him. Fiber jumping and into the waiting arms of Flusher. Great round for Fnatic. And that's an example of when it's good to know when to slow down, when to stop. And I don't think Get Right was ready for Fnatic to pull the brakes there. Why would you be? When you see those fast mid to Bs, Fnatic gets spotted by the cross. There's Halzerg AWPing A site. He's watching mid and he misses a shot. Fnatic go, okay, they know what we're doing. They've seen this. They're watching it from A. So we probably shouldn't split B because the B players are ready for it. And so Fnatic turn around. And while doing so, Get Right dives through middle. And that gives a free kill, the advantage away at Fnatic, and they can just slow draw out the round off the back of that advantage.
And that gives a very, very crucial tactical timeout to come in for Fnatic as well. And surely Dignitas can appreciate that. They can respect that as they sort of need to work on some things on their own end as well. Halzerg on an AWP. They're going to put some pistols beside it. Again, this is match point for Dig. They are sitting on series point, and we've already seen some overtimes. Will there be more? We're certainly working on it. A good case being made by Fnatic to give us just that, and especially for a guy like Flush at 26-17 in regulation thus far, and only topped by Forest at 27-18.
Wow, the pistols in play, and the AWP on Halzerg looking for a boost kill. Oh, he's got it. JW's gone down early. That's a massive frag for Dig. Now, this still shouldn't, I say shouldn't, be a round that they can convert with 4 players unarmed and 4 unarmored. But Dig have at least done the dirty work, taking the AWP out of the picture early on. Crims has picked it up to try and respond. And Forest has even pushed as well. Now, aggressing in an advantage is dangerous for Dig. Oh, but Forest has found the perfect timing. He's also given away his position, so it doesn't last long. Crims is quick to trade right back with the orb, and Fnatic need to run a painfully slow round. They are just waiting for Dig to walk into their arms, and Dig are doing that and more, giving them kills. Golden eventually gets his gun back in his hands, but he should give away the B tunnels here for now, not wanting to lose that bomb to Dig, who've spotted it on that side of the map, but they also know it's rotating.
And Dig gave a lot of emphasis and a lot of attention to B early on in this round. They left A pretty much complete path wide open up catwalk. That may come back to haunt them. Long A is completely open. This A side is abandoned, and now it looks like Dig just want to flex on wherever the bomb gets planted. Flash out middle. Berlin's going to try to peek a little bit. Maybe he can find one for himself or take this AWP out of the hands of Exist. They've gambled on this B side of things, and well, that chip stack's about to move on over to the Fnatic side.
Yeah, get right. The only guy who could have heard this gets shut down over here in mid. So for Exist and Freiburg, this will just be the save. Fnatic are taking us to a 14th. We're going the full 30 rounds as a bare minimum. Dig, they've got one more chance to close this series out here and now in this following round, or else we will be heading to another overtime, our 5th in this series. At this point, I would feel upset if we don't get another OT, right? Like, if every other map has had it apart from the Decider, well, then the Decider was garbage. Yeah. I mean, that's not entirely true. This has been a great match of Dust 2. Dust 2 is usually not a very fun map either.
Well, hold on one second before we do jump in overtime. Of course, now just formalities at the end of this round.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was just checking that myself. Over on what is the C stream, Movie Star Riders up 14-3 on Overpass, FaZe on T side. And that does not look like it's fun. Alex on 21-7, Lol 14-11.
Upsets all across the board today. Well, maybe. Also maybe not, because Dig, they've had a hell of a streak, a hell of a lead, and Fnatic have pulled quite the comeback on this T side. They have won 8 out of the last 9 rounds. Took me a second there, but quite the recovery from Fnatic. Is it all in vain, though, or is it going to take us a little bit further as we look for the bonus rounds? We've had them in both maps so far. 3 in Overpass, 1 in Train. Can only imagine for the streak to continue here.
And it's another one of these very, very slow rounds from Fnatic. This is where Dig are likely not going to bother pushing, right? They don't want to be giving anything away. You've seen Fnatic moving into these slower holds as they've adjusted to the aggression that Dig have been pulling in. And so as a result, Dig are a lot more reserved in this round. As well as that, no one holding the catwalk leaves this as a major vulnerability. Halzerk's going to move back in. He's playing the crossroads. This gives him, you know, 1 shot's worth of engagement, and then he needs to start to think about falling back to join up with Freiburg.
Yeah, they want to flash Halzerk off. Decent idea they have that he's holding this elbow angle towards catwalk from long, from the car, and he still is. However, the brunt of the Fnatic hit looks to want to look at middle. They're going to start to walk it on out, smoke him out for CT. Get right. He's about to have his hands full.
It's a great gamble for Dig. 3 on the B-bomb site. No one's checking anything. They've got 2 advantages. Fnatic have been going B all half long, and Dig read into it in the most important round of all. They can't even get the bomb back. Get right going in with a nade, and it's done. It's over. It's out of here. Dignitas 16-14 on the 3rd, the final map, and they will take this series versus the best in the world. What a game. What a matchup. And we're going to talk to the victors as well. Join us after the break for a little bit more.
past your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, I give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you, I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose, I can't pretend to like you, I can't pretend to like you, I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose, I can't pretend to like you, I can't pretend to like you, I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose, I can't pretend to like you.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor, all is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor, all is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so
Well, it took them 3 maps, but we got it done there at the end of the day. And by we, I'm talking about the Dignitas fans all around there. They do actually put Fnatic down. And what is an absolute upset here for the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Welcome back, everybody. We are just on the cusp of starting this Astralis Vitality game. But first and foremost, we need to come to a close in the matchup that we just witnessed. Dignitas really took it to Fnatic. They got it done.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the fashion in which they did it, right? Like, it's not like they caught a Fnatic that's down on its luck, not looking good. Like, this is a Fnatic looking great right now, and they go ahead and they beat them in 3 close maps, right? Fnatic playing their hearts out, so a Dig, and I mean, man, like, what a story, right, in this Swedish brawl.
There's so much going on in and around the server right here, especially inside of the server. When we start to talk about some of the things that we saw, you have to obviously bring up this gentleman. Get right. He goes 88-76. That's plus 12 for all you mathematicians out there. 77.7 ADR because of all the luck in the world. And we do have him on the line here with us right now. Mr. Get Right, sir. Congratulations in this Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match. Man, quite the showing.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know how long ago we actually beat it, Fnatic, even though it's online. At least me and Forrest. So that was a nice victory. Like, I'm a little bit... I was smiling a little bit too much. If you were having me directly on the line, then you would be seeing a little bit more happiness. Now I'm just like...
It's kind of calming down. It's kind of like settling, you know, like the dust is settling. Speaking of settling dust too, man. Look, I kind of want to just point some attention to this right off the top. Now, we know that this game can get a little personal from time to time. There were some bodies being shot, but Hall Zerk, how do we get him to fall into that same sort of line? Because I think, what, he just got fed up with it, or what happened there?
He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
He can definitely do that. So get right, we look ahead at the series as well. Usually we see more antics out of Fnatic, if you will. They come around, they're trying to knife people, get R8s out. Do you think that they showed up at the server today ready to respect you guys in game?
I think every time we play each other, it's always going to be a close series, no matter what. And I mean, they got a couple of knives there and there. But in the end, you know, it's just a Swedish derby, and it's a Swedish El Clasico. You know, like, it's just a fun game. I think it's nice for all the fans to watch, and it's nice for us to play it as well. I mean, the last couple of years now, even hasn't gone the way like we wanted, but it was nice to break it, I guess, in a way. But you know, one step at a time.
Get right, there are parallels to be drawn between both your rosters in the terms of, you know, bringing the band back together and you know, uniting what was once the best in the world for you and Fnatic. From you personally, what is the hardest part of this Dig roster? What is the hardest part of bringing everyone back together and still maintaining success?
It's to get everyone on board, I think. It's more getting everyone on the same page and more... I don't know. I think it's a little bit more on my shoulder in a way, because I just want to perform and I just want to play well with my team, and I think it's just nice for me individually, because now I'm taking over. It's about me, but to be with people I love and care and see as family, and I think that's just shown, because in the end it's like, no matter how bad a game can go, like we did against NFP the other day. Or the other week, we just like not, you know, drop down there and just like, this sucks, you know, just give up. And
yeah,
blah, blah,
been
blah,
here before, I guess.
Yes and no, because in that regard, putting back the band together basically after so many years from each other is not an easy task, you know, and that's why I already said in the pre-interview, you know, things gonna take time, and I mean, this was a small victory for us today. Tomorrow maybe we lose again. I don't know. Like, it's gonna take time. We just have to be positive and just stay on the road. Basically, just look ahead. Because if we like stop doing that, then it's not gonna be any Dig roster anymore.
It's true. Harry, what do you got from that? You got not much time.
I was just wondering, you know, obviously since you guys were under like the NIP banner and now rejoining for Dig, you know, obviously for people like Exist and Freiburg, they spent some time in other teams, right? And I'm just wondering, is that something that you guys have looked to try and draw some experience from? You know, do you think a bit of a hiatus from the old days has been helpful, or do you think that's something that maybe holds you back?
I'm not really understanding the question.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so because like, you know, obviously like Exist went to had some time in FaZe and Fnatic, right? And then you had like Freiburg as well going into that heroic squad. Have they like brought some ideas and some like fresh perspectives with them for you guys?
Oh, for sure. I mean, even Hallzerk is putting in a couple of few ideas, and even Fifthline, who has been gone from the scene for such a long time. You know, like, I think it's good for, at least for me, to be like, they step on my feet all the time, because like I feel like I need to renew myself, and I think everyone needs to renew themselves in their own aspect. So being far from each other in a way, and then play together again, and seeing what we've learned through the years from each other, it helps us like a lot. And you know, it's gonna take time, but it's fun.
It's a project, and obviously there is a family vibe there. Chris, I would love to have you on for much longer. We got this Astralis Vitality game. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans that have been supporting this Dig project?
Thank you, and hope you continue doing it, because it means the world to me personally, and for the guys, because if it wasn't for you, then this wouldn't probably be happening.
Yeah, and I can see that, man. Congratulations. Big W there today for you guys. We'll see you around, Mr. Get Right.
Take it easy.
And on that note, we're not going to take it easy. We can't. It's impossible, Chris. I hope you understand I cannot follow those words because I have to follow into this next game. We got Astralis, Vitality, a super series of sorts. We're going to be going to that right after a break, and we're going to be checking out what Astralis can do against the French side. BRB, everybody. Join us when we come back.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now, what I do right now for you. Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path.
hold me back. I've passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
We're back at it, and in a furious pace, we do have this super series of Astralis taking on Vitality. Now, this is going to be a rather sped-fast one, and a chance of some overtimes on the card. We are a little bit behind, but we're going to catch right on up with this action. My name is Trace, alongside me is Harry and Hugo, and we're ready to get this one popping, boys. Super series in my server? Hot damn, must be my lucky day.
Yeah, it is. Well, you just had a hell of a series. This one has really got to do a whole lot if it wants to live up to the hype of the previous. I mean, it's a good matchup, though. We get Astralis back on the board. We get to see how they're doing in the road to Rio. And, of course, Vitality, who we saw in the Pro League that were able to take one map off of Astralis in a best-of-3 there. Well, they've now had some more time with this roster. Some more time not only for the in-game leading role to be, picked up by Apex, but, of course, Masuta to get comfortable as well.
Yeah, I think with good reason, right? This is a very spicy series today, and I like Vitality. They're not coming into this with like the hottest track record as of late. They have a win over Complexity, but they lost to NIP, they lost to OG, they lost to Astralis back in the Pro League already. So We've seen a Vitality that's been a bit hit and miss. I think that's to be expected, right? When you look at the level of changes this team has had to make, obviously bringing Masuta in, losing Alex, it has been a kind of hell of a time thus far for the Vitality squad. But if you remember back in the Pro League, we were pretty big fans of Apex taking over this leading role. I think he's been looking great as an individual, and that's at least one silver lining to look for this Vitality squad.
That they are, especially when we look at the Vitality squad. I mean, we're even getting glimpses of RPK coming out to do things big ways and really putting a new face to this Vitality team that you're right. When they have an IGL step out, they're basically building back over. Now, Apex being at the helm has been an entertaining part, but I want to jump right into the vetoes. I don't want to waste any time. I want to get this game started right here, right now, on potentially 3 maps. We just got some overtimes, and that's what's put us in this dilemma that we're in. So our maps are going to fly in. Train and Mirage are out of the picture, and that's going to leave both Dust 2 as the pick of Vitality, a T-sided start for Astralis, our second map of Nuke, pick from Astralis, CT-sided start for Vitality. Let's just get the last map out there and stop jibber-jabbering. Let's just get it all out in front of us so that we can all kind of appreciate what game that we have on our hands. Inferno, a decider, and likely so for many series, to include this one.
Yeah, not a surprise there. We see, the same the same pick for Vitality and Dust 2. Last time we had Overpass and then Nuke. Overpass went the way of Vitality in overtime, so that's Astralis' second ban. They get it out. They pick Inferno as a safe third map decider. And Nuke, of course, Astralis picked up last time, is their choice for this. It's no surprise. It's pretty standard. Dust 2, Nuke, Inferno. That's a good map pool for this series. I think we're going the distance, Trace, and I don't think any other map pool could have really set us that way. Obviously Astralis looking to make changes on Overpass, and I'm sure improvements since they lost that game versus Vitality. It was a month ago now. So.
How about the weirdest timeline that we have Astralis that are vulnerable, but not only on mini maps, we're talking about a map like Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's to be expected, right? Like, it does feel like with a team like Astralis, how long can you keep being the team, innovating the meta, coming in at the top of the board? And that is what makes a legendary run, and that is what defines an era ultimately, right? But it's like, Astralis are only human at the end of the day. At least I think so, right?
I think
I can't say that with 100% confidence, because they do seem like machines at times. It's just, I think it's natural that they're going to have, not like teething issues, because that's not the problem. It is just kind of their success catching up with them and becoming a problem.
Well, let's keep this Super Series vibe going. Let's get some Pippa Jammers in chat. And moreover, let's see what Astralis and Vitality can bring us on Dust 2. We just left Dust 2. We're going right back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Nuke will be after that. Inferno after that. And then Cloud9 versus the Evil Geniuses. But we're off to the races with the pistol round. And it looks like it's going to be Device and crew heading towards this B site with the bomb.
Yeah, we're not waiting around. We are quick into the action here. Astralis, T-side start on Dust 2, the pick of Vitality. It's a fast lower play as well. There's a player in mid waiting for this exact push, and Zywoo, he's doubled down. This is a man to be terrified of on a good day. even on a bad day, ZywOo with 2, falling out of middle, and Astralis having to fight back tooth and nail. This is always so hard with Glocks as well. Glaive does have a P250, but these Glocks versus USP is not going to be fair fights. And look at how Vitality are tucking in, only taking ridiculously ranged fights. RPK more than favored, even against a P2. But Astralis, they show the bomb, they're going to back up. They don't want to overcommit.
You don't want to do that. ZywOo, certainly a scary person in the server. Not so much out of the server, it's a rather lovely guy. Not one for many words, but here we go. Glaive is going to put all the pressure on these B doors, and with that P250, takes down Mizuta. And that does just leave Apex to try to defend the bomb site of B's honor. However, RPK with a shot there through the door is going to help things a little bit. Glaive really stuck out here on his lonesome at the scaffold. Good for 1 on ZywOo, but RPK cleans it up with 2 kills of his own in the round. And that's going to be a pistol going the way of the French. Vitality starting this one off right.
Yeah, I like that decision from Vitality in the 5-on-3. They don't, adjust or try and aggress or try and set up for a stack. They just play a completely default CT pistol setup and wait, because they know they can trade their way to a win unless someone for Astralis goes crazy. Of course, the bomb getting dropped in middle certainly helps that for Vitality, as Astralis aren't able to plant inside of B and make things interesting. Because when I saw Glaive get that door kill, I was a little worried for a second, but no bomb, no sight.
No problem.
Yeah, and Vitality on the pistol. They'll start things off. Astralis, Deegs, and Glocks. This is where they should be made an example of by the SMGs. That's a great grenade. Home delivery for Dupree. He's got Prime. And actually, the only cost in that transaction is his health, down to 30 as Astralis set up towards long A.
Yeah, what can ZywOo do with this scout? There's your answer. Let's see, any more ZywOo? Come on. Nope.
He's got some prints there. It's okay.
RPK comes in, helps out. Oh. I'm glad we got to see that. Apex got deleted by the Glock burst.
The old 1-2-1.
But it's still the conversion for Vitality. No upsets today from Astralis in that pistol round, and it was just a pistol round from them. They've instead focused on a buy here in the third. Team Vitality running a bonus round into this one. Only 1 M4 in play.
Always a risk, but the reward is far greater, and considering they've got the lead, they can afford to do so. 3 AKs maybe on the other side if they could find a victory here. Triple long set up early for Vitality, expecting something fast for Astralis, but it's back towards this B bomb site as they take players in lower. Mizuta flashed out, has to tuck in the corner and hope he doesn't get overwhelmed. Playing with fire right now. Astralis moving in, coming in for the kill. Mizuta gets 1. First blood, but flashed out, still here, and with support from Apex, should be able to trade. Magist shoots him through smokes. That's ridiculous. Astralis are inside of the B bomb site, and with a smoke down in the door, there's no one from Vitality that can contain this T-side roster. Even Device coming in for lower to clear up these exits as well. Astralis should be getting the plant in soon.
Oh, and Device might be about to catch the timing out into mid, and that should be ZywOo dealt with. RPK doesn't even go any further than this. He just tries to hold on to this Famous. So Astralis going to put their first round up on the board nice and early. On top of that, they keep it very, very clean as well. And that's going to go pretty heavily in their advantage looking to the future. Obviously, this was a bonus round attempt from Vitality, but holding on to this Famous is actually fairly important, and RPK would love to upgrade it if he can, but Astralis probably aren't going to let that happen. This will be the gun that goes to Mizuta into this following round.
But as said, bonus, guns are fine. Vitality don't have to worry. And ZywOo's even on the orb, so maybe it's Astralis who should be worrying after all. Device is yet to don his, thanks to the economy, but Astralis at least win their first rifle round. Last time they played on Dust, it was a 16-10 win to Astralis, while still being the pick of Vitality. But of course, a lot of time has gone on since that game, over a month now, 33 days. more than enough time to reinvent yourself, or at least patch up some of the problems. So we'll see if that is apparent in this game. Vitality on the Orb. Astralis getting up Cat, setting up towards mid to allow them to do so. Shox is going to be holding passive, so you won't have this information, but if you're Vitality, you're gambling, you're aware that Astralis can be in this spot. And Vitality right now have no one watching this position. They need to worry soon as the flashes start to come through, but we're going to double back off of Long to come and support with the Orb. RPK's committed pit side as well, so Vitality have no problem dealing with an A play, but that's all a ruse, it's all a fake. It's not where Astralis are ending up as they get through these mid doors. That flash is so well timed, and Shox is going to get a lot of damage off. He doesn't spot the full entourage of T's though, and that might, if anything, give misinformation in the way of Vitality. Astralis is still setting up to commit towards B here with 2 inside of the site. Shox is backing up, hoping they're coming catwalk, but that is not the case.
Oh, at least it wasn't for a moment. And now they leave the lower tunnels. Still likely going to be this mid to B hit, but there was a second there where it looked like maybe, just maybe. That's all it ever will be. Apex now having a look at the double doors, and they line up for him. Oh, he's almost onto a third, and he does get a third.
All right.
As he turns back around, just enough bullets left to finish off that kill. And he'll put a third up on the board for Team Vitality, as it's 3s all across the board for Apex there.
Yes.
And, you know, we can dive into that a bit more, right? For anyone who did miss the Pro League, Vitality, obviously, they lost Alex heading into it, and that meant that Apex had to try and take up the leadership role for Vitality. And that was a decision that we spoke to about a couple of times now. We learned that Shox, he was like not even in question to become that leader, because he feels like he doesn't operate very well when he has the whole kind of team riding on his back in that sense, right? And so Apex became the guy to go up for discussion. Now, I don't know about you guys, but back in the Pro League, I felt like from him individually, it feels like this IGL role has kind of reignited his performance in the server, right? And I was kind of curious to see how long that keeps up. Obviously, for Vitality thus far, it hasn't been the most incredible of openings, but they are, you know, still relatively new. And you think about the scope of the changes that come in, right? You lose your IGL. That is going to cause some huge sweeping changes. You bring in a new player to compete at this level. And so, you know, I think for Vitality, these are just kind of growing pains right now. And it's all about finding where the team feel comfortable, where people feel comfortable aligning in this system now.
Well, long take here. Very fast one at that. Astralis are all over the map, and Magisk is firing off into the pit. He gets 1, but double setup from Shox will trade it. Astralis still hold the lead thanks to a pick they got down mid elsewhere. Device did that with the Orb, so that's going to, once again, Astralis up towards this mid to B take. Really good call. They know that there are 2 players at A right now, so only 1 B max. Mizuta, oh, he's not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, but Zywoo will. He's going to pick it up right there. 2v3, actually, as Glaive is on 3 HP. The bomb will be planted, and you can imagine that Vitality will concede this round early on, and the Danes are going to pick up a second.
Yeah, not much else you can do with the low HP and lack of, well, players for Vitality.
I'm still kind of stuck on a tweet that, you know, we saw going into the last game, right?
Okay.
And let me see if I can just pull that on up for all of you. Because it was someone saying something along the lines of, yeah, Fnatic could play against Dignitas with their monitors off and still win, no problem.
Who said that?
I'm just going to have to go through the tweets here and find it, aren't I? I'm not going to retweet it, not going to draw that much attention to it. I mean, nobody can hear us, right? So.
No, definitely not 100,000 people.
Oh, okay, in that case. Good.
Was it someone we know, or was it just
Oh,
tweet?
no. No one we know.
No one we know. Okay. Well, they were wrong anyway, so good job, person. As, well, Dignitas.
Here it is. Even if Fnatic played with their monitors turned off, Dignitas would lose.
I bet you feel stupid now, huh?
I bet you feel like a sad cat.
Yeah. Good job. It's Counter-Strike, baby. Anything is winnable, and that makes the fact that, you know, a team like Astralis, who have had reigns and who've lasted so long at the top, even more impressive. Because any game is win or losable, if you're Chad Burchill. So, it's just a bit of a dance back and forth for these two jumping players. It's a bait on the Vitality side to get ZywOo into position, and so that's why Xyp9x doesn't want to fall for it. He will fall off instead, let Astralis take catwalk and set up towards this A take.
Yeah, now well-timed Molotov from Shox has at least kept Astralis at bay for a few more moments, but now grouping 4 players up at the catwalk and still with the availability to have Xyp9x come through long late in the round, they now drop these smokes and look to set themselves up for this A play. Holding the cross is going to be a man you might have heard of by the name of ZywOo. He's sat here with the AWP. Playing the crossroads. His attention is a bit divided right now between this and long, however. If this A-side play looks to come through, you'll probably see ZywOo take a couple of shots and then fall back to try and join RPK long side for the retake. They hear the smokes going in, and this is where ZywOo tries to post himself up. Now, he knows he's a few seconds late to get to the crossroads, and so doesn't even want to chance the peak. Instead, he falls off the angle, gives up the A site, and this is now a 5-on-5 retake for Team Vitality.
You'll notice Astralis' utility. They still have 2 Molotovs and an HE. Now, I'm sure those are by design, and not only can they be used to slow down rotations, but if you save one on Xyp9x, you could use it for the clutch, and I imagine that's what he's got in mind, throwing it on the bomb later on. Instead, no, double CT molly, and I like that as well, because it's just going to stall this retake out for 15 seconds here. Vitality's still got to go for it, and now they start to come through. The bomb's already half-tick, and Magisk is lining up kill after kill. Glaive as well will join the fray, and ZywOo has got to run. That's a great call for Astralis with the utility, just using it back-to-back, stalling things out so late, and by that point, Astralis, they're fully set up, they know where to be watching, and they know where Vitality are coming from. 3 rounds locked in on this T side despite the early start from the Frenchman. And, well, that start will be drawn to a close now with the money gone for Vitality. Just as saved off on ZywOo.
A tactical timeout coming in for the French side so they can reconvene. Figure out what they want to do in this round around this AWP that ZywOo has on his shoulders. On his back, rather. I don't know why he would have it on his shoulders, but the intentions are there.
Well, yeah, I think that's something interesting to take into account, right? I think Team Vitality are a team that could stand to, I feel like benefit is maybe the wrong word, like can kind of undo or at least help out with this kind of leadership responsibility on Apex with this coaching role that we have for this event, right? Obviously, suddenly, you know, Apex entrusted with the leadership of this squad, and now he's got some time for Remy to kind of help out while the round is live and offer his perspective, which could, you know, maybe be appreciated by the Vitality side. At the same time, I'm not sure, because I can't imagine that's something they want to get too used to, right? Like, I imagine you want to have this as some time for Apex to still kind of feel out what it means to be leading this squad. But certainly, you know, if we see them falling on the back foot, that's where something like that, you know, having your coach able to interject, especially when you are relatively new to the IGL role, it is going to come in handy.
The word that a lot of players use when talking about it is like game plan. Like, the coach is good at reminding you of your game plan, your broader picture, what you want to accomplish in this match, how you want to do it, how you want to condition your opponent. A lot of games like this, you're going to have a plan coming into it. But right now, the plan is disrupted for Astralis. A full 5-man stack on the site, and they will make quick work of it. Great trading for Astralis. Everyone looking in the right way. They don't take the double AWP, but they don't need the double AWP.
Yeah, not here, not at this juncture. But we're going to see these rifles back out for the side of Vitality. AWP is going to get flipped over to ZywOo, who has a pretty decent long spawn. A-site just gets absolutely toppled in that round by Astralis. And that's the Danish dynamite that we like to see.
Kablooey.
Yes, kablooey.
Wow.
Kablow. Anyway, Device out quick with his AWP. He's going to go straight for the mid doors. There's no S in sight for him. He's going to be W all the way. Mizuta in the upper bit of tunnels.
And that's a read, right? Off the back of not only feeling, but someone from one of his teammates surely would have called, there's lots of nades long. They must have a triple stack, and Device knows he can run outdoors and kill, knowing there's no mid player because there's a triple A setup. So good read, good information, and a good B rush for Astralis. They will take 2 dinks. They will also take 2 kills, so it's worth its weight in gold. Device trying to cut off the rotate, does fall, but Glaive is going to find a trade onto RPK. Once again, leaving ZywOo on his lonesome.
Yep. A little bit of Jame time here for ZywOo. And it looks like he might get hunted. Glaive really close to the fire. I'm not sure he's ready to get burned. ZywOo a little weary of it. All eyes on ZywOo if he can keep this AWP going in the next round. It is a little bit of saving grace for Vitality.
I mean, ZywOo's next level smart, man. He hears the long steps, he backs up, he scopes, he moves in. That's just to avoid the scope noise getting heard, so they don't know exactly where he is. And, oh, missed shot. That should be him dead. Can't hit them all, apparently. Glaive is going to take him down. Good flash from Zipex as well.
There's a world, though, where ZywOo no-scopes right there and kills 2, which is also a pretty terrifying idea. Wouldn't have mattered in terms of the round win.
It's a pretty common world as well, given how many clips this guy has bestowed upon us with that weapon.
Yeah, he is the chosen one.
Yeah, born on the day that Counter-Strike was created. Or released, maybe, is a better word.
It all feels a little too good to be true, doesn't it?
I don't believe
doesn't
this
it,
guy.
Man? He was planted by someone on this earth to become some sort of CS god to begin with. And I always kind of felt like ZywOo's destiny. But you got to think about how like his life must have just changed, right? Because obviously there was loads of like speculation around when he would get picked up for ages, and you know he was like prioritizing education and kind of taking it real slow.
Respect.
Played in that one show match, you know, but then that had kind of just been it thus far, and you know like turning up to LANs and stuff locally, and now like suddenly is one of these staple names in the French scene, like traveling the world when the world allows it, and you know like looking around and having all that going on. It must be a wild path for him to be on.
Oh, as such a young dude as well. Like, yeah, I think that's a great point. People forget about that as well. So many people are going like, oh yeah, you know, without him taking this opportunity when he got offered slots, you know, you're wasting it. But if anything, all it did was up his like marketability, if anything,
his
or
market
up his
value.
Market value, better word. Yeah, because you know he's more desirable and less attainable. You know. That's great. And
it's supply and demand.
Folks. Yeah, basic maths here.
Demand was high and supply was real low because it's one dude who was just like, nah,
not coming, not playing. I'm waiting. And yeah, like you said, respect for finishing.
That's why I think
education.
it's great that Vitality, you know, like were the ones to go ahead and swoop him up, you know, and actually like give him that limelight straight away. And I feel like, you know, the Vitality organization are definitely very, very happy that they made that decision, right? Yeah. Because there were some remarks on like the G2 side, you know, looking to pick him up back in the day and then deciding against it and things like that, right? Which, you know, we never know the full scope of, but...
Well, when we look at this from a Vitality perspective, at least, they've gone as far as, even when MBK is on the squad, they've gone as far as to build out their entire game plan around what ZywOo has to offer in the server.
That's awesome, though.
And when he's firing on all cylinders is a, you know, pretty cliche saying at this point, but when he's out there doing the things that he's known to do, which is, you know, without even intentional, very flashy, very effective, that is something you kind of want to build around.
Well, that's actually a great point, Trace. And I know this round's live, but I really want to mention this. When we last had these guys play at Pro League together, and Astralis won, we talked to Device after that game. And Device in the head-to-head, despite winning the series and being the top performer of the series, went 3-13 in AWP duels against ZywOo. And we asked him after, we were like, why is it so hard? And he was going on about how they set ZywOo up, they play around and they flash him a lot, and all that is very, very true. So it shows, you know, Vitality, they are building their roster around this guy, you know, to a good extent, and the results are there to justify doing that. So let's see if they continue, is all that we're wondering, as Astralis set up towards his A site. We're just going to try and get the bomb ready to go down. Zipnex mollied, though, and RPK finding the first from Gandalf. Traded quickly. Apex damage, but damage will not be converted, and there's no HE on him to finish off the job. The Zipnex is so low. Glaive looking for a kill. Zipnex has finished off the kill onto Apex on Catwalk, and that gives room for Astralis to move.
Yeah, very doable, though, for Vitality. You see that grenade, it lands, but, you know, as low as these Astralis players are in Zipex and Glaive, there's just... You know, now it's time to go back to the drawing board for Vitality. Looks like they want to get close to this bomb. Zuda looking on from CT spawn. Shocks on the catwalk. Both very low inside the site, the Astralis players.
Oh, and Shocks has almost got the position needed. He's on 3, and he might even cement all 4, but no, not quite. Glaive does deal with him. Regardless of how close they get it, it's still an Astralis round.
That's such a smart play in the 2-on-2 there, right? And the reason being is because they slow it down. They realize that Vitality are taking a long time to rotate. They're not coming CT. That leaves, you know, Cat and Long as options. Astralis, they peer towards Cat after Zipnex gets that kill on Apex, and then they realize the bomb's planted in the middle of the site. If they go Catwalk and Vitality come Long or CT, they lose the round. So they have to hide. They have to play the bomb, and they just tuck in like little goblins cornered inside of the site, playing the bomb, and yeah, it works wonderfully.
Well, we have a rather
humbling tweet from JW that I might read out once this round kind of approaches its kind of conclusion. But we'll let the round get started. Here we go, Device opening up, but there is a trade from ZywOo. And still holding on to this long angle. Device getting double peek, has to be careful here. It's going to do damage in through the long doors. Masuta, he's got the bomb over in T-spawn. Now, it's only one man on it, and they do have Shocks pinned over at long side. I imagine they're going to fixate on dealing with this one fight while they got it, and they do. And now they can turn their attention towards the bomb and this problem that is Masuta. He's all alone on it, and this is a very big ask for him to hold on to this, because the problem he's going to have is he has no info, no idea what's going on anywhere else on the map. And so while he knew that Zipex was over here at long and he knew Device was there as well, it's been some time since. They can really be anywhere. And here they go, grouping up as three. The Danes moving together, and Dupree will lock it in. Now, I'll read out this JW tweet because it's a nice kind of humble tweet from JW. Yeah. A man who's known for his kind of outlandish antics in the server. He came out with a tweet saying, despite how much I hate losing and how I'm annoyed personally, I feel kind of happy that the same cause I played with / against since the beginning of 2013 can still put up these amazing matches against each other. It's truly a legendary rivalry, and I'm sure you guys enjoyed it. GG. Yeah, that's awesome. A great tweet from JW. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Respect. Whoever his social media manager is nailing it. No, ZywOo over here towards short, looking for an opener that's never going to arrive. They bypass him, they drop down into mid, and it might be a fast mid to be from Astralis.
Yeah, fast attempt, but Apex denies it immediately. He is alone, and he has to put up more. Only one. Still could be enough, but the bomb has been lost for Astralis, and that is a big problem. Vitality once again have control of it in middle, and Glaive is coming through this spawn to try and find it. There's a man in the window who's just dropped into the site, and Vitality, this is crazy. They've given away the bomb. They've gone back towards B. They've cleared the tunnels. They're getting very confused now as well, but they're going to double wrap back onto Astralis. Glaive picking up that bomb and going CT to A. If he does that, he's going to walk into his trap. If he goes B, he's also going to walk into a trap. But RBK has just missed the timing coming in from lower, and he is not going to be able to stop this bomb from getting planted. If anything, Vitality have just set themselves up in a 2-on-2 retake. They had the bomb, and not only have they given it, but now they're back in the exact same positions. They try and play timing, but they get timed. And while Astralis are very confused as to how they've gotten in this situation, they're very glad they are.
What a bizarre turn of events right here. Still with 30 seconds left on the clock, I don't think the bomb's been tapped yet. And RPK, just on his investigation, has netted him nice little shot in the side there from Glaive. Now, Shocks could win this round. He comes to the window, finds the first one to Dupree. That's going to create an awkward situation. Glaive has to tuck in here to the bomb box. Shocks just playing around, toying with the window, will not be ready for Glaive to peek the door. And albeit Shocks with 3 kills in that round, it's not going to be enough. And Astralis go up to 9. Now, interestingly,
that was crazy.
Interestingly enough, you know, and this is kind of a talking point too, that seemingly, you know, some people are a little divided on. Perhaps you two can have an opinion on it as well. ZywOo, top 20 player, 2019 via HLTV.org, right? Yeah. Now, the arguments against this are sometimes, well, Vitality, what are they showing in terms of accomplishments? You know, why aren't some of these other players that are certainly up there in terms of skill and, I guess, demeanor in the server, they are winning championships? What do you guys think?
Okay, so we're going with HLTV rankings. So already, like, you know, you always have to take rankings into account as to how they determine it, right? Like, because you could be arguing something completely different anyway. I feel like that was justified, you know? His performance at Tier 1 events in playoffs was excellent. I feel like that's got to be the biggest metric, right? Playoffs, Tier 1 events, Tier 1 teams, performance. Like, those are, that's what matters.
I would love to revisit this once this buy round is out the way, because I've been thinking about that as well. But Device down here with the AWP over in mid, looking to get the opener, and it's Dupree picking up the pace over towards long side that catches Shocks crossing into the pit. Zipex doubles up and helps his teammate out over towards long. So now Astralis sat in a 5-on-3 in the blink of an eye, and they might be about to reach double digits unless ZywOo, Apex, and Masuta can have one hell of an impact in this round. And here's the problem. Astralis, sitting in a 5-on-3, they don't have to commit to anything. You know, the ball is in Team Vitality's court at this point to go for the pushes, to take these info plays. And all the stress of the round kind of falls on their shoulders as a result. Masuta is alone over here in mid, trying to hold for these players, looking to catch any in rotation, but Device is primed, ready, spots that he's moved away from B. And this is just going to be the save for Vitality. They can't even give this one a go.
Yeah, they're going to back away. This half has slipped away from the French side. 10-3, but anyway, I suppose we could revisit that.
So you know, we talk about how like ZywOo came in and like in his kind of debut year got ranked on, you know, in the HLTV top 20, obviously. And I think it's an interesting one because you kind of look at like, I would say another case study of that, and one that kind of ties into this game would be someone like Kirby, right? Obviously, he won an MVP back at the Major. I think he was, what, 18 when he picked that up? And he went on in reflection and kind of like talked about it in a way where it was both positive and negative for him as an individual, because suddenly, you know, like the pressure's a lot higher. There's kind of like a very unique tone where you show up, you play so well, you do great. He picked up an MVP, and then he said, you know, like it became pretty hard in the sense that you have all these expectations riding on you. You're under a microscope. And I think there's, you know, there's kind of like a side where maybe that could be looked at negatively for someone like ZywOo, because he's already reached, you know, very, very high in the rankings. He was, what, second? So what if he does just fall off? Not saying it's going to happen. I don't think he's the kind of guy that would, but it's certainly happened historically where players have came in, look sick, and then we do get kind of a drop-off period where they struggle to match up to it. They're getting all this flack for not reliving these grand old performances.
It's not even last round of the half and Astralis are buying auto snipers. That's how you know where their head's at. Like, you know, they're in full control of this game. And there's a bunch of autos in T-Spawn if Vitality want to make the journey. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point you make, Harry. You know, a lot of people, they win a major, they become an MVP. Maybe that's them going, oh, you know, I've achieved everything I want to achieve. I don't think that's the case for Kierby, but I think a lot of people would say that. Maybe, you know, the old Gambit roster is an example. But either way, we're into the action. And Astralis are into the B bomb site. They don't realize Apex cracked through the door, but I think that noise did get heard by the man inside of the site. That was Glaive. And his big ears, and even bigger brain, and he can transpire that information over to his team. Device dropped in middle, does give Vitality a way back into this round, but instead they take it as a way out and look to save for the final round of the half. Aiming for a 4-11 half is not a pretty situation, and you know Astralis are hunting. I mean, they bought 3 Dax at the start of the round. You know they're hunting, so you got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, Dupree looks like he wants to safeguard some of those too.
Making sure no one's picked them up.
All right, so you guys decided to buy autos. I guess I'll go make sure your rooms are clean. Well, they are trapped inside of long A. And this vice grip that is Astralis is clamping down on the game. 11-3, and they have ran away with this first half on the map pick of Vitality. Oh. That's a good shot there, Dupree. He gets the shot on Masuta, who had a pretty stellar angle, all things considered, but it just doesn't go the way of the French.
There it is. It's out again. Triple dack.
But
like, even that is successful because what this has done, all this does for Astralis, it means you don't get your spawns, but you know someone does because 2 players are pushed out fast. But you know, it's not like it's money lost. It's the last round of the half. So Astralis, they do some damage, but they do lose a player in the form of Device. Not getting flashed up catwalk, taking dry fights. Now I'm sure Astralis, they're feeling confident. It is 11-3, so mistakes are gonna, you know, be made. Cracks are gonna show, and a chance for Vitality to get 4 at the end of the half. That's what they were aiming for with this save.
Ooh. Apex is going to look to play outside of the site here, and with RPK pushed up on catwalk, he's got a lot of information and also a lot of friends that he didn't want to hang around. So this has not gone well for Vitality.
Yeah, that grenade goes right past Magist and knocks him from 11-6. He is somehow still standing, and the second man is not. Apex is going to get blown out the water from Zipex dropping lower, and ZywOo smoked off on the cross, can't stop anything here. But Masuta can, coming in for the catwalk flank and denying the bomb plant. There's still time for Astralis, but a man stuck in the site with low HP will be finished off. The bomb actually dropped off and fell down lower. Zipex has grabbed it, and he can cut off these rotations. He knows where both these players are. He has B for free.
Oh, the minister himself, ready to deliver his sermon.
Oh, this is smart.
Yeah, he's going to double back around towards this A site. It's Zipex. 1v2, Molotov smoke, time dwindling. And Vitality have no idea. He can walk all the way through there and plant before they have any idea. But he doesn't know where they are. Oh, well, this is going to be interesting.
Oh, dear. Well, it's a nice try from the Clutch Minister, but not one that will add to the trophy cabinet. However, this series could be Astralis. 11-4 up. Let's see if they can keep the heat packing or if Vitality can bounce back in the second half of Dust.
We are one, and we are in the game with Astralis and Vitality, and one where the half certainly goes in the way of the Danes. They are running the board as it stands, and Vitality will look to flip that around and do something different, do something strange for a little change as we look at this second half, and they're on the T side. They're going to set their sights on long A. The GG.bet odds are going to reflect currently where we stand, and most appropriately. If you are going to gamble, make sure you do so responsibly. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward, it's a little bit of a split here from Vitality. They split both Catwalk and Long. Device only good for one. Masuda there to get the trade after Zywoo falls. And Zipex left in the site all on his lonesome. It's being shot at from multiple angles. And that's going to be a bomb plant. Look at Glaive. He's already up elbow. He's gotten all the way into this site. They're not going to expect that. One tap on Masuda. That's going to even up the score a little bit here as they look to retake and get this defuse.
Yeah, sweatily holding crouch was Mizuta until finally he gets checked. Glaive clears every corner, no matter where you hide. You can't hide from Glaive. Shox can fight back though, and RPK dropped as well, leaves the aforementioned man in a 1-on-2. Both CTs on the site. Headshot angle is good for Shox, and the jumping Glock looking for a little bit more, yet to tap the bomb. Dupree solo, he's gonna try and stick it, and Shox will burst in midair. He was only a couple of points away from death, so goes to, you know, the standard, but Shox, finding the pistol, has set Vitality up to draw this one a bit closer.
Just straight splash. Yeah, Vitality needed that one to stay in the running here on Dust 2. You might have noticed at the top right are our next maps of Nuke and Inferno.
Over here towards Cat Device's nade. Actually doesn't find any damage. Looked like it was going to, but tags Apex for what, 3? So I think he's gonna be able to walk that one off just fine. Astralis with 3 players over here towards the A-bomb site, and catwalk control taken for Vitality. Astralis actually go ahead and leave mid in its entirety, setting up for an A play. Now that looks to be the right read in this round. There is a man still floating around down towards lower. That was RPK, but he's since rejoined the rest of the squad for this Vitality side, and that pretty much commits you to this A side take because you don't know what's going on in those tunnels anymore. They might look to send a man back in, and they do, as Apex tries to clear the back line, but he's not going any further than lower. And so this will be the A side play. Device holding from the ramp.
Oh, there's a tag, already softening them up. The more he can find, the better it is for Astralis, as these pistols can finish off the job. I say pistols, 3 of the guns are scouts, and they are coming to life on the A site. More and more damage per second. Oh dear, everywhere you turn, there is a scoped rifle looking your way, and Shox only a little health left. He has found a second kill. Player coming up catwalk, he's gonna fake out the bomb. Looking for the fight, he got it. Magisk is dead, Shox in a 1-on-1. He knows that he's close, and he's got the damage as well.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. Dupree on the Deeg, 10 seconds, and Shox, he has got to fake the plant, but instead Dupree comes around wide, and he will pick it up for Astralis. The force buy goes their way after all.
How about that?
Yeah, you know, Shox so close to getting that job done, and he's someone who, you know, like when he joined this squad, we were expecting him to really deliver some big performances. And I feel like, you know, for a lot of people, maybe the consistency just wasn't there for Shox as an individual, right? But it does feel like as time's gone on, he has started to look better. And I think, you know, some of that as well coming from the fact that Apex is the guy with the leadership responsibilities. That's come with some changes for Shox as well. We see him a lot of the time in kind of this lurk role, right? Where he still has a lot to offer to the team, but a lot of the decisions seem like they're made on the back of kind of his intuition when he's elsewhere on the map. And he's been looking like a treat. Like even in that complexity game the other day, there was even that tweet from Jason Lake saying that, you know, Zywoo's meant to be the problem, not Shox.
Yeah.
And yet there he was doing the damage. So he's been looking good, but not good enough to win them that anti-eco round in the last. And that's now put them into these force buy wars, really into the thick of it for Vitality. If they don't pick this round up, it's 13-5 in favor of Astralis up against an eco round for Vitality. So a lot riding on the success of these pistols in this round.
Ooh, Device, he's got a little gap in the smoke, thrown down by Vitality and abused by Device. 2 kills from it. It's going to be a third for Glaive as he drops another with a scout. The bomb has been lost, but kills have been found for Vitality. And remember, this is only an eco. They are forced into it, hoping for a little bit more than just 2 kills, though. Unfortunately, they will not get a choice, a say in the matter. It's Astralis running wild, 13-5. Pistol may have gone the way of Vitality, but since that point, it's a double down for Astralis. And that's, remember, that's both pistols in this game. Vitality, they found the CT pistol in the second round with Astralis being full Glocks. Astralis won their first rifle on the T side. So Vitality have 5 rounds, 2 of them being pistols, 3 of them being the pistols and conversions. And so it's certainly not boding well considering Astralis are in such control, manhandling the likes of Vitality. Push towards the top of middle. And even with Dupree supporting lower, alongside Device as well. So nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, but the Butchers. And, well, Vitality get made quick work of.
That they are, which leads me to bring you...
Me?
A C-Stream update. Hello. No, not you, dork. Anyway, let's take a look at this right here on the C-Stream. FaZe Clan versus Movistar Riders. And in the first map, it was Movistar Riders. It goes 16-9. They're looking at halftime now, and it's an 8-7 score line as they look to close that one out. FaZe really getting punched on here. They could definitely lose this series. The decider of that one will be Inferno, as well as the decider of ours. Imagine that.
Ooh, look at this pace. Look at the speed for Vitality. Look how quickly they are out long. They almost caught Astralis, you know, backing up from CT to set up inside of the site, but Device is able to post up with the orb, rather.
I guess you could pose with it too.
Yeah, you know, show us what you got, Device. Work that. Flaunt it if you got it.
Oh, man. Well, Deve and crew are going to hold on tight. Still 5 alive on both sides. Utility probably not exactly where Vitality want it to be. They should be able to get smokes down in the cross at the very minimum, but still, they're going to have their work cut out for them. Deep Cat. It's going to be that a glaive.
Shake that thing, Device.
Oh, he's going to get it at some point. He's going to get the peak he's been waiting for, and he waits all around. And then when it's offered to him, he cannot land the shot. Now, Glaive moving into position inside of the site does have Zipex as well to drop that assisting Molotov, and that's going to hold Vitality back, stops them in their tracks, and delays this cross at the crossroads. Lots of damage done from Zipex and Dupree. And while Vitality were up 5-4, that bomb is now dropped in no man's land, and they are a man down. They are able to retrieve it and now look to get into this A site, but it's not been an easy path thus far, and it's certainly not going to get any easier now. 4-on-3 in the retake are Astralis. Magis spots a man up on the boost. Isn't ready for Shox, who's hiding out at Gandalf, and now he tries to pincer on in with the rest of the gang. ZywOo is shut down, but Shox continuing to put up numbers, continuing to be a nuisance. Finally, they deal with Apex, but Shox is on for the ace, so 1v2. And he does just tap down Dupree, makes it look almost too easy. Shox, damage done. Glaive tapping the bomb. He doesn't have a kit, and Shox not able to ace it for the victory, but there's no time for the defuse. Vitality, they get the round. It's Shoxy with 4. And wow, what a game he's having.
Was there time if Glaive grabbed the kit and like really quick turn around?
I think if he did it right away, yeah. But
yeah, that second go back at it, I don't think would have happened, but maybe.
That's, yeah, a really nice try from Glaive at least, right? It does force Shox's hand getting a default plant and taking Catwalk. You can always feel at risk, but Shox, calm, calculated, and still takes 4 kills. Really nice round from him. Astralis, still holding 14. They're still not in a place of worry just yet, but this could be them broken if Vitality win this round, and they look to do it fast into that B site, somewhere Astralis have not had to worry about all game long, and Magiska's here alone. He can only put up a single kill, and Astralis look at them as a group, as a gaggle, as a murder, as they move together towards that B site, already bailing, as nothing is found on the cross. No lurks are giving away kills for Astralis, and they'd rather just keep their economy intact, as said, on the edge of eco. So it makes sense to give Vitality 7.
Yeah, Astralis just need 2 and push us into that second map of their pick. A little bit of nuke action.
Yeah, big round for Vitality to pick up though, right? Because you think about the context in which they put this 6th on the board, and with everyone dying, the money was in a really rough spot. That's why we saw so many Galils coming into this round. But they deal with it well. They get a B play. They lock down a site that's very, very hard to retake, and Astralis don't even bother giving it a go. They just give that respect away of Vitality and now look to provide some answers here in this round. ZywOo buying up a scout. His choice. Could have had an AK, but he wants the scope, and he might look to take a peek down mid with it. Not able to find any damage on the crossing player, and it is just one man crossing. The other three for Astralis are out here long side. They try and set Magisk down in the pit, and with this MP9, he looks to get in the face of Team Vitality. He best shot straight away. Apex trying to get a handle back on the situation, but that's just not happening. And this leaves Zywoo and RPK now 2-on-4 as Zywoo puts up a frag over in mid, but he is all alone. His team have been stripped away from him, armed with only a scout. And to make matters worse, flanking down into the lower tunnels. Oh, Zywoo! Hell of a shot to land.
Good God, it's just not fair.
No.
It's not fair.
What?
Doesn't matter in the long run. I mean, Astralis will go up to map point, but my goodness, at least he's putting on a show for us.
Man, Glaive got deleted there. Like, it's a great push. It's a great decision from him. And it's a fight he should have won, but that is just the Zywoo effect. You know, that's what he's good at doing. However, you know, getting away with one kill that you shouldn't have gotten away with in a round is not going to be enough for Team Vitality here. As nice as it was, it doesn't remedy that 15th on the board. Device is holding for the fast play. And now on the back of seeing that, Astralis have read that this is going to be the B play. The nades have found so much damage, and Dupree looks to get this one put to bed. There it is. Device actually gets it through the double door. And Astralis take Dust 2 in a resounding fashion. They send the message to Vitality, and that is not to be trifled with here on the realm of Dust. Nuke loaded in the chamber as the second map in this series. That's the map pick of Astralis. So join us after a quick break to see if they can get it done in 2.
By your side, I fed up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Let's get it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive.
There we go. Okay, hey everybody, welcome back to the ESL 1 Road to Rio. My name is Trace. We also have another game going on over here over on the C stream. That's ESL_CSGO C. Now this is FaZe taking on the Movie Star Riders. First map of the series, didn't go FaZe's way. I'll just keep it to you that simple and that short. Now we're looking at Mirage, and so far, so good. FaZe Clan have bounced back. They brought a little bit more fight into this game. And now to settle the series, if we do end up going this way, if this continues to go the way it does, and we go to a third, we're going to see that one go into Inferno to settle their differences. Now for us, we also get a little bit of the same treat. We are not done here by any stretch of the imagination. Astralis and Vitality, the super series of the day. And well, Astralis goes Super Scion on that French ass.
Yeah, they're looking super serious right now because they are not messing around. They are not letting Vitality get into this one. 16-7 in the first. And think about how the way that started, right? Astralis on the T side get 11 rounds. Half of what they're doing is just running mid to B hits, like taking cat, dropping off mid, fast mid to B, win the round because, oh yeah, what are they doing? They're saving. Classic Dust 2 all over again. Astralis look really, really good. We had a few rounds for Vitality in that second half to pull things back. Some great individual efforts from Shox, which has been someone we've been talking about a lot recently as like individuals standing up on Vitality alongside ZywOo or even instead of ZywOo. And Astralis just make it look easy, man. Nothing else to say.
And he rests his case.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we rest our case. And we have actually any further objections here, Harry?
No, it's just like, you know, I think for Astralis, this is kind of what we expected, right? Like the moment these guys seemingly start to look mortal and have their backs against the wall, that's usually when they do their best work. And that's continuing here in this series. Astralis looking good. We just saw Dust 2 drawing to a close, and they take it very, very dominantly there, right? They were ahead, it felt like, every step of the way. And sad to say it, Vitality never really looked like they were going to contend for a victory in this first map. However, I'm hoping maybe looking at Nuke, we can look for some silver linings there.
Yeah, I mean, part of this comes down to this, right? A, this is world-class Astralis. They're playing a lot more cohesive Counter-Strike than maybe we started out something like the Pro League with, where they did take some L's. Here, though, this seems more like the well-oiled and drilled machine that we know Astralis can be. This Danish dynamite, or these Danish doggos, if you will, they're able to run the board against Vitality on a map like Dust 2 that they chose.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember the stakes here, right? And that does play a lot of factor. You mentioned Astralis being with their backs up against the wall. While that isn't necessarily the case in terms of, you know, being a bottom of a group or facing elimination necessarily, they want to get to the major, and they don't want to mess around while doing it. They want a clean-cut, concise path to Rio, of course, and being top 2 in the group does grant you the most points over in the European region, as it should do. 1,600 for the first 2 teams, and Astralis currently sitting number 3 in the group. Now, you know, going 1-on-1, they lost to Fnatic, they beat Complexity. It's fair enough results, but, you know, taking clean victories, taking easy wins versus the teams you should be winning, like Vitality. Like, this is a game Astralis should never lose. So, yeah, of course they're making it look quick.
Yes, and of course, all of these quotations around here lead me to bring you to we will be right back after this message. And of course, that's going to be brought to you by our sponsors therein. So make sure you don't move a muscle. We probably will see the conclusion of this series here, but perhaps Vitality have some different words to say than I do. We'll be right back after this break.
Son intelligence de jeu, enfin, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. Bringing summer.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
Elves. There we go. We now find ourselves situated right before map number 2 of this series. That's going to be Nuke. We've just seen Dust 2 go the way of Astralis, and currently this series sits in their hands, in the Super Series, that is. My name is Trace, got Harry and Hugo here. Some of the best of the best of the best with honors. Now, we get to talk a little bit about what's going to happen in this series and how this has looked so far. Has not boded completely well for the French side. All things considered, though, does that change on Nuke?
No. No,
cool, guys. Thank you so much.
That's pretty much all from us. We'll see you guys after this game. No, yeah, I mean, you know, Nuke, it's El Clasico map for Astralis. It's one of the first ones they really started to assert a serious dominance on. And, you know, even though we're far way away from, you know, the 30, you know, record they were on this map or whatever it ended up being, I mean, it was ridiculous.
Lost it to Ints, right?
Yeah, I don't think you want to think, because I'm pretty sure they lost the Inferno one to Big as well. So, yeah, it was like a real fall from grace in terms of having the streak going. But yeah, it's a far cry from that time. However, it's still a map that they are incredibly dominant on, and I don't see it's one that Vitality are going to be able to break them on. However, I would love to get proved wrong. If there's one thing that I love more than good Counter-Strike, it's knowing that I'm an idiot.
Bit of a masochist, you know, in that sense. But
gonna think that one through in my own time. What do you got, Hugo?
I feel like this is not the end of the road for Vitality necessarily. I still think Astralis is going to 2-0 this series, but that's because of Astralis, not because of Vitality. When Alex was back in this team, they played a lot of Nuke, and they actually had a good bit of success. I'm thinking back to like Belek. They made it a mainstay back there last year. They actually had some all right results. So yeah, I don't want to count Vitality out, but I do think, you know, again, like it's just you're just going to repeat yourself.
No,
you talk about the weak problems, which are new in-game leader, new player to this level versus the best team in the world, at least off of 2019 results. All these factors, they just play in the hands of Astralis. So GG Bet odds do as well. It doesn't get good for Vitality.
And this is where we raise the roof, ladies and gentlemen, right here in our Super Series of the day. Astralis and Vitality certainly going to a second map, and it actually could end here should Vitality not be able to put up a good enough fight. Now, we're going to be taking a look at Nuke and see all that it has to offer, and should we need a third one, it's going to be Inferno. For the time being, though, let's kick the tires and light the fires here in Hugo.
Let's burn some buildings down, Trace.
Well, okay, maybe not that far. It seems a little...
Virtually,
That's our son. Arson.
Arson.
You can see where I was going with that, right? Like arson, kind of
Look at that dink. Glaive with a P250. Maybe it was one of the Glocks, but someone's hit ZywOo in the face from outside to heaven, and he's on 1 HP. Very, very lucky to be alive, and he's got to appreciate that, because his teammates, they don't get quite as lucky.
Yeah, quick kill from Device. Shox is trapped out on a limb, and now he's got no limbs left as Device takes him off. ZywOo, 1 HP, 2 USP 1 taps to turn this into a 3-on-3, and they haven't been able to deal with him yet. The B site does have players deep within it in the form of Masita and RPK. And Astralis don't know this. They're still clearing the vents, so they don't know that all 3 players are down in the bomb site just yet. And ZywOo, finally dealt with, now leaves all of this onto RPK, and he's got to face off against Magisk. He's looking to wrap around and find him. Magisk didn't mean to fake the jump, but he did, and we'll pretend like he did it on purpose, and that did bait RPK to move back into the bomb site. Even though he gets the kill, there's no round to be found on the back of it. Astralis, they get this pistol round here on Nuke in the bag.
That they do, and even though he didn't mean to jump on there and fall right off in the control room, that somehow works out in his favor.
Yeah, I was trying to jump on the panel to get out, but I think he hit his head on something. The roof can be low. There's some like vents and things in the ceiling you can see in the way, but still a good round for Astralis. And Trace, I was going to say, what's worrying now is if we think to Dust 2, where Vitality were actually able to get like, what, 5 rounds at the end of things? They got, or 7 rounds, sorry. They got 2 pistols and converted one of them. Well, Astralis have already taken the pistol on the T side, so now things get really rough. Now they can just start to piece together round by round by round of Vitality. They don't have any of the free rounds that they would, you know, potentially get with full anti-ecos, with Glocks for Astralis, or even with P250 armor. So right now, out of the gate, they've got to fight with their backs up against the wall.
Yep, some extra Tony Sastries on this one. It's getting a little bit heated. ZywOo with the scout up in the rafters. Magisk has found his way all the way into this hell area. He's not alone. Dupree's going to go up top. They're going to crunch this ladder and perhaps swing into upper if the opportunity presents itself because, well, Vitality, they're on a ramp push. And just 2 players alive here inside of the upper site. Zipex can't find the kills there necessary to shut it completely down. And so far, this has gone pretty well for Vitality. Still a minute left. Bomb now going to be planted by Glaive. I say that he taps it. Shox is going to walk right through the squeaky door.
Oh, now they know. Even sneaking up through the vents. Device sees Shox peeling away. Oh, does get caught trying to hunt him down. And that's given a 2-on-2 over to Team Vitality. Now, with no bomb planted, there's a good chance they're at least going to attempt this one, right? Shox rerouting in through the hut. Dupree has his attention divided between Squeaky Door and the hut. And you'll slowly but surely see Apex looking over here towards outside. I was curious if we were going to see him maybe try and wrap into heaven with all the time that he was given by Astralis, but instead, he'll just keep on the main offensive. And he does best Glaive immediately, no less. Half the time off of this bomb, dupreeh deals with the first man, drops down into the site, just trying to buy time. This SMG getting close, but dupreeh with the final 3 bullets in his magazine gets a second round on the board for Astralis and puts that conversion on the tally. Now, there must be some temptation if you're Vitality to throw a bit of an investment into this round.
There's some pistols, though. It looks like we're going to get that at least out of Apex, and he is the shot caller guy. He is leading things over there. dupreeh gets this done with his last bullet. All he really had to do there was get the first kill on the Apex in the main, and then he drops off just as he does.
Yes.
And that buys just enough time for that bomb not to get, diffused.
Safe to drop and not go back to heaven, because he probably would have been caught because he was so out on a limb, so wide in the rafters. So, yeah, definitely made the right call there to just fall into the site, take the damage, and kind of just deal with it. Had the clutch anyway. And Astralis have the B site, pretty much. Vitality are rotating down. They hear these footsteps, but there's only so much I can do with the pistols here versus the fast Mac-10 on Magisk. He's just looking to farm up kills and get rich while doing so.
Get rich or die trying.
Well, he's looking for just the first. And I don't think he'll get offered death unless Vitality come back from the lobby to ramp. It's only Shox here.
Yeah. It's quite the 50-cent investment here for Vitality, too, in the form of pistols, which are not going to go too far or anywhere for that matter. 10 alive in the server. No one has died. The bomb has been planted. And now finally we'll get these two teams actually shooting each other in this round.
Not the old 10 alive at the end of the round. But, ooh, Zipex, he could be on the chopping block here. He thinks they're above him. Not the case. They are right in his face. And Apex with 2 traded swiftly after. No guns to be saved here by the likes of Vitality. Shox won't find anything either. That's a very costly round for Astralis, considering, at one point there was 5-on-5 with the bomb about to go off. So, yeah, they lose 3 players to the pistols. It's actually a really good call from Vitality, who, you look at that from the offset and you go, why Vitality saving? They have nothing. They don't even have armor. Like, saving a P250 is useless in your next round. You're not going to use it. You've got a rifle. But all Vitality are doing are baiting Astralis into hunting them there and waiting for that to go on. And so Astralis, they kind of fall into the trap and they fight Vitality where Vitality wanted to fight. So some kills go through, but still around for Astralis, and they look for more. Apex is gone from the door immediately as Astralis take a 5-on-4 into their first rifle round.
And not really what they had in mind, is it, Harry?
No, certainly not. And I mean, now, right, you sat a man down. Vitality, they might feel the pressure to try and, gain something for this, like try and take some control elsewhere. And at the very, very least, it's forced a preemptive rotation from Shox down towards the B side of the map. There's that re-aggression we were kind of talking about. It comes through with ZywOo and Masuta trying to push through the ramp room, and they both meet their demise. Shox now alone. The man who rotated down to B early in this round has it all on his plate, it all to worry about. As this bomb plant comes in, RPK gets deleted. Shox is put down shortly after, and it is a fast, flawless 4th on the board for Astralis. Lots of Fs, including the ones in chat for Team Vitality there.
Hey, don't talk to my people like that. I'm just kidding. You can do that, I guess.
Thank you, Trace. I know you are like the god of
hold on.
The boy of NA or something like that.
The boy of NA. That's what they call you.
I wouldn't consider myself, say, like a god of Twitch chat. That seems like, quite a title. I don't know that I'm quite ready for that, to be honest. But I do, harmonize with them.
The boy of Twitch chat.
Well, yeah, sure, man. Why not?
Oh, dear. Well, ZywOo, boy oh boy, he's hit a dink outside onto dupreeh crossing yard, but it's not going to have much consequence because Astralis get lower pretty safely. Now, little did ZywOo realize there were players turning their backs to him in the vents, but he is holding safe for over-aggression. Not the case. Molotov, he's dropped the bomb. It does finish a job that was started so early on, and Glaive is going to finish off him as Astralis regain control of the package and can just go up the vents towards top if they want. Now they've killed ZywOo. Masuta, doesn't really matter where Astralis go. He's not going to have much of a say in this round anyway, and a good decision for Astralis to duck back up A and safely take a plant. Masuta wondering, where are they? Well, he's about to figure it out. Top site.
Well, Astralis seemingly having a field day, as it is. They're going to put that fifth up there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, Masuta was hoping to find himself a rifle or anything, but instead he's just left walking around on like a scenic tour of the lowest site. And there you go. Tour guide found him. Not meant to be there, really. Zipex shows him to the door. 5-0 for Astralis, but now the reinvestment back in for Team Vitality. And you understand why Masuta ends up down on B, right? They make more than enough noise there to draw those rotations through. Real T-side masterclass thus far from Astralis, and this is like a situation you can't afford to get stuck in if you're Team Vitality. You need to get your first round on the board ASAP, or else you do just get this rinse-repeat of buy, lose, partial buy, probably lose because it's a partial buy, and then, you know, you just get stuck in that loop for what can sometimes feel like an eternity, and so they try and dig themselves out of it now. Trades go evenly with Magis dealing with a man over here towards outside. Masuta now trying to move into position, and Magis was very, very fast on that offensive, but with that kill, the bomb has been dropped over outside of Hell.
Astralis had excellent smokes in this round. They had a Heaven smoke, a Hell smoke, a main smoke, and one that landed on top of the blue box to cut off a view to Silo from back garage, covering everything and just storming the yard. What a cool execute from Astralis. They haven't won the round yet, but they're still looking for it. Topside is being contained by Vitality, and Astralis have all three of their players grouped outside. Now, they can go anywhere with this. They can wrap Heaven, they can drop Secret to B, they can try and take ramp. And so that's why Masuta's come back from the lobby to regain this ramp control. He might meet someone here as well, but he drops, and I think Zipnik's heard it as well. He looked towards that position. Might have a bit of an inkling here as Astralis flank this player lower, but RPK gives up a kill, and now Astralis, they've got knowledge on one more of these dudes down B. They're going to try and find him.
Oh, Zywo's going to find something for himself. It's Deve. Now leaves us in a 2v2. Can appreciate each and every single frag more as we've turned off X-Ray for the time being. Zipex 1v2. Wow. And he never saw it coming, and neither did you. Zipex falls. That's the first round on the board for Vitality.
I like that re-aggression from Masuta as well, right? After Device gets a kill, because Astralis are stuck out ramp. They got a 2-on-2, they killed RPK, then they spot Deve, and they know, well, our options are go down B where Masuta is, or go back into lobby where Device is, and they get kind of stuck between decisions there, like you're making their mind up, and that's when Masuta re-aggresses after Device gets a kill. So good time to push Astralis, catching them off guard. He finds 3 in the round, and Vitality's first on the CT side. Glaive again, back to the yard, back to shenanigans here for Astralis, but there is an AWP on the other side looking to hold down the line.
Outside smoke's now throwing in to try and facilitate this cross, and that will lock Zywoo out of the round momentarily. Dupree crosses behind him and actually gets into garage. Shox tries to catch a timing here out through Secret and knows that on the back of giving his position up, the best thing he can do is get out of there. He will still be down at this B site very early in this round. And there is Zywoo striking the first man from the tally of Astralis. Now, does he know that Dupree was able to get into the garage just mere moments ago? Tries to get out of there, tries to get himself set up in Hell so he doesn't have to worry about so many different angles, and in doing so, Dupree finds him. Now, Masuta coming in with aggression into the lobby, had RPK with him, and they leave, they go back to the A side of the map, and now they know that at least in terms of the lobby and radio area, it's clear, and this is probably going to be a B play. Shox can now kind of confirm these suspicions that Team Vitality had, and if he gets a couple of kills, then maybe there was a chance that that bomb plant never even comes in. Now, it is a guarantee. They get the bomb planted, and it's only Masuta left, returning from his venture into the lobby, looking for for a 1-on-3 that just isn't going to happen. Team Astralis, they'll get themselves a 6th round on the board. And with it, they bring the economy of Vitality back down to earth.
Good stuff from Astralis, certainly commanding the game as it stands. Six to 1. They pick up the first map, on their way to picking up this half at least. And if you're on your T side here, you're feeling really, really good about it.
Ooh, look how fast Astralis get control of the garage. It's almost like it's not Vitality. It's like that's how quick Astralis have been to take this deep yard control and basically take the enemy spawn. But it's an eco and they're pushing lobby. That's the intention for Vitality, and Xyp9x is going to get met with a multi-peek. He goes down, gifting a gun to RPK. Astralis know this though. They want to try and take the top site while they know Vitality are pushing into the lobby, but Dupree gets caught out and tagged down before he finishes off the job. Someone else finishes him. And now they're stuck in a 2-on-3. Good positions, but still disadvantaged. And RPK pushed up with the Molotov is somehow still standing. Device throwing one of his own. Won't burn out the player below him on the site. That shocks. But they do want to try and get rid of these 2 CTs. Astralis could go elsewhere, but right now ZywOo has cut them off from behind. And Glaive has to commit into the fire and flames. He's got one. Bomb still dropped yard. Spots a second as well, and he knows that ZywOo has control over this package.
They're both so low. This is very doable. Plenty of time left on the clock, and ZywOo, he's holding something you'd normally see with maybe an AWP there. Now he's going to peek out and get a little bit more information. And that's going to be that Glaive has dropped down Secret now. Does he commit to the plant here and lower?
Yeah.
Drops the smoke. He's going to stick it. And again, 30 HP on ZywOo, 14 on Shox, and here's Glaive. He has no idea where they're coming from. And boy, they both come down the ramp. Glaive, cognizant of this vent take. And now I think the timing window has passed. He's gonna go ahead and give up on that idea. Wraps back around a decon with this bomb planted, starting to tick slower. No kits over there for Vitality.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Just a bullet could end this round, right? The bullet on the right player at the right time. And Glaive, he's found the first. He knows he's off it as well. Here's a shot from Shox, and that's enough to win the round here for Astralis. Glaive has done it on his own on this lower site. Really great clutch from him. Not just yeah, okay, playing with his food maybe, but I was going to say not offering anything up. He does actually get killed, but other than that, he plays it very, very safe, and that's a great call. I was wondering if he was going to overcomplicate it and go back up the vent, throw a smoke on B, climb up, knowing Vitality will rotate lower. But he doesn't know if they're there or not. So just takes a safe stick and secures a round here for Astralis. 7-1 lead. Damn. Vitality, they've got money, but do they have an answer?
Obviously, shout out Astralis as well. They must have heard that, you know, with the other game being so many OTs, we were a little, you know, behind schedule. So they came in today, and they're doing ESL a favor on this one. They're trying to get us all back up to speed. And, well, with how dominant this T side has looked, they certainly might, right? They're set up outside of the A site here and now in this round. There's a reinvestment from Vitality. And Astralis, they try and switch the pace up, but it's into RPK. And this man is immovable as he shuts down 3 on the entry. Glaive gets caught by Masuta aggressing into the lobby, and in the blink of an eye, this has left Device all alone in a 1v5 clutch. This is a damn near impossible round. Does manage to deal with Shox. And another. Ooh, and another Device with 3, but there is ZywOo ready and waiting. Device makes it interesting, but interesting is not a round for Vitality. Sorry, for Astralis, it is for Vitality. They'll put a second up on the board.
That was terrifying. That was very winnable for Device. In an instant, makes it a 2-on-1. RPK has got to be one of the best top site A players in the world. Like, this dude just sits behind silos in every game for Vitality and racks up 3 pieces when people go for hut plays. No one can deal with this man. And even though, you know, Vitality having a rough time, Astralis, they rush into the A site and they feed the beast while he sleeps. Well, he's not sleeping. He's definitely wide awake after that one. Device has got to be alert indeed. He's pushed on the outside. Smokes, the flash is good. Oh dear, it's a slow call for Shox. He won't check the corner, and Device gets the kill. That's excellent stuff. Maybe not so much from Vitality, but what can you do? Even gives a gun over to Dupree as well, who's on a Tech 9 in this round. Xyp9x has followed up inside of the lobby with a kill towards the door. And ZywOo's got to really do some heavy lifting. That's a good start, but he gets caught trying to escape. And Dupree will tag him down. He will be able to get out of position and rescope up in the garage. Flashed while doing so, but Device, yeah.
It's so close.
Second time around, it's his.
Yeah, ZywOo gets the crosshair over on him, but the click doesn't come through. That leaves Mizuta and RPK. And RPK is going to do a little bit of a dance out here around this smoke. He's going to find Dupree in the process. That leaves just Masuda after he's traded out by Magisk. So 1v3, very low on Astralis and a lot of time to work with, but certainly doable for Masuda. He's got a molly, he's got 2 flashes. He's also got a headshot there on the Magisk to start this retake.
Yeah, instantly drops down. That's cool. That's a good trick because now Astralis, they can consider him going back up the ladder. That noise is not binding. It's not a contract they don't know. And so Mizuta wrapping, they consider it, but they have to consider both options. Now Mizuta, first fight, tagged immediately, and he knows they're planting backside as well. Has a Molotov to deal with that. If he times it right, he could force out this player from behind the silo.
That's what he was waiting on. He wanted to know where that second player was. Dumping that Molotov, back sight, Xyp9x, too quick on the draw. A good idea by Mizuta, and obviously he didn't account for getting dinked down to little to no HP, but he waited for that second player, got that utility out there, and ultimately the fight was forced that he lost. So Astralis 8-2, commanding victory in this first half even. Maybe the second half too. We don't know yet because we're not quite there.
Yeah, but regardless, this is a great half. You know, 80 rounds, you're never going to turn your nose up at that. And Astralis are definitely not done either. I like how painstakingly slow they play that round. They have a 3-on-2 outside, and, you know, Device is hiding in a smoke, playing, you know, well, just hiding in a smoke. I mean, you know, that's crazy enough. But the rest of Astralis are sitting back, passive yard, holding for re-aggression. And RBK comes out main because Vitality want info. They want something. They don't hear anything A. They assume Astralis are maybe gone secret to B or a wrapping heaven. You don't want to just sit around and not be proactive on the CT side. A lot of the times you want to feel it out and try and get info. But instead, RBK just walks into 3 members of Astralis holding him outside. And he can only go 1-for-1.
And with ZywOo falling so early, this is just going to be the B commitment, right? They've got a path. They get past Apex. He might be able to get Device, and he does. I knew he would. That's I had complete faith the whole time. But there's the trade from Dupree, and it is just the cleanup. A team ace for Astralis. They overcome the pistols with ease. Now sat 9-2 up. Doesn't take a genius to know this is very, very one-sided. Vitality coming back in with another investment here, and that AWP in the hands of ZywOo. Now, he's looked a little more active towards outside, round by round, it feels like. So I wonder if we're going to see a bit more aggression from ZywOo here with this AWP. Alternatively, you know, like the aggression, as it's been coming in more and more, it feels like it hasn't been working out massively. So we might just see him kind of playing that heaven-hell rotate to assist at the ramp if needed. And Astralis, they try and change the pace of the game. They get a man down through the vents, but it is at quite the cost. Glaive goes down in amongst it all, and ZywOo has gone more aggressive towards outside. Dupree, well, he's opened up at B. A Device is now bested ZywOo. Dupree gets himself another. This round is sloppy, messy, and it's all over the place. But ultimately, Astralis have a plant down at that B bomb site, and this just leaves Shox and RPK in a 2-on-4, left looking for duels that, while they do come in, are not in favor of Team Vitality. And that's horrid, man. You think you're going to get to hold on to the weapons at least, but for some reason, Astralis is still where you are and not at that B site.
Yeah. Shox must have been going through a why is he there moment with Device sitting behind the garage. Like, why is he there? I don't know, but he is, and he's not letting you get away with any guns today, Vitality. 10 rounds to Astralis, and boy, oh boy, this is looking like a masterclass. Nuke is back on the menu for Astralis, and well, Inferno, that might not be, as Vitality aren't putting up enough of a fight to get us to a third at the moment. It's got to turn around. Sooner the better here for the Frenchman. But how attainable is a comeback? Shox, with an AWP, by the way, in this round, gets 1 bulleted by Magisk outside. They're going to try and grab that weapon. ZywOo can try and arm himself with the scoped rifle. Could even boost up here if they want to be crazy, but instead just going to hold more standard angles, making sure Astralis aren't pushing him. They are, but he does take down 1 with him. Bomb is still back in spawn. Astralis is just pressuring outside, and they've also taken the ramp room. On this eco, Vitality leaving positions open. ZywOo, there's a barrel. And Glaive knows it.
Oh, there we go. He waits. He was about to go a little bit wider, and it's probably good that he didn't, because then ZywOo would have seen him. But yeah, betrayed by the barrel. And RPK spotted getting up the vents as well. Things go from bad to worse in this round. Apex now the only bastion of hope in a 1v4. And they know where he is. They're not even going to look to take the safe option. They just take the fighting option. And that's an 11th round on the cards now. Astralis absolutely dominating on the T side of Nuke and showing absolutely no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, you can see he wants to shoot the hands, right? The hands count for body damage. So, you know, you can get like 3 shots on the hands, but yeah, you know, like you said, the 2 options, go wide, also dangerous because you could get spotted, or, you know, just go for the body shots, which are a risk because ZywOo can back up, or just be patient and wait for ZywOo to peek, and that's exactly what he does. So Glaive, he makes the right call out of all 3 choices there. Patience is key, and Astralis are full of it. They are full of rounds as well. Oh dear. Zitnik's halfway through the 30 mag will just spray Apex through a door smoke. Glaive gonna walk out ramp as well, expecting a little less than Mizuta there. He got it for free last time. This one, it's not on discount. Mizuta holding his own. And Astralis back into a 4-on-4.
Okay. D3 deals with RPK. Masuda has aggressed into the lobby, and he's done this a hell of a lot here on this CT side, and usually to pretty good results. You know, at the very, very least, affording rotations to the rest of his team. But in this round, there's no rotations, there's no kills found from the lurk. Instead, Shox is now alone. And that smoke going down, I know where he is. Shox, no hope for him in this round. He tries to hold on to the M4 because this is pretty much all Team Vitality you're going to have heading in to the final round of this first half.
Oh, your bait. Smoking the spawn and then playing ahead of it. Astralis running with their knives out. Oh, the switch at the last second. Yeah, I mean, that's Shox hoping for kills, but the issue is, like, at this kind of level, firstly, those kills don't do anything other than make you look better on the scoreboard because Astralis have 16k money. But like you said, Harry, that would have been all Vitality have in the last round of the half, and so I feel like a save there would have, you know, not only been achievable, but just a far better decision. Of course, at 12-3 or 12-2, doesn't really matter at the moment.
Nah, they have, how do I say this?
Owned,
yeah. They've actually pwned that of Vitality so far. Vice doesn't even stop.
Man, it looks like he's like on rails. Like it looks like he's just choo-choo. Like I can't even explain it. He just swipes his way through, so casual, so clean, so Deve. And now this B site belongs to Astralis.
Was that his like cologne ad? like
Deve, more like Suave.
Oh, so clean, so fast. Fluid, it's Device.
Deve, maybe more like divide, as they pick up the pace down towards B.
All right.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, man.
He's done something there. Oh. Yeah, I mean, they know where Apex is. It's a matter of time.
And they're saying at this point, like, what are you going to do, save? Like, they just wait and they get the kill, 13-2. Astralis, they are looking hot here on Nuke, and the fire has not stopped in the server. Vitality trailing behind in a very, very big way. Can they pull it back, or will this be the 2-0 story? You're going to have to join us after a quick break to get your answer.
Take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow out. never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
Feel it's hopeless when you think that you lost. Oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We rise up from the dust and clean my
Well, we don't know if the microphones were live right then, but they might have been. However, they're live now, and so is the game. Astralis, 13-2. They have ran the board here thus far.
Yeah, nothing else to say about it. No other way to phrase it, Trace. The odds haven't even really adjusted that much because Astralis have not let go. They have grabbed Vitality by the neck and they're giving them a good old throttle. Let's see if they can throttle up the speeds now in this CT side, or T side rather, for Vitality. Or if they're just going to instead hold outside. That works too. Don't want to rush into a very prepared Astralis. Dupree's got a grenade sitting on that top site right now. Nade's going in towards A. It is a bit of a ruse as they push the yard. It might be coming in through Mini anyway for this late A take with a Heaven Smoke down. That provides a lot of opportunity, but Glaive is going to hear these footsteps, and Vitality are going for the long con, the full wrap round.
Sick pistol. I love the idea, right? With all these smokers going into A, including one up into Heaven, it has forced Astralis out of position and opened a pathway up down through ramp. However, with rotations already coming in, with players like Device trying to contend for the ramp room, Vitality, they're actually forced out of this position and it's back to lobby late in the round. So may as well have just not done all that, and now they're back at the beginning.
But it has adjusted the setup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just joking around. This is sick because it forces all of Astralis just kind of into all these horrible angles all across the map. And as a result, Team Vitality, they get every kill, and including that lovely little jump Glock from Zywoo. Zipex is last alive, but this is a 1v5 that's too much now, turn 1v4 even for this man.
We've seen a few jumping Glock burst kills today.
That one's pretty cool.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, but no, you're right, Harry. Yeah, like it's a good idea for Vitality. Maybe it's not their game plan they had initially. Even if it is, right? Even if they just wanted to show the bomb B and then go back up the ramp to lobby, whatever it is, it adjusts Astralis massively. They drop a player through the vents, their ramp player is forced down. That delays the ramp rotation to top site, right? Because typically a ramp player is going to do two things. They're going to come Heaven early, or they're going to come, lobby flank late. And, well, both of those positions are denied because Vitality own both the lobby and the ramp and the hell, everything. So, Yeah, it does a good job of sending players lower, and you can see Magist trying to come up back from B, gets shot in the head in the vent. So Astralis were kind of pushed into the wrong areas by Vitality, and therefore the fights are favoring the French. I like that idea. And let's see if we've got any more ideas for Vitality. Do have a buy at least, but Astralis have forced the issue right back with scouts. Ooh. The old fakeroo.
Yeah, now they explode in through main. Nupri not able to answer the call. He does get one, and Device is tagged up and now finished off ZywOo over here outside. 3 on 2 as this bomb looks to go down. That nade from Zepex finds a lot of damage onto RPK. And now for Team Vitality, Apex has really got to deliver a lot here on this main push. He gets spotted and actually does nothing. RPK alone, 1 on 3. We've been bigging him up and his A side holds all game long, but this one is too much to ask of him. Defuse going to come in from Astralis and the Force Buy finds success. That's now both Force Buyers you've seen Astralis do. They just purchase up a ludicrous amount of scouts.
Yeah.
And I kind of love it. Because it's like, you know, the argument always used to be with the scout, like normally you kind of get like 1, maybe 2, and then you'd have pistols and everyone else. And it's like, if the scouts can tag these players up, then the pistols are that much more effective. Well, this still holds true for Astralis, but with so many scouts able to peek into these long angles, suddenly the spacing that Vitality would usually go for, which is these longer ranges, you know, to stay in kind of favorable fights, actually turns against them. Yeah. And they end up, you know, just falling prey to these scouts doing loads of damage. I love this from Astralis. Yeah. I wonder if this is something we're going to see them just keep on doing.
At times, scouts can be better than rifles, right? Because your movement speed is very fast. So if you're the one peeking angles with scouts, you can be the one jiggling and doing what Device is going to do here. You're getting a shot, ducking off. And right there, like how Shox hasn't done anything. Luckily, Device dies to ZywOo. But in that engagement between Shox and Device, Shox gets tagged and he doesn't do a lick of damage because Device is just wiggling and jiggling. So yeah, I like the scouts. I like to see them be used in you know, Force Buy rounds a lot from Astralis, and it's netted them something. But right now, that something is getting stripped away from them. 2 kills the way of ZywOo outside, and a 5 on 3 for Vitality.
Yeah, Astralis looked to set up for the long haul here in the upper site. Meanwhile, Zipex left to his own here in the ramp room. He's about to get a lot of unwanted company in the form of Vitality. He's going to get caught off guard. Stowed a Molotov, but Mizuto's going to be there quickly with a Deagle, and that's going to cause a drop here for the rest of the Astralis players. Now, a little bit weary that someone could come down secret. Dupree just outside of the scope of vision, and the timing doesn't work out for ZywOo. He looks right, and he's dead to the left.
Yeah, it suppresses his own you know, retreat as well, just to get that AK, and a save, yeah, makes a lot of sense here. Why risk the AKs? I could see that would be the sole reason that Astralis would save here. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons, but, you know, 14-3, who cares if you're losing a couple of rounds? You know, this does at least allow you to get the better weapons for your follow-up, and I'm sure they'll force round these as well. No reason not to, again, with such a lead, such a streak. So 2 AKs in, you know, whatever goes around them, even if it's pistols or UMPs, it's still a really good situation for Astralis. We know that, you know, 1 or 2 players on this team can just win a round for them, so they've got more than enough to work with, and they're going to buy around it still.
Yeah, and the thing for Astralis is, you know, we see teams get up to 14, we see teams get up to 15. I think some teams fall into a trap of saying, okay, well, eventually those rounds will come to us. Well, Astralis, I don't necessarily know that they ever have that mindset. No. They never really let off the gas.
One thing Chad told me, which, you know, wait, was it Chad? Oh, I'm trying to think where this came from, actually. Wait, I'll save it when I remember. But yeah, it's a good point about that, Trace. Tough, wow. You don't know it.
Sick.
Yeah. That was great.
Yeah, man. This is why we bring you in, you know? Like, this is the kind of hard-hitting topics that no one else is touching on. You know, what did Chad say?
Who knows? We don't know.
And Vitality, well, these bunch of Chads are trying to get control of the ramp room.
I remembered
grab it.
It was Launders. It wasn't Chad. And when we had him on, he explained how a lot of teams play like they've already won, and how you can't afford to do that because of, you know, obviously the team that's up against 14 is going to be trying extra hard, knowing that they, you know, are just a round away from a loss or 2 rounds away from a loss. So, you know, letting your foot off the gas or thinking that a game is over before it is obviously a very dangerous thing. I just wanted credit to go where credit was due, Trace. That's all.
So basically what I just said and what Launder said.
Yeah. Hey,
Combined together.
Yeah, it's 2 for 1. It's a discount deal.
What are you trying to say? Do we look like discount dudes to you? Launders, you hearing this, man?
Trace, Launders is of high quality.
Launders
I would worry about yourself.
Launders actually said that if they were ever going to move to TriCasting, it'd get Hugo, but now maybe we'll reconsider that whole...
I definitely would if I was them.
Yeah, I mean, after these kind of remarks, right? Like...
I mean, Harry's the one, talking, but he's the one jutting into the real duo that is me and Trace.
That is true.
The graphics here at Rotaria tell
I know.
Trace and I
I've
the
been
cast.
derailing the whole thing.
You're just, I don't know, Trace is a host and a caster with me, and you're just kind of, I don't know, we invite you along on these, extravagant...
I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the token ginger. I like that. You got to have one. And here I am.
I guess. I mean, I don't know that the movie statistics are going to back that up, but nonetheless, we are going to back up. Is Astralis into this game? They're going to have some AKs to include the Mag 7 on Dupree.
Ooh, that is a meaty Granada. Oh dear. Shocks finished off by the Deagle as well. Doesn't even get a chance, and the bomb has been dropped by Glaive. He tries to escape. He could not. Device gets one before, before he backs out, I guess. He's down to 8. He's not going to be re-peeking after that one, you would think, but he seems keen for the kills. RBK trying to fight back. The grenade is timed so well with the shots from Zipex, and he is going to finish off the job. Device gone eventually, but ZywOo's alone.
This is that ZywOo guy. Everybody keeps talking about him. He's on 44 HP. He has an AK in his hands, and he's got a lot of work in front of him, a lot of ground to lay if he even wants to get near the bomb. The crossfires are set up. ZywOo's looking for a fight, thinking, hey, maybe someone's going to peek me from secret. Or the real long con here, go up the vents, but I don't think he's going to go all that way around. He's got to smoke 2 flashes and a crossfire set up between Astralis to die for. And maybe he will die with it. He's going to peek out.
Ooh.
They discover him. They know exactly where he is. He sits on 30. And he can't get a fight to save his life at this point.
Yeah, Dupree was using the USP because he has a shotgun, right? And ZywOo didn't know where the silent shot was coming from. And I think he's finally figured it out. But, ooh, trying to pre-fire. Very close. If he did that maybe a second later, he could have got it. But right now, he's hoping Astralis overplay their hand. That is far from the case. Dupree's playing the bomb. And ZywOo, he's giving it a go. He's going to make a move. But 15 seconds right now. He's got to be thinking about dying. And not after the time either. Doesn't want that. Astralis is just backed up. I love this. They're going to try and kill him after time. But Dupree has gone down. And Zipnix will just take the round instead of risk things. Astralis 15-5. And that's going to be match series, super series point here.
That's right. Super series it is. So far, a lot of the series that delivered would have been that of Dignitas taking on Fnatic before this. That is still very fresh in my mind. But, Astralis, again, schedule fans, so looking to keep us up to date. 15-5, this could be the last round of the game. Vitality know this. They're not in a hurry to make that the case.
I mean, that's something that Astralis were very, very keen to kind of change the meta on as well, right? Was in keeping like a very, very structured kind of practice and like team building routine, right? And, they're keeping us to our routine as well here at the Pro League by returning us to scheduled programming. Device pushing up outside, deals with 2, and now the remaining 3. Into the arms of Zipex they go. Masuta gets that trade. They drop down to the B site, but there's actually more players for Astralis here than there are for Team Vitality. They preemptively rotated down. They sent one of them back up the vents just to make sure. That bomb planter gets caught. Apex now all alone has to deliver up one hell of a 1v4 if he wants to keep the dream alive for Vitality. And while he does deal with the first man, he is pinned on in. They mop him up. The defuse gonna come through. And Astralis, they will take this series here on Nuke. 16-5, even more convincing than that of Dust 2. And across the board, Astralis come out swinging. 16-7 back on Dust, and a 16-5 here on the second map. They take it 2-0. They look good while doing it. For Vitality, it's back to the drawing board. And speaking of back, we'll be back after a quick break. We're going to throw it over to that, and then we'll be back with the breakdown of this match and also start to set up our final series of the night. So stick around.
Scheduling fans around the world have rejoiced. Astralis, on the other hand, well, they wanted to make it look easy, and they certainly did. Just limiting to Vitality over to 9 rounds across 2 maps. You do hate to see that for the French side, but ultimately, you do love to see a Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match, which is where you find yourself right now, situated between that and the last series of the day of Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses. For the time being, though, we need to put to a head what is Astralis and what happened here to Vitality. I've got Harry and Hugo to help me talk through it.
Yeah, you know, I think for this Astralis, they wanted to make a bit of a statement, right? This is a series that they should be winning on paper, and boy, do they show that in the server. Across the board, everyone's stepping up, right? You couldn't identify a weak link for Astralis if you tried just there. And I mean, they looked really, really comfortable. You know, for Vitality, I think it's a little bit of a shame that they didn't put like Astralis through their paces a bit more and get to show kind of what they have to offer here on either one of these maps. But you know, at the same time, I kind of more happy for Astralis in this instance, just because like I wanted a dominant-looking Astralis team, and that's exactly what we get in the server, Trace.
Yeah, one talking point as well was AWP to AWP, right? When we had these guys face last time, we mentioned that ZywOo, you know, was really, really out-AWPing Device, at least in the head-to-head, despite Device having a great performance. Well, in this series, that was not the case. Of course, ZywOo went 4-1 in AWP kills to Device, but that's a stark comparison, rather. A lot of the factors, of course, being the fact that Vitality didn't have the money for a lot of those rounds because they were getting swept across both maps. But, you know, Device doing a good job of avoiding ZywOo, and sometimes that's just what you've got to do, right? It's not about necessarily dealing with a player that's a problem, but avoiding them and going to the other sides of the map also is a solution. We saw that back on Dust. Astralis on the T side, they got 11 rounds with a lot of mid to B hits in there.
Yeah, a lot of good looks here from Astralis, and this is sort of the Astralis that we expect to see. You look at Dust 2, they win in first kills 14-9, and you know, that right there is little indicative as to what to expect from this Astralis and what Astralis we're getting that day.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing as well, right? Like, this is a team that's gotten so proficient in the meta and like really just shaped the entire meta of Counter-Strike, right? Yeah, exactly. So, you know, they're so good at getting, you know, like even trades. So it's like, you know, you bet that the second those kills do go in your opponent's favor, that they're getting returned upon almost immediately anyway. And when they're not, when Astralis are the ones finding them, then they're even more terrifying to run into, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not the kind of team that give you these freebies, that will give away rounds that shouldn't get given away. And that's something that you've got to give Astralis a lot of credit for. You know, they really are a team that plays CS in like a very just clean, structured way. And they've really just set the bar for how like you approach Counter-Strike in 2020. And they have been doing that now for the last, what, year and a bit, 2 years even, as my cables all tangled. I've really nailed it.
Yeah, holy, you're knocking the snake down.
I know. I'm wrecking the whole studio,
Harry. Anyway,
man.
Hugo, sorry to get sidetracked by this guy.
Don't worry, I'm
what do you got, partner?
Yeah, no, because we talk about, just to jump on your point, we talk about teams being loose, for example, right, and playing loose or you know, playing like they've won a game when they haven't closed it yet, and that offers up rounds. But Astralis don't do that. They play very tight. They have great spacing. They play every round like it's a round that they can lose, and they will lose. So yeah, that just certainly locks it in and doesn't give any opportunities away, right? They don't just go for silly rushes when they're 14-5 up. They still play methodical CS until the very end.
Now, this is a guy that is pretty good at that whole methodical. God, anyway, whatever. I was trying to get a word out there, just choked on it a little bit. Now, not choking is Device. Mr. Deve himself, we talked a little bit about him in the game and what he was providing for this team. It's certainly a talking point by itself. How impactful is Device within the squad today?
Oh, man. Well, to everyone's joy, right, he had a lot of impact today. He was besting Zywoo a lot in these head-to-heads. He was delivering key kills. And I think for Device in particular, that's pretty important because he was someone who back in the Pro League, spoke a bit about his consistency and what he was turning out in the servers. Well, it's starting to feel like we've got the Device we wanted to see back, right? Like consistently churning out these numbers and finding success for Astralis on the back of it.
Well, we have Device. We also may just have Tom Cruise on the line. It might be one of those days. What's up, Device? Congratulations. You made it look easy today. Can you hear us? Oh, got a little bit of an issue here. Can't quite hear you. Did you hit the thing? Nope, that's not it. So
check 1 second.
There we go. There we go. That's what we needed. Okay. Thank you. It's always a real sweaty time around that.
Yeah.
Look, man, let's just rewind it right back into Dust 2. Okay, so on your T sides, obviously things really took off like wildfire right there. What did you see in Vitality that you guys were able to exploit and push them around with?
I guess that we abused the B hold a lot. I think that's one thing that they miss is like an active AWPer on the middle part of the map. So we was always playing towards A, and therefore you can kind of abuse the middle part a lot. And I guess that was what we were doing in the beginning, and then we just got momentum right. We got long control. We had they knew they had to do like crazy stuff to win rounds, and then we can just play kind of slow and force them to use the utility or make mistakes.
Device, I had a question about your 6th man, of course. We talked about this a little bit back in the Pro League, but now it's been some time. I'd love to hear some updated thoughts, right? Obviously, you guys are practicing for Road to Rio right now. Are you including S-Tag in any of these practices, and how is that fitting in, if so? And also, if you can tell us, when is he debuting in the roster?
So, as we announced back then, I think that's why I maybe have forgotten it, he signed at the 1st of July, so he's gonna start working while it's there. He's currently at contract with Heroic, so right now it's just us 5 and Sonic, but everyone is really excited to play with him. I guess that we would have used him if we had the opportunity, but yeah. Anyways, we can't really say how it's gonna be, how it's gonna work out, but it'd probably be like around August or something like that. I think he'll debut.
All right, cool. Well, I was wondering, right, it's 2020 and we know how strong force buying when you lose the pistol is. I wanted to talk to you guys about the triple scout force that you did, not just on Dust, but you did it again over on Nuke. Is that something we're going to see the Astralis guys bringing out more, or is that just kind of done on a whim in this series?
On Dust 2, it's definitely really powerful. I think everyone saw how much impact everyone with the Scout got. I don't know about Nuke. In general, I think Scout is a really overpowered gun for those situations, especially when people don't buy SMGs and armor and nades and like block out the vision. So I guess it was something we saw in Vitality, but also just abusing the weapon in general is a pretty good idea because it's really strong in those second rounds.
All right, Device. Well, look, man, I know you guys had a good time today, all things considered. It seemed like you really meshed well, and it made it look easy. Did you get any chance to look at the matchup that we had before this with Dignitas and Fnatic?
Yeah.
What did you think about that one?
I live in Sweden, so it's kind of a Swedish derby. So I love to see those games. In some way, I'm happy that Dignitas won because they're legends of the game, and in general, it was just a crazy match, right? It was back and forth, 16-14, the last map. But I expected it to go to the overtime on the last map as well, to be honest.
So did we, man. So did we.
Yeah. I don't really know what to say. I guess we have to rewatch it as well because there were so many like crazy rounds. It was back and forth. It was like old CS some sort of way, where it was way more brawly than maybe it's more utility-wise right now in the meta. So it was a fun game for sure, and I guess like everyone that didn't see it, they just have to see the highlights at least.
Yeah, that's one you're going to want to go back and watch. Hey, Device, we got this whole other game coming up, some North American people that you might know, but we got to get you out of here. Thank you so much for your time, and of course, congratulations. That was Device from Astralis, and of course, they make it look really easy. Before we jump into any more games, and by more games, I'm talking about North American games, we do have a little bit of breaking news. It's been a couple, I'd say it's been out for about an hour or 2 hours now. Orglis, a team that really had a road to Rio in front of them, have said, you know what, guys, everybody get out of the car. We're selling the car. So,
yeah, that's what I said. I will turn this car around, and he was not kidding. Okay, no, yeah, they've dropped out, which I think is a shame to see. Like they had a lot of promise, and they were looking good. It's sad, but that's how it is sometimes.
It is sad. It really do be like that, and it really do be the end of the segments for us. We're gonna go ahead and pass the torch off to Alex Machine Richardson and his crew as we get out of here. You've got Cloud9 versus the Evil Geniuses coming up after the break, everybody. everybody. So make sure you're here with us when the ESL 1 Road to Rio continues when we come back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Bring me to life.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GGBet.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 evil geniuses. It's time to venture to the Americas for our next treat. You can see the ranks, and I need to clear my voice. 1 second. Hi. Now, who's that? That guy sounds more familiar. Hi, my name's Machine, and I'm back, joined at the desk for the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 is our final game of the day. Gentlemen, our first taste of the American meat.
Yeah, I'm normally asleep by this time. This is good to
Way
see what's
past
going
your
on.
bedtime,
Yeah, this is very late. What is it, 10 o'clock right now?
Yeah, something along those lines. It's the best time for Counter-Strike. These are the gamer hours. I didn't even do my hair this evening, so I don't know
It's
if
a different vibe, isn't it?
It's not looking great. But
Chad, can we decide if you're rolling or not rolling the sleeve? This one's really just...
Oh, that's an accident.
Make a choice.
I'm not a sleeve roller.
I dabble.
I'm not hip enough for the
No?
sleeve rolling.
No?
I'm working on it.
You go full grease
Maybe
lightning
next
and have
season?
like a little box of cigarettes on your
Potentially
shoulder.
next season, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
next season. Guys, we played cricket yesterday, and we had a whole lot of fun there. Henry, probably the best bowler. Chad gets the best fielder award.
I'll probably take the safety warden
Safety
as
officer,
well. I'm
yeah.
checking, making sure we're not smashing windows of cars
There
or
were no
windows.
smashed
or anything
windows.
like
It was all above board.
But if you are a North American viewer, which is probably the case because there's a lot of you at home, we do have South African representation here in the server, and they know cricket quite well. So
That's a good point. We should ask them about
so
that.
if you're from South Africa and you're watching, yeah, you know, and Australia and the UK are better than you at cricket. And if you're not, well, yeah, good luck, Americans. You're not.
It was
you're not really
quick cricket, to be
sport.
fair. It was plastic bats, plastic balls. Wasn't the official game, but it's still a lot of fun. And speaking of fun, Alex, we've got Floppy from Cloud9
I mean,
here.
his name is funny, that's for sure. I'm not sure how much fun he'll be having in the server. That's the conversation we're about to have with him. In fact, Ricky is joining us, hopefully, by the power of the internet in the studio. Hello, Floppy, can you hear us?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I
Yes,
hear you.
fantastic. Great, thanks for joining us. So we've got, obviously, going into our first glimpse of what you guys have been up to recently. We've got Evil Geniuses as your opponent. Now, my first question is, do you kind of believe that the number 7 rank we've got attached to EG is justified of what they're putting down on the server at the moment?
Well, I think currently EG are like in a slump right now. I think definitely they can perform better than they currently have been. So I think anything can really happen in this BO3, especially considering it's online.
So you're feeling pretty pumped that the stars could very well align for the Cloud9 boys here?
Yeah, I think I'm more nervous in this interview than I am in the match. So
Oh, we don't bite. We've got
Well, Floppy, we haven't met before. My name's Henry. Good to meet you. Could you let us know a bit more about your roster? We haven't commentated Cloud9 recently. Who are the stars to look out for? Who's playing well right now?
So I'd say right now, it's Sonic and OC are playing really well, especially versus like good teams such as Mad Lions and Flashpoint. They're playing really good against them. And I don't want to. I'm just gonna go ahead and say me as well. I'm the star player.
Yeah,
as
do
well.
it. Yeah, you're
My
allowed to
teammates
say
helped
that.
me with that.
We always throw in some fun ones here, Floppy, mate. We don't just keep it all serious stuff. Are they all your shoes behind you on that rack?
No, it's all. Well, yeah, it's my teammates and all of it's Puma.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. You've nailed the sponsorship stuff right there as well. So, yeah, Jack will be happy with that one, mate. Now, going in tonight against this EG roster, there's some massive names up there. Which are you in particularly worried about the most? Is it Breeze? Is it Cirque? Is it someone I haven't mentioned?
Ooh.
I definitely think it's Breeze because that dude is literally just like the Terminator in like matches and scrims and FPL. This guy literally just owns no matter what he's playing.
The Terminator. We'll take that. Thank you. So I'll keep that in the tip of my casting tongue if Breezy starts going off or if you're shutting him down. Thank you very much, Floppy. The interview wasn't that bad, and now I'm looking forward to seeing how you do in the server.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, dude. Thank you very much.
nailed it.
You did.
Yeah.
Passes with flying colours.
Yeah, I'm going to give him an A+ for that
and
one.
you can see Sonic, Floppy, JT, OC, and Man of the Match. He is all on the left-hand side of your screens. That's the Cloud9 boys. 80K was how they forged their path and picked themselves up a spot in a prestigious organization, and Evil Geniuses. They recently went shopping for a coach.
They really did, and they found quite a good one, to be honest with you. Zeus now joins the ranks within EG, and I'm quite excited about it, Chad. I feel like this is the perfect adjustment. I feel like he brings enough fire to the squad they've been lacking.
Yeah, that's one of the things to look out for with the coaching change within this team, right? If you missed it, Chet, he's no longer with the organization, the man right here. Unfortunately, it was a public statement. He didn't get along with the likes of Tarek and Stan. He made that very, very prominent for everybody reading his twit longer right there. And bringing Zeus in as a coach, well, he's somebody who potentially could light the fire underneath some of these more quiet boys in the team and steer them back in that right direction, because EG, when they were winning New York last year, looked absolutely phenomenal, but since then it's dipped on off in crazy fashion.
And genuine question, how much do you attribute their dominance in New York down to their individual prowess at that moment in time?
I put their entire team with Stan as the in-game leader as a momentum-based team, right? So them beating Astralis right there is down to momentum within that server to be able to carry on through. I think what made them so good was their individuals being able to maintain form for a long period of time. But you can see what happens when 1 or 2 individuals drop off. If you can't run up banana and headshot people, you're going to lose the nades, the utility. They're going to get milked on down. And then some of their plays, because it is momentum and individual-based, becomes a little bit easier to read. Now, going up against the Cloud9, they're the heavy favorites right here, ladies and gentlemen. This should be one of these situations where on paper we'd be saying EG should 2-0, but we've been seeing the Counter-Strike. If you watched any of it today, it's likely this will be a drawn-out affair, right? Back and forth for sure.
Yeah, okay, so back and forth. Cloud9, how are we going to do the man of the match thing? Are we saying
MOTM, Motum, man of the match? Those are your options, really.
Yeah, I don't want to be doing the full thing.
I think Motum works the best.
Motum spanks the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we should go for.
Oh, well,
keep that one in the chamber. That's pretty good.
What do you got anything for OC?
OC? Well, of course I've got something, Chad. Let me just generate it. Hang on a second. I did not OC that one coming.
There we go. That's not bad. Yeah.
You have to feed something in and something comes out.
Lots we can do with Sonic as well. We can even,
gotta go fast. And he rushes.
That's a good one.
That's fun.
I've got. We can make references somehow. We could probably get Knuckles and Tails.
I'm playing
in there.
Sonic Boom. Not playing with scissors.
That's true as well.
Put those down.
Supersonic.
Yeah, we've got all of those. And Floppy. He's, his name's Floppy, but he's not limp in the server.
I could do with that. No, we could do with that. But actually, not a lot you could do with that if you think about it. Okay,
there it is.
Dust 2 has been picked up. That's Cloud9's pick, so we get to see some straight up North American Dust 2.
That's a gift for EG, at least historically speaking. They do like Dust 2. Seeing them here now with Nuke open, I wouldn't be too surprised if we did see EG pick Nuke as their choice. It was a map they were leaning into.
Well, let's bring it in. Let's see what comes up.
Oh,
EG
you tried, Henry. The magic hand.
The game almost came through. It will be Nuke, Chad. Good call.
Okay, so then as the third, what do we got in the pool here?
Chad, try the magic hand.
I don't have magic hands.
I think it's more of a magic kind of...
tickle?
Here we go.
That
Bring
looks
it up.
really positive, yeah.
Here we go.
You're
Keep
like
it coming.
watering the video.
There it is.
Okay, so Overpass. Overpass is the third right there. EG at one point, I really liked their Overpass, but then it was because of the individuals. They were able to get sewer control and Ethan would just run up sandbags or Breeze would run up sandbags and get a frag. But look, EG, for me, they've been disappointing as of late. They're still a very good team. They're just disappointing because I consider them to be hanging with the top 5, and they've obviously dropped on out ESL World Rankings. Now they're the 7th in the world. So with those things in mind, I want to see a strong performance, and especially with Zeus in the server, right? You bring in a new coach, you want to be putting out the best performances possible for him and put your best face forward because they wanted this coaching change, right?
Yeah, and of course, if they do pick up the victory, I would assume we're going to get an interview where we could get some answers to those questions, because I've got so many initial questions as to the relationship that Zeus is going to be having with these players. Whether it's the logistics of his coaching right now, where is he, is my first question. Another question I'd have is, is this a rebuild? Is this simply a,
I guess for me, I want to know how much control he actually is given within this squad. Is it the case where he gets to make all the moves
the
at this
Sonic
point?
role? Or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like Zeus, the player, the character he is, Chad, he must be surely fully in control of the team, I'd say.
Yeah, that right there it could be the issue here, though, because the whole Stan situation with Chet moving out the door, that's probably a discussion point of, Chet has all these ideas and Stan is very, I don't want to say stubborn, but he has a clear vision of how he wants to lead his team. So you've got strong in-game leaders, and that for Zeus, when he was in Liquid, it wasn't a strong in-game leader, right? Because Nitro picked it up, right? So you have to keep that in mind right there. This relationship is one that when they start, of course, they're going to get along, right? Everybody is going to come on.
Period,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just after teething issues, if EG are getting losses on the board, if they're not able to convert these into results, or they're still being close but no cigar, what does that mean for the team? Is it an in-game leadership issue? Is it a coaching issue? Right here, I'm just excited to see what type of Counter-Strike, because remember, no Kriegs. That was very predominant weapon for the Ethan and
I haven't
Breezes
been
of
able
the
to
world.
catch an EG game since that change. Have they looked like they're dropping off in any sense? I don't think it would be. I think we've kind of put maybe too much stock in it because they're using it's available. Doesn't mean they can't use the AK-47, right?
That's true.
Velos look like FaZe Clan have dealt with the wobble.
there we go.
Movistar Riders, they pushed FaZe Clan, and I wasn't sure how they would handle another loss.
Yeah, Yanko definitely wouldn't have been too happy if they lost this one. We were speaking to him the other day after that North game, and we can tell you he definitely wasn't happy with how that one panned out, even though they won. So this one here, oof.
Yeah, well, they get past with flying colours on the third map. It looks at things shouldn't be too bad.
Hang on, it was a 4v2. Now it's a
I think it's done.
2-on-2.
It should be done.
Oh, they got to go for it. It's a 1v1 race. And there it is.
FaZe close it out. So that's another must-win game.
And this one's still going as well.
Heretics
Complexity.
Lovely.
Another third mapper.
Do you know, I'm actually quite excited about the Heretics project.
Yeah.
We haven't got to see too much of them, but so far they've been pushing a lot of the names you expect a lot of so far on their road to Rio, and it seems they're doing the same to Complexity on Dust 2. That's on the B stream. If you fancy it, go ahead and add a B to ESL_CSGO and you will be there. For now, we have Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. Already it does seem that Dust 2 is going to be our first, and it is just moments away. Let's get those predictions rolling, fellas. We were just waiting for Cirque's PC. I think he's getting that one back up and running, getting the hamster back in its wheel, still playing with the scissors.
Yeah, put the scissors down. You shouldn't play with those.
Trace leaves them here, and then I have to keep my hands busy.
All right, let's get into it. So Dust 2, it's a Fraggers map, right? And I consider Evil Geniuses to be Fraggers. There's a reason Cloud9 picked it, of course. They must be quite comfortable on the map themselves. I think it would be very brave to challenge the likes of EG. They did say some of their players feel like they're peaking right now. Floppy even calling himself out to being in star form. Maybe there's something to be said about it. I think Dust 2 is such a raw map. EG should have their way with them.
Yeah, I'm going to go EG 2-0 as well. I think this should be, if they're playing at 100%, if EG are coming in today at 100%, right, their level, everybody's focused, everybody's where they need to be, then it's a 2-0. If they're a little bit lackadaisical, if they take their foot off the gas, well, anything can happen.
I'm going for EG as well, which leaves just one man. Rushley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you with us?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, guys. I would say Cloud9. Well, this is your guys' fault. I was going to pick North the other day, and you were like, oh, no, they're never going to do it or anything like this. And then they won the game, and I could have got some big points, I think.
Well, don't listen to us, Rush. It's not like we're the
against
experts.
you. Don't listen to us.
You pick whoever you want, but while we've got you, before we get into the game, can you tell everybody how excited you are about your Nether region apps?
Oh, okay, yes. I played Minecraft recently, and I acquired a netherite pickaxe. This is a highly coveted netherite, that
Keep talking.
So this is a very strong pickaxe. It has efficiency 5. Mending. It has Breaking 3 and Fortune 3. The music's getting me hyped. The game's about to start.
Yes, Rush, get us in there! All right, well, he's got the momentum started. We'll take it from here. I think this game's got efficiency 5 because it could be a quick one. Cloud9, EG, Dust 2. Let's see what we get to start our evening shift off, hopefully with a bang. Looks like a long take. Going to be seeing some flashes straight over the edge. GG.bet believes EG are the favorites as well. And early control gained. They've got smokes for the cross as well, Hank.
They certainly do. There's 4 players up towards long. There's green there on the right-hand side of your screen. Give us a wink. There you go. Lovely. And we are going to get into a mid-push here. Motum trying to get some information, but there is Stanislaw towards lower B. Bear that in mind as he patrols the upper push here. It's going to be a full A commitment. You can see Ethan crossing over the bomb now. Sonic to defend. JT to step up. And it looks like we have got control of the A side for EG, but a man advantage now as Cloud9 get ready with the fuse kit and 2 flashbangs.
Yeah, this is actually pretty set. That hold on long, though, will be tested. Tarek, will he be patient enough? Or Motum's going to time him. Oh, perfect. Now the CT start to flood in, and already OC and Motum lining them up. Ethan does go down, so now Stan 1 versus 2. The plant is for him. A precise first is integral. And it's not planted for him. I tell a lie, and now he's going to get overwhelmed. 2 angles, but he's already found 1. Motum does scoop up the kit, and he's holding it. The angle's perfect. He's got no time, and Motum's done it. The burst to the back means nothing as Cloud9 take the pistol.
Well, there it is. Quite a scrappy affair there, but Cloud9 have done an excellent job. They managed to get a couple of opening duels there while the long play was taking place. And at that point, yeah, sure, EG get the bomb down. It comes down to the 1 versus 1, but a full defuse of the kit leads Cloud9 to victory here. JT stealing one away through the smoke there. I like that a lot. Great effort from Stanislaw. Had he just hightailed it towards the bomb site, the defuse came in, he probably wins it. But unfortunately for him, he challenges a little bit late to bring out the AK-47s here. We've got 4 FAMASs and an M4. So a nice, strong buy in terms of the firepower itself. They have a lack of grenades here. You can see the EG team have force put into it. It's Cirque with a beautiful headshot through the double doors. That finds Motum to kick things off here.
Yeah, that's a rough way to start the second round here, knowing that this force buy is coming on through. EG, if they steal this one back, we know what happens to C9. That $1,400 loss bonus comes on through, and they're the ones licking their wounds very, very quickly.
Worse than losing the pistol. Gets you in a real sticky situation.
Spot of bother.
A spot of bother for sure, Chad. 5 on 4 here. Cloud9 do have 1 smoke, couple of flashes, no kits, bear that in mind. And in terms of firepower now, it's pretty equal out there. Sonic Controlling short, still has a smoke and a flash himself, but that's the last of the utility.
Oh, perfect from OC. He's going to get challenged again, but falling off quite conservatively. Sonic doesn't need to be challenging there, and I think he thinks better of it now. Hero AK on Tarek. This is their way into the round. If Floppy goes down to Ethan, they have got B. They'll just immediately accelerate. In fact, looks like they're going to go anyway. 2 smokes. And a commitment. A missed second could perhaps bode well, as does the position from OC. He's going to get the first. A little sketchy on the second, and Stan with the scooped up AK off Tarek's corpse has got the bomb into B. Cirque, if he gets this frag, oh no, he's so tagged. One more, however, would get Sonic out of the round, and he spotted JT as well. Good grief.
It's getting very, very scary out there, but Cloud9 still have 2 players up. Sonic down to 27 HP, and JT at the double doors. HE to be thrown in, and they might have done enough, you know, that's a great swing towards the tunnels, but luckily, Stanislaw lying in wait will be able to pick up the round there, and as Chad mentioned, $1,400 coming into the bank account for Cloud9 here. They're going to force buy, and probably be more of the same. Scouts, some Deagles, and we'll get it to round number 3 momentarily. EG right back in it now. Here's the opening kill from Cirque. How clean was it? Okay, didn't even see it.
Yeah.
Just straight for the door.
Those are the ones you like, Henry.
Yeah, they're the freebies. Stanislaw to shut it down there. And we do have the force not actually coming through. So a bit of a partial buy. Floppy's fully invested, so is Motum, but you see Sonic, OC keeping the money strong, maybe looking for double orbs going forward here as the first tag lands towards OC.
Yeah, they will be on a double eco situation here, so probably just going to limp him with 2 half buys round after round and see how much damage they could do. Any saved AKs, any kills, that's all positives, as the Molotov will force JT out of position. And if you were curious about this Cloud9 roster, if you're not necessarily watching all the CS in the world, oh, again through the doors. They love a bit of damage, don't they? Over there on the side of things for the, I believe it is 136 official maps recorded for this Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, this is the first one I've actually commentated them ever.
Yep.
So interested to see what they're going to bring to the table here. It's going to be Tarek and Stanislaw. Good job so far. Remember, this is quite the investment for Cloud9. 3 players pretty much all in. That's going to be JT removed and just Sonic, a player with a USP, no armor. Might be able to get 1 kill out of this one, but Stanislaw has made his way out. Running out of bullets here. 12 remaining in the USP. Doesn't get the kill. Circle finish things off there. We go 2-1. Eco for Cloud9 now. As 5 players go down, didn't really make a dent on the EG offense at that point.
Easy as you like, really.
Guys, did you see the bingo card that was made about us?
I did.
Anything you want to complain about? Anything you're upset about that? Or was it all good?
I mean, I would have... I really liked that they identified that machine mispronounces easy words, because at least once a game, I will just completely flub a the or an and. It's like, come on, man, 3 letters.
I'm trying to think of the best one that happened. I think Chad getting angry at the teams was a good one.
No, I don't get that mad. Do I?
I think the only game that stands out was the FaZe second time they had the lead.
Yeah, I was just so upset.
Yeah, no,
honestly, me and Henry looked at each other. You know, like when you used to go around a friend's house and then they were having like a family argument.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you're sitting there in the playroom and it's like you can hear like, no, it's my PlayStation. You know, and you're like desperately trying to like text your mum and go home. I felt like me and Henry were looking at each other like,
the family arguments when you're running a friend's house was so intense.
Yeah.
Oh God, I used to try and show off
They're like
to you as well.
screaming and slamming doors, and then the
Yeah.
mum comes in all flustered, like, "Would you like me to call your mum?"
Yes, please.
Yes, actually, yeah.
So we can see why they saved that money, boys. It's the double AWP up on the first gun round, but there's not a lot of utility. So it's a 4-man A-lean coming in from Cloud9 here. This is very, very risky for the first rifle round.
I respect it. I don't love it necessarily.
Double AWPs with a grand total of 2 nades.
Yeah, 1 minute 35. We've got 2 nades, no kits, no helmets. Luckily, the AK is pretty much across the board above from Tarek's M4 to do substantial damage now. As we get into this one, we are going to see Motum finding the courage to push towards short. JT will be in tow. They drop the incendiary down, the last bit of utility they've got, but it might lead to a kill here. Ethan, 20 HP.
Boom.
Stanislaw 0, bomb down. Weird swing from him, but they do make up for it. Motum joined by Sonic. Remember this double AWP setup.
They want to fight. They want to stick around here. And Cirque walks straight into the crosshairs. Sonic's got the fall off, and Floppy, biding his time on long, has caught Breezy's advance. 4 versus 2. The CTs, they've played this perfectly. And Ethan and Tarek, they just say, F it. Let's commit. Ethan.
If he hits this shot, my God, there'll be something quite special. Tarek, though, remember, no helmets on these M4s. He'll be dropping down towards CT spawn, trying to make his way towards the B-bomb side. Not going to work out, though. A solid round for Cloud9 as they enter with barely any utility. A double AWP setup, which they retain, and an AK-47 now. So they're really on their feet. Money is incredibly strong for the Evil Geniuses, however. We do have the AWP for Cirque coming out in this particular round, and Breezy will be joining them with the AK-47.
So one of the things to look for here, ladies and gentlemen, is I do believe we have SEO on standby sending us all the stats. One that he's pushed for us right now is Cloud9 have the best flash assist rate of all the teams in 2020 on Dust 2. That's the minimum of 10 maps played. 0.47 flash assists per round. That is very high as Cirque. He's going to kick this one off with the opening onto the man of the round.
The opening kill has been found. Plenty of time remaining. A bit of a dream here on Dust 2. You know they've got to react to it. They've got to drop some grenades. They need to hunt for some intel. Floppy holding CT spawn right now. And the most common push would be the upper B one. OC, though, with the AWP, can't really justify that alone. Not a huge fan of his position right now. We'll see what he's got in mind. He knows he has to get a bit more than just sitting at the back of the side, I suppose. Long control for JT as well. We talk about the shadow advantage all the time. And OC, this could be perfect. Always been spotted though. Ethan, you can see that reaction come through. He is very aware of it, spots him, and OC will have to fall back. Back to stalemate here. Evil Genius is absolutely fine with it. You know, every second that goes by, every grenade that's thrown, Cloud9 become weaker. And they still have 2 smokes there, a couple of flashes on the T side. A execution looking pretty likely at this point. Bomb top or middle. Flashbang through. 5 players converging now around middle.
This is going to be intense. So flash over from Cirque, stand to peak. Floppy, he wants to take the fight, and he actually gets away. Good damage inflicted, however, just on the edge of the smoke, and as Stan falls back, JT pushes forward. This is impressive. Starting to flank, and it's just a flood of blue in the kill feed. Just Tarek left wondering where his teammates are with 17 seconds. The round is over. The question is simply, will he have anything left to contribute? Not.
Honestly,
Nice
that's a
spot.
really decent setup on Cloud9. The fact they've got so much mid-focus there as well with the rifles all ready to go. They read the fact it was coming in as a mid-split. You can see them just jump on the opportunity as well. And they have to lost it for opening kill there as well. Motum goes down. JT, though, with the long flank. We were watching his position for a while. He times it to perfection. Managed to get 2 in the back. The bomb goes down, and his teammates just clean up. It's very well played. And Cloud9 have tied things up here. This round would actually break the money of EG.
Yeah, JT was bringing Sexy back with that kind of a push right there.
Oh, I see what you did there. Nice.
There's a few more where that came from.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
I know you're a big Justin Timberlake fan. So
I see you found the holy grail for JT references there.
Wow. Okay. Well, Chad has blew our socks off here at the commentary booth. We're going to be moving our way into round number 7. So we'll see the first flashbangs come around the corner. It's going to be Sonic. Defending the A-bomb side, of course, there with JT, the man of the hour. Was going to do something then, isn't it? I don't want to do it. I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you.
It was a good one.
It was?
Yeah.
Too good?
Maybe I'll think about it. I'll come back to it.
Put it in your pocket. 6
Yeah.
rounds in. Come
All right.
back to it. Breezy for now is going to be doing the default cross smoke, so you can see this one thrown in partnership with 2 others. That would surely suggest a commitment, and it does look like it. Knifes out, straight towards the CT drop, 2 of them. And now as Sonic, he's got to focus on too many things, but oh no, a complete 1v1. It's
Where's
a dream.
everyone else?
It's exactly what he wanted, but maybe all smoke and mirrors. They're still on short. Now the bombs dropped loose. Breezy has to find a lot here. 4 versus 2.
Very odd there from Evil Geniuses. I think they were trying to suggest there was a double pump back towards middle, but either way, it just looked like they just sent people in, and at that point didn't trade the kills. Now we're going to be in a 4 versus 1. Sonic gets his 3rd AWP frag of the round so far, and now Cirque. Bomb on his back, unfortunately, be taken down by this AWP. Now it's going to be OC nailing the shot there, and a very underwhelming start from EG now.
Hi guys, Chad Birchall here, Skybox aficionado. Right now you can see 3 individuals trapped behind the CT Molotov as the 2 were pushing down to fight that of Sonic. That was a well-placed piece of utility coming on in there. Wait, it's not drawing. It's not working.
It's not working.
Not an aficionado, but basically...
Hey, that's one of the bingos.
There's a Molotov.
That is.
Hold up a second. Here we go. I'm flying back over. We're back in. Here we go. Look at this. There's that
There it
Molotov.
is.
They're split. This is free cam, and you don't see this every day.
Yeah, this is some freestylers, so that's why the delay looked awkward.
Yeah, so that was
Thank
good
you,
placed
Chad.
utility right there from Cloud9. So that all worked out in the end, ladies and gentlemen.
It certainly did, and we are back in time to catch round 8 live, so no issues there. It does look like EG are going to be swallowing their pride, but this is what I kind of stopped getting excited. Sonic, you could see the intentions. His eyes are drawn towards short. If there's contact there, he doesn't unscope, and then those players who have jumped off CT are going to be having the element of surprise on him. Didn't quite work out for EG, and they're going to have to come into this one with just the Desert Eagles. A jiggle to catch anyone willing to take that cross early. Tarek takes a little bit of a pot shot long, but so far, all within the grasp of Cloud9.
It was really good stuff by Cloud9 within those slew of gun rounds. When that first gun round they went into had double orbs and low utility, right? They had 4 A stack. They did that again. They doubled down. They did 2 gun rounds in a row. So now they've potentially dissuaded EG away from the A bomb site, and now they're doing a 3-man lean over towards middle and that B side. So Cloud9 forcing EG around the map and stacking it accordingly.
Yeah.
Good shot from Sonic. That's going to be circle removed here. This is an eco from Evil Geniuses. Trying to get the bomb down if possible. Having to run through the flames at this point. It's getting very uncomfortable here towards the catwalk, but Sonic trying to fend them off. He just needs to stay alive at this point. You can let them plant the bomb. It's not a huge deal. They're buying up next round regardless. No point throwing weaponry away just to stop the C4 going down. They'll begin the retake here. They've got flashbangs. 6 pieces of them. A smoke as well. Double orbs in the retake, not ideal, but they should be fine here as they make their way through. Sure, you can see they're sticking together, using the buddy system, making sure these orbs aren't given away. And if any AKs are dropped, then no one can pick them up, more importantly.
Mortem caught off. Stan, that's a big play from him. That puts a rifle in his hand, but he has to surely do it all. They have to get across, admittedly, and Stan's in a position to do so, but OC from above keeps things safe and sound, and a very well-played retake from Cloud9. They didn't want to overreach.
That was solid from Cloud9. They didn't panic there. They made sure they had everyone stay alive. They let the bomb go down. Double orb setup. No one got dropped. It's actually looking very good for them. 5-3 up. Bomb planted, however, and EG do have a strong buy here. Cirque on 5 kills, 7 deaths. Presumably bring out the orb in round number 9. There it is. Haven't seen much from him as of yet. Sonic's looked pretty decent in the last few gun rounds, I have to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think the gun round traffic so far you'd put all in favor of Cloud9 here. Since they've come out, they've looked very, very good.
Yeah, they definitely had the objective to go to this double orbs early. We saw it in that second round force bar where they didn't join in together. So this is where they wanted to be, and it's working out for them. Can his play get away towards short? Bottom. Your days are numbered, my friend, and we'll see Sonic fight for his life now. He'll bring one back.
He was fully flashed. He thought he got around the corner. He didn't. Just a sitting duck. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them. If they lose this round, MOTM's going to be staring himself in the mirror.
They did it again. They boosted Cat to fight middle, but they're still having 4 players over towards this A bomb side at the start of the round. So there's a massive gap if they want to try for a fast B.
This standoff is always an interesting one to me.
The long doors?
Yeah, just because it's always such a... like, if you get the flank, you can win the round entirely on your own, just on your timing of your long doors push.
Yeah, it's one of the most awkward positions to push. For this reason, they could be T-spawn, either the corners in front of you, they've got a shadow advance on the other side and CT spawn. It's a whole thing, but that's not going to be working out too well, but that is for Sonic. He has looked excellent with the sniper so far, but 3 players making their way towards the A bomb site. Cirque with the AWP as well. They've got just 1 Molotov remaining. I think that's being thrown towards CT spawn. Retake will be focused towards short, as Stanislaw is defending. He has no grenades, but he has certainly got aim. Nails the first and second. Beautiful stuff from Stanislaw. That was secured out.
Yeah, and Cirque's going to catch him leaving, so saving could be a difficult task for Sonic. Stan's playing the closest angle to threaten him, so it doesn't look like he's going to be having too much to worry about. He can sit towards T-spawn. I do see Cirque positioning himself towards middle as well, but it might just be to avoid the bomb radius. Yeah, more than anything else.
Let's put that down to a bit of bad luck there. Obviously, Evil Geniuses can only shoot what's in front of him with the flashback sequence there, and we got 1 player that couldn't get back towards short. That was everything. The fact he got caught on the lip there, hadn't he not gone down, could have been a different round in general, but either way, EG will take that all day long. Stanislaw, nice work towards short. The double spray down, fends them off, no problem whatsoever, but the money still relatively good for Cloud9 here. This is the moment where MOTM was down, and Sonic did fight to the best of his ability here. 2 key frags, wasn't quite enough here. The 3-on-3 fell apart as Stanislaw managed to take 2 here. Very impressive. Second kill. Holds into the spray. Floppy is removed. And here we go. Cirque, what have you got? AWP again. Up against Sonic and OC. Oof, lots of smoke's been drawn towards long. They're faking out. They've gone for a long take here. They smoked the corner, did 4 flashes over the top. Cirque will flick down towards the sniper, but not connect. OC lives to fight another day.
There's a lot of EG in tons. Cirque hoping to catch an exposed AWPer. OC would be his challenge. Stan as well, watching the push, so no real commitment yet.
Wow.
Ooh, they're gonna get a lot of info off that boost, and a shot hits. Nate could catch him as well. Ethan safe, cowers in lower dark. But here comes the CT aggression they've been waiting for.
Oh, they are coming through towards the tunnels here. Stanislaw to defend. OC to connect, though. Nice work from Sir. Can he find a quick shot? It's going to be OC coming out on top here. 39 points of health. Drops the smoke, trying to stay alive. They're going to push through this for sure. And here he comes. He'll miss the shot. OC, has he got another no scope in the tank? Apparently not. Ethan will find him. And just Sonic here at the door, but he's been spotted. Ethan will fire off and now needs his teammate to step up. That's going to be a difficult position now. Breeze coming in from CD spawn. 35 seconds remaining. They've spotted him. Molotov available, but surely nothing else to be said.
He's so loud. You can hear a perfect visual as to where Sonic is and the bomb. Oh, Breezy's got just enough sound cues to know there's one playing back plat. So if he can find JT on the way out of this smoke.
If he can get the Molotov down as well, that'd be great, but not going to work out. JT swings towards the doors, managed to get his second kill of the round there, and we go 6-4 on the CT side. Bear in mind, this is considered a T side of the fair on Dust 2, especially in this matchup as well. This suits Evil Geniuses down to a T, you would say, but the money, maybe not so much. Breezy for 2,700.
Just right now, Floppy and Breeze are both only on 3 kills apiece to their name, and Floppy here is the highest-rated player for the Cloud9 roster with 136 odd maps that they played together, but only by a very, very tiny margin. Breeze on the other side of things was the massive workhorse for this team. It was always Breeze, and then it was either Eastern or Cirque stepping up. So we need to see him get activated right now. 3 kills on the T side. It's normally where he can do a lot of work.
Check this out, boys. Cloud9 have the best flash assist rate of all teams in 2020 on Dust 2. 0.47 flash assist per round. Very high. That's pretty cool. It suggests
really
that
good.
their team works excellent. They're in sync, if you know what I mean.
He got one in there. All right.
Got one in.
Okay.
This is for all you 30-year-olds out there.
That's 2. Let's go for 5 all we're done. You guys just thinking of Justin Timberlake?
Yeah, what about
right
you?
Now?
What about you?
Just going like nothing else.
No
Silence now.
That's my job, I guess. Okay, I'll take over from here. So, smoke for the cross. I was sitting there like Britney Spears, Spear of the Assault.
There's
moving on.
The biggest thing is, like, with JT has a massive fail, right? Crimea River.
Crimea River, that would be a nice
that
one.
one in there somewhere.
Nice, go.
Looks like a mid to B right now, boys, with this kind of setup. 40 seconds left on the clock. They're just going to walk out mid. This is just the heads-up Counter-Strike that EG are known for. It relies so much on hitting these shots as they're about to flick on out. All the pressure on OC.
He's going to find one, and he gets more than that.
No.
What a spray and a hold from Cloud9. They just massacre again. I have deja vu here. Ethan, again, double killing into B. This time, however, the bomb is a little too far gone. How on earth is he supposed to retrieve that one?
Well, we'll see what he can do. He's got no grenades and now no head. JT takes care of that. And it is going to be another very convincing round there for Cloud9. I have to say, OC defending that B bomb site, the fact he gets 2 hits ridiculous. 1 is fine. You think, okay, work 1 there. But how does he transfer in a second? Sonic chiming in with the AWP as well. Beautiful sequence here. They're fending off these mid splits very well.
Yeah, we've seen it. You've complimented the last one where they had like 3 players focusing their attention on middle around that 40-second mark.
It's the most abused area on the map right now. B splits are very common and very powerful still to this day. And we saw FaZe 2 days ago look excellent. And OC continues to impress here. Gets another double as he takes down Cirque and Tarek here. 5 versus 3. EG have been put on notice.
Yeah, they certainly have. OC, he's not finished either. He continues to train his aim towards middle, and 2 more of the geniuses are housed there. There is the last Stanislaw, the leader of the squad, currently residing in Long Doors. His friends are coming to join him, and Sonic, this is quite the off angle. This could get enough for all of them. Pre-fire. Oh, it's good for 2. And even the 3rd. Perfect from Sonic. He's got to go fast, and he's found 8 right out of the gate.
Clean sheet as well there. Cloud9 are looking very good on Dust 2, I have to say. Learning more and more about this team as the rounds go by. And for now, OC challenging towards top and middle. Nails that first player towards the top right, and then Tarek is short as well. Sonic, beautiful sequence to the AK. Very calm, methodical, gets it done. Holds on to the AK-47, no problem whatsoever. And we have MOTM with the MP9. So, Long take, smoke down towards the corner, 4 flashes over, and it's enough to dissuade them. CTs don't fancy it.
Ethan, if he gets caught out here, he's going to be mad. He's furious.
Oh, there's 4 players
foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, that's nuts. MP9 sneaks in towards lower, and the whole strategy falls apart now. He needs to go back towards T-spawn.
But look at that lovely reaction from Cloud9. They had pressure from lower and upper, so if it wasn't all in, you just have to clear out that one straggler. If you're not playing safe outside of tunnels, that's a free upgrade right there. And MP9 miraculously turns into an AK-47.
Yeah.
And with 1:20 left on the clock right now, you can see EG scrambling. They had to send 2 individuals all the way back. They have to clear out upper tunnels now because they need to reclaim this territory. Stan is having to flash. This is so dangerous for EG.
All because of MOTM's push.
Yeah. So it was really just stalled down whatever their plan was here.
So he pushes up a B, gets a kill, doesn't take any damage, upgrades to an AK-47, and gets out. It's pretty wild.
Smooth moves.
So you can see EG had 4 players towards long. They've had to burn a good 30, 40 seconds just reclaiming the B tunnels, making sure they don't have that information anymore, then go back into their default, as it were. We've got the Adrenaline smoke towards the double doors here. Tara getting himself up towards Xbox. Sonic, though, he'll be ready and waiting. Doesn't quite nail that shot. That's just some damage towards Tarek. Incendiary down, and they'll just start to fall back. They still have a 5 and 4, bear in mind, with 30 seconds remaining. This could be enough. That Incendiary, they might have to push it. They will.
Straight through. Sonic's got the Q, needs to hit the shot, and now exposed. He does fall, but time is of the essence, and Floppy gives them the fight they were looking for. Down to JT, only 1. OC and Motum, they're miles away. They will get this plant down with 15 seconds on the clock. And they're both going to long for this retake. They have a single flashbang, and Cirque, he's going to hear them coming.
If he kills both of them here, crisis averted, but if Cirque went down with nothing, that could have fallen apart very quickly. Tarek and Breezy with less than 10 health between them. That was kind of close, but Cirque, he holds on for dear life. It's going to be a 5th for EG here. Money's pretty decent on the Cloud9 side, of course, and we're going to have Cirque's replay just holding it down. It felt like a very fragile round still, with the amount of HP remaining.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, before we came in, we were playing a bunch of ESCA games, and that one right there felt like one of the rounds that we were playing where I had to be like, guys, this round's still winnable. That's what, I mean, losable. That's what that felt like right there. If Cirque went down, that round could have gone either way, that's for sure. As he's going to kick it off with a long pick again. Molotov will make him think better of that. Looks like a more default setup here as OC continues to hit some big shots. No flashes, no nades, just a dry jump across, and that's a nice one right there.
Yeah, if you go back and watch the demo and ask Cirque how he died there, it would just be jumping across middle for no real rhyme or reason. So that's a disappointing one to give away, but still recoverable. 2 rounds remain here. 5 on 4 once again for Cloud9. They've been very good at getting these opening picks. I'd love to see those stats. As we'll see, OC transition back towards B, just baiting in Floppy there towards the corner, and maybe potentially attempting another B split here. You can see him actually posturing outside the double doors. Molotov towards platform, Tarek's out, but not for long. No smoke down again. Dry peek towards spawn, and he is taken out of the equation.
These double ops, it was such a priority for Cloud9.
Yes, it was.
And you can see why. It's as soon as one fills the gap on B, the other rotates into middle. It's fluid, it's effective. And now again, EG have to work with only 3. I mean, 2.5. Stanislaw on the AWP and 29 HP doesn't quite feel like a full player in the contributing factors of round 14. 40 seconds now. There's the smoke. Stan will try and peek ahead of it likely. Just before it blooms, he wants to take a little glance towards the site. Now he continues their advance. Sonic flash to delay and peeking back in. Perfect, they line up. Wow. 1 bullet, 2 kills. And Ethan staring at the corpses of his comrades as he falls as well and joins them. 4 for Sonic in that round.
Well, Floppy did say keep your eyes on Sonic because he is going off right now. 18 kills, 6 deaths. Fantastic work from him. He's currently 2-0 in opening duels as well. OC must be around that number as well, right?
He's on like 13? Yeah.
OC 3-0.
Yeah.
Opening duels, excuse me.
Yeah, so that's amazing. Those 2 AWPers just doing everything they have to. You don't need to get double kills, but you'll take them. The team will be very happy with that. Sonic closes things out with style as well. Money okay for EG, considering it's the last round. Only 1 Galil here. A distinct lack of utility once again as Breezy gets ready towards long. And to extinguish that first incendiary.
What a play! Oh, man of the match! That's ridiculous! Charges straight through them!
That's one of the tightest choke points on the entire map. How does he get past?
How is there enough room for them to pass each other?
I loved it. He was so aware as well. He wasn't panicking at all when he got through the other side. 2 quick kills.
3!
Completely obliterates EVG, and now we've just got Ethan in a 3 versus 1. Currently waiting in T-spawn, wondering what in God's name just happened to them there.
I need to see that one again. How did he get past all 3 of them as they pass through the doors? Unbelievable. Floppy confirms it. It's a 10-5 half, ladies and gentlemen. Evil geniuses, they've been put on notice. And it's Dust 2. It continues when we return.
So far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
ESL 1 Road to Rio, and it's Cloud9 EG. Myself, Sponge, and Henry adventuring into the second half, and what a first half it was. Cloud9's defense has impressed the judges.
It really has. I honestly feel like Cloud9 might be able to 2-0 this one. From what I've seen so far, EG looking very weak. Some of their big names have not turned up so far. We've got Breezy 4-12, Tarek 5-12, and Cloud9 as a unit, as a roster, look very well oiled right now. Sure, it's their map pick, but this CT side of Dust 2 against the likes of EG here, it's no easy task, and they've made it look so.
Yeah, they really have, and their attack, let's see how coordinated it is. Straight out long, a fast flash, starting to flood. Breezy flooded, but only one and two heads rolling already. They can't advance. Breezy's just locked the door, and he wants another one. Breezy's making quite the announcement of his presence in the summer. Give it to him. He can't quite find the ace, but a quad kill from Breezy gets him straight out of the gates. He's doubled his kills from the first half in the first round of the second.
Yeah, that's quite the statement. It sets the tone for the second half quite well. No bomb planted, no kills really found, and Breezy really looking quite strong. 4 kills in the first half, 8 after this one. All headshots as well, beautifully done. That's more like it from Breezy.
Exactly, that's what we want to see. And as well as that, he is the long anchor on rifle rounds. He's the star player they have locking down long, so that's one thing to keep in mind. The star player for Cloud9 was the B defender, Floppy. He only netted 5 kills because they weren't going to his bomb side a lot. So let's keep our eyes on him within this second half. As out the doors they go, and Tarek gets a chance to pad some stats here.
Just the one. Yeah. So it's going to be AKs this round. That's the best way to do it. Just get it over with, get the full Glocks out of the way.
Well, that's the way we like it.
Yeah, that's the way we get it done. And his Heretics now taking Complexity. This one was looking so good for the former. And right now, 11-10. Heretics turning some heads here on the road to Rio.
Third map and Complexity being pushed, admittedly on the defense now. Let's see how that one goes. You can keep following that over on the B stream. That's ESL_CSGO B. For now, round 18, they charge down middle. They're making the call, taking some initiative. There's 4 CTs invested long. If they commit to this with some pace here, fellas.
I like it. Oh, the smoke doesn't quite put him in time. It's going to be 2 kills coming forward for EG, but they still have control of the B bomb site here. It's going to be Ethan outside, trying to defend, and he might as well stay alive at this point. No need to challenge. OC, though, probably has to. First one won't be his. Second will be, but too much damage inflicted. Leaves us in a 4 versus 2. Floppy, Sonic to defend. No utility available, but will they get aggressive here? Maybe they have to.
Sonic's giving it a good go. Oh, the push.
No.
Oh, the timing. It was so good. They're still fighting. It makes me uncomfortable. One left. They're doing it. A 2v4. Sonic's fake flash is not being brought up. And my God, I thought for a second they'd done it. A 2v4 ends in a 1v1.
I don't think they expected to find so much success so quickly, because you can see the comms got very frantic. 2 kills actually unraveled them somewhat. But Breezy, he holds on. And there will be a bomb planted. Cloud9 10, EG 8. Sonic, a couple of kills as he swings out here. Beautifully done. With no utility, bear in mind as well. They had no grenades. He managed to get the kill on CD spawn. Throws his pistol up.
Oh!
It was a dirty shot from Breeze. He really is getting warmed up now.
So that really could have been the 2v4.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. The fake flash, and he doesn't buy it and hits the final bullet in the clip. Breezy, that's hot.
They're doing the same thing here, EG. They're doing the 4-man A-Lean, but Cloud9 are doing the opposite. They're actually heading over towards the B side of the map on both of these first 2 gun rounds. So different approaches here, and one that has a clear avenue for success, and that's on the Cloud9 side of things here. If they act quickly, they might be able to capitalize before this rotation can get completely set up by Tarek in CT spawn.
3 up, make it 4. Silently Mantle to short.
Run boost coming in. Bait out the shot if there is an AWP on the corner. Cirque does like that spot, but not there for now. We'll be holding the more traditional angle towards Car. And speaking of tradition, here comes the smokes you expect towards A. The flashes as well, designed to make Cirque uncomfortable. Let's see if it works out. He nails his first shot, but they have got very close toward the bomb site here. Almost too close for comfort.
Oh my God, he's nearly hit it. OC's low and finished off by Breezy. He's doing so much work.
All right.
Oh, the Terminator's back in the server, and he's found another quad kill. We've had 4 rounds, and he's got 2 quad kills already.
That was wild. He's up to 17. What?
I swear he came into this half with 4 kills.
He did.
He legit did.
Let's see that again.
He is absolutely wrecking house here. Look at him go.
It's filthy. Filthy work from Breezy. The final spray at range as well. Well, EG, they needed something to change, and it seems that Breezy's scoreboard was the answer. 17. He came into this half with 4.
We did say at half-time, well, there is one key problem here. It's Breezy not turning up. And as soon as he switches it on, they're looking much better here. Big spray down coming in from Breezy again, as he keeps racking up the kills. We've got Stanislaw with the backstab. They have partially invested into this one, as Cirque will start plucking them off one by one. JT and OC remain, but that should be the round said and done.
Who's that using a player model on the T side?
Oh, yeah. I've been kind of keeping quiet about it. It's Floppy. Floppy has a man bun.
Okay. Oh, interesting. And someone has the FBI model as well. I actually had the pleasure yesterday to talk to MSL on one of the podcasts I do, and I asked him about that. I said, what's the go with the player model situation? Because it is in the road to the major, right? And he said it's a gentleman's agreement not to use the player models at the moment, because obviously we know there can be some visibility issues on certain maps.
Yeah, just to know those stats that came on, they were Breezy's for this half. He's 15-1 right now.
280 AR so
200,
far.
yeah.
In one half. So far, only a couple of rounds in. Let's see how round 6, second half goes. Ethan's already got 1 for 1. OC's clawed it back, and we continue the trades. Relentlessly going back and forth, but MOTM is showing a little bit of initiative here. He's dropped all of his util middle, and yet it doesn't seem like they're going to commit. Breezy's thinking about it, playing anti-flash for now, could drop CT. Tarek pushing into the tunnels, does connect onto Floppy. Only a single prong to this attack now. And then Tarek's getting back into the site in time. They spot him, and he's got a very precise shot, even tagging up MOTM. The dunk could come in, closes the gap, and Tarek single-handedly deals with a B push. EG have awoken.
Yeah, this is a very odd second half here. They're now going to be 6-0 up on the EG side. Blink and you miss it here. Much faster pacing Cloud9 has led them to this huge deficit. They were 10-5 up, and now they trail by 1. Money not really there for a purchase either, lads. So they're going to be down to the Desert Eagles, the Armor, maybe a scout or two thrown in for good measure. But EG, this is what we wanted to see, that fragging capability that wasn't realized in the first half, that's for sure. We did say Cloud9 was the better team. That's the operative word there. Individuals, you always lean towards EG here, but if they don't turn up, it's difficult to really sing their praises. Now, Breezy turning the game around. Tarek got to double digits as well. So it looks like all is well on the EG side.
Yeah, that was the first round that did really come down to one-for-one type of trades right there. And then you saw towards the tail end, Tarek righted the ship with a multi-kill. So you've got the Breeze multi-kill on pistol. You got the Breeze multi-kill against that gun round swarming A. And now you've got the Tarek multi-kill in the late stages to round out that round. So that's I guess, the gear difference here. We know there's more firepower on EG, but so far, I would say, and I agree with Henry, that the Cloud9 have looked a little bit more organized. Maybe a little bit more hungry as well here.
I think so.
Probably their Super Bowl.
Yeah, they will be gunning for this one. EG just expect themselves to win. This could get a little bit awkward, though. We have got Breezy expending all of his bullets there on the interaction toward the long door. The smoke is down and makes things a little bit awkward, but Tarek is rising to the occasion. 4 versus 1 now. Sonic, PT50 armor. Should all be said and done here. Or looking towards the A site. He might be able to catch him in the back. I would say just put up camp here for a good 20 seconds. See what comes to you. Maybe a free kill, just like that. Won't be able to get the orb, surely.
He might get that orb, and now Sonic, with a weapon that he can do damage with and was earlier on into the piece, has been given a slight opportunity. Kevlar vest, AWP, 55 seconds.
24 kills for Sonic. He is killing it right now. Drops down towards CT spawn, finds Stanislaw. Gives him the kiss of death. And we're down to the 2 versus 1. Now, I still don't think he can win this. That blue box, incredibly difficult to pick when you're not aware it's going to be there.
Great setup here as well.
Yeah, I don't. With the orb, he had the AK, maybe.
They can trade off of each other here. With the exactly right. With the AWP, 1 bullet, and he's instantly dead. So unless they peel off of this, this should be a locked EG round.
He can't scope anymore once he gets closer.
Brutal cross.
Yeah, he might as well save, I would say.
Good call. Good damage as well there. So he's keeping them honest. That's what we always talk about when you're finding kills in this regard. You're maxed out with your loss bonus, right?
Yep.
The buys for Cloud9 aren't an issue in this point, but keeping EG's money honest until you can break them back, that's a very important thing to be looking out for.
And this is fine as well. He's already got armor, and I believe he already has 100 body armor, so he can get the helmet here, get a few grenades. Doesn't need the money coming through. He's already got the orb. He's already expended that cash, so it's all good. He will survive the AWP, but it's going to be 7 in a row now, and 7-0 in general for this second half for EG. Really are turning it on as we see Cirque, one of the quieter members, down in 13 and 15, looking to show us what he's made of. Hasn't had one of those show-stopping moments as of yet.
Interestingly enough, actually, Sonic didn't go for the helmet, so those M4s will shred him if he gets caught out by it. So just worth keeping your eye on if Sonic does get deleted in one tap. We'll know why. Flashbangs are flying over for long to contest, and nobody's home. Does look like that B-Streams games can get staying as close as possible. 12-13, my God. And 12-10 here into the B split. Charging up, bombs coming from tons. Floppy is going to gobble up a flashbang. Ethan and Stan in the site, they're playing quite passive. Now they get rumbled. JT and Motten will clear the site.
Beautiful B split here, boys. 3-on-3 as well. Bomb will go down momentarily, courtesy of Motten. OC towards Lara, timing. Not ideal, but at least he lives to tell the tale. He'll be aware of one of them towards tunnels now. Incendiary dipped over the window. And it's a man advantage for EG, but they haven't got much more than flashbangs. Is it going to be enough? Smoke down will make OC's job very difficult. This point, he nails a shot there. They know exactly where he is. Impressive scenes, but still, the round lands in favor of EG.
He's quick, isn't he?
He is. That was insane.
A team ace as well.
So 2 survivors, Breezy and Cirque, so their money still continues to be very strong, of course. You had to give up around in the second half. Cloud9, great execution, managed to get the double kill upon entry. Goes down to a 3-on-3, bomb planted, but couldn't do much else. Great smoke thrown from outside the B bomb site itself. nullifies the AWP, and then his teammate overwhelmed. Double AWP set up on the CT side now. Stanislaw and Cirque.
It's interesting that neither T-side got going on this, considering how effective we've seen T-sides on Dust 2 historically. Both the defense being successful. Another opener, OC, very quick, and actually opened up the site entirely. Ladies and gentlemen, OC has just finished the round with 1 minute 40 on the clock.
Tarek does pull one back, but are they interested in this round whatsoever? I would say no. Their money's like okay, but it's not amazing. So keeping these three up, I think, is very important indeed. They will be holding out towards CT spawn, and that's his OC winning yet another round single-handedly. Just rushing B and managing to land the first shot. That was impressive. The second, they had no idea it'd be pushing through. And B-bomb site, it's as simple as that sometimes. You get the initial kills, it's not worth going for the retake. By the time you get ready, get all your smokes or flashes down, the bomb's already 3/4 gone.
This is where it gets really, really difficult for EG, actually, because, yeah, Henry's right. They have a little bit of money, but it's not flush or anything. When they're losing this round, they're only going to get 1,400 going into the next. So they have to make some compromises or drop some weapons across. And now if they lose another one and their money gets beaten down even more so, it's going to be round after round before they'll be able to get a proper buyback on the board there. So
Floppy was on top of them and dies. Motton with 2 HP from 100. He really did just narrowly keep that weapon. This is this first shot. I loved the second as well. There was no way they were expecting that.
Yeah, that was so fast. Stanislaw has an AWP bear in mind. So he sat there ready and waiting for that pick, and still he can't react in time. So lovely stuff from OC. Second shot was beautiful as well. Get to round number 25. A couple of adjustments to be made, like we said, but the money's okay for EG. But if they lose this round, they'll be down to just pistols, I would say. Zerg pushed up towards short. He's making a lot of noise here. He knows players are beneath him, and yeah, good choice. Get out of there.
He likes this fight on Xbox, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the sweep. He could peek over that Molotov. It's so appealing for Zerg. But they're playing a very passive game here. They've given him nothing on his early adventure.
So no damage really done so far. Cloud9 posturing towards short. They still have 4 smokes, actually 5. As they made their way up, the run boost coming in just to pull the shot away from Circuit. Oh, actually, wasn't the run boost they were looking for, but a shot is everything. Oh. 2 of them delivered. This is much better from Cloud9 now. They've got an open runway towards the A side. Breezy towards long, though. Last line of defense. If they can find a couple of kills, there might be a chance. Upgrades to the AK-47. This is the kill right now. Sonic making a lot of noise. He gets his way up towards short. Don't think they'll take him down. Good smoke. Should seal the deal.
Should. Tarek's gray screen as he unloads a full mag and reloading in the smoke. A sitting duck. Sonic spray actually found Breezy. He dicks him down to 40. He's trying to play around the smoke, and the backs are turned. JJE, and a second, the spray is good.
Way.
Just OC now to clutch, and he's missed his shot. It's Breezy. Oh, Cloud9, they did all of the hard work. And just as they got their mother to come take a picture of the sandcastle, the bullies show up and knock it all down. It's Breezy with the quad kill.
Oh, I'm sorry. The 2 rounds that Breeze single-handedly won for EG here within this half are the difference makers. Like, there's not even a discussion.
He's up to 25 kills right now. Sonic's got 26 at the very top of the scoreboard, but Breezy started this half with 4 kills. He is on one.
21 kills already this half. And we've only been going for what?
So wild.
This is wild.
He had 4 frags on the half, 15 rounds, the same length of time as the second half, believe it or not. He had 4. Now he's sitting at 25. He's king of the ring. We're not even done with this half. Okay, well, whilst Breezy's making talking difficult for me, we can continue, however, to see Cloud9 give it a shot. They're going to open the running with a Molotov to clear the doors. I'd just start playing towards B again. The site Breezy isn't going to be at.
He is up for a couple more kills. There could be a flashbang around the corner. Currently baiting in Circuit. So they have to fire off a shot and then Breezy to swing around. That's the idea. But we've seen these difficult approaches from Cloud9. They go for the run boost. They have the Molotov in the corner. It looks like the run boost is coming in once again, potentially. There's the jump. Round it comes, and they are ready for it, but Breezy only good for 1 hit. Equal trade. Sonic towards the mid doors. He can hear them rotating here. Smoke will go down. Doesn't shroud his vision. He's actually got the advantage. He's got even for sure. Lovely work from Sonic. They can go back into a B split if they really want to.
Zerk
high.
Completely caught off, but has time to wield the AWP again. And now hunting for Floppy, loses his life in the close exchange. 2v3 now. Tarek's on a very fast flank here. Is he going to go long? No, opting for short. His teammates behind him as well. Both Stanislaw and Tarek Molotov'd out. They will not be able to contest this plant as the second arrives.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. Chad already pointed out the money's not great on the EG side of things. Sure, it's a 3-on-2, but one I don't think they're going to pull off. They have got an incendiary and an HE, but no one's low HP. Another Molotov towards Shaw. Surely that's the signal for them to give in. They have still got the incendiary. I guess Stanislaw wants to get that off first and see if anyone can be flushed out. Drops the nade on the side, no damage inflicted, and Tarek still up for this one. Molotov does do a little bit of damage, but no one's going to peek off this until they get close to the bomb, and that's the correct call. Falling back, Stanislaw will recover the AWP at least, and they've got an M4 as well, so that's absolutely fine. Cirque is still by himself, and with the loss bonus now at the second stage, Breezy will be able to drop, potentially. He can definitely buy himself 5,000, so there is enough for a buy there. Whether they want to fully commit is yet to be seen. I would say they probably will, considering got the AWP and the AK. Cirque can drop one rifle. Stanislaw drops the UMP instead. That's for Ethan.
Definitely not clear yet, are they? This one here might have a few more rounds in her if they're unable to convert right now. This is getting to the crunch time for EG. Some big shots being hit by these Cloud9 players to bust open bomb sites. And once again, we're seeing a bunch of utility exchange over towards long. Noise over towards the upper tunnels to keep them honest. And the 4-man A-lean from EG yet again. This one here, I think, might play a little bit slower. It might stall out. We'll see it go through the default paces, because once Cloud9 have been able to get themselves into some even duels, you can see how awkward some of these timings are. As individuals, they're hitting shots that are just as good. Maybe not as good as Breeze, but close enough.
One more round will do it for EG. After losing the first half 10-5, they really have put down quite the performance here in the second. But money is an issue. That is being drained at this point. The rounds have been very close. Cloud9 managed to pick up a couple, and they're one away from forcing EG to a full eco. And that's a dangerous place to be at this stage of the game. And Cirque, well, he's dangerous as well. He'll find Motum. They're trying to cross over towards the A side now, and Cirque can see a couple of them. Finds another. The AWP looking much stronger at this point as the flashbangs continue to be delivered towards the A side of the map. Bomb still there, and another shot. It's rattled off by OC. Beautiful work, 2 versus 3. They have a smoke and a Molotov, and still plenty of time. I like they rush the plan.
Okay, so Sonic's going to babysit. He'll be keeping track of this. So he's got the bomb, actually, so he's going to be the one that has to plant. Spots Ethan, a missed shot. They desperately need to shut him down, but look at the damage inflicted. They push in, and Stan collects. EG just one round away. This CT side, they found a lot more comfort than they did in the first half.
Nice work by Cirque there. Was the execution, but not the most efficient one. You can see he wasn't too blind, managing to jump up and nailed a quite easy shot by his standards. Motum didn't see it coming, just getting out of the grey screen there and just spots ahead as he jumps up here. You can see it. It's shining bright. JT will be taken down, and Stanislaw just the double spray down there. Didn't even intend to get to, but he'll take it all the same. So one more round for EG will do it. Still a full buy for Cloud9. It's not out of it just yet. As we go for the long take. Gonna have a lot of action here. The incendiary goes down, and so does JT. Sonic still committed by the blue bin, and another incendiary now as they can focus that position. You can see them just gallivanting their way over, and they're going to be punished for it. Sonic, he avoids certain death.
OC, he's hit another banger. Floppy trades. So OC shot down. He's happy to have contributed with the scout regardless. 3v2, the numbers favor them. Stan, he is in a position to try and contest this plan.
There's a path.
Yeah. MOTM's flank looks so promising. Spray is good. He can see the toes. Stanislaw losing his life slowly. And eroded by MOTM. Cloud9 have another life.
Oh, dear.
We might be going to overtime here, boys. They have to force here, unfortunately, for EG. And that's 1,400. They have 1,900 to the next round. So pick your poison. Even if you full eco this one, you're still going to be just over $3,000 per player. So what's your call? What are you going to do?
Stanislaw scratching his head.
Yeah,
here.
there's not really like a right answer. They're going to take the full eco and just try and close it out, I guess, in the round 30, but
Makes
it
sense.
looks almost certain to be overtime.
Oh, it's a tough spot to be in here. The buy next round, it doesn't even afford them enough utility to just do a default
There'd be like
situation.
3 FAMASs and like SMGs and stuff. This is going to be a mess.
Yeah, this is where we look for those pocket rounds, I suppose, that we call them. They need to pull out now, right? So they need to have maybe an aggressive maneuver to set up one of their players with a stronger rifle, or a push that's well timed to capitalize on the default here of Cloud9. Because with these USPs, it should be Left, right, good night from JT as he takes down 3. But
Breezy, please.
Hold
no.
up.
Breezy,
Okay.
Breezy, you've only got a USP. You can't do that. Finally, he's shut down. Good grief, he gets 3 kills.
Well, that helps them out tremendously, actually. That's an extra $900 now for the EG side.
Point.
So they'll take those all day long. Like I said, for Masters, SMGs is what we're aiming for here. There is an M4 available, so Ethan will take that. Obviously, no helmet's going to be purchased in this particular round. Breezy comes out, gets 2, denies that plan. There's a 3rd on the agenda as well. He gets that.
He had 3 bullets. He double dings him.
He's on his 30 bomb now.
What happened? What snack did he have on the half?
Maybe
I don't know.
He just wanted to win in the second half.
Oh, right, yeah.
He started trying.
Yeah, that'll
Makes
just
sense.
It's not a thing.
Well,
can you start trying?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, you know, when we go
Isn't that just a lie we tell ourselves when we're not performing well? We lie and say,
there's
oh,
that
I
mental
can try.
shift, you know? It's all in your head,
Yeah,
Alex.
it's all in your head.
It's all in your head. But right here in this last gun round, you can see how compromised this buy is. Scout for Cirque, Famis's for Tarek and Stan, respectively. Breeze will get on an M4A4. Ethan on the silenced M4A1S. And a little bit of utility with no defuse kit on the board. So if this becomes a post-plant situation, overtime is on the cards.
Well, it definitely is on the cards for now. It's a long spawn for JT, and he's certainly taking it. Flashbangs will go over. Are they effective, though? Sonic with the AWP ready and waiting towards the long corner. He fires off a shot, and Breezy will use that as his access towards the pit itself. They spotted him, though. He'll drop the flashbang and swing off this. He's been so good so far. Can he close it out in regulation? Maybe not. His teammate Tarek has been dropped. Bit of backup from Long as well, but Breezy, 50 HP, no utility remaining. He's like double frags right now. Can't find him. Mosi will drop him, and now it has to be Cirque, but he's being pincered. We're going to overtime. Sanistor and Ethan, surely nothing can be done. They're both on the B side of the map. The smokes are going down. The bomb will be planted momentarily, and you can see how far away they are. Chad's already mentioned they've got no kits. For Mass and an M4 and the 4-on-2 Cloud9, this is their round to lose.
It really is. There should be nothing Ethan can contribute here. Walking into a crossfire, there should be not a single individual fight he can take without there being someone else breathing down his neck. And here they come. First fight found and no rebuttal. That's MOTM finally finding it. Floppy 2, we're off to overtime. Cloud9 after a 10-5 half, are hit by exactly the same right back, and that's thanks to Breezy. He really has pulled them into overtime.
It was a great performance there. And we have got the B stream going on as well. Complexity, they're right down to the wire. We've got them at map point.
But their CTs have real weapons.
That's good observation.
There's a little bit of a different one. Complexity do have a distinct advantage coming into that final round. You can follow that over on the B stream. For now, it's time for our overtime to kick off. It's 10K, worth reminding you, because even I forget at times. On the road to Rio, we're part of that major circuit, so major overtime rules. I'm not saying it rules, I'm just saying that's the rules.
O'Doyle rules.
Those are the rules. We'll play by them. Stanislaw tucking himself into the B corner here. Smoke is down. He's got backup from Ethan at the B window. And what is going on here, boys?
Triple boost over the smoke. Oh, if he gets caught, that would be quite spectacular.
Oh, there's a chance. Oh, he looks away.
Oh, and he hits it! Cloud9, they're putting out the stops, but Stan, he's in such a good position to do damage. He actually collapsed them in 3. Oh, it's a disaster.
He hasn't seen anyone yet.
He hasn't seen a single opponent. He could dunk OC with the nade. JT leaps into it for a bonus damage. And wow. I thought Cloud9 had done something really special, and perhaps OC still can.
Yeah, they're not out of the woods just yet, EG. There's still a chance of a minute on the board here. And the fact OC's alive at the AWP, we've seen what he's capable of. What's the play now? Towards B tunnels they go, holding outside. Orbs in hand, no real reason for the CTs to push here. You don't know where the bomb is. I like the setup they've got right now. One towards the mid doors. It's going to be Tarek. He's able to transition between both bomb sites. Stanislaw on for the ace as well. He's definitely going to be up and about, looking for these kills. He's got the flashbang in hand, and finally Cirque towards Long. He's got the AWP just ready and waiting.
Yeah, if Stan goes down here, the B bomb site's open, and then the HP of JT and OC doesn't really even matter that much. So, they've gone overtime over there.
Yeah, the
on
Heretics
that B
did it
stream
with
as
Tech
well.
9s and an AWP. Damn.
Yeah, if Stan goes down without getting a kill here, I know he's already done so much work. That could be the round, but Tarek's rotated over just in time. This one should be done.
I think he gets the ace. Tarek's not looking. They're going to walk in contact. There it is. Beautiful. Stanislaw getting it done in the first round. Nice boost as well, Chad. I haven't seen many teams run that boost for about a year or so. Never seen a kill from it, to be honest with you, especially the games I've casted. So it was nice to see that actually come out when he wasn't really looking.
It's like 100 Thieves use a lot, right? They get Gratisfaction on up there. But one of the things, it's a difficult position, those 3-man boosts. You need to keep pivoting by looking in to
really
slide
awkward.
yourself back over. It looks pretty, but
don't drop that in your ESL or matchmaking games. Unless you've dry run it, it can be very awkward up there.
Yeah, practice it once or twice at least. Oh, there we go. Ethan with the AWP hitting a big shot onto Sonic as it looks like a fast cat's on the agenda. EG have all their pieces and the puzzles in the right places, and oh, there's a little bit of a gap just under this smoke. Floppy goes through. He's almost found Breeze. He's taking him down. The long anchor finally being dealt with.
Great flash from OC. Cirque's ready to receive, though, and he's actually... That was in the middle of him dealing with the A-push. He's still handling both. He's spinning all the plates at the same time. Looking for another, and OC gone. Cirque wants to blow them out of the server, and he does. Triple kill for the 17th. Ethan's there with a double of his own, and Cloud9, their T-sides hit somewhat of a brick wall.
Yeah, that's a high-flying round from the Evil Geniuses there. Cirque, beautiful work. You saw him in his flamboyant aim, getting the job done here. 180s, making sure every shot lands. This was quite a beautiful shot coming through. Nice work, takes down JT, and the round was done. This is the battle between OC as well. Managed to take him down. It's one of the few OCs missed this game. And it's 2-0 EG. As Alex said, 10k star money. Motum's got nothing at all. Just a Desert Eagle, no armor. Had to drop a weapon for potentially JT, and he makes it work. That's going to be Tarek removed early on. They can recover that rifle now.
Yeah, this is perfect. You couldn't ask for a better start into your final round. With some financial sacrifices, going to boost Stan up on that AWP. Have a look down towards the pit. All hugging that close wall, and Stan's jumped. Got the info, they line up.
Good nade.
Surely not another collateral. The nade looks promising. It's MOTM to go down, but he actually took Cirque with him. No, someone passed. Floppy did. He went straight through both of them. Breezy gets caught as well. The flank from Floppy. Colossal. Ethan, what can you do? A 1v3. OC, just as that smoke fades, will be exposed, but so was Ethan. And so a 2-1. EG happy to collect a double. As they do swap sides, it's now time to see what Cloud9 can do on their defense, which we will. It's worth reminding everyone at home if they didn't catch it. Their CT side was where most of the heavy lifting was done.
Yeah, they got 10 rounds in regulation. Their CT side looked very good. EG's T side looked quite flat. They didn't really have much pacing behind it. Lots of defaults, lots of opening kills of Cloud9, and they go for that double orb setup once again. Sonic and OC. It's very expensive as well, and if you lose a first round of 5 players going down, you can't actually afford it. So we'll see what they can do as we enter what could be the fast couple of rounds here.
Oh, Cloud9 did a lot of 4-man A-leans within regulation. Looks like they're going to do the same, kicking it off in overtime here. A 2-man cat boost, 1 pair taking long and 1 dipping back towards CT spawn. So they're ready for a fast flank or ready to fight some mid-control, but unfortunately for them right now, EG have opted to go for the Na'Vi long, as we've been calling it. This push right here is everything for Cloud9.
It's always so nerve-wracking, though. Ethan's going to surely clear it. He's actually got nade in his hand. Perfect timing from MOTM, and a little conservative. Straight away, falling off, happy to take the advantage.
Yeah, I'm impressed by MOTM. He has got a lot of bravery behind him as we see him pushing up towards the top of middle. Finds Ethan with a nade out as well. Falls back, doesn't take any damage for his troubles.
Where's that incendiary go? Is he waiting for it to fade? Ooh. Wow, I mean, boost versus boost. Look how smoothly they've managed to function with that one. Stanislaw gets a full A+ as the booster.
Well, they've nailed the dismount. MOTM waits patiently. Perfect flashbang. He's got 2 kills there. They'll get them. It's going to be a 4 versus 1. Cirque. Not really much left to do. The bomb's gone down as short. He makes his way towards a crossover, trying to cross over here, and he actually has managed to do that, but his days are numbered. One of these shots, one of these bullets connects, he's going down.
Rushed over by Sonic, and that's going to be the equalizer. Cloud9, you said they could do this after watching their first half. Well, they're back to their comfort zone and already converting the first. This pop flash is how they win the round.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there.
There was no assist. Does that mean MOTM threw it himself?
His teammate definitely threw one as well,
okay,
so I guess maybe they both did just before.
Yeah, still, 17-17. We are back off to the races. Double orbs for the CT side. Tarek's going straight out. Floppy's not interested in contesting, so as Tarek swings around, what does he have to find? Bullets and death.
shot through the smoke there.
Yeah, he got lost in that smoke there. It's very easy to do, but that's an unfortunate start to the round for EG. They really did struggle on their T side. It is so momentum-based, and when things get reset in overtime and everyone's starting with the same amount of cash, they're not going to get the same freebies that they did in that first half after resetting Cloud9. So very worrying signs right now.
So a 5-4. Another opening pick here for Cloud9. They have found the lion's shares of them, that's for sure. And we've got Floppy flashed over again. Did one towards the corner. Reels it in. In terms of the bombs position, it's the back of Ethan here. Crossover smoke being deployed. 2 of them, in fact. So they're trying to go for a long fake here. 2 smokes down. Flashbang to come through on the CD side. They've killed 1 player away from the B side as well. JT spraying off suggests they actually are convinced by this. The B side's completely open here, boys. Cirque trying to sell it the best he can, and they've got the B side. But the AWP is outside. OC going to start calling players over, and indeed they will. JT's on his way.
Oh, they're all on the way now. Breezy can cut off this rotate, though. He's distracted and fragged. That was the loose thread. Now they can focus their attention. Evil geniuses, they have got such a tall task. They have to fight. Ethan finds a nice little gap and scurries away with 1 already added to his tally. They're going to pincer in. Contacts at the same time. It's the only way to make this work, but they're so far away from doors. They're getting held at bay. MOTM and JT. That's enough, and they find 18, a perfectly executed retake.
They're the ones with map point now. 18 is our magic number. Evil geniuses need this round. You can see the money's battered and bruised again. Standard store, 3,400. Same story for Cirque as well. Cloud9 surely have done it here. AKs, Galil's, Tarek could bring the AWP out if really wanted to, but it would mean no grenades. You know what that music means, Alex?
I certainly do. Tension tickle. 1 round is all Cloud9 need in order to secure their map pick. And I'll remind you that there is a lot at stake for this. Chadwick describes it as their Super Bowl. And that make no mistake, that analogy is not misplaced. Cloud9 have been given the chance to be on the road to Rio de Janeiro. November is the rescheduled major, condensed, even larger prize pool, all of that good stuff. And now up against one of the hardest hitters of their group, of their region. Should they take this scalp, it would be a wonderful benefit to their road to Rio de Janeiro. 1 round separating them from picking up the first in the series. And we're off. Sacrifices made by EG. Hank covered the details, and so let's see how the gameplay takes shape. A boost over the mid-smoke. They tried to take that early first frag again, this time to no avail.
Tarek to try and open things up, but he is shut down by Sonic. That's the opening kill given away by the aforementioned. Once more, back towards B they go, and they're going to have to fully commit now. Breezy will pull 1 back. If they get another kill here, they could be going double overtime, but OC might have done enough. Bomb goes down, and he's looking fantastic.
He's done it all. Just Stanislaw, he's gone, and Cloud9 prevailed. Dust 2. It got wobbly, but they managed to stave off EG. They take the lead in the series. We'll be talking all about it when we return.
So high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we
Yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. On the peach yellow skies, we keep on searching. on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Cloud9 19, 17 to EG. They take it in overtime. Their map pick does too, does go Cloud9's way. They blow up and start with a bang. Of course, we saw that first half starting. It looked to be quite an impressive, perhaps even a dominant start. Of course, EG reminded us of what they were. Oh, sorry. Breezy reminded us of what he was capable of.
He entered that second half with just 4 kills, but my God, did he ever go off in the second? It was looking fantastic for Cloud9. We had the likes of OC and Sonic looking amazing with the double orb setup. That's what they're really aiming to get towards, and they got there quite early on. And at that point, they were just running away with those regulation rounds.
Yeah, I think those two names are clearly standouts, right?
Yeah.
Sonic within that first half doing a great job, and some of those shots that OC was hitting was just wild. You can see here, we got the stats on your screen. There's 33 kills for this gentleman right here, obviously within the overtime, and you're going to get to see just some of the work he was doing on that AWP. So now, for people who aren't too familiar probably with Sonic and JT, and they're a little bit interested about the flags, what's going on here, these two individuals moved over to North America with a full South African team, and these are the only two remnants left of that who have had to kind of mingle things together with some North American players, but it seems to be working quite nicely. You get under the Cloud9 banner, you're getting some decent results like this. It's looking good.
I have to say as well, their CT side as well, it was very mechanical. They're working well together. It seems like the flashbangs are always there, the picks are always nice and calm. It felt like they were actually dominating that first half, but of course, as you mentioned, Breezy did this to kick off the second, Alex, and things started to fall apart very quickly indeed.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a glimpse of some of the things. In fact, if that's it, wow, okay. So, yeah, Breezy had 32 kills. That was 2.5 of them. And this is Breezy's face. Of course, he had a good performance. That's pretty much it. Chad's got more.
We're saving the good stuff of Breeze highlights, Alex, for the stand-up screen here, because what I want to talk about is how this individual can just win rounds on his own, right? So round 19, we can see how I put his lovely face over here. You can see where it is. And I want to kind of talk through it and then show you guys the highlight of it. So here's the round setup. It's just one of these 4-man aliens that we saw coming out from the side of EG. You're going to see, I'm going to fast forward it because we don't actually need to watch all the start of it. What we do is we want to get to this point here where the execute's coming on out. And I'm actually going to see right here, I want you to focus on Tarek. He's going to go down, Cirque, and Breeze. Those are the 3 individuals I want you to look at here as we play this one forward. Tarek dies instantly. Flash comes over. They drop a Molotov. They're trying to spread them wide. Cirque's going to get taken on out. And now it's literally just Breeze. I want to show you how hopeless this situation is. You have 2 players, actually make that 3, all ready to take him down on the side. Look at this. Breeze is isolated in a horrible position. This is terrible spot.
No cover.
You don't want to be here at all, right? He should be dead. He should be absolutely taken out of this. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you the footage of it. So we're going to hold this and we're going to put it through and we're going to show you what this looks like from the in-game perspective so you can see it one more time. So we'll play this off. Look, they're getting overwhelmed. He's dropping a molly. He's doing his best. He's trying to buy some time for the rotation. But now check this out. This man with the AK-47, he shouldn't be able to do this. He shouldn't be able to get away with this. But this is the individual prowess of Breeze, just destroying them. And he had another one like it further down the track. I'm not sure if we're playing that one out here, but he had another influential round with multi-kills over the course of this matchup, guys. And, well, he got them to overtime, but it wasn't enough to get across the line.
Yeah, it wasn't enough, but at least he turned up to the occasion. There's still potentially 2 more maps to be played, and there's Nuke coming up next as well. That's going to be the pick of EG, so they can definitely bounce back here. Remember, this is the pick of Cloud9. So if you're talking about the game itself and the best of 3 as a whole, this is the way the script is supposed to be, to give us an epic 3-map affair, and we'll see if that comes through.
Well, they're going double overtime behind us right now. So the Heretics vs. Complexity game, I swear that started like 4 hours ago or something?
Yeah,
Didn't
you know what,
it start at 6:30?
I mean, Counter-Strike games, they do feel like they're getting a little long at the moment. And
Can we change the format?
I'm so glad you asked, because ESEA are experimenting this weekend. MR12 is coming back, baby. I feel like back in your day, Hank, you were rocking the MR12.
Yeah, just when I finished playing. Back in my condition 0 days, we were definitely playing MR12. That was a good time. This week, we'll be testing MR12 in Pugs, max round 12s. Earn your profile badge by playtesting the MR12 game mode between Friday and Monday, and let us know what you think. I think it's a cool idea. It's not necessarily going to translate to online play, or pro play, I should say, anytime soon, but this is where it all started. It's just because I think right now, maybe Counter-Strike games are taking, in terms of best of 3s, up to 4.5 hours sometimes.
And a Pug as well, right? A Pug's meant to be something you jump in. It's meant to be maybe like half an hour, maybe 45 minutes if she's a long one. But now with the round times being 2 minutes, those games can drag out for over an hour.
Sure.
So maybe in a Pug environment, especially for us, maybe that could be quite nice playing some shorter format games.
I certainly wouldn't be upset. Either way, that is just a little tidbit. Head over to ESEA's Twitter if you want more info or to give it a look. That's coming up this weekend. But coming up in just a moment is map 2, Nuke, around the corner.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Of a hurricane, always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Come alive. We come alive in the nighttime.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
We gon' turn up in this
We're talking about Nuke, and you have guessed it, Cloud9 coming into this one as the underdog. It's EG's map pick. They picked this to punish, and Cloud9 admittedly already posting a 1 win in this series. They took their map Dust 2. Now myself, Chatty B and Hanky G gonna do our very best to get you equipped for Nuke.
Well, Chad right now is getting equipped for something else there, doing a bit of light reading.
My
What are you
Lonely
looking
Planet
into?
book, obviously we're on the road to Rio here. Alex,
is a Lonely
this
Planet book
is
like a common thing?
You have never heard of a Lonely Planet?
Is that like everyone talks about
Yeah,
it?
it's like Dummy's Guide to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Travel
yeah,
sort of
same
thing.
kind of
Yeah.
thing. Everyone was like, oh, I've got the Lonely Planet here. And it's like, is this a thing I'm supposed to know?
Yeah, it is, but it doesn't really matter. Pick me a page, Alex, between 1 and 700.
69.
Oh, of course, every time.
Right here, hold up a second, one more moment. And we're at page number 69. Okay, you can learn about... I've really just thrown myself into the wolves here, haven't I? But
What
this
did you
is in
find?
Rio.
Anything interesting?
On this page, not so much. Let me flick forward.
It is in Rio.
Yeah, you do find Rio. So you actually landed in the right part of the book.
That is the correct city.
Now, you're on there's a page with a map. So not a lot of reading on this one. No fun facts, unfortunately. Nothing about Nuke either. So maybe
Nothing about Nuke at all.
Nothing about
That's
Nuke,
surprising.
other than the fact that EG lost just the other day on it to.
And I guess Cloud9 is starting the CT side as well, where we saw them do their best work on Dust 2. Their CT side seem much better. So I feel like there is a chance of the 2-0, but I'm almost certain it's going to a third, Alex.
I'm with Henry.
Yeah, well, you can hear the Edgelord music starting. It means it is time for just one thing and one thing only. Nuke. We're going to fly through that map as we explode with map 2. Final series of the day. It's EG, it's Cloud9, it's North American Counter-Strike, baby, and EG on rocks after falling flat on Dust 2. Cloud9, you said the results aren't fantastic, Chad, but it's the result in the server tonight that I care about.
Yeah, and look, with some of the woes that EG have been going through recently, it's not outside of the realms of possibility. But let's get this one started, as it looks like a fast top will be the port of call for EG, Henry.
Indeed it will. They make their way towards the upper site, and there's a flurry of frags delivered here, mainly in favor of EG. The lineup comes through for OC, but he can't connect the dots. Sonic will be left in a 3 versus 1 if the bomb goes down. I don't see a world where they give this one up, but Sonic, he's ready to challenge this one. He comes gunning in towards the upper bomb site here. They know exactly where he is towards the hut, and he will be greeted by a Glock headshot there. Nice upper push from EG. Nice and simple. Managed to get that bomb down quickly and trade out the kills required. So Cloud9 with the option to force buy here. They've already, they have a set piece ready and waiting. They've got a Vertigo MP9's mid up their sleeve here, Chad.
Well,
they've got something.
I hope there's something, because Floppy and Sonic locked those in instantly.
Yeah, very assertive purchases. So we've got 2 MP9s out of the gate. Then we've got some Deagles to follow. JT keeps his numbers a little bit stronger with 900. Interesting. See where he goes with that.
Yeah, for those who aren't too familiar with this team, OC and Sonic do the AWPing duties. You've got JT over there as the in-game leader. Floppy is meant to be the mad fragger, and man of the match, I think he does all the grunt work. We've seen him do some entry fragging. He's been looking good as a supportive player on this. But for EG, Nuke's a map they've been picking a lot recently, and it's one that if they get their T-sides going, they're really able to snowball. Lots of attacks around towards top ladder. We'll see all the different smoke walls that you've seen us outlining here throughout the Pro League and now the road to Rio. This one here is a bit more of a tentative approach. Just want to feel out the yard area with 4 individuals lurking their way into... Well, I don't know if you would actually be functional in this part of the map. Like, if this was an actual place, what would they be doing out there?
Well, they'd be probably walking through smoke grenades, I imagine, wondering where the hell they came from. I'm wondering maybe where Cirque came from as well. Where did OC's frag just come from? MOTM could get caught out here. Oh, is Cirque... He is going to investigate. He checks the corner, but MOTM doesn't miss a beat.
Okay, 5 versus 3 now. Hasn't recovered the heavy artillery just yet, but this is looking quite promising. Tarek might be able to take down JT. He holds towards Secret. 40 seconds remaining. MP9 challenges some main. Oh, but how is he not dead? What's happened there? Oh, he's got a chance of another one. It's converted as well. This is looking like to be the clean sweep. Cloud9, 5 versus 1 as Breezy holds towards the hut here. It's the scout of OC once again that dismantles the offense here. Breezy, probably good for 1 kill here. Not even that. Just a little bit of damage towards JT. That is it. We go 1-1. No bomb planted. And this, like we said on the first match, it's actually worse than losing the pistol because you only get the $1,400 coming in.
I'm watching this back on Skybox right now. I can't tell if OC can pick a gap on Ethan or if he just shot 1 bullet and got a lucky headshot right there to kick things off. But the smoke wall is definitely up, and he's just repositioned. So it looked like a completely random shot, at least from the overview right here. So that's a huge round for Cloud9 to pick on up, and that's a great way that they could potentially stop this snowbally T-side from EG. They get this one in the bag. They're able to win the force by wars. They're going to set themselves up very pretty here.
I think JT might have dropped that M4 for OC. Quips his teammate He's on a mad one, and now I don't blame him. Again, straight through the smoke. OC, I don't know how he's doing it. MOTM's not going to have the same initiative, but as they cross, they've already lost one player.
And they've got JT down here with the Mac 10. Bear that in mind. It's a guaranteed frag for him. He does significant damage towards Ethan as well, but he will be dropped eventually. 4 versus 3 now, and you can see them picking up the pace, trying to get in towards that lower bomb site as quickly as they can. First kill will be towards Sonic here, but a chance. They managed to pull one back, but they haven't picked up any rifles as of yet. Circ down to 44. They have a couple of flashbangs remaining and a minute on the clock. They're going to put the brakes on for now as Circ will be exploring their options towards Secret.
So is MOTM by Squeaky? That's the perfect lock-in. Yeah, okay, so he's got their vent walk, and the rest are responsible ramp for their lower push. OC's actually pushed up even more so. Now they start to investigate Breezy. Ooh. He's going to be revealed if Floppy goes any further. He chooses not to.
That could be actually be their undoing with the window open. There's 30 seconds. Oh, he's getting up tight.
He checks this. So that should be it with Circle 44. In the vent right now, trying to work out if it's possible with this bomb planted. We do have Motum waiting towards Abba. Flashbang, and not sure what this is, I'll be honest, but either way, he's going towards Abba, and it will be the end of him. 2-1 for Cloud9. They fend off the force buy in true style there. The first bullet of the spray on the cross from OC connects the headshot, of course. Scout bullets connect as well, and we will have EG with nothing more than maybe a couple of P250s here. Should be the full eco. Round 4.
If you're a Cloud9 on this CT half, you want to be posting 10 plus, I would
10,
say.
11, right?
Because you saw the multi-frag potential of some of those individuals on that EG side when they got onto the CT side of Dust 2, right? So make sure that you're posting as many as possible if you're a Cloud9 fan. That's a great deep smoke.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? So it is the full eco, not a single dollar invested by EG. And that one's going to burn Circ. He'll be in quite a lot of trouble with that one, but does manage to get away. At this point, it's just about baiting out grenades, trying to get a plant out if possible. 1 or 2 kills would be idyllic, but I don't think that's going to happen. It would take a bit of a miscue from Cloud9. We'll see whether they want to get aggressive. Hearing the Glocks firing off JT, you can't blame him. He's interested.
These are an in-game leader's favorite type of frags, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. When you see them on the Glocks, it's your chance to get a little bit of glory.
Is that when you were calling, Chad? All right, boys. You guys get right back. Let's deal with the bomb side here.
I wish that I called like that a little bit more.
So, minute on the clock, as I mentioned, just bleed out the grenades. Every smoke that's deployed is $300. Incendiary, $600. So, might as well make them feel uncomfortable when you feel like you've bled out enough. Go in together, hopefully get the bomb plant. Ideally, you can time it on those reloads so you get through in an awkward time. That would be great. As they are spamming off bullets, you can just wait for that reload sound cue, then go. As they go towards side of it, upper split. And might get them a couple of kills, but there's the bomb going down, and so are the rest of EG.
OC's like, I swear he was outside somewhere. I don't know where. Stan, he's trying to bide his time, and it works out for 1. That's nice. That was JT, full M4, Kevlar, the whole shebang down the drain. But that's all that Stan can report back after round 4. Round 5, see if it bears any sweeter fruit.
3-1. Cloud9 now, this is a huge round coming up. Circ cannot afford the AWP. He opts for the AK instead. Still very serviceable with the weapon. And OC of his AWP was fantastic on Dust 2. Difficult on the CT side to really find massive amount of frags. We saw EG smoke before. It's designed to nullify AWPers in general as they deploy their outside smokes once again. It's be Ethan taking care of the deeper one there, and Motum ready to challenge here. A lot of aggression OC here with the AWP as well. They have got confidence in spades, I'll say that much.
Yeah, like they're taking the same angles that the most confident pros go for. Sonic pushes ramp.
Not supposed to happen. He just about gets one there. It's the follow-up residual bullets that go towards the lobby and take down another as well. That's kind of insane.
Oh, man. And now Tarek, the doors are open. He'll try and get the safe plan. OC can't really contest. And so they'll play for the retake. Cloud9, you can see utility usage, or rather level poor. Single 3 flashbangs available for this defense. That's a good start for Ethan. OC, however, did catch Tarek. OC wants to go close quarters, and the pre-fire from Ethan. Well, man, he's got all 3. Just Floppy now, 1 versus 2. They've turned this one completely on its head. He's looking for an angle on the defuse. Stan can jiggle, and Ethan's just aced them. It was breezy on Dust 2, but Ethan's made quite the announcement here on map 2.
Goodness gracious me, Ethan. Just when it looked like the retake was looking so good for them as well, they get that first frag, but as the second player towards the window room, and Ethan takes care of them. And that's the problem with the AWP on maps like Nuke. You saw how awkward it can get towards the lower bomb site. Some teams will run a double AWP setup as well, which is something that's can be very risky. Every team is focusing down towards lower. EG managed to fend them off, and it's Galil for Taric. They are fully invested, but so are Cloud9. If they can win this round, they'll break down their money significantly. Same smoke deployed outside, and they are sending numbers out with them as well. Just 2 players, though. Taric using the other side of the smoke here. Flashes being exchanged, and they are going towards main entrance as well. Ethan, ace in the previous round. What can he make of round number 6?
They're so set up. 4 members. If he has any more of a look than he has currently, Sonic's going to lose his life. Oh, and on the flash, he peeks. He gets the frag, and they back away. Cloud9, you couldn't ask for more from them to start this one off.
Yeah, there's still so much more to do, though. A minute remaining. They've allowed Stanislaw to get to the warehouse, and Floppy will pull another kill back in their favor. But still, you know the likes of Ethan. Stanislaw can make this round work. And JT with the M4, that's a strange pick for him to take. It's back to a 3-on-3.
That's exactly what they were looking for, the dream for EG. They don't have to leave yard, and they managed to find the equalizing frag. This looks promising. OC is going to have a perfect line for Stan's crawl, and Floppy's on the flank. If anything, this is going to be information, because Cirque has just disappeared down towards Secret. Ethan's going to moonwalk straight into the crosshairs of Floppy. And Cirque, well, he's been dealt a pretty dud hand here. He was hoping his teammate would grab the bomb. What a shot that is from Cirque to start the party. One top side, though, he hasn't really got the time to be thorough, and so with a bomb in his grasp, he goes down. OC, that's a double from him. Floppy the same.
Yeah, good stuff there from Cloud9. 4-2, and money is broken once again on the EG side. Cloud9 looking like they could actually do it on the CT forces here, but what's the call now?
The EG really should buy. They should go for like a Tech9 kind of force buy scenario here with those smoke walls, because they're able to get down and they're able to look threatening in a lot of these occasions here. And if they win this one, they break Cloud9's money, but it looks like they want to take that conservative approach.
It's because they get $2,400 next round. They're trying to keep a very conservative game coming through, knowing they can get a decent buyer, but they have got P250s, a couple of smokes, only 1 player with Kevlar. It's going to be breezy as they send 5 players outside doing the smokes on the fly here. That's absolutely fine. You don't need to know the set piece. Well, maybe you do. I could take that all back.
Hi, guys. Oh, well, that's some information and a frag from OC. He's seen them all.
All 5 go down, so Motum's going to be more than ready for this. And he'll get double kills, and at this point, just a matter of time before the round's over. EG, nice attempt, but like I said, you've got to do set piece smokes every single time, otherwise it's a massive problem.
Yeah, I believe that was your exact words, right?
Something like that.
It was like, hi, my name's Henry Greer, and you definitely shouldn't throw them on the fly, because there could be gaps, I think.
That's what I wanted to say.
You can throw them on the fly, but maybe be a little bit more careful than the way that EG approached that one right there. I want to see some more of these little opening round tricks come out of Cloud9. We saw the deep yard smoke. They didn't use that, but they're conditioning with that. And we saw the one-way ramp smoke. So that one-way ramp smoke that Sonic used can force out EG to potentially use some bullets into that smoke, spend some time waiting for it to clear. They have to respect it now. It's something that they have to take into the round as a potential way for Cloud9 to strike. And here the timeout will be coming on through. So just discussing their options. They do have enough for most executes that they would like to run. Breeze, Taric, and Stan only with 2 nades apiece, but Ethan and Cirque have everything that they desire. No warp, however.
5-2 here.
You never want to be that guy blocking everybody in spawn, but someone has to break the windows, I guess.
The same setup again. I loved this one before. It's such a cool little setup, and once again, it does connect. One of the bodies of EG tagged down to 19 points of health. Lucky not to be a man down, to be honest with you. They'll fall back on the Cloud9 point of view.
OC's so rehearsed with that push.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? You can see that little set piece. They've got to get him all in position. They've got lovely flashbangs to set him up.
Smokes to get out.
And he's so quick and precise as well. He is playing like a world-class AWPer today.
They're very gambly, though. That's one thing I will say from these early stages of watching them. There's a lot of all-ins expecting certain strategies to come through. I like it.
It's conviction. Sometimes you see, you know, teams of this caliber sometimes over-analyzing the situation. At least they're committing.
Yeah, the worries are if they were to do something like that and the other strategy was called, they could get out of control real quick.
Look at JT. He's playing the off angle around this smoke. Here they come, and the backs are turned! It's perfect! A double! And Cloud9, they'll take the round flawlessly.
We will take those all day long. Cloud9 are looking fantastic out there on the CT defense. Money's still a problem. They've got 4th stage loss bonus on the EG side. So, haven't planted the bomb in a while.
3K.
So $3,000. I think it has to be another eco here. Cloud9 might be up to the task of closing this out in 2. They run past Shady's position. It couldn't be more perfect for him. Just as they flash as well. They're all staring towards the heart. That's where I assume the shots are coming from. But no. Motum, Floppy, all waiting on the upper bomb site. Job's done. And we will have another upper rush on the agenda here. Going to be going through the squeaky door this time. And it will be Tarek stopped in his tracks. Back towards ramp they go. They're trying to do a lower split at this point, but just have to wait for the flames to go down. Sonic, he makes the correct move here. This is not a bomb site. You can allow them to have ramp control. I was about to say, OC, I don't like that spot. Let's make it a little bit more tighter.
I love this one, though.
Yeah, this is much better. Before it's all in, they can just jump around the corner, CZ, take you down, get an AWP, probably win the round. This is looking much more conservative. Sure, they can get it towards the side, but I'm sure Sonic will be dealing with this, no problem.
That's the bomb. Delivered to the stairs, and Motum does fall, as does Sonic. Okay, maybe there's some legs to this now. There's rifles, and even a Kevlar vest for Breezy. He has taken rounds single-handedly in the first. And with that bomb down, pressure will start to mount for Cloud9.
2 M4s.
And AWP for the retake as well. It's not ideal.
They've got smokes, molotovs, and flashes on the CT side, so their objective will be to make this a 3 versus 1 if possible. Looking towards Secret, OC will be clearing out the close-range angles. So gives it a little look, but can't really commit. He's getting pressure now on the bomb side. Breezy nails that first shot. Can't get the second. 2 versus 1.
Okay, so Cirque's mission here is to get them off that bomb. He takes some initiative. That's lovely work. There is a smoke on the bomb, and so OC trying to fake it out. Cirque's got it. He's clutched it for his squad. No armor, no problem. 3 kills from the Bulgarian Bulldozer.
6-3. Cloud9 will have enough to buy, but that's a fantastic shift here from Cirque and Breezy, getting the job done. A beautiful shot there. They had no utility, no armor on Cirque as well, and it's enough to win the round here. Lovely stuff. Only AWP, and we talked about that. Down on the lower bomb site can be a real nuisance for them.
Twice it's looked awkward for OC.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, those retakes are hard, but the opening kills, not so much. We've got him sitting right now in 10-0 in opening duels for the series, and this map still has a lot left to go. So keep some eyes on OC as we to witness what he's going to in store for us.
10-0.
It's pretty nice.
He hasn't died once in the openings of any of these maps.
We put that on our stats man right there.
Yeah,
so if I'm wrong, it's my fault. But if I'm not, other way around. You know what I'm talking about.
I understand. Molotov red. That's the paranoia of this aggressive red container push that did tag Tarek down just 2 rounds prior.
Well, this is a huge round. Both teams fully invested. Couldn't be tighter. And we've got a full buy in round number 10 as well. In terms of the setup from EG, a flat default so far. No one committing with any smokes until now. Cirque will drop his. So what kind of numbers they get sent towards the outside? It's Tarek alone out there for now. All the smokes they could need to send a few players over, but instead he'll sit in front of the smokes, focusing towards a garage right now, and Sonic has just peeked it. Does he know he's there? He seems to be aware of it.
Tarek certainly has a tendency of playing here. We've seen that just from watching his T side. Okay, wow. Sonic immediately trying to leap to support and quell the squeaky push. 30 seconds though. Tarek's got the timing here.
Sonic is so aware of this. He's been looking towards this sort of position every few seconds, every now and then, and it's not going to be enough. The moment he commits towards the upper bomb side, that's when Tarek swings. 4 versus 2, bomb down, money broken. They're going to have to save.
Yeah, they played that perfectly there from EG, though. You saw how well established the crossfires were, but as they all hit at the same time, and OC, you can see the jiggle. Wants to make sure he has the perfect shot, and he does. Bides his time, connects, Tarek gone, but round 1 for EG. And as you said, they have to be maintaining these rifles. You can see, where's MOTM saving his? He's not really under any threat either. He's actually saying that. There is a player above him on ramp. Breezy's back is turned. Oh, they're going to pass each other. Yeah, no rifle for Motum.
It's tough for Cloud9 now. That one round that they lost to the Pistols is potentially their undoing. This could be Evil Genius tying things up on 6-6. So it's going to have to be a lot of saves potentially coming on through here for this Cloud9 side. You can see just how important a lot of the utility and stuff is to these plays that they're going for.
This is how it went down. Flooding into the site. Stanislaw with a double. Tarek was the one pushing main, got that third, and well, the rest you just saw unfold.
So what's the call here? I'd like to see a tactical timeout from Cloud9 potentially. They're going to take the full eco, which I think is the better call. They've got enough for a buy next round, but that's if they take the full eco. And they're going to get only $1,900 into that next round. So, in fact, it's $2,400. So they'll actually have a pretty convincing buy, but can they make anything of this one? It's going to be an upper push coming in, and they are starting to find some kills with these pistols. There's an AK-47 in the mix, and the P250 backstab as well. It could be enough for a frag here. Not the double, though. OC remains with the AWP.
It's a winnable clutch for OC, at least.
Yeah, you're right.
They've given him enough to work with. And Breezy will be planting safe. So OC, he's hoping that eventually they'll jiggle just enough to give him that 1v1 he's hoping for. He's unscoped, so now won't be willing to rescope. Trying to silently mantle on top of the heart. Oh, he goes for the quick scope. Breezy not going to let that one happen, not going to let that one slip, and we will see him take the AWP into the next.
Well, here it is. Ethan getting it done with the AK-47. Decent attempt, though. A couple of pistol kills coming into the mix there. 2 versus 1. If OC have found a bit of footing into the round, could have been a very different story. Unable to deny the plant, and we will have EG knocking on the door of tying things up.
Yeah, you could also see Modem there in 2 minds, right? He gets a kill, he has another one in front of him. It's like, do I fight? Do I get away? And if you got away, potentially playing out a 2-on-2 situation, but that's how the cookie crumbled right there, as we'll see the wall smoke coming up from EG out towards Yard again. Tarek pushing on through. Modem's going to be heard here. He's jumped. He's very noisy. They're going to know something's up.
Zerk staring at it, but he still gets the frag, jumping and all. He's going to be happy with that one. It was a real mess for Motum. But will they expect the second? Surely you don't. Knife out for Stanislaw, and that's the bomb. Zerk does tag his toes, but the bomb was just grabbed by Zerk. He grabs it before it becomes too much of a problem. Breezy's already down low side, so Sonic could get caught out by this early aggressive and forward position. Now the util towards ramp. Sonic's got no options, and Zerk makes sure of that.
Only OC can deny the plant, and the Flames will disallow his approach. Flashbang might actually remove him from the round as well. It's pretty spot on. And teams, they're deliberating their options here. I think they have to save, and they've already convinced themselves otherwise. So we look like we're going to save an AK-47, the M4, an AWP, and EG. High flying right now. It's going to be 4 rounds in a row on their T side, and it all started with an eco victory as well.
Yeah, those are the swing rounds, the impact rounds that we talk about behind the analyst desk. You drop one of those, and you can just see the flow-on effects right here. What is it, 2,900 for Cloud9 in the following round? That was round number 9.
Okay, perfect. So if we had that recap, you can see the ramifications since then.
So that's 4 on the trot now, I believe.
It is indeed. So $2,900 per player on the Cloud9 side. They've saved 3 weapons. Should be a buy there with 3 of them saving. But here's Stanislaw getting shots through the smoke, no problem. And Zerk to close things down. They had a double Molotov towards the ramp as well. There was no way of denying that plant. So the AWP is saved. They do limp into the round with a buy. You can see JT have no grenades whatsoever. Same story for OC. So what's the play here? They do have enough for a serviceable round, but missing the bells and whistles once again. It's OC looking towards Squeaky. Nade towards outside, does some damage, not really much to write home about.
They've looked better when they've been assertive, right? When Sonic's getting pop flashed in, or they're going for one of their aggressive moves. Right here, they look a little bit tempered. They look like they've had their will pushed on down, but OC wants to change that. That's a very aggressive play with the AWP.
And a very passive start for EG. OC actually going to go down the vents. Can support them, maybe catch them off guard should he continue his advance. Motum smoked off main. Sonic, he's been having his fair share of woes on ramp, and they're going to hit him again. Spotted. What do you do now? A molly and run, the same routine. JT, no nades, but he has got bullets, and they've found Ethan, so he's got the opening frag.
Yeah, that was towards outside. So they're committed towards ramp now. It's Sonic once again to defend lower. Was unable to get any frags in the previous round. Can he do better this time? Molotov lands right in front of him and actually starts doing damage as well. Zerk will find the first. Sonic only good for 1 as well. 3 on 3. And I feel like EG have got way too much room to work with here.
Yeah, very passive from Motum. He's still in vents. It's not so easy to retake this lower site. And the smoke that Breezy can just set himself up to play. In fact, he had an angle over the top of it, even more of a rascal play.
That's important from JT. Didn't quite manage to convert it. Stan was pinned, and now he's dunked him. Motum, he catches the trick shot nade. Stan will be putting that in his YouTube montage.
Looked like he activated his trap right there, didn't it? Just blew him up out of the server. But now Floppy in a 1-on-3, had to hit some bangers, won't be enough, gets taken out. And now EG take the lead. So this is the first time they've been in the lead this half since the pistol round.
7-6, couple rounds remain, and we've got Cloud9 with a buy available to them, but not much else. They're going to have to buy up these last 2 rounds and hope for the best. This half has fallen on its ass, I'm afraid. Here's Stanislaw with the beautiful grenade combo on towards Motta. Nothing he could do there, and Breezy throws things out. No problem whatsoever. So let's have a look at the overall buy here. For Masses, M4's barely any utility whatsoever. 1 defuse kip. EG on the path to glory right now. Should be another round at their belt considering the layout so far, and damage inflicted towards Sonic. He's had 34 health. 3 players towards ramp as well. They're trying to be a little bit more aggressive than usual.
This is their one-way smoke. Oh dear.
Hasn't really worked out.
He was
It's gone one way.
Yeah.
It's definitely gone something.
Oh.
Oh.
And we're off. We have got a slight technical issue here with the black screen. I'm assuming EG won the round.
That sounds like an EG win.
Sounded like an EG
Last 2
headshot.
frags come in, and we are... Oh, we're back. We can see what we're talking about again. 8-6. 1 final round of the first half of our final series of the day.
I always wonder if they can still hear us at home when all the screens are black.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Let's pretend like
I think we just disappear and then come back going, blah, 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 mid-sentence.
So final round of this first half, and Cloud9 were looking so great. After losing the pistol as well, they managed to win the second round forced by have a real decent lead as well. They were 6-2 up after losing pistol, and now they're 8-6 down. So it was a great recovery, but as soon as they lost to the pistols, as soon as they lost to that eco round, it all fell apart. The entire game did, but Ethan has been dropped early on.
Yeah, OC Scout onto Ethan was exactly where this one started. However, Cirque with an AWP wasn't where it finished, and the trades quickly come in here for EG.
Oh, that's going to be the half, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Evil Geniuses bringing it back to life there. 7 rounds in a row to close this one out. It's going to be 9-6.5 in favor of the Evil Geniuses on their map pick. We'll take a break and see what Cloud9 can do about this whole situation.
9-6 on the half and 7 consecutive rounds put EG firmly in the lead of the second map of the third series of the 6th day of ESL 1's road to Rio. Cloud9, they managed to pick themselves up Dust 2 in an overtime bonanza. And GG.bet can't seem to decide, in fact, giving the slight edge to Cloud9, interestingly enough.
That is interesting. Well then, the second half will begin momentarily. I hope you buckled up. Our races are ready and raring to go on the road to Rio here. JT and Motum with the 2 smokes. They've got an HE grenade and 3 flashes between them, and no upgraded pistols. On the other side, we've got Stanislaw with the defuse kit and a couple of flashes as well. Otherwise, the players have Kevlar there. So Cloud9, we know they're a technical team. We know they like their set pieces. I'm interested to see this will go. You've got the HE maybe for the door to kick things off. Could be a fast vent drop with the smoke towards main. And there's the nade for the door coming through. So will we see the smoke come in as well? We will. So the vent drop looking very likely here. The flashbang confirms it. And down he goes. Slick as you like. Motum's down.
Yeah, first delivery of a player to the low site, and now Sonic charging in as well. Careful, Floppy, that's the bomb. Tarek's only got 1. Will get shot down by OC before things spiral for Cloud9. JT standing his ground, does find another. 3v3, bomb down, and Ethan, oh, he's got a duel with Floppy. This is an important one. OC just gets deleted, and Ethan, he continues his deletion. Just MOTM, there's 3 to find. You'd have to be very quick onto Breezy, but he's looking flustered. A douche is not enough. And we have ourselves the 10th for EG.
Well, there it is. EG managed to fend them off. The bomb gets planted and a few kills are found. Now, normally that would mean we see AK-47s out here in pairs. But Cloud9 don't always go with the traditional approach. We'll see what they've got in mind here. Could go for a full buy next round and take some deagles here. That would be absolutely fine. You still have the AK-47s and basic utility in the next round. Or you could buy. So they've gone with Galils, meaning that everyone can get a Galil here and still have armor. Maybe not a helmet. That's, oh, you can see if OC had to get a bit of utility here. But they have got 3 Galils, CZ, Mac 10, enough to win a round.
Certainly is. We saw EG do it with even less. Let's have a look, though. Hard round to win for Cloud9 and a crucial one for their campaign here on Nuke. They're lining up the outside smokes. Quite reminiscent of those that Fnatic throw. 4, in fact, as they do start to pour on in. 3 will plume, and a 4th just going to land deep towards the garage position. A flash as well. Stan won't catch a glimpse of Motum. The scout shot will whistle past. That was Cirque, and in they go. Top site, 1 is home. There's a second, and it's Breezy. He's going to tag him up, but not finish the job. Now Floppy and Sonic with frags leaves Tarek and Stan.
Very good damage from Breezy. Takes JT and Floppy to less than 10, but it doesn't look like it's enough now. 3 versus 1. Stanislaw towards main entrance. Certainly going to be trying to win this round, but Sonic will shut him down. 4 kills. For the big man there, and we'll see Cloud9 bouncing back after losing the pistol once again. They got the second round forced buy in the first half as well.
Yeah, they're 2 for 2 on second rounds.
Which, like we said, is actually better than winning the pistol in some cases. See if that works out for me on the T side. There will be a forced round response.
Yeah, if they can survive this round right here, then they're back in the game. Unfortunately for them, losing that eco round in the first half really hurt them. That slowed them right down. But this is a great round. Fantastic stuff. The set pieces that we want to see out of these teams, the teams who are on the up and up. You need rounds like this to keep the big dogs on their toes. So that's great stuff right there. Converting this would be even better. These are some of the hardest rounds in the game right here.
Oh, God, they're lobby crunching so hard. There's 4 members of the CT side in, but they call it and run away. 4 going down secret, so immediately the CT spring to action. Tarek's calling for help. And JT with his Mac 10 does get the info on the first. Now they look to overwhelm. There's one in Vents, though, and it's Breezy who's only going to get 1. Well handled.
Yeah, very well done here. Just 1 player remaining. They made light work of him as well. 4 survivor Cloud9. And as Chad mentioned, they are back in this game now. It's a full eco for the Evil Geniuses. And now they can just hold on to this round. Shouldn't be anything to report here. Maybe 1 kill is against them, but generally speaking, this was very well done. Calm, cool, and calculated has made their way down towards low up. Floppy mopping up.
So right now, if you just take a look at the team's opening duels, Cloud9 is sitting at 13 over the 18 rounds that we've seen played so far. That means 5 only for EG. On the CT side, we expect to see that number start skyrocketing. So we, you know, as they're dealing with rushes or faster attacks, you want to see the CTs picking up those opening kills. If it stays trending, oh my God, look at the USP.
Oh, Motum, he was trying to fly. No, not another one. They can't deal with a USP. No, Breezy, he hits a banger. They should be able to stabilize. Floppy, he's going to have to do a lot. So does JT. He may not be anticipating Tarek in main, and Stan from behind has got another with just the pistols. EG will take the 11th. That's going to be an absolute howler.
Oh, dear.
You don't love to see that one, I'll tell you that much. The USPs prevail. It happens about once a week. Cloud9, that's the last thing they needed at this stage of the game.
Oh, we just talked about it.
Last thing. They didn't invest a single dollar in the round. It's USPs at range as well.
Oh, no.
Ethan just mows them down with the USP to kick things off. Tarek finds one, and Breezy goes ham. Oh, my goodness.
A little bit ahead of themselves, I think.
I'm putting a proper Listerine face after that one, boys.
Yeah, you have to. The entire server is at this point. EG just feel bad.
Guilty.
Oh, wow. There is still enough for the AK-47s. They'll limp into the round, make their way towards outside. All 5 players committed, and a little bit of damage there, significant now, as he does about 100 towards Floppy and OC. Towards lower. Stanislaw drops the incendiary. They're going to push through this and try and take him down, but it hasn't worked out. If anything, they've given away the bomb, and it's a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, this is perfect from EG. I'm already starting to make my preparations for map 3. Tarek, clean as you like. Against the last 2, a full 5 players still standing for EG in round 20. So 21 looks like it will be more of the same. Look at what Cloud9 are working with here. Just going to have to swallow their pride on this one.
Yeah, they really are. I don't think we're going to see a Glock victory here. And the same sort of scenes we saw with the USPs, to be honest with you. So a tactical timeout has been called. Maybe technical. I would say it's probably the latter, considering they are going to be eco here. But they've got 1 smoke and an HE. Looks like they'll just be going for like a vent dive, I'd imagine, Chad. Try and get the bomb down. Floppy to nade the door, smoke main, flash out. Try and get the bomb down lower.
Yeah, he's got the best spawn
I
as well.
I don't think it will get down. As soon as they hear that go through, one of the ramp players will drop down, knowing it's an eco.
Yeah, this one here is going to be a tough one for Cloud9 to watch when they go back and review the demo. Or
Yeah,
they don't even need to review the demo, right? They know where they've dropped the ball. It's 2 very, very clear rounds. Otherwise, this was a competitive map. So
he has to go with the Venn diver, right? It's the only really thing he can do. And as I said, they'll be ready and waiting for it. The bomb goes down. Ethan with a hat trick, and Sonic recovers the bomb, but I don't think he'll be getting that one down. Something tells me it probably won't be working out for him, as he's in a 5-on-1 now, and the only player remaining is Sonic, and any position he could be is lower. He goes towards Secret Steps.
Hoping that EG have all started to rotate en masse towards the low site, but unfortunately for him, there's all 4 waiting, and that's the end of round 21. EG keeping all of their players, really have built a bank for the rest of this half here if Cloud9 can't pull their socks up. Let's see that again from Ethan. He gets 3 in a very quick succession. The Molotov and the bullets in perfect unison do find a triple kill for Ethan.
Well, just a matter of time now, Cloud9, unless they really turn their game around, they won't be on Nuke for much longer. Let's see what they can do. 13-8, 5 AK-47s. Acceptable levels of utility, not amazing by any stretch as they drop the initial outside smokes. Bit of aggression here from Cirque, hasn't got the orb just yet, but he does want to get stuck in. See whether he can find his first kill. It's JT though, sneaks past. And the first player's down for Cloud9. So towards ramp they go. Tarek willing to fight this. Flashbang, he avoids it. Can he find multiple kills? Better believe he can. There's the hat trick once again. And it's a 5 versus 2. Sonic, he'll be dropped in the smoke, and it feels like this one's done, boys.
Yikes. A mass fragging from the players of EG. You talked about it, the individual prowess and the multi-kills. I wouldn't be surprised if EG had significantly more multi-kill rounds than that of Cloud9. The victories have just been coming from different places.
yeah, right now they don't. I don't know if it's been updated after this round just yet, but it's pretty level. Say after this one right here, it might skyrocket up and be tied on through.
Okay, can I correct myself? Multi-kills, that means that the stat includes anything over 1, right? It's 1+. So I would argue that like 3+, like Ethan, Breezy, Tarek have all had these multi-kill rounds, unlike anything we've seen from Cloud9. We haven't seen the same caliber of multi-kill.
Yeah, literally winning a round on their own, right? Yeah,
everyone's taking it in turns here.
That's true. That is very true. And I think the frags on the scores on the doors, it reflects that. Ethan has 19. The rest of the team all have 14 kills. So it is a team effort right now on the side of EG. Is they're just 2 quick rounds away from finishing this off. The pistols come out again. It looks like it will be a quick top hit. Flash goes through.
Yeah, it will have to be some flashbang to make this one work, as the first 2 kills will land in favor of EG. Make all of them. As it's just JT. He'll be towards Squeaky Door. Does get 1 kill, but doesn't really mean too much. They recover the AKs. 3 of them survive. They've got map point. Overpass looking like an absolute lock-in at this point. This was the pick of Cloud9 and lost too many lock-in rounds here against the Pistols. Too many clutches fall against them. Could have been a very different story, I think, in that first half. So EG take the timeout.
Want to make sure that they close this one cleanly.
Right.
Nearly max money for Tarek after the bye.
Oh, it's been updated, Alex. You are correct. Evil Genius in terms of 2 kill plus rounds, 19 to 13. Cloud9 with 13 to their name here.
So I'm not completely pulling out of my bottom. More smokes. And the fast Molotov hoping to ensure the smoke wall blooms successfully.
This is where, for EG's sake, you hope that they just close it, right? It's been such a good resurgence with the rounds that they've been able to pull out. Winning a full USP rounds, that's not easy to do, right? You're not being gifted that. Winning that other force buy, you have to make the frag still. So if EG can close this here, their confidence will be booming.
Yeah, and just ratting around the smoke, Stan. Perfect positioning for the double kill. This is the end for Cloud9. Floppy added to the tally. Not another spotless one. Come on, give him something. Give him something, Sonic. Oh, it's clean. Ethan makes sure of that. Another multi for him, 16 to 8. We're going to Overpass.
Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. You're mine. I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Cloud9 Evil Geniuses is off to 3, and it's a pretty much an open and shut case on Evil Geniuses map pick. However, our analysts were pointing out throughout, both Sponge and Henry G alongside myself, Machine, were talking about some specific rounds, some poignant rounds that really did kind of determine the outcome.
Yeah, there were a lot of them. A lot of rounds that fell apart for Cloud9 where they really shouldn't have done, Chad.
And we want to jump into one of those. We're going to try something new here, ladies and gentlemen. So just bear with us. It's going to be very freehand, very conversational. So this is one of the rounds in question. Let's set some context. Cloud9, they lost the pistol. They win a force fight. OC gets some amazing scout shots. Things are starting to look good. They're building a half. We're seeing some nice geeky smoke, some one-ways.
They've already shut down the EG economy. There's nothing left. They've entered the round with just USPs, right?
Yeah, this is on their T side. So this is their pistol.
This is this one, right?
Few pistols. They don't have a lot to work with.
There are a few of them.
We're going to start this one off here. So you can see here, they're coming out of spawn. They've got a couple of pistols and nades or whatever in their hand.
Actually working
and what they want to do here is they want to try and get Tarek down the vent, right? So Squeaky gets naded open, the mollies drop, the nades come on through, he gets taken out. So right now, we're finding ourselves in a 5v4. The CTs, they know they're up against pistols.
And I'm seeing M4s across the board.
Yep.
It's
looking good.
It should be perfect.
Sonic's towards ramp. You've got OC there helping as well. So now we're going to play this one out. So the key was get him down the vent, force the rotation, and then isolate ramp. So now we're on board with Sonic. They push through this Molotov just as it clears. A flash comes out. Sonic drops lower. This is good. He's put a molly down. He's slowed this down. Everything's looking pretty good at this point, right?
It's looking great.
I have no complaints.
So we keep this one going. Now, OC drops back. We were very happy with that in the cast. We were like, good stuff from OC.
Tight line, love it.
And now watch this, boys. Here we go. I'm going to go level 1. And now we're just looking at the lower bomb site. Okay, so they come into lower. Sonic was playing this angle right here, where he could just see as they crossed his line of sight, and then he drops back. So this is where it starts to go wrong. So he sees, he drops back, and he drops this smoke, but he fluffs it a bit. So there was some gaps with this smoke when we could see it from our perspective, right? Now you have man of the match who's helped him in this position. This looks like it should be a lock-in. They should just multi-kill at this point. But unfortunately, they're both playing close to the smoke. There's no need to play close to the smoke at this point. So we can play this out a little bit more. You can see all the aggro going on. And at this point, man of the match and Sonic go down and both drop M4s. So now we're just looking at the lower bomb site with Breeze and Cirque who can set on up. They have a smoke that I assume they picked that up. Breeze gets the plant here and things start to fall apart. So it is a 3-on-2. Henry, I don't know about you, but at this point, you think that it's over or you thought that they could retake?
They could still bring it back, in my opinion. I think they managed to at least make it look competitive.
They did. Now, the next step of this is the two individuals. It's going to be Floppy and that of JT coming from the ramp position, right? So they're coming on down ramp and they have a little bit of utility in their back pocket. So what they're going to do is they're going to drop a Molotov into the shadow position. You're going to see that land and the flash. That all looks good, right? Now they're going into the side and this is where it's a problem. Breeze kills one. He's able to step out. He kills the other. Oh, sorry, he doesn't kill the other. His left. This is where OC is as the AWP taking lower bomb site, and we know this can be a problem.
And this was that Cirque clutch.
Yeah.
Fakes it around the smoke.
Didn't smoke on the bomb. That's the round. So that one right there was a problem. They went and snowballed. I think it was, what, at least 5 or 6 rounds off the back of that. Oh, no, wait. The rest of the rounds, they won the half from there.
They did. And then in the second half, we had a full eco victory for EG there.
That's right.
After bouncing back, and it felt like that Cloud9 had done enough to actually make the second half compelling. Of course, they lose into the full eco. That was it. That was the end of the game. And unfortunately, we had to overpass for Cloud9.
There are pivot rounds, I think we call those in the business.
Yes. Do you know what a pivot looks like in real life? Can you give me a pivot?
Yeah.
Go on.
I don't know what that is.
That was a good pivot. I'm going to try one. Hang on. I'm going to pivot us to a break. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and take a quick one, and we'll be pivoting. And when we come back, there'll be Overpass.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away.
All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG.bet.
We're heading over to Overpass. GG and Cloud9 clashing in the server tonight. Coach TC and Zeus, most importantly, and of course, a new addition to the EG roster. He's left MIBR and back on NA soil for the Geniuses. Seems to be pulling the strings and certainly made that 16-8 on Nuke all too easy. But Overpass is where we determine this one. Oh, hi. I'm on camera now, and I was stretching. So.
It's all part of it, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how I roll.
What stretch is that one? Which is this one?
I'm not necessarily stretching anything. anything, but it loosens up my back. I feel like if I push my arms forward, it stretches all my lower back. It gets a bit, because I have to hunch, because I can't actually see this screen unless I'm standing.
Okay.
So I'm kind of all hunchy.
Okay, well, you don't want to be the hunchback of Notre Dame. We don't really want that. I don't think anyone can even go in that building anymore as it is. But I was telling you just before we were coming into this, I was giving you some numbers, or
Some
at least I was
big
telling
numbers,
you.
he said.
I wanted to give you some numbers. Now, EG this year have only played this map one time. You maybe just saw it there on the graphic that came on up, and that was at IEM Katowice, and it was a 16-7 loss. That's not fantastic news. Now, if you're a Cloud9 fan, I can give you some fantastic news.
Okay.
In the last 3 months, they've played this map 14 times. They've won at 11. They've lost 3. Overall, for this team, out of the 136 maps, now 137, I suppose, this is their best map. Is the highest win percentage. They have played it a total of 40 times. They've won it 29. They've lost it 11. And what that also means is, if normally you're picking these in series, you start on the T side. They have their lion's share of rounds won on their T side. It's just over 50% for all of their maps. But if you look within the last this year alone, it's 53% of their rounds are won on the T side. So that's huge. That's really good for this team going into the last map.
If you'd like to jump in the time machine for a second, we do know that before they were EG, when they were NRG, this team exploded onto the scene with Dapsity and game leader and Overpass with their swan song. It's where they looked their absolute best. So no strangers to the map, although they haven't looked amazing on there as of late. I still feel that EG are going to be the favourites going into this one. But Cloud9, they can't give up those full eco rounds anymore. They can't be losing the pistols. If they're going to stand a chance, they have to just fend off those rounds and live up to expectations.
We certainly do. Overpass, map 3, and we're going in for the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Chad, I love the picture you've painted there. You know, 15 seconds ago, I had nothing, and now I have expectations.
Yeah, well, let's see how this pistol round goes, and then I'll shatter all hopes for all the viewers at home just after that.
Okay, perfect. That sounds like fun. Your favourite?
Yeah, I like to. One of my ex-girlfriends called me the Dream Crusher, so that was a pretty good nickname.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think she meant it in jest.
So many things in my mind right now. I'm just going to leave it alone. And we're going to move in towards the connector. Breezy to lead the way, but there's 3 Cloud9 players here. They have no idea what's going on. Can Sanastor get them out of this hole? Apparently not. Only good for 1. And they'll have to go in towards B just to try and get the bomb planted. That's all Ethan really wants to do at this stage. He does manage to pull back 1 kill at least. He could actually make it
Why do I
towards
feel like he wins this?
A, but he chooses to fight it short, and it will be Motham to take him down there. So a 3-man stack towards connector. There's a lot of fruit for Cloud9. We will find a 1-0 start. They don't have the plant. So it's either force buy for EG and try and bring out the Galils. I dare say they go for a full eco here and try and get the bomb down if possible.
Yeah, I don't see too many avenues in for this one unless they have a really good set piece that is pistol-based and then get the utility behind.
It's not worth it, right? You can get the AKs out next round and you're the better team in terms of mechanical skill. It makes a lot more sense to bring out the AKs going forward, which is what they'll do. Take a full eco now. So no armor, no nades. Just going to try and bleed out the grenades if possible. There's green on the side of your screen.
He's wearing his green shirt as well today.
Yeah, it's uniform.
Rush, what did you make of the last 2 maps? You a bit surprised?
I was very surprised on the first map. I thought there was some good stuff coming in. A lot of kills, you could say. A lot of round wins.
Someone could say that. I suppose.
This guy with the analysis there. Yep.
Rush, I want to give you I actually want to say you've done a fantastic job today, even though that you've got the nether sword axe on your mind.
Thank you. I am a bit distracted.
Very well.
Dude, I am thinking I'm going to go home. I'm going to bring out my netherite pickaxe.
Okay, from memory right now, what are the stats?
It's a netherite pickaxe.
While observing.
Efficiency 4.
Efficiency 5, sorry, Rush.
Efficiency 5.
Yes, you got him.
It had mending on it.
Yeah.
It also had
Fortune.
It also had Fortune 3.
Yeah, I remember that. And there was one final detail.
Unbreaking 3.
There you go. Thank you so much. That's Rush, also known as Green. We'll be getting back into the action now as we'll see a 5-on-2 Stanislaw and Cirque.
He did manage to catch all the kills there while doing that, so fair play to him.
Not a bad effort whatsoever, and it's now Stanislaw who have to replicate that sort of feat. Not going to happen, and it will be Cloud9 picking up 2. But remember, this is now the bye coming in around number 3.
And just before we get into that gun round, the filter applied to Cloud9 against top 20 teams on Overpass this year. They've won it twice, lost it 3 times. The wins are against MIBR and Virtus Pro. The losses are against NIP, Astralis, and Renegades.
Bit of a difference between the wins and the losses there.
Yeah, when you make it the top 20, which is where EG should be considering themselves, they're currently 7th in the world as per ESL World Rankings. This one here, it could be a tough one.
The fast smoke doesn't do too much. Obscures the view. Some flashes over the top as well. And
some aggressive opening moves from the CTs. They take underpass, they take water
I
control.
love it.
Look at this. They're so condensed into one small center of the map.
These are all the things we talk about you should do on these bonus rounds, right? You have a set plan, you play together, you know, cut down the range when you have MP9s, you do a bit of a risk. It's a gamble stack on this bonus round, and that's the way I like to see them played, but will it pay off? They'll spot a couple of players crossing on through the balloons, and now they know they need to skedaddle.
And then they just rotate all the way back through. Interesting idea.
Yeah, it's a very safe rotation if you do have sewer control, but it takes a long time. But hold up a second.
One of them went all the way through underpass.
This is kind of insane. All right, OC with the MP9 here. Unfortunately for him, Tarek is ready and waiting in the party. No invites given out to Cloud9. We have Ethan, AK-47, bested by Sonic.
That's a huge frag to get, because now with nothing else behind Ethan, they might be able to get their pieces of the puzzle in the right place before the execute comes from toilets. 3 of them there. Stan leading the pack, bomb on his back. JT leaping for the info. As soon as he spots anything, they'll try and deploy what little utility they have. Never mind, it's a single HE. It will simply be bullets. But the clock is on the CT's side here. You can see that smoke from Circle B the Q.
Yeah, I'll be landing at CT steps. His teammates ready and waiting outside of A. They've got a couple of flashes. They deploy those as well. In we go. JT to defend. He's got Floppy the MP9. He's looking for at least 1 kill.
And that's the chance. Floppy, more than just one, takes the double, but he's not won it just yet. Sonic standing his ground. A
5
double.
seconds.
Cirque can't plant, so survival is integral unless he could get the double, but no. Motum is safe. And 3 for Cloud9. They just rotted the clock a little too much there. EG, they had the necessary jewels they wanted on the site, but it just came down to the 6 seconds or so for Cirque. He couldn't make a clutch happen in time.
And that's a 5-4, bear in mind. They actually lost that initial pick after the flank was found in T-spawn, but it's the MP9 that still saves the day. Floppy with 2.5 kills in the little gun there, and it's going to find massive success. We do go into round 4. AK-47 for Cirque. See whether this is going to be enough for him. Joined by the Deagles and 3 HEs. They'll be using all the boost boxes, as you'll see now.
Might get a kill.
Someone's there. It's going to be JT. He'll probably go down to this.
Oh, he is so lucky he was in transition with that jump.
We got a ding through towards connector there as well. As Breezy popping a lot of damage down to 34. And at this point, what's the play? They still have the AK, of course, but no grenades to make it work.
I see a very fast shot. My God. I thought he was about to lose the AWP there. That would have been really dangerous, because the AWP could have fallen into dangerous hands, but now Cirque's hands are off the table.
They spoon that smoke a bit, so there is a window to aggress right here, but I like the maneuvers mid-round.
We've got plenty of them, and actually a perfect collaboration was the bomb in their grasp. Breezy by OC's the one to wave him. And yeah, that's the end of that one. Perfect from Cloud9. I think Overpass might be their domain.
It might be. It's early days, but they're looking very good. They've managed to keep it perfect so far. The money's looking good as well. OC's got the AWP, and Evil Geniuses maximum loss bonus after this round. OC recovering that fantastic shot towards Cirque there. He has been impressive, to say the very least. Dust too. He looked unstoppable at moments. Not to close things up.
I've had some calls coming through. You know, the phone's been ringing off the hook here a little bit. People have been asking the question. They said, "What's with the weird grenade lines going on, Chad?" Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the GoT VIP, it's over in America, because well, that's where the server is for this one right here. So
that's why the lines are all wibbly.
Yeah, that's exactly why. So nothing's wrong. The game's playing as per usual. Just a little bit of visual trick there to keep you on your toes.
That JT frag was everything. Oh, Cirque gets away with 2 HP. I wonder if that's going to come back to haunt them. They still have a level playing field. If anything, it favors Cloud9 in the health pool department, but
not too many nades here, Alex.
Yeah, not for the CT side. Flashes, nades, still available. Floppy is going to be the first contact for Ethan's here.
Look at that first round still. Ethan normally nails those. 1 kill to his name so far, but that's a nice shot. Is it enough to give them access towards the B bomb site? It's a 3 versus 3, and Floppy looking very healthy out there. Has no grenades as smoke lands towards the bomb site itself. That's a low HP Planter coming in on the back of Cirque, but Breezy gives them the man advantage. Just surely their first round, but OC's got other ideas.
Yeah, great work from him, and now Stan could fall. He's so damn low. Look at them. They've got 9 health between them. A single nade, even that Molotov would be good, but now OC, he has no idea. If only he could switch to that pistol, it would do everything. Maybe that will be enough, though. Motum's caught one. Cirque, with just 2 HP, needs to hit the 1 versus 2, and leaping through the smoke, that's OC. It could have been Motum, but he's done enough. He has the kit, and it will be the 5th for Cloud9. Damn, I thought Cirque had it.
It looked like he did enough there. Very well played to EG to bring it that close, but another 1v1 slips by the wayside. We do have round 6 coming up. Bomb planted, maximum loss bonus. They can keep their head above water, but they need to start posting rounds right here, right now. OC with plenty of money, drops 1 weapon, and Motum with 7k as well, so they won't be eco anytime soon.
That smoke from OC there was clutch. They wanted to aggress him because they knew that they had done a lot of damage to Motum. You could actually see them hinting to start walking in his direction. So dropping that smoke from OC, it didn't seem like a big detail, but it was.
Yeah, they couldn't focus that one player. Had to stay on the bomb site, and they're going for the B rush potentially here. Molotov will land towards the barrels, and the first player goes down. Floppy is fitting one hell of a shift in here. 2.5 kills found, and Sonic waits at the ramp. He's going to have a bit of activity here from the water side, and he does damage towards Breezy, but that's not going to be quite enough. 3 versus 2 now. CT's ready towards shore. Bomb not planted.
Molotov was perfect. Breezy's doing everything. JT's incendiary should slow the plant, which they weren't considering just yet anyway. Stanislaus still quite passive with that. They've taken control of the site, and if I'm Cloud9, I want to make sure that we push as a unit. No more individual duels for Breezy. Burning again. Stan forced to reposition. Breezy, he eats that flash, and Motum doesn't peek for the info. Wants to strike just as Breezy's attention's drawn, but OC, he's making the AWP work. Every retake, it feels like he holds the line.
Really impressed by his performance today. Every shot looks like it's going to land. Very aggressive, but calculated at the same time. And on those retakes as well, they're patient. They're making sure everyone's ready, going in together. Didn't drop a single player, and it's going to be 6-0 on the 3rd and final map. We've got a lot of upsets on the road to Real and an EPL as well. This would be a massive one. This would stick out like a sore thumb if Cloud9 took a best-of-3 over EG.
Yeah, and they're doing it the right way here.
Yep.
Just very solid defense, teamwork, good communication, reactionary play.
And it's not like this is a bad game from EG. Just Cloud9 is looking super well-oiled as a team.
They do look organized, right? They have ideas. It's very clear that they have done a lot of work. And they're showing right now is, we're showing you the B stream right now. 100 Thieves taking on Triumph. Looks like they're just 1 round away from picking up map number 1. And if you missed the news today, Kassad is no longer coaching the boys. It came as a surprise to, I think, the Counter-Strike world.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could have saw that one coming, to be honest with you. I did read his statement, and it seems like they've just got different ideas for the future.
Yeah.
And their alignments in that sense.
And you could see, I mean, you would expect some sort of change, whether it's a removal of a coach or a player change, because they have stagnated. There's no doubt about it. And that's what Kassad was alluding to. That nothing really had changed for the 100 Thieves. If anything, had slowly deteriorated. Conversation for another time, another wibbly nades for you guys to get your Kappas and your Keepos out in the chat. I know you.
Oh, I haven't seen a Keepo for a long time.
Yeah, what happened to the Keepo?
I don't know. Get your Keepos in chat right now. Let's bring that back. We're looking to break the world record at some point. But for now, EG, looking at their first round, they've done so much damage towards Floppy and JT, but it's still not enough. Sonic, he'll push off towards shore, and there's an AWP kill here. OC takes minimal damage. The AK clips him through the wall. Could be boosted up, but still a 5-on-4 remains.
Would you think less of me if I started saying poggers out loud, Henry?
Yeah. Well, Chad said it for me. I don't have to say anything, yes. Were you planning on doing that?
No. I was just inquiring as to...
I mean, it's pretty cool. Yeah. I wouldn't do it myself, but I don't want to stop you doing it.
I was just inquiring as to your stance. For now, it seems that they want to dance in Monster. Sonic, that's an ambitious wallbang, and he's going to get pressured. Floppy to support. Oh, I'm nervous for them, but the flash from JT... The entire EG boot camp just flashes white.
Yeah, that's a really strong B-hold. Again, EG, they're not really getting close in the last few rounds of actually causing a dent.
Geez, Zeus is standing behind them. He got a tan from their screens.
There's $3,500, no bomb plant in the last 2, meaning they're going to be in a bit of trouble going forward. After a partial buy. And this is what I said, the EG historically actually very good on this map, but can't really do anything against the brick wall that Cloud9 have erected on the CT side.
Such a fast smoke. I haven't seen just how far you throw it from where you spawn.
Yeah.
He's got a strong arm on him, JT. I reckon he's probably his local arm wrestling champion. Wouldn't go international, but...
Well, he's not Mr. Worldwide.
He's not Mr. Worldwide.
That's machine. Well, you used to be. When you were traveling every week, you called yourself Mr. Worldwide.
That was what I called
2019.
myself, yeah. Over 50 live broadcasts.
Do we see it again next year, you reckon?
I don't know, man. I'm quite enjoying this whole not getting on a plane every week thing. It has its perks.
I think the bags under my eyes have actually started to regress, so
yeah,
it's doing a couple of good things.
Yeah, I definitely don't look the healthiest right now, but we're gonna fix it away next week. It's fine.
Life 4.0, I think
Exactly.
we're embarking on.
I think at some point during the craziness, I was trying to check in my eye bags. That's the stage it got to. £30 extra, sir. Yeah, no worries. Just take them.
Oh, dear.
Bottom. Uno. Dos. Never mind. Cirque stops me from counting and actually going back and forth with the bomb loose. OC has to be the hero. One flash Tarek, and he's going to keep hunting back. Exposed and OC. The guy's nuts. No doubt. No shadow of doubt. And Stanislaw's gone as well. That's 8-0.
Now, you guys liked that flash before from JT, right? You thought it was,
Yeah, I did.
pretty gnarly? Check this out. Do you want to know where JT is?
Wait,
here.
where?
He is here. Watch this. Check this out.
That was the flash
Here it comes.
assist?
Here it comes. Boom.
Yeet.
And they're all blind.
Oh,
Look
that's
at that.
kinda
That
sick,
is
isn't it?
nuts.
That's perfect.
Great stuff.
Cloud9 have got it all. Cloud9 have got it all in their little... the team's isolated CT moves. They're
Yeah,
all like, they
absolutely
partner
agree.
up, 3 players, 2 players. There's always something coordinated and difficult to overcome on the fly.
Yeah, definitely in terms of mechanical skill and general team power, you've got it landing in favor of EG, but in terms of preparation and coordination, Cloud9 all the way.
Good find, Chad. The fact that you went back to check on that, it would be easy to just assume that that was a standard flash. But yeah, where was JT is a very valid question. Turns out he was all the way back at spawn. So he can now flash Monster Tunnel and smoke their exit to Playground from spawn.
So, still looking for that elusive first round. EG will be back to a default. They've actually focused their efforts towards long this time. 3 players there, but the bomb is not. You can see that's all the way back in towards a connector. So just going to try and take some territory away from Cloud9 if possible. In terms of the setup, no one towards the bathrooms. They've gone for quite a traditional one, focusing towards B at the very start, allowing OC just to hold on his own with the AWP, but that does sacrifice long. The rotation's coming back in now. It's going to be up to JT and Motum to back him up, and they've actually got decent manpower here. If this is the A finish from EG, the bomb's so far away, we're talking 30 seconds before they even start their execution.
Yeah, that's what's making me confused. It's going to be, okay, he is knife out. He's going to be rejoining the squads about the 30-second mark. But they will not have much time to piece this one together, and this setup from OC and JT is potent.
So now we're sub 30. Still yet to commit. They don't have any smokes.
Motum's going to have to be the early warning system. He's playing a passive angle as well. I love this. Just let that clock run in and then peek all 3 and a mow-down showdown. Breezy, though, does manage to make things competitive. Cirque's left alone and he's gone. JT confirms it's a quad kill in the round from the South African. And that's 9-0.
What's that one more time for me, Alex? What's the score?
South Africa, 9-0?
9-0.
Yeah.
South Africa.
9-0.
I was excited. I was like, normally I go, oh, it's another frag for the Swede. I don't often find myself saying, that's a quad kill for the South African. It's a few more syllables, I've got to process that one. But 9-0, yeah, this is getting a bit absurd. They're going to have to come in with the half buy here. Tech9s, give me the fast B. Yeah, I like this.
I think they're going to have to at this point. Nothing is working for EG, but still, they only need 4 or 5 rounds. They managed to get back online with the eco victory before, if you remember, back to Nuke, and they've managed to break through the initial defense. The first kill is theirs, and this is where Cloud9 come crumbling down. We've got JT holding the door to best of his ability here. Good grenade will do some damage. Not too much, though. Breezy didn't actually get the bomb down, though.
No,
I thought
that
was assumed they were planting at that point, so they still need to recover it and plant the C4, which will happen right now.
Smokes for short, effective. Breezy being low, not going to stop him from...
He's done it again, boys.
He is wild.
He is very quick indeed. JT has been set up here. Is it enough, though? Stanislaw looking for that first round, 2 versus 1. Tarek with just the CZ. Can he position himself? Apparently he can. It's looking good. OC not going to land this one. It's going to be the first round, and they had to work so hard for it. EG are on the board.
And look at the money right there on the Cloud9 side of things. With a 9-0 lead, you'd be expecting them to have built a little bit more of a bank than just this. So is this the swing round yet again?
It could be. It was before.
Damn, despite being shot in the head, OC did manage to adjust in time, but Tarek, he's only came into that round with 2 frags, but he leaves with 4. His doubling of the kills, and he saves the round single-handedly. That's the first for EG. Let's see if they can trail that with a second.
So yeah, there is a full buy for Cloud9, but no grenades for JT. Similar story for Motum as well. Cirque will hold towards a connector. This is where things all went wrong for Cloud9 and Nuke. See if they can hold on this time. They got actually a bit of aggro towards short. Lost that first player, but Sonic makes up for it. Takes significant damage, now down to 0 with the 4 versus 3. And EG, they give up Stanislaw. That's towards long though. We are back in a 3-on-3. They're gonna have to put the brakes on, knowing they're segregated. Motum's taking advantage. He's actually pushed towards long here.
He loves finding space,
yeah,
doesn't he?
and it makes a lot of sense. They've got presence towards B. You just killed one along. What's the chances anyone else will be there? Pretty low.
And he's just taking all of this space to call it clear. Floppy, I didn't even acknowledge how much space he's taken. And now he's got the bomb loose. Cirque's gonna challenge him. He gets one, doesn't have the bullets for the final exchange. So that will come down to the teammates, Motum and OC. Tarek retrieving the bomb and straight into Motum, my God.
Yeah,
He's faked the death cam, maybe not.
Tarek's done very well to get that kill, but Motum could have made it a bit more difficult for him. Definitely heard him coming. And in towards B we go. Will it be back-to-back clutches for Tarek here? 1 versus 1 against OC, who has the incendiary, 2 flashes, a kit, and the M4 in hand, currently residing towards short. And Tarek, he can burn the clock down here. Every second that he waits, OC will start to doubt his decision. He's got no cue that Tarek's on this side of the map, but he will hear the bomb go down.
Can he do the silent dismount? Unannounced so far. Tarek does not have the answers yet. It will be down to timing.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for OC. Tarek tucks himself into graffiti.
It's not planted for him, no? Oh, it is. Oh, perfectly.
If he drops the molly and diffuses, he wins, but he has no idea where Tarek snuck away to. This is good stuff.
Perfect from Tarek. A quad kill in the round, and Evil Geniuses, they'll find their second paired together. Back off 2 clutches of Tarek. So that's something. That's something to show for their T side.
Should we call it a 9-6 half now, or do we want to get through the next couple of ecos?
It's going to be the 9-6 half at this point. But
I can't believe it's happening again.
I can't believe that opening from Cirque there as well. I was actually going back to check that out. Cirque was just defaulting connector, and JT was doing the occasional spamming through the boards. But I went back and I watched it. When Cirque actually killed JT, he was actually running away to the A site. He didn't want anything to do with that. It was just complete luck of timing right there for Cirque, and that's how one of the big openings came on through for the side of EG. And considering that was a 1v1, very important lucky shot, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, here we go is the full eco. I don't think Cloud9 will be replicating the scenes of EG on Nuke. Time will tell, though. They're going to push up towards middle. They had 1 flashbang, unfortunately, no one there to receive it, and it's going to be likely a B finish. Stanislaw 1 step ahead of the curve. He knows exactly what's going on here. A clinical shot towards JT. Confirms they're on eco, and now just waiting for them to push. Tarek will be happy to oblige as Sonic makes way towards the connector. 5-on-3. 2 players still waiting with that bathroom position, actually pushing in towards the connector. Bit of a death wish for OC. Motum will sit in the smoke and bide his time, but only for so long. Clean sweep, as you'd expect in that sort of round. EG back on their feet, looking for 9-6. So you do have a buy here for Cloud9, but this is exactly what Chad's talking about. They're going to buy into this with a few compromises, to say at the very least. Floppy, no grenades. JT 4100 could barely afford the M4.
They'll be lucky if they can get a kit.
Oh, he's gone for the rifle instead of the M4 instead of the FAMAS. He only gets 1 smoke for his troubles here. So this is going to be a very difficult round. No kits as well.
Yeah, so this is what we've heard talked about time and time again. Is the CT economy is such a fragile beast. And then you get these wibbly buys, then followed by a half buy, and 9-6 ends up without ever posting that potent setup you previously were working with.
You lose the pistol, and well, there goes those 9 rounds that you had as a lead right there. It can be over as quick as that. One of the details right here is there is a massive gap in this smoke. Their smoke, when extinguishing the Molotov, did leave a hole. Closes the door behind him. Very courteous of Tarek, and on to B they go.
Yeah, he's going to do more than that. He's going to hand out haircuts. Lovely work. Tarek does go down, but the damage has already been inflicted. This is a 3 versus 5. They've made it 3v4.
Is there anything left to be said, though? Mortem can maybe deny the plant here. If he gets the timing, he will be flashed through. It's a beautiful flash as well. They all go down. There's only one player remaining. That's going to be Breezy. They've set themselves up here for the perfect defuse. They even smoked the bomb. Breezy, though, very volatile in these sort of rounds. The first kill will be his, but the wallbang comes through. It's Ozzy to connect it. Remember, no kids going into this round. They've got more than enough time as Cloud9 will find double digits on a very difficult circumstance.
Is it possible to see that retake from a bird's eye perspective, Chad? Like that round went from 0 to 100. EG take the site, it's looking all good, and then just they push through on, was it one flash?
Yeah, so I've got it lined up here with OC's flash. I'm not too sure. Here we go, so we can bring it up. OC's back here with the flash. You've got Modem in the smoke and JT ready to push through. So the flash comes over.
Boom.
Bang.
Pausing it. These two are blind. You've got them pushing through. They kill the site guy. The second flash comes through. Both of those individuals are dead, and that's basically it. So huge stuff right there.
Great teamwork again. It's that synergy we're looking for on the TT side. Alley-oops all over the place. No individual plays, all working as a squad. Double orb setup recovered as well. OC and Sonic were unbelievable at times on Dust 2. Great partnership. Can they replicate it in these last 2 rounds? They got 12-3. That would be astonishing. And they might find it if they get this round to kick things off. The money is not great on the EG side. JT jumping for information, making a lot of noise, and Ethan ready to take him down if required. It sounds like he did a lot of damage there, but with a wall bang through cement and wood, only takes Ethan down to 87. Sorry, cement, I should say, though. Not cement.
Thank you for the correction. He's going to get one. Actually, the bomb and a potential second. The jiggle from Breezy was masterful.
Oh.
And Ethan, well, he's just won the round. That should be it. Just JT on the site. Maybe, just maybe, he can keep him at bay. Of course, Ethan's having no issues overcoming that one.
Well, this is 10-5. I don't see a world in which a $1,900 loss bonus.
And if there is one, Chad, you probably wouldn't want to live there anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to live many places, so that's a world as well. It's not even a universe I'd consider.
You happy with our Twilight Zone alternative universe we're going on right now? I was allowed outside.
Yeah, I've kind of hit a good point now. Everything's flowing well. You know, in our lives, we get, you know, we're cooking food. Everyone's kind of got their roles in the house. Harry's learned that he can't leave the laundry in the bathroom for 5 days.
He's learning. He's bringing it all back.
We had everybody involved in cricket. It was a bit of a. It's a very good.
We haven't talked about the Ashes yesterday. We did have a cricket match, and maybe we get a tactical timeout. We can get into some of the events that went down.
Yeah, the Alabama Slammer.
Oh yes, indeed. Trey Sarantis was looking hot yesterday with the cricket bat, and in full whites as well. It was good to see him making the effort.
Yeah, he actually knitted his own jumper.
Yeah, it was very nice, I have to say. Final round, though, this first half. As Chad said, it's likely this one goes 10-5, but the MP9s are out, 5-7-2, and JT with the Desert Eagle. It's not much, but it's enough.
JT refusing to get inquisitive. He's going to let Tarek come to him, and he is. No door. We see more and more teams tend to nade that one off. Makes this progress a lot more awkward for Tarek. Can get shot in the booty from a CT, and clears his corners, but a bit lazy. And now to hunt him down, Motum wants Cirque's blood so bad. He's desperately trying to avoid the orb shot. Good patience exerted from Cirque. And already 2 frags. Maybe, just maybe, Cloud9 can make a round out of this, but nice trades. Ozzy's caught another, and Cloud9. We haven't seen this from them before. They might actually be taking this with just the pistols.
Well, it's just Cirque here remaining. He's got so many angles to check, and it's going to be floppy to take him down. Cloud9 have made a convincing case. They can take this in the third and final map. It's 11-4. EG will have to dig deep to pull this one back.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother.
It's the final series, final half. Cloud9 and EG, my goodness, 11 on their defense. It's a map that Chad highlighted in the pre-match just how much preparation and results they've posted on this map. It's where Cloud9 thrive, and well, EG now battling to survive.
Yeah, and one of the key points there was over the 40 times that they have played it as a roster, well, they tend to be starting on that T side because they pick it, and they've actually won over 50% of their rounds on the T side. So this bodes very well for Cloud9 here getting into this half with an 11-4 lead. It should be a victory.
Well, time will tell.
Yeah,
they have got a bit of an issue. It's Stanislaw behind them. They have made it across with a contact play. So Stanislaw might be able to take down JT, but they've already got the B bomb site. It's already fully open. Are they going to be aware of the short presence here? They are going to get a quick plan down. They are looking towards short. It's a safe plan as well. Sonic will trade. If they get a pistol victory here, this will be massive. Double kill found.
Are they in heaven?
There was one. Now Floppy needs to find Ethan. He's getting overrun. OC gonna really struggle now. Does tap away at the first and a fresh clip for the remaining two and a quick click. That's Ethan. Just Tarek. He's got no armor at all. He's only got 30 points of health. He wants to rot this clock as long as he can. Battling to survive. OC's doing so well. Just rotting away all of the seconds. He's got no bullets. Oh, neither has Tarek. He gets the front. I don't think he has a kit.
He's done it.
OC, you cheeky rascal, a 1 versus 3 to pull home an instrumental pistol.
And Tarek goes down as well. Cloud9 pick up a very, very important pistol round here. That is quite insane from OC. He's had a great showing in this best of 3, and has he done enough? Has he done enough now to actually win it for them? They're not going to be buying into the second round EG. They're going to be purchasing it by the next round by the looks of things. They still could buy this one, and they're going to take a pause. A chance to deliberate over the decision here. With $2,000 there, they force will be a Deagle armor, a scout or two, 1 or 2 smokes, or they could wait and buy up in the next round and have M4s for masses, and still wouldn't be in a great position, but better than they would be this time. It's OC. 1v1 is trying to buy as much time as he possibly could there. Tarek, as soon as he jumped off that one, he knew he was done for. There was no way he was going to defuse it in time. Had to make his way out and didn't survive the blast.
That second OC shot was absolutely mammoth right there.
That was Ethan as well. Like, there's no slouch with that crosshair placement, but still, OC managed to find him. And that was with no armor at all. So even body shots would have caused him a jip. Manages to avoid it. And Galil's and this looks like the perfect second round package. All that util on the Mac 10s. You've got an AK on OC, who's been having a fantastic game.
So we had Zeus this time out there. So nothing too detrimental I'm sure we'll be back into the mix very shortly indeed. Just to know, Stanislaus had a very quiet series. I believe on Nuke as well towards the tail end. He was in single digits. He's on 3 and 14 right now. So numbers not looking great in that respect for the in-game leader, especially when they're losing in such a significant manner to a team you'd consider much lower than Evil Geniuses.
Look at the ADR on the Cloud9 side of things. I know it was an 11-4 first half, but it's clearly a team effort here, right? You can see everybody contributing. I think every single member, whether it's a flash assist, whether it's a multi-kill, whether it's an opening frag coming out here, they've contributed on this Cloud9 side, and I'm loving what I'm watching. It's good to see some Counter-Strike like this.
Yeah, and it's the diversity. I mean, the fact that they've managed to do this over Dust 2, Nuke to a lesser extent, and now Overpass, and we're having a little rave here. Welcome to the Berlin techno nightlife.
I don't think I've ever been, actually I tell a lie. I have been to one club with this type of music being played in it before, and it was here.
Yes.
It was Boothouse. It was the ESL 1 Cologne after party that we had.
That's the location where they actually do a lot of that kind of music stuff.
And like you've got Top Gun there. Now you guys know Top Gun, big boy Top Gun there in a singlet. You guys would call it a vest.
A vest.
He's got his shirt. His actual shirt that he's wearing tied around his waist now.
He's proper party.
Yeah, and he's got his backpack on for some reason. I don't know where the backpack came from.
Just doing like
sounds like a fun night.
Well, he's loving it. He was definitely loving it.
What year was this?
Oh, 20. It would have been 2014.
2014. Okay, before my time.
Yeah.
I missed that one.
That's the first one we had JKS.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So there we have it.
It's quite the event.
Chronicles of Cologne by Chad Birchall.
Oh, yeah. There's different
Mine
chapters.
aren't very interesting.
When he lived there.
Yeah, when he lived there and left.
And now he's back again.
now he lives there again.
Now he's back. It's a great story.
I left here this time last year, and now I'm back.
I mean, my story's even weirder.
Yeah, yours is pretty strange.
Yeah.
Everyone in esports has to come through Cologne, it seems.
It does seem that it's an entranceway, but we do
Triumph
have a
now.
B stream. They've got their second map just starting now. The pistol round is live. Speaking of JKS and your first event with him, well, 6 years later, he's in the server with a New Zealander and some other names that weren't around, even a Norwegian, to keep things interesting. A little bit different look to the team, and of course, a different org as well. The 100 Thieves.
Without a coach.
Coachless now.
Yeah, they haven't contacted me yet, guys, but I'm still waiting. Expecting the kangaroo to come by any day.
Yeah, have you double-checked your messages?
As soon as it happened, I messaged Gomez. Because I wanted to see, because it took me by surprise, right? So I messaged Gomez straight away just to kind of get the info.
Mate, I know you haven't asked me to be the coach. Everything okay?
You know,
an open position.
I'm clearly running. I'm running to get back and live in North America. Don't you guys worry about that?
Can you imagine if Gomez replies and says, "Oh, that's actually fantastic, Chad. We've got a hotel. Actually, they're saying we can live there
in Las Vegas.
They're saying we can go. We're actually going to do it in Vegas.
An all-in sort of deal.
So
thing.
You have to live at the hotel.
No. I actually wouldn't mind that. I know Chad didn't enjoy himself. I'd be down to live in a Vegas hotel.
It was downtown.
So
it wasn't on the strip.
Yeah.
And downtown, for those people who haven't been to
downtown
Vegas, it's not the nicest.
It's the desert.
There's some really cool stuff there. If you ever I can tell you guys where to go if you ever go to downtown Vegas. The food is really good. There's a really good Thai joint.
And you can go and watch like gymnastic, exotic, erotic dance performances.
That's on Fremont Street.
Yeah,
that one right there. You can do.
Good.
I did. Do you remember Jax from Jack's Money Crew?
Yes.
He came one. He was. I don't even know why I was there. We went and we did like the hang gliding thing you can do down Fremont Street. So you get strapped in and.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
well,
I've seen
not
that.
Hang gliding, but it's like
a zip wire.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Zip wire.
I've seen that.
There's a sea container park that's really cool. That's good. You
park?
guys would really like that.
A sea container.
Yeah. So they've basically got this giant like kind of glass cube of seawater, and you can go and look at it. Sorry, Chad. What is that actually?
You guys know what
I know what a sea container is. So it's like shops they've made in sea containers.
Yeah, and restaurants and stuff. A really cool, quirky little park
they've
they've got out there. And it has this man-made metal... it's like it's a bug of some kind that breathes fire.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool.
A bug that is it like a
real-life insect?
No, they built it.
Oh, okay. So it's like an amusement sort of attraction.
I thought I'd just gone my whole life without knowing about fire-breathing bugs.
What else do I know about Vegas?
That's pretty impressive stuff so far.
Not the best time of year right now to go there.
No, don't go there at the moment.
Give it a miss. Give all my travel a miss at this point.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah. The mayor of Las Vegas was suggesting.
He wanted to see otherwise, but I feel like we should listen to what everyone else is saying to stay indoors and watch Counter-Strike all day long. Because it never ends, really. The Counter-Strike network is here and it's running for the next at least 20 days.
Or find some good shows to watch, and if you find them, let us know. We've been watching a new one recently.
We have.
The Midnight Gospel.
Midnight Gospel. That's a very good show.
Duncan Trussell.
Make sure you come to it with an open mind, though. It's
That's
a little
true.
bit bizarre and out there.
Yeah, and if English is your second language, it might be like a 2 or 3 times watching, because...
Put the subtitles on. I watch all of my shows with subtitles.
But if I'm honest, I feel like I have to watch the ones we've already watched again just to appreciate the visuals, because I was so focused on trying to keep up with the conversation.
Yeah, there's a lot of words.
There's a lot of
exchange.
high-quality animation just as a secondary.
Yeah.
Very cool. I liked it.
What else is there? I was watching The Last Dance, about the Chicago Bulls.
Okay, I've heard that's great.
I really enjoyed that. What episode did I catch the end of?
You watched halfway through episode 4.
Oh, damn.
So you should go back and watch episodes 1 to...
What's it called?
The Last Dance.
The Last Dance.
It's really good. The episode 3, I don't want to spoil it for anybody. I don't think I'm spoiling it.
I don't think you can spoil historical facts.
You're right. But episode 3 has a lot more focus on Dennis Rodman, and he's a bit of a character for those people who might be interested in that. But it's a really cool thing, because a lot of the stuff that they're talking about there, I wouldn't say you can find direct correlation to esports, but a team dynamic and all those things.
Competition, enemies, nemesis, etc., etc. Mental fortitude. I mean, some of the stuff they were talking about, like the Michael Jordan talking about getting like the mental edge over the Pistons. How as soon as when they pushed Pippen and he didn't show that it bothered him, that was when they knew they'd finally become the best team in the world.
Yeah, that was
really interesting.
That was some good stuff.
There was another sporting event going on yesterday as well. The great cricket match.
Oh, yes,
between
you're right.
the Lancashire crew and the Goonies. It was a 3-on-3 cricket game.
I think everybody won.
Well, yeah, 3-on-2.
It wasn't the most competitive, I'll be honest, but it was certainly a game. A game of cricket was played in the blazing heat here in Cologne. It lasted about 2.5 hours before the neighbours came by and shut the whole thing down.
They're continuing the game without their coach.
Not an ideal time for that. I guess he can still
He'll send him a text or something, right?
Yeah,
hey, lads, good round.
I'm trying to think of a way. He could definitely connect via laptop.
Yeah, if he's having complete network issues,
yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Probably screwed up.
Just be our AWOL.
You could, guess you could 4G it.
After the liquids, not the liquid stuff, sorry, after the MIBR stuff happened, oh, Jesus, I just went back 2 years in my brain.
On.
After the MIBR stuff happened, I believe he went back to Brazil.
Right.
That was, I haven't kept up with it. That was on his Instagram, he was going home, I believe. But I'm not 100% on that one right there. So we'll get this one back underway, and the force buy will come through. So thank you for bearing with us and putting up with our antics, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it is the force buy, just to know. We were kind of deliberating over that before, whether EG would actually force buy here. If they do, and they lose it, they probably lose the entire series, I'll be honest with you, because this will be 13-4 they give it up, and 14-4 with a full eco to follow. So a lot of stock has been invested in round 17 here. EG have gone all in.
They already gave it away as well, because you can hear the scout at the start and then that 5-7 rattling off.
Thing is, though, fair enough, though, EG have won the lion's share of these sort of rounds. They actually have converted a lot of these in this series so far, and they might do another. It's the opening kill here for Ethan. Are they going to check the barrels? There, a player tucking himself in. That's going to be crazy. Not as sharp as you'd expect from him, but he makes up for it in the end. Still a 3 versus 3. Sees that at range. Doesn't do a lot of damage. Now Tarek, he's left his teammates with an impossible task here. 3 versus 1. Stanislaw only got 3 kills to his name, 14 deaths. Picks up the scout. I don't think he saves the round off the back of the small sniper rifle. So off he goes. That's it, boys. It's going to be full eco next round.
And EG should, and Cloud9 should just let him save. Let him have it. There's no point you
don't risk
losing
it.
any
You've got
guns.
3 Galils there, or 2 Galils and 1 AK, I should say. So Stanislaw might as well save his smoke and flash. He's got a 5-7 there as well. He can throw over to a teammate. Sure, it's not a lot. It's better than just USPs, though.
I was going to say the only way this goes wrong is if Cirque gets it and
that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say I'm not completely saying this is a foregone conclusion, because Cirque with Scout and your Cloud9 as well, this massive lead, knowing you've lost a lot of rounds to pistols where you can be quite cagey. He gets a couple of kills and all of a sudden...
I don't know. I was more concerned about this one just because of the fact that giant pause got drawn out. Your Cloud9, you're high on energy, you're winning every round in the second half, and then... You win the pistol at the second half. Excuse me, I was talking about the first. You win the pistol in the second, and then you're faced with a 15-minute timeout.
Yeah.
I was worried they were going to come in cold.
At least you could spend that time discussing your options, making sure that at least
certainly.
whatever went down in that following round, you've all talked about it that amount of time. You can't be too mad at the call or anything, because everyone got their chance to vocalize their concerns. Either way, so just the 5-7, the scout brought over. I don't think EG win this round, but Cloud9 can certainly give it away. That's the way I'm going to kind of paint the picture here.
And this is where it would start. Oh, never mind. It didn't even get going.
Let's have a look, though. USP of Tarek is going to be met by JT here, and he gets himself the double kill. Should secure the round, but he could get backstabbed. You have got Cirque up towards the bathrooms, but fortunately for Cloud9, only 1 player in towards B with a USP. That's Ethan. And he's actually not even there. He's actually towards A there. Minimap misleading me somewhat, and that's going to be the commitment now. All in towards B. Flashbang and smokes go over. So Ethan will be able to spot them, but as you can see, the P shooter from up and above, not going to do too much.
Oof, good nade damage, but that is trivial. Leaping out perfectly off the flash. That was good. Something from Ethan, an effective work, but not quite going to translate into anything substantial. This will be 14 now. A missed shot from Breezy. Helps Floppy reposition for a safer after plan. Nothing they can do. Stan, every time we cut to him, that 3 just sticks out like a sore thumb. He has felt the wrath of Cloud9 on this one.
So there it is. It's going to be 14-4. Breezy pulls one back. They just need to hold onto the guns. They don't want it to challenge. No, they're not going to defuse the bomb. Oh, Floppy just making sure. I thought he's going to run into the bomb there, but it's absolutely fine. He will survive and looking to recover anything they can here. Stanislaw not going to find anything, though. So 14-4, couple of rounds will do it. EG, though, will have cash after this particular round. Here's JT on the opening couple of kills and securing victory there. See what can be done. They've got the orb for Cirque, but really don't have much in terms of buffer. Stanislaw still on 3 kills as we enter the next one here. Plenty of cash you can see for Cloud9. Call this a bonus round if you want, because they've got plenty of money. Mac 10 and Galil, they know the money's weak on the CT side. Cirque, no armor. No players have helmets. They just straight up rush B here. The Mac 10 can do serious work.
He's going to
try. Be tested here. He's flashed, but he nails the first kill. So does Ethan.
Yeah, and just like that, this round is ripped out of the server. All 2 apiece, just OC left, and he's got nothing to say. And that's Ethan and Breezy single-handedly mowing them down. 3 for Breezy in that one.
All right then. Well, Breezy shows us what he's made of. Like I said, a bit of a bonus situation for Cloud9. Don't think we'll be seeing many B rushes from them, considering their tactical depth we've seen so far in this series. But definitely not a bad call, considering the armor and lack of utility there. If that had worked out in terms of the entry duel going in their favor, could have been a very different round. But alas, it is not. It's going to be Cirque, though. Won't start fully committing just yet. Misses the shot, though, and he will fall back towards bathrooms.
OC's been the best AWP of this series, and I think that's saying a lot when we've seen some fantastic stuff from Sonic and Cirque as well. So I'd be interested if they get a head-to-head duel going on there. Just peppering some bullets on through the wood over to the B bomb site, keeping them unnoticed. Man of the match will have that Mac 10 in hand, so very, very agile when clearing out these bathroom positions. As you can see here, they're just in the default spread, making sure there's no early aggression coming out from EG. They've got connector control, they had sewer control. They've got eyes over towards long, and I believe next should be taking control of this middle and bathroom section of the map. So EG are clearing off right now towards the sewer area. They've been able to grab that territory back with the help of that Molotov, clearing out the only corner they can't see.
Regrouping straight towards Breezy. He can hear him. And Floppy was not ready for that. Ethan and Breezy starting to wake up just in the nick of time.
30 seconds remaining. Looks like this round is going in favor of EG. Now, I'm going to say something a little bit off topic here.
Here we go.
In a second. Let's see if this still comes in. All right. So in that timeout there, Breezy was opening some cases on the server live. They were doing it for about 10 minutes in that pause. He actually unboxed a knife on his second case opening there.
That's quite nice.
A nice little knife as well. Rushy there, can you tell us what knife it was?
I couldn't tell what it was, but they went bananas in the chat.
Yeah,
they
it
were
went
saying everything.
crazy.
Yeah, they were saying, ha ha ha, Roffle, what?
Roffle
LMFAO.
yeah.
I don't know what that one means. That could be bad.
So a knife has been found.
Laughing my flipping arse off.
That's okay. That's fine then.
Well, there we have
Thanks,
it.
Ralph.
The knife
No
has been
worries.
found, but EG are starting to find some success of their own on the CT side here. We could go all the distance as we are set up for a B play from Cloud9. Unfortunately, it's met by Tarek, who swung out from short. He'll drop a smoke down and force him in towards B, pretty much. Not really much can be done here. So there's a Breezy to fend them off, and Tarek will mow them down. Just OC remaining, and nothing he can do. It's going to be another round for EG here. Cloud9 need 2, but they seem they'd be very difficult rounds to get. I feel like they had to get them early on. This has definitely got the potential to go all the way still. So lots of money now on the CT side.
So you know how we highlighted that flash before from JT? Well, SEO's given us a stat here. He said, worth taking a look at the C9 flash assist rate. It's at 0.51 per round. That's with 14 games played on the map in 2020. And the second best team at that is Astralis with 0.37. Now, remember...
They had the best flashes on Dust 2 as well, right?
Yeah.
So their teamwork, and we've spotted it from the eye test, it's actually backed up with these stats coming through as well. That's pretty cool.
So you know how we say some of the top tier teams poach from the lower tier teams? I think Cloud9's flashes might be one to take a look at.
Oh, here's an open kill. Yeah, Floppy towards Party. It's going to be Stanislaw answering back. That's only his 4th kill found so far, and it will be Ethan to keep the dream alive. 2-on-2. Floppy and Sonic hunting for series points here. Ethan towards Bathroom, giving his spot up, and Breezy, of course, will have to hold towards B. Classic duo, Ethan and Breezy, with full health as well. But upper hand to Cloud9, considering the CDs can't stick together. But sometimes that's not enough. Ethan's pushing long. They're up towards mid. Can we check in with Breezy as well? Is he actually at the B heaven area? He's actually graffiti.
Ooh. Good job they're walking then, otherwise Breezy would have heard them.
So they've got the bomb down here. And Ethan's at Party right now.
It's the classic duo. You have Tails, Knuckles, Sonic, and Floppy.
Floppy and Sonic. That does sound like a Sega character. Are they going to B?
No
they might
way
be
in
this.
the world. If they do this, this is absolutely insane. What a play
the
this
fact that
would
Breezy's in graffiti right as well.
But I have a sneaking suspicion. So Ethan's going to be calling toilets quiet.
Oh, heaven's the worst.
No. Okay,
Why
so
heaven?
They have to jump into the side from here.
This is... I thought they'd walk out graffiti. To be fair, he's got such a sick spot there now. I'm not sure it would have been the right call.
Oh, they're so scary.
They weren't expecting that one. 1v2 for Floppy. He will be allowed to get the bomb down. Catches a nade for his troubles, and now with 4 HP, doesn't have too much to say. Cloud9, I thought that was it. They had full access to the A site, opt for B regardless, and Breezy's patience is rewarded.
Bomb planted, but still not enough to buy into this next round. That's 3 in a row now for EG. Cloud9 walking on eggshells as we see them hovering around $4,000. I think it has to be a Deagle round here. They could buy with AKs and armor. There's been no utility to speak of, and it's not like they've got EG a breaking point. There's not really a reason to buy into this. Excuse me, hay fever.
That's all right. It was kind of nice today when it rained.
Yeah, well, that kind of makes it worse sometimes. For some reason.
That kicks up all of the
it's been okay today until now. Starting to get a stuff nose, but we'll be okay. Hopefully, just a few more rounds to go. But EG are certainly making a convincing case to suggest otherwise.
Yeah, they are. And Cloud9, quite the opposite, in fact. Another poor buy with this one. It'll be utility, though. And I mean, if they do something quick, there's absolutely nothing to suggest that Motum can get a frag and a half with that Mac 10 on the entry and the rest come with the pistols.
Yeah, just don't go B. Ethan and Breeze are B. Don't go B.
Ethan and Breeze are
Don't go B. Go somewhere else. You know, maybe go A. You know, try that one. I heard Alexi B mix up the call, and sometimes you go A, sometimes you go B.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan and Breezy combined have 40 frags, Stan and Circa 16. I think I know which part of the map I'd be pushing. It does seem like they'll be going towards the underpass at this point. That door naded off early does mean that Ethan can sit on short and just frag out. And off we go. Straight up the stairs, and that's what I'm talking about. Look at the damage. Sonic and Motum have both got Kalashnikov rounds in their ankles.
That's a real shame right there. It was so clunky in their movement as well. I don't think they really went about that the right way. The smokes will come over, but they should be dealt with.
Well, here we go, the commitment towards the A side. Cloud9 looking for a plant if possible. We're getting mowed down one by one. The bomb, it will be dropped on the floor, and not a single kill until now has been found. OC will get one with the Tech 9, but EG looking for double digits. 4 more players survived. Their money just swelling out of control now in this second half. $10,000 for Ethan. Similar story for Stanislaw and Breezy as well. They'll reinvest of all the grenades required as Cloud9 scrape together a buy now. They've got the AKs, the AWP for OC, which has been so influential over these 3 maps. They were having such a great time. They win the pistol in the second half. Get themselves 14, but they've now lost 5 in a row. EG showing us they have tenacity in buckets and spades here. Cirque will be jumping up towards a Party. Flashed off. With towards long.
Cirque's going to be flashed off of long completely, actually, not choosing to stick around and take the fight. Some space taken by Cloud9, though. And Toilets is theirs. That space, they can now call it clear and set up for stage 2.
It must be so nice having Ethan and Breeze able to hold the B bomb site, and you can cheat an extra man over towards that A site almost time and time again. You can see this. We have 1:10 left on the clock. There's already 3 players from EG on A waiting to receive.
Bad smoke at the front of Long as well. Doesn't give them the guys they were hoping for. He can jump for info still. Ooh, Cloud9. This does not bode well. 50 seconds, though. They're in no rush. Does seem like they want to go in advance on that, though. Cirque caught in transition. He actually tries to run back, and now Motum opening up the site. Tarek needs to find a multi, but Cloud9, they have it. They found the opening jewels they were waiting for, and now bomb down.
It's looking good, Alex. 5 versus 3. They still have a smoke and a flash to work with here, but of course, EG will be going for this one. They've got loads of money. And still no kill. Damage has been inflicted towards Sonic and JT, but here comes the final approach. If one kill comes in quickly, it's going to be done, but they can't find it just yet. Breezy response.
They've done crazier things before, but they are so low. Motum gets the headshot. That was Breezy. On the bomb, though, Cirque's going to be retreating, realizing he'd rather have the AWP in the next. Will he find enough space before this bomb explodes?
Yeah, money's not the big issue here because regardless they have an AWP up, but the rounding found by Cloud9 after losing 5 in a row is very significant indeed. Luckily, they keep 4 players alive as well, so they're going to have a nice established base going forward. They actually have a chance of winning this follow-up round. The AWP's there, the 3 AKs as well. It is going to be a very heavy full buy from EG, but now they can't afford to make a single mistake. They need 6 in a row to take us to overtime. Trust me, that can happen. A team like EG on the CT side of Overpass certainly can make this reality, but Stanislaw, I'm not sure what's going on there. He's still on 3 kills for the entire game, it feels like, now up to 4.
Yeah, look, it's a rough one. I think that's probably the best way to put it. That round right there, he got done by, I don't want to say janky timing, but that Molotov that Cirque dropped towards Long, one of the T's actually pushed into it, so he heard flick. So then Stan turned around to look at Long, and somebody came up from the bathroom area. So he wasn't committed to one position, or potentially didn't trust his teammates to be covering off in the way that they were meant to there. So we get this one underway. The A presence is where we'll be starting. A nade. This actually did a lot of damage. I thought that was going to dip on down and not do a huge amount. Well, Sonic's being battled at B right now. Bit of spam through the smoke has put him on down to 52 points of health, and the bomb is actually dropping back over towards that part of the map. So they're making it look like they're doing the same strat as we just saw, but it's going to be a very simple fake.
So OC with that AWP towards Monster right now. CT's quite a passive hold, but they have pushed off towards short as of now. So that means they can control connect up, look towards Monster from short as well. Stanislaw will investigate the bathrooms. But it's all down to JT at this point. Trying to sell the fact that going towards A, he's got quite the task ahead of him. He's been Molotov'd out. He'll throw one back. There's a smoke down the side as well. I just don't think this is going to be enough to pull players away from the B-bomb side. Breezy, very advantageous position towards short, and he likely gets his kill. Oh, okay, Sonic, this could be it.
This could very well be it. Cloud9, 2, now 3 frags away. Tarek is ahead of that incendiary. He could slow them down a lot more here. Floppy's going to fall. JT, however, finds Stan as well. Oh, OC, what a risk. What a risk. Now Cirque has to clutch. Cloud9, 1 single frag away, and they've done it. Cloud9 will take the series. A huge scalp on their road to Rio.
Stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shines so hard they can't take it.
Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling awesome. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I was actually watching a clip from Eastore from the movie star Movistar Riders after they took down FaZe Clan. Apparently, and I quote,
there it is. We had to make our quota of one a day, and we found that.
Yeah, you didn't hear that, did you?
Put that on the bingo list.
Eastore's just said, and I don't know, this is just some drama. Hello, welcome back, by the way. I was so wrapped up in some Twitter gossip. He says, and I've translated from Spanish here, it seems strong to me that people of such caliber fall into the game. We make jokes and enjoy ourselves to have fun because it's pure spectacle. And it means that movie star riders are living in your head rant-free. I added the last bit, but pretty much what he says.
So he's addressing the whole like knifing each other situation, right?
Anyway, I was just focused on that, which is why it's just come back to me and I look like a bit of a knob. Anyway, I'll move on with my life. I'll get over it. Hi, how was it? How was Overpass?
That was great. I love what I saw from Cloud9. I think the fact that they look so organized, that the details of Counter-Strike that were on point for these guys was the fundamentals. And then we got to see some really good stuff from individuals like OC on that AWP. He was looking sick. Obviously, we had Sonic with some good moments right there. And considering Nuke was that second map, we didn't even feel like it happened, right? When I just look at the first and the last map and go, that's the series for me. Nuke is whatever.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, the fact that Cloud9 did it and did it in a convincing fashion, this wasn't a by the skin of their teeth victory. This was a commanding one. We do have Floppy joining us once again in the studio. We spoke to him ahead of his match, and I assume a little bit of a bigger smile on his face now because you've just taken down Evil Genius's Floppy. We said, you could see your avenue of assault, but you guys beat them fair and square across those two maps. I'm sure the guys over here have got a lot of questions because they're recent converts to the Cloud9 systems and have some questions about it.
Absolutely. Floppy, first of all, congratulations. Big fan of what the team's doing right now. I've got to ask you about your flashbangs. We were very impressed from the eye test there. We actually dig into the stats and we saw the Dust 2. You're one of the top teams in terms of flash assists. And Overpass, you're actually the #1 team. What do you put that success down to? That's something in particular you're doing on the server or just a very well-oiled team?
Yeah, well, in terms of stats, we have like the highest flash assists out of any team on HLTV, and I think that's due to just JT having like really sick strats and really good timings for our flashes. And personally, I don't even know how we get it all the time. It's like ridiculous how many flash assists OC gets, like 24/7. Just every single time he throws a flash, we get a flash assist, it feels like.
Yeah, we were diving into some of those, mate, but one of the things that was very curious to me was all the gamble stacks you guys were doing on your CT sides. Was that part of counter-stratting for EG and tendencies that they like to go with, or is that just normally how you guys address your gameplay?
Well, originally... What gamble stacks are you talking about specifically?
So like on your
Overpass?
Dust 2, your first couple of gun rounds, you were just kicking off with the 4A stacks, for example, and then you were doing certain bonus round things where you were like all in on Connector and Overpass, right, with a lot of guns there.
Yeah, you were like clearing water.
Yeah, we had a couple reads on Dust 2 specifically where they like to take only 3 cat at a time, so we decided to just fight them just because we know that their numbers aren't majority. Like, there's only 3 there, so we might as well just kill them.
Okay, so to us it looks like a gamble, but for you guys it's prep, and that was your way of dealing with their attack, right?
Yeah, we'd gone in a server before the game today, like early in the morning, and we talked about how they default. Pretty much stuff we went over last night as well, just to review and recap, so...
Okay, perfect. That's the exact answer we were looking for there, mate.
That's really insightful as well. The fact that you're going over their default as well, I imagine some teams are easier than others to prepare for. EG, how did they rank in terms of what you prepared for and what you got in the server? Did you get what you expected today?
Yeah, I think we had a lot of good reads, especially from our analyst mix. He pretty much, like, every time he watches the demo, he gets the reads right, like, every time, so it helps a lot.
And one final question here. I just got to ask, what have you been feeding OC? I've never commentated one of his games before. That guy is absolutely bananas with the AWP. And shout out to him.
He is so sick.
Yeah, the amazing scenes there. Really enjoyed his play.
Well, on Overpass, I'm at B, so I don't really know what's happening the whole time, but I just see like MOTM and OC just like doing some crazy shit the whole time. Like, and I'm pretty sure MOTM was like 11-0 at one point, and we're up like 8-0. So whatever they're doing, just keep doing it.
Mate, go back and watch what he did at Long Doors on Dust 2 on the last round of your CT side. Wait till you go and watch that, and then you'll see some crazy stuff that he was doing. That was mad.
Yeah, enjoy the match when you watch it back, but it was a joy for us to watch you play, Floppy. Thank you. And congratulations. That's a huge win for you guys on your road to Rio.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Cheers, dude. Thank you again. So we'll see more from Floppy another time. Cloud9, of course, as well, with a big win under their belt. What else is happening on the B stream, though? Because there are more streams running simultaneously. Let's check in with number...
I was just having a look, yeah.
Number B.
Number B, 11-4 on number B.
Okay, and number C is done, so it is just number B.
Okay, well, I'm good with numbers, and 100 Thieves need 5 more of those numbers to win.
That makes sense. A very succinct breakdown there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it's good that they're winning because they're Australian and I'm not biased whatsoever.
Yeah, and I can't pronounce Sheikh Zula's name effectively.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I was actually quite impressed myself.
Good entry.
All right, Sheikh Zula, I got you covered, brother. That alongside Curry as well, another hot name I'm excited to be pronouncing.
Junior.
I'm just going to call him a different Curry every time. We'll have the Vindaloo, Madras, Jalfrezi, none of the obviously British
We've got
ones.
Curry on the stove.
We have. We've got dinner, and you have more Counter-Strike tomorrow. Let's have a look at what's coming up on the agenda. North Godsend, Dignitas Vitality, and Liquid Envy.
Ooh.
We'll be back with you for the last 2. And on the B stream, Copenhagen Flames versus, I believe that's the...
Just no one there. Let's keep moving on.
No one,
Next
cool.
one.
Okay, just making sure. That's helpful. Contact Mouse Sports, Fnatic Heretics, and you get to see the Newspaper Boys, one of my favorites. That's the Bad News Bears.
The Newspaper Boys, they'll be out and doing their shift in a very efficient manner, I'm sure.
laughing because... No, I shouldn't. That's the end of the stream, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We will be back on ESL 1, Road to Rio. Same time, same place, same peeps.
Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time on quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. All roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. But you won't get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to